together, my team is so cohesive. We winning all the time, hear the fans in the bleachers. We winning all the time, hear the fans in the bleachers. Feel the force of my team, even if you ain't strong. Ding dong, you feel the force of the mighty King Kong. I got that old style, you got that slow flow. The bank don't work well, your Wells Fargo. I got the heat to the preheat.
Will Go Next get the chance here to win this whole damn thing?
Go Next now. See the bubbles go down and they send the catwalk down as well. They split the zone. They completely own this side.
They might force the fight, force VB. Now
The slam for VP, but Go Next will hold. Zidane, it's Sykes looking to claim their destiny, but it's Go Next.
In that moment, I was speechless. I couldn't believe that we won. It feels like everything we grinded for, it paid off, all the work. It's just a great feeling that I will never forget. And making it a back-to-back, we know we are the best team in the world. We are the world champions, so they should be concerned about us, not the other way around.
Anything except a win is a loss in my book, so I just want to bring out the trophy for ALGS.
The previous chance to outperform them to be the #1 EU team now again. Looking forward to that.
In year 4, I didn't really get to show myself that well. We did not do good at LAN, and I think that with the current team I have, that anything is possible.
I think our team's only goal is to win and nothing else.
Closest I would say is Alliance. A little bit of a rivalry going on the GG Alliance. Kind of want to beat them. It'd be pretty funny.
For people who don't know who I am, I was a CC player for so long. Being one of the 160 teams to win would honestly be an insane underdog story.
If I was able to win, that little ego I'd have inside me would just be insane.
I mean, I couldn't imagine what it would feel like just to win the lane in general for Apex.
What made me get into competitive Apex was watching TSM win. So winning at 160 team LAN would kind of just put myself in the shoes of how Hal and his boys won almost 6 years ago now.
I'm not scared to play anything. Something like Say would be fun to play. People just listen to me because I think I'm really smart. Everyone will be playing Say right now.
今回のメンツ的にもチームメンツ的にも、自分ら3人、チームメンバー3人とも、競技経験めちゃめちゃあってラン経験も豊富なんで、ちょっとまだ若造には負けれないですよね。出てきたばっかりの。
There's a few friends from abroad that I'll be seeing at the Open. Those teams will be fun to watch. I've known Lobbyt for a while, and it'll be awesome to see him again. Hopefully we'll be able to chat some more in New Orleans.
イヤー4自分世界3位まで一応行けたんですけど、優勝を逃しちゃったので、この年はそれに近づくような、それ以上の結果を取れればいいなと思います。
The odds are stacked against us big time, but I really hope to make the best, and it would honestly be life-changing for me.
首先，我觉得这是一个非常大的荣誉，然后证明了我们一直以来的努力得到了回报，也能向世界证明我们东南亚赛区不输北美洲赛区。
比起击败新玩家，我们更有信心和勇气击败老将。
自分は新しいチームで挑戦するっていう形なんで、プレッシャーは感じますけど、これも新しいチームの中でいい経験になるんじゃないかなって思います。
Honestly, for me, it'd be exactly the same as if I won any LAN. Just being the best is what matters.
イヤー4は僕が Apex をやってきた中で一番しんどかったイヤーなので、この悔しさをバネにイヤー5はもう一度世界大会に出るのと決勝に上がれるように頑張ります。
I'm sure it's gonna feel different with more teams around. Winning the biggest ALGS LAN would be crazy.
100 Thieves! This could be the end of the road for them. A team who so often leaves it late. This time it might be too many times of asking. 100 Thieves get sent! 100 Thieves are getting sent! Designful on his own! Designful on his own!
1 point away!
Oh my god, 100 Thieves! 1 point was all they needed!
Just closing my entire story off with like a win would just be like the world to me. After Japan champs,
I was actually going to quit competitive as a whole. A good 60 to 70% reason of why I actually continued is because I just like felt the fans had like their comments. They barely spoke English, but yet I felt like they said a lot of impactful things. I'm carrying their words into like future of how I compete. You know, like I'm not competing for just myself anymore. I'm competing for them because I know they're rooting for me.
By the time I play LAN, it'll be around the 1-year anniversary of my dad passing away, so he was very supportive of me playing and very supportive of my career. I guess doing well at this LAN will make me really happy in a way that, you know, I'm sort of playing for him or doing well for him. So I just want to, more so about myself, I guess, just playing well. And I hope to, you know, like I said, show everybody that I still got it.
Looking back on my Apex career, using the word retired is weird. And once you move on, it does leave a little bit of a void. I miss the game, I miss the people, I miss the fans. I think it'll be fun to be back, even if it's just for a little bit.
You know, I still have like a chip on my shoulder to kind of like prove I'm individually the best player. There's a pretty big rivalry with 100 Thieves, obviously. Me and Zero's prior fraggers teamed up with Phony. If 100 Thieves wins, who's the GOAT now?
I have 2 X's, Hal's X, I have Zero's X. So definitely us 3 holding the trophy in front of them is gonna be crazy. It's like throwing a cub with a full grown bear. That grown bear has to teach the cub how to live for a little bit.
イヤー5になり、新しいメンバー、ピースと海ちゃんを加えてプレーしているのですが、若い選手を取り入れて、新しい形でイヤー5は頑張っていきたいなと思ってますので。
とにかく僕が新しい役割 IGL っていうのを務めてるんで、全く違うことをやってるんですけど、その今までやってきた経験を生かして IGL としてチームを引っ張っていきたいなと思います。
優勝したらもう本当にそれこそ人生変わると思います。
I think this run, my opinion, is going to be all about momentum.
The underdogs are the ones that people need to be looking out for now.
You could say it would be the mark of like the usurper.
I want to actually like give it my all. Like even if I fail, I want to be able to tell myself afterwards that like, yeah, I tried my best.
That is definitely scripted. He's got that written down on a notepad.
初めてのこういう大きな世界大会っていう舞台でもあるんですけど、やっぱ勝つことによっていろんな方々が多分注目してくれると思うので、やっぱ勝ちたいですね。
Pretty much going to be the first South African team to pitch up to LAN. Everyone just seems really supportive, and so it's a great feeling that what this means to our country.
Words can't even describe it. I'm playing against people that I've looked up to for years, and to beat them and to show them I can hang with them would mean everything.
Timmy, what's up?
Not much, Hal. Time for New Orleans. Ready for this tournament?
I was born ready.
You want Jump Master, or should I take it?
Hey, how about I take it?
Sounds good to me.
Hey guys! Guys! Hey, wait up! I missed my flight! I just got my carry-ons though. There's a whole thing, I just brought my carry-ons. Can I come with you? What's going on?
Well, at least you packed light.
All right, let's go. Next stop, New Orleans.
Not even sure where New Orleans is. Guys? Guys? We're gonna get there on time. Woo! Okay.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
God, they jumped. I guess New Orleans is straight down? Is it west? God, never the jump master. I don't know. Wait, where are we? What about my luggage?
Oh my God! I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish it.
It's been nearly 4 months since we all came together in Sapporo, Japan for the ALGS Year 4 Championship, where we saw the amazing team Go Next receive the highest award for competitive play and of course receive that stunning championship trophy. And that was of course my debut into the Apex family. With Year 5 well underway, we now find ourselves here in the Big Easy for the first massive, big, colossal LAN of the season, which brings the Triple H's, the heat, the hype, and huge changes. Welcome everyone to the ALGS New Orleans Open. My name is Ryan Hart, and I'm going to be one of your guides throughout the next 4 days of intense action. But I'm not here alone. I've got Lace standing by in the pit, where sheer skill, determination, and true grit will decide a team's fate. Hey Lace, how's it going? Can you tell us a little bit more about what we can expect?
Absolutely, Ryan. With over 100 teams in this competition, this is ALGS' biggest one in history. And of course, without that, this is the first time we've actually implemented legend bans, along with 2 brand new maps, Broken Moon and E-District. So over the next 4 days, we're going to have 4 matches running at the same time. So absolutely chaotic, but that's exactly what we love about Apex Legends. It's going to be an absolutely crazy, fierce ride. And you know what? I'll be here alongside Ryan to bring you all the Apex action when the time happens. So Ryan, but that's not without saying, you've got some familiar faces potentially that we want to introduce.
I do indeed. I've got some beautiful visages here, of course. 4 faces that will no doubt in the future be chiseled into statues for the New Orleans. Now, we got to talk about it. Over 100 teams in the mix, $1 million in the prize pool. This is going to be insane. But before we get into any of that, what did I just watch? You got to talk to me about this.
I mean, talk about putting your body on the line, man. You know, I do this for the ALGS. I love you guys. I love everybody watching. We actually had an amazing experience. Although they only cut to me screaming, which was part of the character, we had guys who had jumped over 23,000 times with the Red Bull Air Force taking us down. Timmy jumped twice that day, by the way. So shout out Timmy. He was actually a pro. And Hal, it was him and my first time doing it. Pretty amazing. I don't know if I need to do it again. You know, I just had a kid, so you usually skydive before you have a kid. But it was fun, man. It was amazing.
Definitely something to tick off the bucket list, no doubt. Now, Jameson, you know, we all went out for a local meal. Tell me, how do you feel about the local New Orleans cuisine?
Oh, I mean, it's fantastic. It's so great, right? I mean, coming from Los Angeles, we have great food out there, but coming down here, it's a completely different beast, right? We're not used to the jambalaya and the po' boys, but it was all well seasoned. It was great portions. That's the thing,
that's true,
right?
that's
I'm
true.
a big boy. I'm a big boy, so I like my portions, and they definitely, you know, treated us right.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. If you like your flavors, they got it going on here in New Orleans, man. Everything was absolutely insane. Quality was ridiculous. Portions definitely well balanced as well. So as you guys, you know, kick on with the show, I'm gonna kind of leave you out, tag out, let you guys get on with it. But I want to know, like, you know, with this many teams in the balance, right, all vying for that top spot, it's going to be insane, right? So maybe I think some of the viewers might value some insight in what they can expect from having a LAN with, which is already insane, but over 100 teams in the mix. What do you think about that piece?
I mean, I think that in general, now that there's more teams on the line, you also have faster rounds. Like, we're already going through Elim 1 today. That means people are leaving today. They just arrived and they could go home already. And, you know, the risk and the stakes are at the highest off the get-go, which I love, because in previous tournaments, it might have been, you know, a few days into the tournament before it starts heating up. But now you can't start cold anymore. You gotta pop off.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and also, you know, the other thing to think about is a lot of these teams may not have a lot of experience on LAN. They might be experienced in the game, but they've never played on LAN. This is going to be a huge experience for them.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So anyway, with that, I'll leave you guys to it, and I'll let you get on with the show.
Appreciate it. Ryan Hart joining us yet again. You know, Lace as well is going to be over there keeping us to date with what is going on. Zeph, he mentioned it, but just to kind of set the stage yet again, this is the biggest LAN that we've ever had in terms of players, but it's also a LAN that supports the grassroots style of what esports are. Apex kind of getting back to those roots in a way to allow teams that, yes, are our favorites. You look at Navi's, you look at some Virtus Pros coming in hot, you look at Falcons here, but there's also some teams people have never heard of that are playing all throughout these 3 and 4 days, hopefully into Sunday, that we're going to be keeping an eye on very heavily.
That's right. I mean, it's the first time that so many of these teams are getting the opportunity to compete in a competition of this level, which comes with its own pressure and nuances that so many of them have gotten the opportunity to watch at home, but now get to take part in as a participant.
How does that factor into it? I mean, Grace, you were talking a little bit about it, but how does that play? Do you think there's an advantage in someone in a tournament like this coming in fresh, not having experienced other ALGS style tournaments that are a little different? Or is there the advantage still to the pros, the vets, who know what it's like to be in a competitive space like this and what obviously getting to a match point finals looks like?
I think that in general, having veteran experience is definitely the most important part, because you now know how to adapt. You know, some rounds might be considered easier. Now you're allowed to stomp the lobby. Some rounds might be harder. You have to play more disciplined. How many teams will be alive? We don't know, because now this is pretty much just a free-for-all. But this, you know, throws me back to back in the circuits we played, and it was a free-for-all. So I'm really happy, because now we'll see a lot of teams that people know. Like, there's so many players, especially in the pro community and also on streamers that people follow specifically, that they know are good but haven't had their spotlight yet. So I'm sure after this tournament, we'll have so many players where people are like, that guy's underrated, that guy's so good, this guy's good. So I hope that, you know, they come in with a fire, because like I said, you could go home today, so you don't really have a lot of room for errors.
In a weird way, like, the landscape of this is different, and in a way it's different for the amount of teams that are here. It's different for the way that we're organizing it, and we want to make sure that you're caught up to date. If you just caught us in Sapporo a few months ago, this is going to have a fresh look, a fresh feel, but that's what's exciting about it. So let's walk you through the format over the next couple of days. We got 145 teams here to play. Normally an Apex Legends tournament is 40 teams. So think about that, 105 more teams than usual. We've got 8 series to play. And here's the graph that I expect you all to understand right away. I'm just kidding. You don't have to. It's pretty complicated when you look at it, but it's super simple when I tell you the next thing I'm about to say. We head to it. You essentially want to keep winning. And if you lose once, and by losing we mean you're in the bottom 10 of one of your groups, you have one more chance where you can be in the bottom 10. If you're in the bottom 10 twice, over the course of this tournament, you are out. That's essentially all it is. So what you want your favorite team to be doing is to stay in that top 10, to keep on playing. If they get bottom 10 one time, that's okay, but you hope they don't do it again, because otherwise they are out. Jamerson, there are a lot of moving pieces into this, and not only just the players, it's going to be great to cover all of those new stories here on broadcast as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic because, like you had mentioned, this is a completely unheard of scale in terms of stage, right?
Yeah.
And that also means it's an unheard level of exposure.
Sure.
The amount of APAC North and APAC South teams that are here, more than we've ever had before. I mean, it's, of course, always going to be more than we've ever had before.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited to be able to really see what these teams can actually bring throughout these days, because it is going to be very trying. We were looking at that bracket just beforehand. If you end up in that lower bracket, it is just absolute hell. It's the gauntlet. It is the literal gauntlet.
It's gauntlet, man. I mean, I'd rather go skydiving again than be in that lower bracket. I'm not going to lie. Teams going home today, teams going home throughout the days. The stakes are high already. But speaking of who the teams who will be participating, let's get an eagle eye view over our squads. We've got all of the regions represented. Everyone from Pro League was invited alongside our Challenger Circuit team. You look at Americas, you see the names that are familiar. They stand out. 100 Thieves, that new roster, and Falcons. Will the Fraggers have the final say, or will it be the IGLs on Falcons? Former teammates, now enemies, representing the Americas. APAC North, you see the Fanatics, Riddle Order as well. Teams that have been there. Crazy Raccoon with Obley, a land winner in our split one of last year. Can he do it again here in a different venue? America seems to do well for that team in particular. APAC South also representing, you see Heroes. They've been with us for so long and continue to impress. And I think, Grace, well, as you continue to look at this, there's so many different teams that we know, especially in EMEA.
Yeah, there's plenty of teams that we know. We haven't really seen them in the beginning that haven't had, like I said, a spotlight, but now they're here. But these are all players that we all recognize, that we have played, we have scrimmed against, we have played with them. They just haven't just made it, but now they're here because this is such a big land. And they're finally here, ready to prove themselves.
And in the same way, Zeph, some people that we don't recognize are also here, but could be the moment that they... Some, but it could be in the moment that, with these teams qualifying from the Challenger Circuit in different ways, they're trying to make a name for themselves, Ben.
I think being a part of this community, trying to make a name for yourself has been a big part of so many of these teams' identity for so long. And so at this LAN, you can see it already in some of the audience and the fandoms out there. There are these little niche groups of rosters that have come through with this support system that is here to see them play for the very first time on LAN, even if they haven't been on Pro League or have competed previously.
I mean, the other aspect, too, we'll get into it in a minute, but there's some new things in Apex as well that these players have to deal with. Not just the new names, the rosters, there's new elements to the game that we will hopefully dive in on desk, or I'm sure the casters will fill you in very soon. But today, let's take a look at the schedule coming up for you watching at home, or if you're in the venue with us in New Orleans. We've got ourselves 4 great rounds. Our winners round 1 will be at 10 a.m. We see our winners round 1 continued at 2:15, and we'll have another set that starts at 6:45. That will run simultaneously with elimination round 1. You might be wondering, well, how do I keep in touch with all that? We've got a website, and of course, Ryan and Lace, who will keep us up to date with the teams and how they're doing when they're not playing on main stage. That website is algs.ea.com. If you can't wait for an update from Ryan or Lace, then you can obviously go there and check the current live scoreboards so that you know how your team is performing. But let's talk first lobby. Guys, I kind of want to start getting into it. I mentioned that there were legend bands coming in, but Group 1 as well. It's still about the teams, this narrative. We have some familiar teams in North America who are going to be looking to continue some dominance. You look at Virtus Pro, they've been playing phenomenally. LG, they're a team I have my eye on because they're one of the only teams that actually stayed together as the same roster and played many different LANs. But top down, I mean, Jamerson, this is a lobby that has some potential winners in it.
Yeah, I mean, importantly, what we have to talk about is that we're in the early stages of this tournament, right? And usually when we start off on group stages or on the first day, that we're looking at lobbies where there's going to be high action, a lot of teams just looking to fight early. And so we know that with a lot of these names that we're bringing in, Virtus Pro, along with ExoClan, that these both are teams that can go absolutely fragging. And so we'll see if they carry that momentum in, but a lot of times we have those dark horses throughout our tournaments that just show up throughout the group stages, or even, you know, once we make it to the bracket stages throughout the winners rounds, and they end up just absolutely decimating lobbies out of nowhere.
And one of the things to clarify, part-timers and solo leveling, although you see them on here, they are not going to be participating in this tournament. So we will have an 18-team lobby, Jamerson, which gives it a little bit of a different feel too, but still should be similar.
Yeah, I mean, because of the maps that we're starting off with, I believe we are playing Stormpoint.
Yeah.
You know, that just creates a little bit more room on the map. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. I mean, it's 18 teams, and typically, you know, the last 2 draft picks there aren't too consequential. A lot of those teams that come out from Lift or not Lift, but on the eastern side of the map, move out pretty quickly, and you don't see that much friction on that side of the map. So I don't think it's going to affect the lobby that much. It really does just kind of change the math and who are the top 10 teams that are going to move on to the next round.
It's going to be interesting. You know, I want to get your deeper thoughts on that in a moment, but Graceful, I know you've come into this with your eye on a certain team. Who do you want to talk about here heading into Group 1?
VP for me has been a team that, you know, I've been looking at mainly because, like I said, I talk a lot about veterans for a reason. You know, everybody always says, is veterans really?
Because you're a veteran.
Yeah,
right?
I'm also a veteran.
You're
but,
biased.
You
Come on,
know,
we know.
but everybody always says, is experience really all that? Why don't everybody just pick up, you know, fresh players that haven't maybe had experience and whatnot? But we've seen, you know, throughout the past 6 years that the experience does come through, you know, whether that be that you don't really have the cold hands on land, whether that be in high heated scenarios that you can still perform. VP is one of the teams, you know, leading with Zach as well, who has had also throughout the years a lot of ups and downs, you know, everything from Mazer moments to now. I think the Zach, the one that we cherish and we all cheer for, has finally proven his final form. He's at top now.
And he's a guy that has a lot to kind of go to prove in many ways. He's still looking for his moment of, I guess, catharsis, where he comes out and says, I actually have achieved what many people think my possible potential is. And that's something that the Open might lay ground for, because there's a lot of stories here. I feel like we're going to be surprised this tournament, Jamerson, you know, with who kind of shows up, who takes the narrative, because it is different. It is a little bit like avoiding mines in terms of surviving all these elimination brackets and making it to the very end. Looking at Group 1, though, who do you have your eye on?
Yeah, throughout this group, of course, we were talking about some amazing performances. We have to talk about, of course, the quick turnaround that we have from Pro League to this LAN. And so when we look at day 3 of performance throughout EMEA and NA, we have to talk about Nemesis. Nemesis had a standout performance when it came to the last EMEA match day. And they had a little bit of a slow start on day number 1 for them, right? It was match day number 2. But in day number 3, they absolutely showed up. Take a look at that conversion rate in terms of top 10s, right?
Huge.
Nothing less than top 10, right? Top 8, nothing less than top 8. But the fact that they were able to get 4th 3 times and a win on Broken Moon, but also add on kill points along the way. So not only did they just perform extremely well, right? It wasn't a conservative win that they ended up taking there. They were involved in a lot of fights, and it really does come down to their ballistic pick, I want to really say. I think they utilized it extremely well. We didn't get to see it as much, but the ballistic does provide a lot. I want to talk a little bit more about that when we can.
Yeah, of course. We got to dive into that. I mean, Legend Bands, we've said it now once, but we will say it many, many times. It's going to be a huge change if you've joined us from Japan. But Zeph, I mean, we got to still focus on these teams. You've got one more one to watch as we head into this set.
And I know you guys like to focus on some of the highlights, but especially given the fact that this is such a large LAN, those dark horses really stand out to me. So Soten, coming out of APAC North, is going to be my one to watch. Okay. This is a roster who arguably is as fresh as they come when we talk about the competitive Apex scene. They have no prior Pro League experience to this split, no former LAN experience as well, but coming out of the initial days here in APAC North, they've represented, even with one first match day win, we get to highlight the ending here of this game in particular, where they walk away with over 23 kills in the end there. Now, it is a roster that highlights some volatility. We talk about a little bit those bans there. That is something that they are still trying to figure out when it comes to highlighting what legends and how they play them. I know a lot of teams like to stick to some more concrete roles. This is a roster who will swap the Newcastle round, who will play the altar in different spots, who will try to figure things out as they make it through the match day. And while that can come with massive highlights like a win on day 2, it can also lead to a bust on day 3 in APAC North, where they finish 19th.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot to talk about as we come back at halftime. We'll hit you on the desk here, and then, of course, to close the show. But our casters are going to get into some of the biggest things that are coming up. Legend bands, we've added Broken Moon to it. Altar, now a major fixture in competitive play. How's that going to play out? Well, our casters always have an idea heading into it. Not always the right idea. I'm included in that. But let's see what our talent predictions are as we look at our tournament coming up here in New Orleans. Because for me, this is something that I'll lean with mine first, LG. I'm kind of going with a team that has shown that they can be together and consistently stay together. I think that's important, especially when you're in this environment where there's 100 more teams than before. I mean, the people who know each other, I mean, that's becoming more and more of a commodity. So I liked them. However, we see Virtus Pro for the rest of the talent. Let's go to that next page and see where you guys land. Graceful, I'll start with you. Virtus Pro, we already know why you're picking them. You guys, here's the thing. Ben, you didn't highlight Virtus Pro, but you picked him. What's going on?
I just understand the quality of having the background of experience. I mean, come on, top 5 coming out of champs.
No, you know what it was? He was on Reddit in the green room. He saw what Reddit was going to pick. And
I love Reddit.
This guy loves Reddit, by the way. I hope Reddit loves you. They should.
They love us in part.
Well,
in pieces.
We love you guys. And
that's true.
Love you guys. And it's time to get into where there is no love lost, of course, the competition. But if you want to watch the competition the way that only you can with Face It, then I'm here to tell you all about it, because Face It Watch is your non-stop spot to check out every rotation, every big play, and every team comm that you want to see. If there's a squad here in the open, maybe not getting enough coverage, but you've been following them from Challenger Circuit or for years past, and now they get their big shot, you can see their perspective alongside the map or any other perspective you want and tailor the ALGS viewing experience your way. Go to faceitwatch.com and check it out. Faceit.com/watch, excuse me, just to be clear on that. And the other thing that we've got going on are Twitch drops, baby. Red Zone Pathfinder for today. Watch 30 minutes and you'll have a chance to claim these things. Each day we'll have a brand new Twitch drop for you all the way up until Sunday, where you get that blue napkin hollow spray. But you gotta love just getting the skin early on. and I can't wait to see who is repping that as well, showing that they are an ALGS avid supporter. Guys, we've had a lot of fun here on Desk. We've set the stage a little bit, but it's time to get into it here in New Orleans. So I'm going to bring our casters up on the broadcast. You know them, you love them. It's Onset and Gaskin. Fellas, excited for day one?
Am I excited for day one? Of course we're excited for day one. We've been waiting for this for what feels like an eternity now. We've had a couple of Pro League dates to kind of get us a little bit warm and ready for what's going to be going down. But now that we're here, the biggest ever ALGS event, and I mean, I keep looking in the distance here because we have so many stations set up, so many teams with an opportunity here that does not and has not presented itself previously.
There's going to be a lot of players who have never played on LAN, never played on a main stage, let alone. So this is going to be a huge moment for someone to try and make a name for themselves. And we've seen the rags to riches happen. I mean, the Na'Vi roster that's competing today, they were able to do it at the championships. They started in Challenger Circuit. Maybe we could be looking at our next world champions on our stage today.
Of course, it's going to be a different part for a lot of these teams and what they want to achieve, but let's focus on what's happening on our main stage right now. This is a lobby we're going to be focusing on, and this is your map rotation for our winners round one, our first 6 matches in our set, and we're starting off on Storm Point.
Just to give you an idea, by the way, there's 8 winners round matches happening.
That's a lot of matches.
Early on today, but we'll be focusing on this #1. Storm Point, as you said, is where we're going to start things off. So this is going to be your tried and tested. This is where you really want to be picking up consistent points, because moving into Broken Moon, that's the first time we're going to see it on LAN at an ALGS event. So that is very exciting.
It's the unknown, so to speak, for a lot of these teams, even the Pro League teams, even the teams that have done it on the biggest stage of them all. Well, this is the POI draft that we have in front of us right now. We do, of course, have 2 teams that are missing out of this lobby that you can see on in your overhead here. One of them would have been landing on one of them, shall we say, the lesser POI. It's probably the worst POI here on Storm Point, right on that eastern edge. But elsewhere, I mean, teams to look at here, Dan. We're really going to be focusing on our Pro League teams. We've got 6 of them in this lobby. And we also, you don't want to be, this is something to highlight here in these early rounds, right? Kind of focusing on the big teams, expect them to go through in that top 10, but you don't want to be a casualty. Imagine being a casualty in the first round of ALGS when you've got such expectations of not just getting through to the finals, but maybe winning the whole thing.
There's going to be a lot of nerves for these players, and I'm very interested to see what kind of legend compositions we're going to be seeing with a lot of challenger teams, open teams, whatever you want to call them. Maybe teams that are slightly unexperienced, haven't been able to scrim as much. There's going to be some comfort picks, I would imagine, across the board. And I'm looking at it, it looks like Newcastle is going to be the most selected legend in this lobby, which is kind of what we saw in APAC South. Newcastle was usually the first to go, but across every region, it's very different as well. You see Alta go, sometimes you see Cat go, sometimes you see Ash go, but it does look like Newcastle was the most popular here.
And Newcastle are going to be the most popular, which would presume we weren't going to see him after this. But just speaking of Zone and where we're going to be going here, we had a brief look at Virtus Pro and where they were dropping. Well, good news for VP fans. Zone's going straight towards Launchpad, which is where they are.
Yeah, Virtus Pro are going to be delighted, and obviously there was a lot of talent predictions expecting Virtus Pro for good reason. They are leading the North American Pro League at the moment in the ALGS. They are one of the favorites, just off of fine form, and they can kind of chill in Launchpad for now. But DXA Esports are going to be moving on in and maybe trying to take a position off of another squad here if they keep going this way.
Just in the Spiders for now, just taking a little bit of time to loot up. Something to notice as well, which is even better news for VP, is if you need game #1 on the main stage of the first day of the biggest ever ALGS event going your way with Zone. They also don't have anyone at Devastated Coast, so they've got nobody to worry about quick rotating from the south, one of the POIs that is open because we have this 18-team lobby. So VP probably getting some extra loot, everything that you need, a lot of Evo to pick up for them as well. It's probably one of the dream scenarios they would have wanted for game #1.
And we're going from region to region as we jump between points of view at the moment. ExoClan, of course, EMEA Giants at the moment. They're around 9th in the Pro Leagues. They've been competing pretty well, but you know Case Winnie, you've seen him on your screen so many times, has been always up there and very much a part of the ALGS. But at the moment, no real fights happening. As I say that, Arctic has just hit a nade onto Rambro, so we might see an engagement elsewhere.
Yeah, Arctic with a little bit of a Hail Mary coming off for him. But elsewhere, we can just watch a little bit of, we're going to watch the dogs be taken down, Dan. It's always a sad moment for me. I want the Prowlers to get revenge one day. Maybe the ALGS Open is where we see the Prowler get their first kill.
I'm still waiting for it. It's going to be a final circle and a Prowler is going to be involved. But O2 Esports looking to try and make their dent on this lobby as well, but at the moment just denting the Prowlers. Now, looking at that map overhead, there is going to be a lot of teams that haven't transitioned early. There is going to be so many teams in this kind of second phase that are going to be meeting mid-map, and engagements are going to start to happen. As you can see one on your screen, after EXO got that initial knock with the grenade, they are currently chasing, but struggling to catch up.
Swinny's into the drone, looking to maybe use the EMP if that was available. We'll jump on with Arctic. Obviously, this is a new look EXO Clan lineup from the Champs team that competed. Chaotic going back from North America to Europe as well. No longer the accent which stands out in those NA lobbies. Now he's a little bit more comfortable here in Europe.
Yeah, Arctic best finish 13th at the Esports World Cup, whereas Chaotic and K-Swinny, it's been playoffs. Split 1 playoffs was their best finish on different teams, but now K-Swinny just trying to use that R99 to spray through, but they have to be patient here. They don't want to overextend.
Now the EMP is going to be coming in, so they're going to try and play off of this. Chaotic on Ash as well. It's going to be able to be aggressive, but it's Arctic with the Rampage who's going to get the first knock, and we might be just about to see our first team out of this lobby. Them's trying to do what he can, playing behind the knockdown, but it's a 2v1 scenario. He's down to 10 HP. He's making it work, though. Oh, K-Swinny, you're left on your own. And if he's not quick, there might be an opportunity here for a bat to be popped, but no, it's EXO Clan actually who go down, and they're going to be the first team out of the lobby. We said don't become a casualty. Well, EXO Clan get thirded, I think, from distance here. And even though the res does come in, unfortunately, the second team out is going to be Virtue, but EXO Clan going out first in the lobby. Where were your odds on that one happening?
I think you've got to be careful in lobbies like this. There are going to be a lot of teams that aren't as experienced when it comes to making those rotations and finding yourself into the late game, and they will just retreat. They won't want to fight. They'll try and back off. They'll be looking for different positions, and that can open you up to a third party. And DXA Esports from APAC South, they punch on in and they pick up a couple of cheeky kills just off the back of it. But as you say, a disappointing start of EXO Clan, and they're going to need points in map 2.
Not on my bingo card, I have to say. EXO Clan going out first. However, most of what I can be, what I say sometimes can be taken with a pinch of salt. But for DXA, it's the perfect confidence builder, right? I mean, I think that's something we have to talk about a little bit as well, is the fact that a lot of these teams haven't competed on LAN, let alone a main stage scenario. So being up on that big stage, getting a few kills under your belt early, winning that early fight, and even stalling the fight out against a team like EXO Clan, just makes you feel a little bit more comfortable, makes you feel a little bit more at home, and all of those things have to be taken into account as we head into a little bit later in the series.
We've got another chase on our hands as well. I think FWG were very much considering trying to take the fight against O2, but O2 were just far too quick and were actually get past Lightning Rod, so instead it's going to be a different move through some difficult territory, actually. There's always the case that there could be a little ambush waiting for FWG, but I can see on the map overhead they are going to be absolutely fine. And now DXA, off the back of getting those kills, are now going to try and find their way a little bit closer towards this circle.
Yeah, they're a really good spot, actually, for this zone as well, just playing one of these tunnels underneath the majority of the playable area here. There was a team up on height playing Watson as well on the top of the bridge. Virtus Pro, we mentioned, they dropped here. They're playing the back buildings, which will allow a lot of the fighting to go down in front of them as that zone starts to pull a little bit closer in towards them. But you can see a couple of teams sharing the two tunnels up next to the fingers, or should I say the end of the fingers, which is a position you can hold down for quite some time. Just got to be careful of teams rotating and getting a few easy shots, because they'll probably try and take one of those spots off you a little bit later.
Now, for those of you with a keen eye, you might have been counting those legends of what that pick rate is and who's going to be banned. It is the first LAN we're having legend bans, and we're going to have a unique situation where we have 14 picks on both Newcastle and Catalyst, and I'll start to talk about that after this fight.
Yeah, VP getting wrapped here. They're playing the back of the Prowlers in that building I was talking about, but it's going to be Team Nemesis who dropped over at Elrod, who are taking this fight. They want to take Godspot away, but a smart Ash portal away is going to allow VP to survive here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Nemesis can do in this tournament. I think there's a little bit of pressure on them after their excellent display in EMEA Pro League quite recently. One of the favorites in this lobby for sure. But it looks like that other team is going to back off. Now, what I was saying about Catalyst and Newcastle, both picked 14 times, both the most picked legend. Usually the most picked legend would be banned for the next game, but because they're both picked the same, it's going to come down to whoever finishes the highest. So if first place has a Catalyst in their team, Catalyst would be banned. If they have Catalyst and Newcastle, then it would go to the second place team, and if they only had a Catalyst or a Newcastle.
You're so smart. Look at you.
Look at me.
You were so excited to get that.
I really was.
To do that. That's why you're here, because if that was to fall onto me, I would have had production on the end of the microphone telling me how to navigate that situation. Anyway, Launchpad still, you can see a lot of teams starting to stack up inside of it now, but still some teams, like you mentioned, who are probably a little bit slower on their rotates. FWG notably at the top of the your map overhead there, just heading outside Lightning Rod, up on the height of Command Center. But it's interesting to see, you know, Devastated Coast was open. Like we mentioned, one of the POIs that was open, so that southern rotate might be something that teams are trying to keep in the back of their mind. A couple of teams down there at the moment. Legion Gaming trying to hold anyone out who does make that rotate. Riddle Order over at Pylon at the moment, taking their time. You can see that one player is a little bit further forward, maybe to looking to scout out where their next rotation is going to be going. But O2 Esports now making a move on that northern side, a little bit closer to zone. As we jump on with No Surrender and a couple of names that you might be familiar with. Killer Pose, of course, one of those players. Mentioning O2, this is the rotate they make, and it is a very successful looking one.
And it has been a relatively slow lobby in terms of their rotations. Like, everyone has been taking their time, very cautious, but I guess that's to be expected. Day one, first match, maybe a little bit nervous. You don't necessarily want to take an early engagement. You want to feel things out a little bit. I mean, a lot of these players would have been warming up prior to this match, but still, it is not an easy situation to put yourself in. There's Nose Fox. They're going to be sitting on the southwest side here and actually could be one of the first teams to maybe take on Riddle Order when Riddle Order arrive, but Most Hated and Legion Gaming also in the area. So actually this southwest region is going to be quite a kerfuffle.
I mean, you look at some of the names here on this lineup, right? You've got Satsuki, you've got Laika, you've got Arufa. I mean, all of these players who have played on the biggest stages, have made finals lobbies. They really are one of the powerhouse teams in this lobby, and you can see from some of their rotates that they know how to navigate the traffic as well. And I imagine they're going to be looking for some KP here as well. They've got the purple shields. Probably got the info the team inside has blue, which is why you're seeing them try to be aggressive here.
Yeah, FWG are going to be below them. No Surrender, you can see they are keen to try and push in. They're going to go in together, but FWG are holding doorways. They do have an armor disadvantage, and they're going to have to use ults to get out.
Q coming in from Alta as well, just to take the height, and this might be a flank opportunity here for Dark as well, if he's smart about this one. They actually will give up the inside of the building by the looks of things to play the height. Got to be careful that they don't get abducted by that Q coming in below them as well. Something we're seeing a lot of to get that first pick in these 3v3 scenarios. But it's very isolated, this fight at the moment. Nobody really in the vicinity to try and third party. And again, you just see the kind of the dance continue between the two teams. No Surrender say, hey, okay, cool, you've got the high ground. Let's move on our way towards zone as the zone is going to close in around 20 seconds.
I wanted to see it happen in Americas versus APAC South battle. It's always a different kind of play style. There's different kind of aggressions and different ways of trying to bait and switch, but it looks like Forge Wolves Gaming will get away with it for now just because the zone is going to force them to close in, and they'll probably try and just go the opposite direction here and avoid the fight.
One thing I love about Legend bans as well is we get this unpredictability in round number one where it's not just about taking a fight, it's like working out what Legend you're fighting against. Because then you're like, okay, how do we navigate certain abilities? What are we waiting for? What can we use to get an advantage in this situation? As we do see this fight kind of continue. Castle Wall goes down here from No Surrender. So it looks like they'll be pretty happy with this spot. They're trying to hold them out. They know that the team in front of them has got to progress towards where they are. And I think with the weaponry that they have and the scout, a couple of scouts, I should say.
Oh dear.
They should be pretty comfortable to hold this team out. Good damage coming in, and they know they've got purple versus blue now after the initial engagement, and now having done that damage, they want to sweep in here.
Yeah, they are going to sweep in, and it should be easy cleanup. The shield disadvantage is just too obvious at this point. Maybe there's a hold, but it's going to be tough, and it looks like it's going to be a wipe.
Yeah, this is really, really good work from them, just making sure that no mistakes are made. Even though Killer Pose does go down, it's going to be essential. Whoa. Should have been an easy wipe. Should have been. Hold on! Isn't! No Surrender are eliminated. FWG with the hold. That should not have happened.
Shouldn't have happened, does happen.
Riddle Order gone as well.
That's your moment on the main stage. That is why you come to the ALGS Open, so you can just turn on a team and decimate them. What was it, 1 versus 2 in the end? Should not have happened, but did happen, and I'm glad we got to witness it. As you said, Riddle Order also got eliminated on that southwest side. Soten are going to be arriving in their place instead, but it's getting very congested on the northeast side now. Everyone is going to have to move, though, because look where that zone's going.
Some of these fights have been very sketchy. I gotta say, so far, there's been some big 2v3s. There's been scenarios where teams haven't managed to finish off that final player for a little bit longer. Go back to the first eliminations we saw of ExoClan. A little bit of time it took to get that third kill. Third party comes in, they get eliminated first. All of these things, maybe put it down to nerves, maybe you put it down to some damn good holds and plays coming in from the teams who have those disadvantages. But having a look at our map overhead here, there is going to be a pull away from Launchpad down towards the southern side where Dev Coast was. We're going to end up around that bridge between the two POIs as Zone in a little fight themselves as we have 14 squads remaining. Lots of nades there to deal with.
Zone currently leading with their kills as well at the moment. They've been silently going about their business after taking down Riddle Order, but they are taking a lot of damage. Just need to be careful, but the Newcastle shield being used excellently just to charge back up as O2 Esports also go down in the kill feed.
I mean, we're also seeing some of the big hitters go out in this lobby early. This is maybe a wake-up call, maybe a shot of caffeine that they would have needed in the morning to remind them that nobody is here to just turn up. Everyone is here to take over. So down to 1 now. Most hated eliminated in the meantime. And it's going to be NoseFox now who are moving in to clean up these final pieces.
Yeah, NoseFox should be able to get the ending of it, which they do. 11 squads now remain and 2 teams who are fighting so hard to stay alive. Again, the third party is ruthless when it comes to Storm Point. Just when you think you're safe, someone is going to arrive very quickly and promptly. But Zone is going to be moving south, and everyone right now is pretty much north. Look at those 7 teams that are all going to have to move at the same time. So actually, if you're a team like Virtus Pro, you have to say, do we just go for kills here? Do we pick up all these teams that are going to be running towards us, or do we start to move?
Well, at the moment, they're looking at res. They see the catwalls going down from Slayer as Zach Mazer, who's going to be brought back in. Lou has managed to find himself a red helmet to get those red shields, which is always a good thing on the altar as well. Probably the most aggressive of the legends they are playing in this composition, but they're going to have to do some work here because even though they will be safe in the next zone, just about, they've got so many teams who are going to have to try and go through them, and they've got to think about how they rotate here because Slayers just have to burn that catwall to get Zach back into the game.
And sadly, they've just been seen by Legion Gaming, the one team who is actually in the next zone, and it is just a battle of survival for Virtus Pro right now. Avoid the wealth of grenades that are coming from both directions, but it looks like they've been able to avoid them for the most part here, and now they can start to look to plan A, either if they want to move early and try and join Legion Gaming, or B, as I said, try and pick up some kills.
I tell you what, this man at Champs had some of the best Kraber clips I've seen in quite some time. Sorcerer with the big stick in his hand. The first time we're going to see it here in New Orleans. Is it going to be the first time we see it connecting with a couple of headshots here? This is an interesting rotate here for LG. They've got to try and burst their way towards this zone. A lot of teams still in front of them at the moment. A lot of teams still stacked up in Launchpad. As SGB, they will find their way into zone. Castle will go down for them. They'll be fine for this next zone.
Yeah, I like this move from SGB, playing Watson as well, so they have the ability just to create a little bit of space, create some ground that they can work with, and potentially pick up quite a lot of kills here, because all these teams from the north are now going to be running towards them, and here comes the zone. This is going to be a lot of fights happening.
Yeah, a lot of people who are left over in Launchpad who are a little bit worried about making that rotate. They're going to have to do so now. Vudo is the last alive. Unfortunately, it's going to be the zone who claims, the final kill of that fight. FWG will be eliminated. Oxygen Nun Arena, they've gone down as well, and LG will fall as well, so they can't make their rotate. RTS go as well, as VP start picking up a few KP themselves.
The zone has taken many a victim. 6 squads now remain. VP did survive, though. You can see Digivibes is going to be there and surviving, and maybe the next victim to VP if they notice. Team Nemesis, also one of those squads that went down in that absolute bombardment of kill feed. But it looks like Virtus Pro will be the main winners of it on that northern side. And as I said, just because they were ahead of all those other teams, they were able to just wait and pick them off.
Well, back over to zone. The team who made that southern rotation that we were talking about a little bit earlier, the fact that Dev Coast was open made that rotate a little bit more comfortable. Legion Gaming have gone, and we have 4, as Unleash will fall as well. Squads remaining. But we're not even in the final zone yet, Dan.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is going to be a lot of time to plan out how you want to take a final fight. 4 squads is always better than 3 because there's not going to be someone who just gets sent on. Instead, we might see 2 separate 3v3 engagements happen as actually Virtus Pro are pushing onto SGB.
Yeah, they have to move up this hill. They have to force their way towards zone. The catwall's going to be used here by Slayer smartly just to give them time to heal. Has to be careful of some sky nades that might be peeking over the top of the curtain. And indeed, there's going to be a swing coming in as well. It's a really smart swing. I like the aggression being shown here, and Zach has to try and hold the line now with this Havoc, and VP are scuttling away to safety, but with 4 squads remaining, like you mentioned, lots of angles they have to be concerned about.
Yeah, VP suddenly look at that zone and say, we might be able to force our way and win this game, as DX8 Esports will be eliminated by NoseFox. So that 3v3 did finish, but because NoseFox had to drop, suddenly VP take prime position center of the map here.
Well, they can get the zip back up here. They'll be all right, NoseFox, to take that height back, and that's because there's barely any teams alive. There's not going to be teams trying to steal that exact position away, but like you say, the distraction from that fight has allowed VP to move in now to the God spot at the back of this zone, and now we are in the classic Apex scenario, the end game where 3 teams survive, and it's all about not being the first to fall. and being the last to engage.
But look at the timer. This is like one of my matchmaking lobbies. I mean, round 5 is closing. There's still plenty of time for these teams to be thinking about where they want to go, and there is a Kraber in action.
Lose back. Oh, the second one gets denied by the upright. But a nice 210 headshot coming in from Lou with that Kraber. Takes it back to when he played on mouse and keyboard. Still got it. Even on the controller, he knows how to use this thing. So still trying to line up some shots here, Lou. Another peek. Is he going to teach? Yes, he is! Suzuki's going to be the next one to find out that the Kraber's in play. 2 headshots in a row, but you can see that VP still don't want to try and push on this one. They want to take their time. They want to not give up this position.
Worth noting, very different compositions for these 3 teams. NoseFox have Crypto, Fuse, and Ash. SGB have got Ash, Newcastle, Watson, and then VP, as you saw, Newcastle, Catalyst, and Alter. So many different elements that can change things. Satuki's gone down, though, so with Shades getting that knock, it might just change things here.
Lou with the abduction. Beautiful stuff for the Alter Q to put the Void Passage down and create an opportunity for himself. Back up we go. Can't quite finish that kill, and this is the problem. When you've got so much space, nobody wants to push because they know they will be thirded immediately. Even with all this damage that VP are doing, they just can't get the kills. They can't wipe this team.
And at the moment, SGB are just sitting back and they are waiting. They are hoping that an engagement happens, but they have to move soon. And I think they've just used Ash's portal just to transition a little bit closer towards these 2 squads. But they are going to be on that low ground. And it really is going to be down to what SGB do here. That's going to really affect how this final circle goes.
We're a test of patience here for VP as well.
Aggression from NoseFox.
EMP will go down to create a little bit of space. They have to push up towards this zone, and they're going to be able to do so. Leica with those P20s in hand. Tether goes in as well, and VP, from having so much space, now seem like they're all just a little bit trapped. Zach Mazer's going to be picked, but manages to at least draw some attention away, but Zach is going to be down into Rufu, who gets that pick with the scout, and the aggression pays off.
And SGB still waiting. They hear the gunshots. They're waiting for that knock. They know if they can just wait this out another 30 seconds, maybe a victory could be there for them.
Well, the catwall is enough from Slayer to keep VP alive for now, but look at the damages coming in, and this castle wall is not longed for Storm Point much longer. They're going to have to jump up here, and VP, who had so much control of space, they had that Kraber, they had so much damage, might be the team who are going to go out first if they try and take the port down. And SGP, like you say, who are waiting for their opportunity to strike, now they move in and they've got a PK to play with as well.
SGP should be able to clean this up now. VP go down, and there is a very weak NoseFox on the other side.
SGP move in. SGP will claim victory on the main stage here of our first game at the ALGS Open. And what a way to start the day for those 3 gents.
The EMEA squad all the way from challengers as well, just being able to force their way into that final circle, but being patient. I think that was what was important. And I think one of the only teams running Watson, may I add, in that lobby as well. They were able to move early in one of those circles. They were able to set up their space. They were able to force all the teams away from them. But then the composition to also have Ash, so they could transition from one side to the other, and then obviously have the Newcastle alongside them. And with that victory, it does mean that Newcastle will be banned because they didn't have Catalyst. They had a Newcastle, so
I love that you're so excited about this. You're like, stop, cool, stop. I mean, it's fair. Like you say, Newcastle going to be banned now. I think it's a great performance from the right. 5 kills, 5 assists, 8 knockdowns. Great end-game management as well. And maybe we'll be keeping our eyes on this team as we move through. Something to highlight as well. You know, in a lobby like this, if you have a game number 1 where you get good points on the board, that can carry you through. Remember, top 10 are the ones that progress in this bracket, who stay in the winner's side. So Game 1, you get that win on the board. That's huge for you moving forward.
No reason why you can't just keep finding, you know, top 10 after top 10 after top 10. Suddenly you're in a grand finals lobby at the ALGS Open and you have the chance to make history, basically, by doing it from being a team who is necessarily not expected to be there. But what a first game it is for SGP. 17 points on the board. NoseFox also finding 17, mainly through the amount of kills they were able to put down. And then Virtus.pro, one of the favorites, third place with 10 points as well. But it was a very patient final circle for SGB, maybe a frustrating one for VP because they had so much space, but they couldn't quite finish off NoseFox. They were hoping that the damage they were able to do early, that initial knock, would maybe lure out SGB, but SGB, they knew better. They were waiting, and they were very good.
Let's take a look at the stats from our top 3 teams then. In our match number 1, you can see first place, 17 points for SGB. It was Genie who got the 4 kills on the board for them. And just looking across the damage, not a huge amount of damage, but it doesn't matter when you're winning games as long as you're getting those points on the board. Second place for NoseFox box, like you say. A good KP coming in from Leica as well. 5 for him individually. And then VP at the end. Lou looking fierce in his photo, I will say. 3 KP for them overall. Good damage, like we say, but just weren't able to get that finish. That's the frustrating thing, right? It kind of takes you back to champs, where a lot of teams couldn't quite get the finish with the support mana, but a little bit different these days with the quick time to kill, and they just weren't able to close that gap because of the fact there was so much space for all the teams to play.
I think that'll be a frustrating one for VP, but maybe a good lesson to learn in match 1 of should they have been slightly more aggressive when they noticed RGB weren't arriving and gone for second place, for example, because that's always the consideration. In those kind of moments, do we play for second or do we think we can actually win? And sadly for them, they couldn't find a victory. But of course, that means that match 1 is done and dusted. We've got match 2 coming up right after this. We'll go for a quick break. We'll be right back.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Above if you can, Genos.
I don't have kill above, kill above.
Okay, hey, Ash on top, Ash on roof! They're fighting, one knock,
wait, chill a bit, wait the fuck body.
Yep,
still on right, chill a bit, chill.
We're chilling.
60 Walter.
I'm watching right.
Care above.
I'm watching right, I'm watching it. Look for kills, I'm watching right. Get ready to turn.
Wait, yeah, you're ready for it. We climb up right, I think.
I'm gonna place a Q when we go, by the way. So play my Q if you need to.
Ready to third?
Yep, I'm ready.
Chill. Focus left, force them into.
Yep.
Focus left.
Heard.
They're pushing, ready to third.
Okay.
Ready to third.
I'm queuing here.
One of them is low. Go right.
Right. Ash. Still one guy behind there. Chill a bit. Yep.
I'm batting.
We need control.
Go.
Right. Right side.
Nice.
Good fucking shit.
Sheesh.
Let's go.
Easy. Boring.
SGB with the first win here in New Orleans at the ALGS Open EMEA. The boys, you can hear it in the comms, Dan.
All I heard was them say
easy.
Easy.
Sorry, I got overexcited.
Easy first game on main stage.
Main stage is easy.
One important thing I saw there in the final moments, Banana actually was popping a shield bat, but then didn't pop it on purpose to push with the rest of the team. Very important thing, just to know that extra damage is important in those moments, not your shield. So good for them to take the first victory of the day, but of course it is only match 1. Newcastle will now be banned from match 2, so that opens up a new selection for a lot of these squads. Catalyst the likely to be banned next, considering she was on par with Newcastle, but we'll see. Maybe this will change things up. Maybe a few more alters come into the equation now.
Now, while you speak a lot of sense, I have a question to ask you, which is the last 2 games that we've had at an ALGS LAN, one EMEA become world champions.
Yes.
ALGS Open. EMEA wins game number 1. Is it the greatest region to have ever played the game, Dan?
I think it might be, just from pure statistics.
It might be from my strong bias.
It's hard from a source so well known throughout the Apex scene. But no, I think that, you know, it's a great start for EMEA, but Virtus.pro, for example, will be looking to try and put North America back on the map. Certainly not
Good
just
luck.
in this series, but in the entire tournament, because that's the real question. Who is going to be hoisting a trophy next? Will we see North America back at it again, or will it be one of the more familiar regions like EMEA? Stormpoint match 2, who is going to be the victor here?
You can see SGB with the win in match number 1. 5KP to their name. Newcastle will be banned, so no more Newcastle for the rest of this series. And back onto Stormpoint now. We'll have to see those teams who maybe we're all on it a little bit as we take a look at those legend bans, and we see Newcastle fade to grey with a little cross on him as well.
And just for anyone who might be new to watching, the ALGS Legend ban happens with the most selected legend is banned. So because Newcastle featured 14 times in those compositions, he will no longer be able to be picked. But of course that means that now you maybe switch to a different kind of support, or do you lean away from support? Because traditionally we haven't seen much other supports being used. A little Mirage comes into play a little bit in scrims as well. But I'm excited throughout this tournament as we get further and further. Do we start to see those one-offs start to arrive?
We don't want to look too far ahead because, believe me, we have a lot of Apex to play. More than ever before we get towards match point. But just a little thought that's been with us, and I think a lot of players is like, what if we go to like 10, 11, 12 in match point on Sunday? Who knows? I'm just saying.
You better hope that your lifeline main is ready to pull it out from.
Seen a little bit of lifeline scrims
from 5 years ago.
We're going to see a Bloodhound winning. That's what it's going to see. Bloodhound's return to the fore. These are the legend bands coming in. These are the picks that are coming in as well. You can see from the teams. Got a little bit of Fuse. We've got some Alta. A lot of Alta going to be seen throughout this weekend, of course. The most recent buffs in the recent season make her almost an essential part of your lineup if you can get her in there. Ash being pretty prevalent as well. Ballistic starting to come into play a little bit more as well.
A lot more Crypto as well, actually, in this lobby. But it looks like Catalyst is going to be the most picked, so she's going to probably be banned in the next game if my math is correct. Crypto up there with 11 picks, Ash at 9, Alta at 7, and a few more Ballistics than we had seen in the previous game, and still 1 Watson and 1 Wraith. Is it going to be that Watson or Wraith that maybe makes the difference? Because remember, it was the winning team who had Watson last time, and they're going to get to keep her for this match too.
They're going to be feeling very, very comfortable. And something we'll discuss a little bit more going on as we get through to the latter rounds is the difference between teams maybe looking in that first round to go for what they believe is their strongest legend composition, or maybe it's going to be one that they can play for a few more games. But we'll get to that discussion a little bit later on, because we need to talk about SGB, the winners of games number 1 from the Challenger circuit over in EMEA. And in their own words, Daniel Gaskin, and for everyone who heard at home from that listening, easy.
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 So I think I heard boring as well. It was a snooze fest for them. That's how easy it was, but we'll have to see whether that confidence can carry on to match 2. It's a straight swap from Newcastle to Catalyst for Banana. A slightly different playstyle. You don't have the shield to work with, but of course it is just about transitioning from point A to point B with Catalyst, getting that Dark Veil down to cover you, but you can do a lot more. You can be quite aggressive with a Catalyst, especially in those final circles when that Dark Veil is down.
Well, something to talk about from that previous game that I think is an indication that there was maybe some nerves on that main stage for a lot of teams is there were a lot of teams in Launchpad around Zone 4, right? But when Zone 5 started to transition and we saw the pull away, I think a lot of teams were scared to try and make the rotate or take a fight a little bit early, which is why you saw the lobby get cut down very, very quickly. And so few teams were left in that final zone. It's just gotta, you know, sometimes you got to just make the play. You've got to recognize your position and realize there's more of the game to come. You got to get to Zone 5. You got to get to Zone 6. It's about navigating a way to do that.
Yeah, you don't want to be chasing things when you get to the later stages of these matches and find yourself in the elimination bracket, of course. Now, this is where the zone's going to be heading. We're going to going up north between Wall and Cascade Falls, right about where Unleash currently are sitting. I imagine the circle is going to be arriving somewhere around there. FWG also looking to move that way as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a hillside ending. You can see exactly where we're going on our beautiful observer overhead right now. Usually pulls towards the top building, although we do see some on that hillside towards the rocks area, so we'll have to see where we do go a little bit later. Third beacon information, not going to be as vital, I would say, on this zone. It's more of a predictable one that we see here on Stormpoint, and one team is going to be feeling pretty chill about the scenario and where they find themselves. Is going to be Unleash. The only worry for them is that Dig Vibes has only got poor old white armor not too much to work with.
Or as Digi Vibes, as you called him throughout Pro League.
Why did you bring that up?
Just because I think he should rename himself.
That's a crazy comp from you. Everyone makes mistakes, me more than most.
I saw a post on social media.
We've accepted this now.
Maybe we should just rename to Digi Vibes. Anyway, Legion Gaming, they're going to be on the southern side and they're going to be moving through using that Dark Veil just to try and reposition around another squad here. And actually, they might be able to surround them.
Well, some shots coming in here from the G7 Scouts. Plexus is trying to get some damage down. It's going to be the first knock coming in. Beautiful push here from Miscam to get that first knock on the Ash as well. Just using that dash to get in and out. Get that first knock. It's going to be another kill going down in the feed as well. There's not going to be a team fully eliminated as yet, as Legion Gaming are looking to chase down the remaining member of Most Hated here. Lazar is out of there, and that's one great thing about being on Ash. You can just get away a lot of the time, hit the double dash, hit the port, and force this team to chase a little bit longer than maybe they feel comfortable doing.
Yeah, do Legion continue to chase? I think they'll probably give up on this one, especially when you realize what legend you're going up against as well. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting fights on the northern side up towards Wall, by the way, because there's going to be a couple of teams trying to force their way in on the north so that they can come in from the high ground to this hell house that you're seeing on your screen. But actually, there's a lot of teams that have already found themselves quite central to where their zone's going to be going. So if you do arrive from the north, there could be a lot of guns, a lot of eyes face towards you, and it might be difficult to head on in.
Well, Oxford Esports are in one of the buildings that we saw. Going to be prime position for this end game. And just looking at the rotates of a lot of teams, it seems like a lot of teams have actually got pretty quick, or attempted, I should say, to be pretty quick on their rotate towards this zone. The southern side of the map, where we're looking right now, is where a lot of action seems to be progressing and breaking out that you wouldn't expect. You've got Most Hated as that solo, still alive. You've got Legion Gaming, who are chasing with Lauder, moving through there as well. And those Fox, who were in that top 3 in the last game as well, potentially moving around Barometer. Might, if they hear a little bit of scrap going down, look to get involved. But we transition now to the northern side of the map. We transition over to the POV of LG, and Sorcerer now left on his own, trying to clutch here for LG.
Needs to as well. You don't want to be put in a position when you go down early, but LG will survive. Soten get eliminated. First squad wiped from this 18-team lobby, and LG will be able to now get back up on their feet. Doesn't look like there's going to be another team pushing them just yet, so they are going to be absolutely fine and be able to start to think about how they want to move afterwards. Now, more teams have moved to the zone as to previous match. Like, there was quite a lot of late movers. I think maybe people were trying to suss out how quickly this lobby was going to be moving, and now we've seen a lot of zone-heavy teams. Now everyone is starting to agree with that and move early as well.
Well, inside a wall, O2 Esports chilling, as you can see, from not only the POV, but also from the player cam as well. Just a little moment to, you know, adjust the shoulders, feel comfortable. You know how it is when you know you're here for the long game.
Stay locked.
Yeah. Just relocking. I think that's called. I just made that up.
Relocking?
Yeah. You know when you get unlocked?
Yeah.
Like, I need to relock.
Just need to relock. Get that.
Need to lock it.
Get that key in me and relock.
Can you lock it in, please?
Well, this is the fight I was talking about at Wall, by the way, because O2 are holding it, but Nemesis was starting to arrive, but Nemesis have actually gone past them. RTS also are going to be happily moving along as well. Maybe Virtus Pro might take on a fight against O2 Esports a little bit later, but we'll have to wait and see, as RTS is just having a little scout to see if maybe they can take down any arrivals from the southeast side, but it looks like they're going to be happy for now as well. A lot of teams just avoiding fights at the moment, and I get it. First game or first series, you don't necessarily want to take any early fights, but at the same time, you might not get many chances for fights and for points, and if you go into a fight a little bit later and you're not quite warmed up, things can get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, Arctic being in charge of watching their back for ExoClan at the moment, who were the surprise casualties of the first lobby in that fight that we saw go down.
Would you rather hold the front line, or would you rather be the solo holding the back line? You'd be holding W and running towards anyone that's in front of you.
I'm 50 yards ahead, wondering why no one's helping.
And then this is me saying, all right, this guy's behind us.
I'll come back, don't worry.
Oh, there is...
Win your ones, Dan. Win your ones.
There's a full team that's going to be flying over them, and actually DXA are going to see the remainders of RTS also arriving to the ground, but it looks like they've been able to avoid it. And yeah, they're into the zone, so that's a good rotation from RTS. They can hold this position now, but they're just concerned about a team that might be down in that tunnel.
Yeah, got to watch this choke for any rotates coming through. They should be able to hold it. It's a very easy hold from that position. The only issue is if the lobby starts to stack up inside of the zone, team shooting you in the back, and before you know it, you're taking a bit more damage than you would have wanted. VP might need the ER in a minute because 2 players are down. And Zach Maines is trying to escape here. Gets a little bit more chip damage. And for what was a very good, but maybe a little bit of a frustrating game number 1 for VP, it's looking like a potentially very bad game number 2. VP are out.
I mean, the Phoenix kit was a bold move, has to be said, but I think maybe they got caught off guard by O2 Esports. Team Nemesis also came back north when they heard that commotion, so Virtus Pro just getting shut down on their northern rotation. I said the wall was going to be tricky, and sadly, Virtus Pro were the ones to find that out.
So another big hitter out early in this lobby. Nemesis still involved in this lobby. You can see they're in wall at the moment. They were the team who are trying to clean up that final little bit of damage. O2 Esports also there as well. There's your map overhead to show you where we're going for zone number 3. And like we predicted, we are going to be going towards the hillside outside of wall. ExoClan trying to hold down a lot of space at the moment with that spider, where the spiders are, and also the exit towards Command Center, where a lot of teams will try and rotate through. Command Center's looking very busy, by the way. You've got Oxygen, you've got Riddle, you've got SGB who are in there, and ExoClan holding. So we could see a lot of teams falling in and around Command Center.
Take note of all the Catalyst players in this lobby, because this final circle is going to be very cat heavy, and they are going to be the most integral part of winning this game. Just being able to bounce through that dark veil, not getting any vision impaired, not getting any slowing effects, anything like that. They will be the ones that will have to be the aggressors, give all that info to the rest of the team as well. That is presuming at least a few of the 13 teams running Catalyst get to that final circle, but hard not to with the amount there are.
Riddle Order on our screens right now. Wig will be smiling, I'm sure.
He always is.
He always is. Oxygen, None, Arena have been eliminated. Area, excuse me. My pronunciation is terrible.
Oxygen, None, Arena.
Area, Dan. Please get it right.
O2 Esports now looking to try and get their next victim at the wall. It's going to be LG this time. Can they take down Virtus Pro and LG?
Well, the sling is going to be good because it means that they've got the rampage to work with. It's going to be revved up, and Tenton's moving in now. Does get taken down, so it's going to be a 1v2 by the looks of things, as LG will find 2, and unfortunately here for O2 Esports, it's looking like into the Void Nexus, trying to survive. Maybe everybody's going to try and retreat, as Nemesis looked to move in for a third party here. They didn't look like they were overextending for it, but just seeing if they could pick up a couple of KP.
Yeah, it's only 2 members of Nemesis that are going up and having a look just as they did earlier, as now Riddle Order down on this southeast side next to Legion Gaming, and this probably will end up in a full 3v3 engagement.
Ooh, it's not looking too good here for Tyler, though. He'll be the first one to fall in this fight. Saku and Meltzera are the last 2 alive. A lot of damage being done here by Saku. Lots of shields being broken, but frustratingly no exchange of knock. So they can turn this into a 2v2. Might have done enough damage here to think about the res, but it's always a risk. If you go and stick that res, they get that information. And then they're more likely to swing. Saku's looking like he might be trying to escape from here alongside Meltzera. And yes, indeed, even with Sanpei trying to chase him down. Virtue have been eliminated in the meantime. Saku is whipping his wrist left and right to try and get some damage down.
Pop it.
But might be able to just about escape here.
Might be sacrificing himself just so Meltzera can get away here. Oh no, they're both going to be able to get away, but Legion are very much on the hunt. They don't want to allow this escape, but I think they might have to give up on this one because they may just allow another team to come in third.
Well, I mentioned the fight that might go down inside a command center where there is action in the kill feed, and it's involving SGB, ExoClan. As Legion Gaming maybe look to go back and just hold their spot that they had previously, but they're going to have to rotate as well in just a few moments' time. You can see where Riddle Order did manage to just kind of escape to the bottom of that waterfall area. The zone is pulling slightly to the northern side of where we saw some of those teams like Unleash and DXA set up a little bit earlier as we take a look at where it's going to be going. And playing that northern side is going to be an advantage. ExoClan do have a really good walk-in if they can hold this command center push from all these teams trying to move through.
And this is going to be even more important for those Catalyst players as well, because you look at that circle, you look at all that open space, and the Dark Veil is going to be so important just to try and block those visuals from other teams so you can get into a position to maybe win the game. But before that, the circle prior is going to be absolute chaos, because we still have, what, 13 teams left in this lobby. And they're all going to have to try and force their way in. Still a few haven't even made it to this next circle, by the way. You can see on that southern side is, I think Nose Fox are currently taking a fight against Riddle Order on the south, and I think they just won it as well. But LG also fighting, and it looks like they might take down the remaining of O2.
Yeah, it looks like they just picked out one player. Their Ross was caught away from the rest of his team, and LG just absolutely leapt on that. Shubi finds another one here, and this is looking like a very comfortable clean wipe here for LG inside of wall. And they've got to be careful of potential third parties. We mentioned there's a lot of teams still alive here. Shubi moving in to finish off this one, and it will be able to as well. O2 Esports are eliminated, but there's the EMP, and it's FWG who are having a little look at this. LG should, and I say should, be able to reset, but no! Noi's going to be taken down, but they do have a Void Nexus down. They should be able to retreat and get the res.
Riddle Order will be finally eliminated. They desperately tried to stay alive, but were unable to do so. And now FWG looking to try and force their way onto LG, but it looks like that Void Nexus may have just saved them. Another reason why Alta has been so strong in compositions so far this season.
Yeah, a little fallback that you can have if a fight doesn't quite go your way and you've got enough time and you stall out a fight, you can hit that Void Nexus, return to it, and then get that res. It's a little bit risky to try and push through, trust me. I've done it a few times. Just a few. I'm an honest man, willing to address my own mistakes.
NoseFox currently leading the lobby now, 24 points. But they are on the southern tip, and they have to still move up a little bit. It's Legion Gaming who are watching them, as are No Surrender. So they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, but one way to avoid that is an Ash Portal.
Now they're looking to move up here. It's going to be team up on this high ground, though, and you can see Arufa's taking damage. Leica is down as well, so it's going to be trying to just escape at this point, popping the battery, but no! It's going to be Killer Pose with that bow check. From distance, who manages to get that knock, and now they're just down to one. Arufa is going to be last alive, and that will be them eliminated. No Surrender involved in that fight. Like we mentioned, the bow check from Killer Pose, pretty much the dagger, or should I say the arrow, that really changed that fight their way.
An arrow to the heart as SGB, the winners from match 1, still have a solo player remaining, a rat just hiding away and hoping to avoid any confrontation from No Surrender.
I am but a bamboo tree.
Be the stick.
I was trying to think what it is. What's a stick? Is it a stick of bamboo?
It's a bamboo stick, yeah.
Okay, cool. I thought there was like some...
Could be a bamboo shoot.
I like that.
Whatever really you want to go for. But yeah, SGB now, it's about collateral damage, right? It's about just trying to pick up a couple of extra points after losing a couple of members early on. But No Surrender are so close to that remaining player. As ExoClan over on the eastern side, they came through Command Center, and now, as you alluded to earlier, they can kind of walk into this circle, but they just have to make themselves big. A lot of shots have to go down to try and stop anyone from taking their spot away.
Yeah, FWG are holding a lot of space. They're the team who have God spot at the moment, and they are more than aware that there's a team outside of Command Center who are going to have to try and move towards them. I think that the EMP from ExoClan is going to be very important to try and force them away, but elsewhere, No Surrender on our screens right now. Trying to move up towards LGN up on the high ground, but it's looking like a pretty difficult rotate for them to make. But Legion Gaming are going to hit the evac here and should give them a little bit of a freedom of rotate themselves. So not taking the fight, always a good thing. 9 squads remaining, so plenty of space within this zone for teams to play with. And Legion Gaming are going to make the move early, which is something we saw teams struggling to do in that game number 1. We kind of put it down to nerves a little bit. Now we're seeing teams start to make plays a little bit early on that rotate.
No Surrender do get eliminated. Legion will move first. There's 3 teams on the west that are all going to have to fight each other. SGB are still alive, by the way, amidst the bamboo, as you mentioned. The real question is how far can you go and how much damage are you going to take on your way. As you can already see, Miscam's gone down on the side of Legion, so they moved earlier. It's SGB confirmation they will be eliminated in 8th place.
A couple of little placement points picked up, though, by the solo, which is always good. Always helps, especially when you've won that game number 1. Moves you a little bit closer to qualification. Remember, if you're watching here, top 10 in this lobby will go through to the next round. Bottom 10 will be into the elimination bracket where they'll have to fight to stay alive. And speaking of fighting, LG at the moment seem to be winning every single fight. Every time we jump on their POVs, RTS will be the next victims as they will fall as well. Legion Gaming now in a little bit of a fight themselves. The Catwalls having to be burnt a little bit early here by a lot of teams, and that's because of the fact there's just no natural cover. No Newcastle either that's been banned to give you that cover. So it's all about just holding teams out with guns. And at the moment, it's Naughty and LG who seem to have the most firepower in the lobby.
Naughty being Naughty. Maybe needs a little spank. 4 squads now remaining as LG will spank Legion out of this lobby. And there are 4 Catalysts still alive as well. So just that time to reset, get those Dark Veils back up, and they will play that huge part in this final circle.
The Sorcerer's got a Kraber again. Can't quite jump up into the queue that he puts down there. A little bit of frustration for him, but, you know, it is what it is. DXA down on this low ground, trying to wrap their way maybe towards ExoClan's position. LG have a lot of space on this western side of the zone. They command pretty much all of it. And speaking of LG, let's jump into the listen-ins. We still see Sorcerer, excuse me, trying to line up some Kraber shots.
How do we play this tree? I think.
Okay, these guys are queuing, rapidly, pushing me. They're full waiting.
Okay. 50 on 1. You can play my angle, I have a Kraber.
They're heading.
Wait, they're
heading. Don't give them right here. They were running at me though. We're okay.
I'm just nading. Blue armor. 150 on cat.
I'm just nading.
Kill him.
Nice. Dead. Last one.
Oh, dead.
Bro, I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here. Oh my god. Okay.
No, we're good. We're good.
I have 0 bets. 0 bets still.
We're gonna play this tree spot right in front.
Okay,
I didn't pick. There's 2 bats here, Naughty.
Zone is invis. Zone is invis for me.
Right here. It is invis for me too. We're just gonna play.
On me. Come to me.
Just come to me. Come
to me, Shibby.
You have to fucking. I'm getting impeded.
I'm good. We have to play for a second.
I'm batting.
I broke John.
I think we're fine.
Throw an Nexus then for me.
Alright, through it. Oh, see me.
Bro, what the fuck?
He's from height. He's one. You want? This is the team for height.
Farming them.
Well, ExoClan trying to make up for a little bit of a disappointing game number 1 here. LG hitting some big shots, and it was Sorcerer this time who was feeling a little bit saucy. You were saying the Naughty was feeling a bit naughty. Well, ExoClan trying to move up onto the high ground now to close this game out.
Yeah, they have a lot of high ground, a lot to work with as well. And you can see they are just going to wait and maybe use that crypto drone at the right time. The EMP could be vital as now Dark gets taken down. And ExoClan just trying to find out where those remaining pieces of FWG are. And it looks like they have been able to spot him out and will be able to shut down the final moment. So now it is going to be LG as a 2 against ExoClan.
LG do have the height though, and you have to wonder if they're going to be able to do enough. But ExoClan have managed to get some height themselves. Swinny's going to play it, but maybe he's going to give the opportunity to LG to turn this into a 2v2. Swinny tried to make an aggressive play, just the timing was off on all of that, and it's looking like a 2v3 scenario that's going to be turned in the way of LG. The break comes in now from Naughty. He's going to challenge, even with the dash. Chaotic turns it into a 1v1 though. Shuby knows that he's broken, but he gets tethered.
Nice tether.
Shuby is in the middle of nowhere right now. But there is the cover coming on from the knockdown shield. Whistler goes in here for Shuby. It's a 1v1, but this has got very, very awkward. Chaotic jumps behind the knockdown himself now, and this is all sorts of crazy as this 1v1 continues, and finally LG will win it. It's a 2v3 they turn around, but I've got to say, it was a bit messy from everybody in that final fight.
Also Ballistic showing why he can be an important character to have in those final moments as well. Just the threat, the sheer scary factor of the Whistler coming in as well. You're terrified to be shooting your gun if they have been able to connect with it, but LG put big points on the board and show why they are one of the dominant forces in this lobby.
They just got 22 kills.
22 kills and turned around a 2 versus 3 as well.
Yeah, they just got 22 kills in the lobby. They look pretty chill about things. Why wouldn't you? You just put 22 kills up in the lobby here on the main stage of New Orleans. It's always a good feeling, gotta say. I mean, you can't ask for more, especially a 2v3. I gotta say, Swinny, the timing was off. The timing was off from that initial push. He wanted to be aggressive. I get the idea. He sees it's a 2, but
you could see a discussion there. K-Swinny and one of his teammates, maybe Arctic, actually just having a little chat there and probably saying, you know, kind of how did we throw that one away? Because for all we talk about, you know, LG winning the 2v3, ExoClan need to look at themselves and say, we cannot allow those kind of situations to pass us up. If we want to be getting to the latter stages of this tournament, we need to be better. So again, a good lesson to learn in the first matches of the day so that you don't have it happen later on. They still put 17 points on the board, but it is the 34 points on the side of LG, which should realistically guarantee their spot in the next round.
Yeah, very, very strong performance there from LG. The fighting looked very, very good for them every single time that we jumped onto their POVs. Just looking down at the other side, though, it was VP who had a difficult game in our second one here on Storm Point. No points for them as they got caught up in wall. Team Nemesis were there as well. They only managed 1 point from where they found themselves as well. SGB, though, the winners, excuse me, of game number 1, they get a few extra points on the board as well. 3 in total, which is going to certainly push them a little bit further into that top 10 to make them feel comfortable, as we have the next legend being banned, being Catalyst, like you were saying. So no Newcastle, no Catalyst, 2 of the strongest defensive legends.
So now what do you do?
Gone. Good news for LG. They're killing everything.
Great news for LG. I mean, likely we're going to see more cryptos come into the equation, more Ash, more Alter as well, but it's that kind of final spot that you want to, you know, your defensive legend, that person that helps you transition from point A to point B. Again, it is something that Ash can do in a slightly different way. It's something Alter could do in a slightly different way as well. I mean, it's even something that Bangalore historically used to do by putting smokes down, but I doubt we're going to see that much of her, although she did appear once, no, 3 times actually. 3 teams selected Bangalore in match 2. So we'll have to see how this Legend selection goes in match 3. But looking at the first 2 Legends banned, this is shaping up more like an APAC North kind of situation than typically EMEA or NA.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a kill-heavy lobby. That's what's going to make the difference. And we were talking about it right before we got underway here in New Orleans. We were like, I think these first few rounds is all going to be about kill-heavy. If you're one of those pro league teams, don't be afraid to take the fight. Take the opportunity when it's in front of you. If you get kills on the board early, the placement points will come because, like we've seen, there's a lot of space in these final zones. I mean, we saw 3 teams. I think it was in Zone 5 in game number 1. So there is going to be an opportunity for you to look for those placement points a little bit earlier. As yeah, we're going to continue here in just a few moments' time. We'll get game number 3 coming on Storm Point. Dan, are you excited?
I'm very excited.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Open here in New Orleans. We've had 2 games under our belt here on Storm Point, and if you see this beautiful thing on your screen right now, you're probably wondering what it is. Well, Secret Lab knows the body was built to move, and their Titan Evo chair has evolved to meet that need. While the 4-way L-Adapt lumbar support system cushions your spine on a Y-shaped lattice of living hinges, the 165 degrees of recline and Class 4 hydraulics will keep you steady and ready while backing your every move.
I've always said my body was ready to move, but there is merch that is going to be dropping on June 27th, playapexshop.com. I'm excited to see what they are going to be. Looks like a Nessie to me. I win.
You reckon?
I win.
You reckon?
Do I get it?
No, I'm not. I think you're crazy.
The Prodigy
Crazy
collection.
Cool. That could be anything. I'm not going to tell you what I thought it was. Anyway, this is some of the stuff as well that is coming soon, so get excited for it. You can see some awesome merch, some awesome tees from the creators and Apex Legends. What would you go for, Dan?
I've always been a Bloodhound main, so it has been pretty sad not to see much Bloodhound on the stage.
Guy.
But why? I'm not a Mirage guy.
Dan loves Mirage.
I've never said I'm a Mirage guy,
Can't
but
get enough of
apparently so.
Mirage.
Bloodhound, yes. Mirage, no.
Big Mirage guy. Trust me.
Every single time.
Anyway, let's talk about the lobby. Let's talk about what we've got, because we've got one more game on Storm Point before we get a little bit interesting, before we start mixing things up. And we do see the newest map that we've had added to the ALGS. We've got a little bit of Broken Moon coming our way down.
Why did you say it in Scottish?
I can't not say it in Scottish.
Moon.
I don't know. I just Broken Moon. It just, maybe it's the horizon in me, Dan. Who knows?
I'm very excited when Broken Moon does arrive, but we still have one more match on Storm Point. But Broken Moon will be important because we've already seen quite a kill-heavy lobby for the likes of LG being able to pick up points. Well, Broken Moon is going to even more open up the space for teams who like to be aggressive. Plus, we can have several defensive legends banned by that point. I think that most likely we'll see Alter get banned once we get to Broken Moon, but we'll see what happens here in match 3.
Well, let's see who replaces Newcastle and Catalyst. And I'm kind of excited the fact that we do have the 2 most, I would say, reset potential heavy legends taken out. It means the lobby opens up for KP, which is always a fun thing to commentate. We'll be selfish about it. We'll be honest about it. And ExoClan, I think, an interesting couple of games for them. Game number 1 didn't go great. In fact, it went very badly.
Very
They got
badly.
0 points. However, game number 2, much better, but just that frustrating end game for them. But I will say it looks like the vibes have picked back up.
Is he cleaning his mouse pad?
No. He's
warming up the...
I was about to say...
Warming up the
I was about
forearms.
to give you like a really good explanation of what was happening there, and they was like, I'm not actually sure what he's doing.
Just making sure the mouse
So I'm just gonna say
lasers are all working, but that's the first 2 matches, how it's worked out. SGB took game number 1, said it was easy, and then LG dropped 22 kills on the lobby. Now that's kind of what I was expecting when I was looking at these lobbies, some of the big teams running through and getting a lot of kills and kind of showing their excellence here. Well, LG have done just that, but can they now do it again in match 3? 6,500 damage, by the way, double what SGB were able to do in match 1.
Not bad.
No, not bad. It's all right.
Not bad. I think there might be a little bit of internal competition between some of our biggest teams in the world as who drops the most kills in one of these early rounds. LG with a good kind of marker, I think, as we take a look at those Legends bans. Just to remind you, Newcastle was banned after game number 1, and Catalyst has fallen to the wayside in game number 2 here. So maybe a little bit of Bangalore, like you mentioned, maybe a little bit of Rampart coming in as well.
I guess it
A ring
depends.
console.
If you want the ring console, you're going to be looking at, Watson, Rampart coming into the equation. Maybe a Fuse as well if you want to be able to do that once you get to the blue shields and you select it on that side as well. So we'll see where those Legends actually come and who is going to be picking what. But match 3 looks like it's locked and loaded, then we're ready to go.
Well, here we go then. Where is that zone going to go? We've had one over at Launchpad, and then we headed all the way up to the north towards the wall on the hillside for game number 2. Let's see what happens in game number 3 now as we are live for our final time here on Stormpoint.
And I tell you what, if you had to blind guess who was going to be banned here, I bet you wouldn't get it. Ballistic is the most picked Legend out of these teams. Very much into the equation now, and that is going to be a lot of whistlers flying around the map, making some noise, and making it very difficult to take your ones.
Well, LG feeling very good, feeling very chill after a 22 kill game and a win in our game number 2. You can see the Legend picks at the top of your screen as well. Just give you an indication of what you can expect to see in these compositions. And like you say, it was just kind of snuck through there, and unfortunately, Ballistic will be banned in our next game. I'm always a bit sad when I see Ballistic go. You know why?
Just because he's English.
Because he's English, and I am biased.
EMEA teams.
VP get zone again.
English Legends.
That's insane.
VP get zone, and also we have a Vantage in the lobby. Now, I said ALGS Open, we're going to start seeing more Vantage because these teams are going to start.
Wait, we get a Vantage?
We have a Vantage in the lobby.
Is that the first time we've ever seen a Vantage at an ALGS event?
It may well be. Gibraltar also been picked by one. Valkyrie starts to arrive. A couple of Watsons, Bangalore's, Ramparts. We're starting to see many a Legend being chosen now, and this is where you have to have a deep Legend pool. This is when you need to trust that your teammate can play Vantage, for example, and not saying, wait, what do her abilities do? How do I actually play this character?
I can almost guarantee as well that someone at some point is going to say, is that a Vantage issue? Because I think
Did I just get marked by Vantage?
What? I think that's going to be some of the fun that we're going to have here on day number 1. We're going to see some Legends we haven't seen used before with people experimenting. Maybe, like you say, people just feeling comfortable on those kind of Legends. But VP do get zone again. Something to note as well. I think they've recognized that Devastated Coast is completely free, which is why you're seeing Zach on the Bangalore this time around, taking the whole POI to get that loot himself. And they're now moving towards where they saw that game number 1 end. I think they've read the zone as being almost exactly the same as that game number 1, and instead of playing at the backside of Launchpad where they saw a lot of teams stacking up, they're going to play a little bit more towards Devastated Coast, but you can wonder if other teams are probably thinking the same thing.
Well, actually, they might be greeted by Legion Gaming, who are going to be arriving very quickly into their midst, as I saw on the map overhead. And Virtus Pro, if they're not careful, might get caught off guard by the 3 of Legion Gaming, but you can see the overhead there, and Virtue are going to be in Jurassic Park just looting through. They'll be fine. Exoclan are taking a look, but this is the fight I was talking about. Legion have just sent themselves between everyone on Virtus Pro, and this is going to be a fight.
White armor going to be the call out though. Lou, he's going to have to be very careful here. As you see, the ballistic ult has been popped here by VP to try and get aggressive, to try and force this team back. Sampay's going to have to take a second here to just get himself healthy, but the difficulty of this push is the fact that they do have the Watson, but Zach Mays is going to get a great angle here with this 30-30, and we'll get that first knock.
Yeah, that first knock is massive, because now Virtus Pro will be able to just surround the other 2, and they may try and retreat here. So Legion Gaming, they desperately tried to force their way into zone to play for the late game, but sadly, VP had moved too quick, and because they were spread out, they were just all around them. They had them at multiple angles.
Well, Lou's just on the hunt at the moment. One player has managed to just about escape here by the looks of things and get out of there for Legion Gaming. Most hated moving now into that position. There's actually 2 alive. They've come back. They're going to play this one as a duo. Maybe not the best idea because Lou is hunting you down. He knows he's got white armor, and Lou in these 1v1s is so, so good. It's going to be Zach Mazer who helps him out a little bit there by adding one piece of damage, which would frustrate me as a player, so I don't get the kill. But, you know, it is what it is. As we move our attention over to LG, who dropped 22 in the previous game, but this fight might be a little bit tougher for them. Sorcerer is going to pick up one, though, after Shuby gets the opening knock, and jumping behind that door is Hijax, who has to try and hightail it.
Yeah, it looks like LG have just been able to close this one out, or at least do enough to get back up to a full 3. It was looking a little bit dicey at the mill, but no surrender. They've been able to back off, and maybe they're trying to get a res as well, and they might actually be okay. I think Avoid Nexus may have saved them, as now Most Hated looking to try and push up onto Virtus Pro.
Yeah, VP playing the gauntlet at the moment. Everybody trying to move into this position to take it away, and like I mentioned, it might be an after effect of that game number 1, where everyone is like, hey, there was a free rotate that pulled towards this side last time. VP got there early, and now everyone is finding that VP have rotated here early. Trying to take that spot away is going to be very, very difficult, especially after the confidence of winning that first fight.
I think it's wise to make these early moves, as you've mentioned. Without Catalyst, without Newcastle, there is very little to do to try and reset in some of these fights, but Most Hated have just lost one. Again, VP able to shut down anyone who arrives, so their next victims will fall, and Virtus Pro suddenly have 6 points on the board purely through kills, as now LG are looking to take down the rest of No Surrender as well.
Yeah, it should be pretty comfortable for them to do. There's only one player alive inside of that building. Sorcerer's going to take his time. Then he's going to jump in the whip. Then he's going to arrive at the door. He's going to give it a little knock, 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 and then he's going to finish this fight off. Beautiful stuff coming in from LG. Their fighting looks really, really strong here.
Just be easier if you don't answer the door if they knock. Just say, no, not today, thank you, move on, find another team. But No Surrender, sadly, will be eliminated, and we'll have to think about match number 4 as we move over to Broken Moon, because this will be the last time we have Storm Point in this lobby. But there's about 8 or 9 teams that have already found themselves in Launchpad and the surrounding areas, as Legion Gaming will be respawning, as you see on your screen. So that one member was able to escape down to Coastal Camp, and Legion will get a second bite of the cherry here.
Well, Riddle are going to be inside of the building. The DXA are about to try and siege, and there is a Sheila in play. Acquaintance trying to line up a couple of members, and instead they've now learned that that's probably not the best place for them to try and rotate into. Instead they use the Void Passage to escape. A couple of iframes to stay alive here when you go through as well, just to make sure that you can check your surrounding areas and just take no damage, essentially, as you make a little bit more of a difficult and unpredictable cross. And they will be able to just reset here pretty comfortably.
I was trying to see if any of the other teams are going to be fighting. Yes, Virtue do get taken down. I think it was ExoClan who actually won the engagement elsewhere on the map, just west of Pylon. So ExoClan making up for, you know, trying to, maybe they're playing this game a little bit angry after their loss in that previous game. Sometimes that does just spur you on a little bit, as DXA are going to be able to hunker down here in Launchpad. It looks like they've found a place to call home, and Rampart will be able to at least help them redecorate.
Just realized, by the way, the Exo Ultras, they're going to be here at some point.
They're everywhere.
In New Orleans. They're probably still on Bourbon Street, which is a terrifying, terrifying idea to kind of put through your head. Zony is going to be pulling, as you can see, towards Launchpad, and VP in a very good spot. It'd be frustrating for VP, I think, if the zone does pull back towards where they played that game number 1, which is looking like it could well do.
Could well do. Just when you think you know the rings.
Sod's Law, they call that, do they?
Just when you think you know them, they take it away from you instantly. But you can see teams on the south, they're going to be moving in. RTS are going to try and rotate down through Devastated Coast. Legion Gaming, after their respawn, will be shadowing them. And Nosefox, again, moving very late. Maybe they're hoping to get a little bit of information before they move in, as ExoClan also make their rotation down to Pylon.
So VP holding the bridge at the moment, maybe trying to do a little bit of damage onto Riddle on the double building below them. ExoClan, like you mentioned, they're in Pylon at the moment, just trying to see if they're trying to hit a man scan or something similar. And a much better game, but like I mentioned, it's probably very frustrating. It's like one of those you finish, it's like you have to take a second and be like, okay, we actually did pretty well in that game. Like,
17 points.
We messed up the fight, sure, but we had a much better game than game number 1.
17 points, you're in 3rd place, you put yourself in a really good position to try and transition into winners bracket round 2. You can't be too disheartened. Now VP are sending it, but they've lost one.
I think it's a 2v2 inside of the building at the moment, but a lot of damage being done, and Riddle Order just get run over by VP. Lou will have to be picked back up, but there's nobody in the vicinity here to third party this fight. They will be able to get healthy, they will be able to get the res off, and now jumping into the drone. will be able to hold off any third parties, or certainly be aware of them. Again, just use of the ballistic ultimate coming in straight away to make sure that they were ready to fight as soon as they got some opening damage, and that opening knot, they can cross that ground, they have that movement speed, and they can be a real problem.
Riddle get the diddle, and it now means that VP are going to try and answer back to what LG have just been able to do in the previous game, because Virtus.pro, the expectation is there as Oxygen None area get eliminated.
Very good.
Virtus.pro should be able to dominate a lobby like this, realistically. And if you want to put yourself as a favorite going through the rest of the tournament, you need at least one big game, in my opinion.
Well, LG, who had that big game in game number 2, 41 points on the board already after 2 games, and most of those came in our game number 2. Won't be afraid to fight anyone. They do have zone 3 information as well. You can see on your screen, so they've hit a ring console on their way towards the position they find themselves in right now. They're tucked underneath FWG, and it's always a little bit awkward, this position, because even if you have to try and rotate away from this position, speaking of which, Lou's got to be very careful here, because he might be able to be caught out. Luckily, his teammates here are in position. Now we're going to see the push as we go back over to LG. They do take the high ground. They use the evac to get up without giving away their position too easily, and Shubi, with the sling weapon in his hands once again, it's going to be the Rampage who sings and tries to get that opening damage.
Obviously with Ballistic, one of the key reasons it gets revved up when you use that ultimate, and it is as easy as that. 1, 2, 3, slam down, FWG get eliminated, and again, LG show their dominance as Virtus.pro back up to full health here. It looks like they've been able to at least stop that push and maybe take down one of RTS, but just able to get away with the Void Nexus.
How far he goes, man. He just disappears. I'm trying to look on my map overhead.
He went to Broken Moon.
He's right on the southern side of the zone where that Void Nexus is down, so we'll be able to survive. Might be able to get a res here as well for a couple of players. Yes, indeed. You can see it on your screen. Great job before observing team to show you exactly where that Void Nexus was put down, but that shows the one of the benefits again of Alta as we see the grenades going in. There's the Motherload as well. We see the Void Nexus being popped once more just to escape the onslaught of grenades and fire that was raining down from above.
And when Alta first came out, I think that was the intention with the Void Nexus. This is what it was supposed to be able to do, but of course with buffs, with changes, finally we've got to a position where Alta is that legend that you need for those escape routes now, and especially being able to have 2 down on the map has made a big difference.
Those folks eliminated. LG now looking for some KP themselves. It's O2 Esports, they're trying to hold out. Speaking of fights though, there's one going down here, and it's ExoClan who lose the fight to Legion Gaming. His Plexitude clutches up this time and will be able to reset here at Pylon. Nobody else is in the vicinity, plus there's a Mythic bit over at Pylon as well, so that's a big fight to win for them. RTS also gone.
Legion have been impressive as now LG again look to continue their impressive domination of the teams in the lobby. O2 is going to be the next one. Maybe they can deplete their oxygen here and they at least get the first.
Lots of Void Nexuses and Void Passages being popped right now. There's a lot of Alta play, but Shubi is navigating it beautifully at the moment. One player alive here for O2 who is trying to escape, who is trying to get out and force some sort of reset for them. But LG, again, these team fights, you have to say they are looking very scary.
Team Nemesis just got a respawn back in. 8 squads now remain, but LG, as you said, very scary and look so confident in all of their pushes. They're full sending it into zone. Yeah. They don't care. They said, we actually want this extra KP.
10-10. Just about manages to get around the corner. He's got to be very careful. Has he got a syringe he can pop just in time? Yes, he does indeed, but this is looking like a scary situation, to say the least.
He's tethered as well.
But you stay alive a few seconds here, you never know. A couple of KP happen elsewhere, a couple of placement points.
Not worth it for LG, though. They will now leave the remaining player from O2 Esports, and LG will look to try and move to zone because that ring is going to be closing. Team Nemesis also coming from Stormcatcher. They're going to be one of the late arrivals. And then Legion Gaming, who have been quietly going about their business. Another EMEA team who have fought through challenges many a time will be arriving from that western side.
Well, interesting to see for VP. VP are probably thinking, we knew it was there. This zone pulls back towards Launchpad, and instead they move down towards that Height of Devastated Coast. But it hasn't worked out too badly for them. We've seen them win a lot of team fights, and they've already got KP on the board. But working their way back towards it, going to be an interesting rotate for them to make, especially, like we mentioned, no Newcastle, no Catalyst to play with this time around.
So a little bit of quiet, as actually Zach Mazer just went down in the kill feed. And maybe that's a case of just from distance VP are being shot. And again, yeah, Zach Mazer goes down again, and actually this could just be an easy res farm for them, but it's going to be moving back up towards Launchpad.
It's finished!
Well.
Not so easy.
SGB are winners from match 1, taking down Zach Mazer, but Virtus.pro are on their lonesome down at the south, so maybe you can get a respawn beacon comfortably plopped down, and Zach Mazer should be fine. But they are going to have to move our Virtus Pro because it is coming back up towards Launchpad. Exactly what Virtus Pro did not want.
Right, Zoo's got a
Zoo?
Dude, it's early, okay? Bear with me here. We're actually moving out towards those rocks just on the north side of Launchpad, saying Lou has no respawn beacon available for him. Stop laughing at me. You've been very harsh on me today.
Sorry, mate.
This new edginess to you.
Sorry.
The Nola Air. Because I beat your golf last week.
It might be, actually, yeah. Did you play golf? No, anyway. Nemesis are just waiting to see if maybe the last remaining player of O2 will come across them, but it looks like 1010 is avoiding them for now.
I said it because it's a combination of Zach Mazer and Lou, okay? Zoo.
You don't have to explain yourself.
I feel like I do. You put me on edge.
Speaking of edge, Legion Gaming, they are skirting the edges of the map, and they are close to Virtus Pro. Remember, it was 2, but Virtus Pro, I think, have been able to get back up to a full 3 with a respawn, which they have.
Time to send it here. For VP, the ballistic ult gets popped.
Oh, they're going to be so weak.
That they've got to try and fight. Let's jump into a listening of VP as they try and take this fight.
I'm gonna fight in the smoke. I'm batting. Fight me. Whoa. Bro, Zach, why, like, dude, come on.
Doesn't work out well for VP, though. They're going to be falling here, and they will be eliminated in 8th position.
It's a tough one for VP. Just took so much damage from the ring as they had to escalate up the scares. And the scares, God, Nizzy, now you're...
I'm not saying anything.
It's contagious.
I'm not saying anything.
There's something in the air. But Legion Gaming, again, quietly about their business, are just putting point after point on the board, and they are starting to climb those leaderboards, and they look like a real threat in this lobby. But now they arrive from the south, and they're going to have to move through maybe a couple of teams. As LG, they'll be on the northern tip, and actually in a really good position for the final circle.
Those darn scares. Shuby now with the bowcheck in his hand. We probably have to agree to just like give each other a little bit of wiggle room here. Legion Gaming up on this high ground. You can say now they're going to hit the ash port and they're going to be able to get into a very strong position, and there is space still to play with. So it means that finding somewhere to get a little bit of cover means they're going to be not focused by multiple teams. Take yourself to like a finals lobby where there might be 13, 14 teams still alive at this point. These positions become much more playable, but the gen is going to be broken. No Excel going to be available to be popped immediately, and so have a little pop at this one as well. The sling weapon comes out again, and OT Esports will be eliminated next. 6 squads now remaining.
Yeah, so Sony are going to be on this eastern side down, and they will have a lot of protection down in this kind of circle area, but Nemesis are going to be on the northern side for them. It's about climbing out and trying to find the right moment to move, but looks like they did find it, and they can actually play underneath Unleash. So there's going to be a lot of different kind of areas for people to play here. There's a lot of high ground that some can work with, but also areas down low as well. A lot of different spots that you have to try and be careful of, otherwise you might just get caught out by a team hiding out and maybe having one player with an off angle. But Legion Gaming, I said, quietly going about the business. Now they're currently in 2nd place on the southern side.
Well, Soten trying to use this evac tower to get up onto the high ground. Maybe they're thinking KP is the play here. They destroy an opposition Void Nexus down on the ground, which will be very frustrating if you're someone who tries to hit that afterwards. But the team who's in prime position to win this game is LG, once again. They are on the northern side of this zone. They have it all to themselves at the moment. They have the natural rock formations, and everyone who has to leave from this southern side, inside of Launchpad, will have to fight. So LG have a real opportunity to go back-to-back here.
We might actually have the winners of Game 1, SGB, going up against the winners of Game 2 from LG, as they're both going to be on that kind of northwest angle. But Soten getting on top of Unleash was massive, by the way, but it looks like Unleash are going to try and take it back off of them. It's kind of a back and forth at the moment, and now Legion are going to join in with this skirmish that's happening in the Launchpad building. So if you make one wrong step here, if you move just slightly to the wrong angle, you might get taken down by a team just waiting for you.
Especially when you've got someone with the Havoc in their hands. Sampe looking to find some angles, just peeking and prodding. I think it's just desperately waiting for a third party to break out. He knows that there's multiple teams inside of this building. Legion Gaming knows there's an opportunity to third if it breaks out, but it's about waiting for that damage to go down, and now we are seeing this fight break out on this 2nd level. And you're expecting surely to see Legion Gaming move in here. It's a 1v1. Unleash will go down. They will fall, and there indeed is the third party. Legion Gaming timing perfectly, but now Nemesis, they see the opportunity to strike, and what was looking like a perfect third party has now turned into an absolute brawl inside of this building. And It's gonna be Team Nemesis, who are the fourth party, who time it perfectly, and that one will put a smile on Nem's face.
But now SGB are also there, but LG are just watching, waiting from the perfect prime position, and they are in such a good spot to be winning this game, and they have Fuse to absolutely barrage the opposition teams here with grenades, and SGB and Nemesis both trying to stay alive. SGB go down, so it's Nemesis versus LG. Now Nemesis are at least up as a full 3, but how do they get out of the sight lines here?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I mean, they do have Ash available, they don't have a Void Nexus to fall back to, but the zone's going to be closing, so that's going to be pretty much irrelevant. They can, of course, queue through this wall and try and use those microseconds that they have of invincibility being in the Void to try and survive, but it doesn't matter because Shubi hits the 120, the Ashport comes in as well, and that's just going to be free fodder, you would imagine, here for LG. But there's nothing free in these fights until it's going to be cleaned up. LG will go back-to-back. They will be your winners here on game number 3, the final one we have on Stormpoint.
LG find themselves, I think, on 62 points now after 3 matches, as, again, they show their dominance, and I think that Bocek shot really won them that fight. I mean, portaling onto the rock, there was not really much other option for Team Nemesis. They had to go for something. I like it. The Nexus into the portal is just going to allow you to at least try something and maybe surprise them. But with the Bocek shot, too much damage had been done. And it's going to be another 14 kills for LG alongside a victory. And they are definitely through to winners bracket round 2 on that points total. There is no way that they wouldn't be.
Really good performance from Nemesis in that game as well. Really like the way that they played that, took the opportunity, I should say, when the plays opened up inside of that building, the teams fight, just to see some KP available. It guarantees them second place in the position. They probably knew that LG had the majority of the zone as well. And for LG, it's been exactly how they would have wanted it to go, right? 2 really good games, 2 good wins on the board, good team fights. It really does look like they're very comfortable together.
And we've already seen how different legends and the bans have really changed these final circles as well. Having Newcastle in match 1 to be able to create the fortress so that you can survive as long as you can. Then the Catalyst comes in match 2 to create the Dark Veils to give you the cover. And then even the Altar in match 3 there. If there was no Altar, you wouldn't have even been able to use the Void Passage to get through that window, and it would have been game over straight away. So all these legends are very important, but it will be Ballistic who gets banned for match 3, and we will not see Ballistic on Broken Moon.
Well, shout out to SGB once again, 10 points for them. Legion Gaming with 13 points down in 4th place, some good KP. They managed to pick up 8 in total. VP, by the way, even though we did see them fall a little bit earlier and probably bashing their heads against their desks on the zone call, having been baited by game number 1. Picked up 11 kills and got 13 points on the board, so it's still a very good game for VP.
Yeah, and it'll put them towards the top end of the leaderboard in the overalls as well. And remember, you just have to be in that top 10 after these 6 matches, and you will progress to winners bracket round 2. If you're in the bottom 10, you're going to be in elimination bracket round 1. Well, it gives a chance for the players to have a little break before we move from Stormpoint to Broken Moon. And this is where things start to get interesting, Mark, because Broken Moon is going to be the first time we're seeing it in an ALGS LAN. There's going to be a lot of question marks, a lot of teams who maybe haven't played it as much, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and when we talk about Broken Moon, when we were talking about what we've seen so far in scrims and some of the Pro League match days that we have had, very limited amount, I will say, it does feel like it's a kill-heavy map. You are relying on that more than your placements due to just the way that the map is structured, but this is the series results at the moment. They're the banned legends as we head towards Broken Moon, so no Newcastle, no Catalyst, no Ballistic will be available. It's LG on top here with 62 points. Legion Gaming in behind them with 31. SGB after that big win in game number 1 on 30 points. And elsewhere outside of that, it's starting to look pretty close between everyone.
And with those banned legends, I imagine this is where Altar, this is where Wraith, this is where Ash starts to come into the equation, and really where maybe we're going to see one of those legends get banned as well.
So LG looking pretty dominant at the moment. We're actually going to ask the Devs to come back in here and throw it back to them, because it's the Pro League teams who had a few scares, I will say, in a couple of those fights early on, but they're looking pretty dominant in this lobby.
They certainly are. Great job, guys. Onset and Gaskin kicking off our first 3. And now we get a chance to reset, relax here back on the desk. Rain Day joined by Jamerson, Graceful, and Zephyr Cass. I'm curious if you guys feel that what I had said earlier was just like me tapping into divinity. Is it just my natural ability to know things? What do you think it is? Is it my charisma? What is it that's got me leading the talent predictions with LG right now, Jamerson?
I mean, you're a man who has seen the limits of space.
This is true.
You've seen it all. You've looked into, the abyss, and with no fear whatsoever.
I'm going to save this clip for, 16 years from now. So when my daughter's saying she wants to do something, I'm going to say, listen, I've seen the limits of space. Watch this. I have a vouch. Guys, honestly, this was an amazing turn of events. I really do want to leave that question to you, Graceful, as well, because you said you're the vet. You are the vet here. You've been in these moments. That's what felt to me was going to be an advantage in this tournament. For LG, it certainly has been.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've shown the promise of immediately executing all of their plans, and they've been showing that, you know, we know how to play this lobby. The first game, maybe they felt it out a little bit. Now they're super comfortable going in. They're already safe going into the next round. I like to always go, you know, top 10 is safe and what the average points will be, which is 6 on average, maybe 36. But when it's this top heavy and they're dominating this much, it'll be scarier for the other team because the average goes down. It's no longer going to be 30. I'm happy if we see 30.
Yeah.
But now everybody's fighting, you know, just to make that cutoff, and that's why it's terrifying.
Speaking of how things started in game one, it wasn't LG who would take it, but let's walk through that final circle. It was SGB who came out on top, Graceful.
Yeah, SGB is one of the teams we didn't talk about, and that's why we're all here. We want to see all the teams capable of, you know, closing games out. I think everybody here was maybe expecting VP to close the game out from this positioning. However, they got pressured because, you know, they got out of position. As the map slowly closes in shorter and shorter, people's LOSs gets taken out. Now it comes down to who's actually getting focused down. VP got focused down, got forced later on to go down, and then they couldn't come back up in time to get wiped up here. You know, a little bit of speed running right there, doesn't matter. VP trying to survive as they get fired by both teams. SGB, however, just maintaining their space. The zone closed towards their favor. However, it wasn't as simple as that. They won this fight up top on the 3v3 and actually came down to the wire, I believe, or at least one of them got completely down here. And, you know, being able to close out the games is what we're talking about, is being a veteran, is closing out these games that are in quotes easy, because if you don't get the consistency of placement, which is what they got, you can't close it out, but they could.
Then it was time for LG's effort to take over, and what an in-circle this was.
Yeah, this was super interesting because we got a massive taste of the Luminosity lead coming out of the wall there, but they were optimally, I mean, in one of the worst positions down on the low ground, and especially with EXO playing so smart here to take away this height. Now, one big difference, though, is when we come out of that last game, I believe it was FWG, one of our kind of new faces here. They were left alive as a rat, which EXO decided to invest in. Grayson was touching on this a lot behind the scenes here. He was calling for this Ash ult to come through just a bit quicker, and the time frame allowed for Luminosity to sweep in there, get some of those 2 early knocks, and at that point, Chaotic just couldn't quite seal the deal, and at least into this 1v1. And even though he did get this bat off, got a full reset off of the hook there, still wasn't able to eke it out against Shubi, especially against attack like that.
Big Whistler from Ballistic, meaning you're going to take damage if you try to do damage to me. Chaotic had to try to buy some time, plays around his teammate's shield, but it's just not enough. But that wouldn't be the only game LG would win. That would just be the start of what is a dominant first half here in the Open. Some of the most dominant 3 games we've ever seen at an ALGS LAN. Jamerson, they continue here in game 3.
Yeah, we keep talking about being able to play your game plan. LG has been doing it to a T. We know how well they play off of trying to get into zone 3, get that prio position, and they do it extremely well here because they understand the lobby state. They have a lot more room to work with, and they're not actually forcing too many fights. They are always good at consistently getting into the top 7, right, top 5 positions. They just haven't been able to convert it into wins, but here now where you have a lot more space to work with, where the fights can be a little bit more controlled in your favor, LG have executed into a great fashion. 60 points after 3 games is absolutely absurd.
One of the greatest, I think, starts any team could have had, and this is exactly what you want to be doing. Remember, we are at the ALGS Open, which means that all of these other teams you may not be seeing on main stage are still playing. So from 100 Thieves to DSM, they're hoping they got good starts as well. We'll have a chance to catch up with Ryan and Lace on how that is going. But on main stage, it has been LG going hard. I think SGB right behind them. Staynani, Shubi, and Saucer, a combined 36 kills. Graceful. That's a great start.
That's what I'm saying. You know, they felt out the lobby, and now they're like, we're here to dominate. They did 36 kills is more than like majority, like even the halfway cut point. They're probably gonna be more kills than a halfway cut point alone without placement. They would qual. Like they're that comfortable and they're that confident, and it really shows.
This is like you and Vicky jumping in for a rank session.
Yeah, man.
Except I don't know how many Vicky has on. I know you might have 28 of those. We'll see. She's gonna be mad at me about that before I see her backstage. But you know, one of the things too that we didn't get a chance to talk about on desk. Now we're going to dive into it's the legend bans. And Jamerson, we're seeing Ballistic is going to be banned here, but we've already got our first set of 2 bans beyond that. How are we feeling jumping into this, our first LAN to be able to see it? And what does it look like heading into next map?
Yeah, I mean, this was interesting because Newcastle has always been a high prio ban, but he usually comes in game 2, game 3, somewhere around there. For it to be the first game ban, it's kind of crazy to see that, but I mean, we are seeing that it's the different clashing of styles from the different regions, and right, we're seeing a lot of different picks. Not everyone's prioritizing the Ashe. Actually, that's fallen out of favor, I would say, across the regions overall. We're seeing Alter actually rising in priority as well. I think one interesting thing is that Ballistic. I wanted to point out how for Nemesis, I think they used the Ballistic extremely well. I believe for Nemesis in game number 2, they actually went with the Crypto, swapped back over to Ballistic for game number 3, just in time for it to get banned. And so I want to see if they're going to be able to navigate that well, because when they performed well in the last day of EMEA play, they were utilizing it pretty early on, and then they had to flex over to the Crypto. So we'll see how will they adjust to it. Hopefully Broken Moon, of course, we know how much of a new factor that is into the gameplay now, and we'll see how much more, how the more seasoned teams have adjusted for it.
This is all going to be something we keep a very close eye to the ground on. One of the things that we do need, though, is help. And we've got 2 amazing people who are helping us over in the pit where the rest of the squads are playing and having their own legend bans. This time, it's Lace standing by with the update. Lace, how's it going over there?
Yes, hello. We're just hanging around in the pit. Honestly, I've been walking up back and forth, watching all the players absolutely dominate. So, of course, you guys have the main broadcast there. I have lobby 2, 3, and 4 to cover. So, you guys, I feel like you guys have it a little bit easier than I do. Now, we'll look at lobby 2. We've got the names of like Shopify, Rebellion, FaZe Clan, also Heroes. Shopify Rebellion at the moment with 59 points. So, leading the charge with that lobby 2. And then if we jump over, we've got lobby 3 happening at the moment as well. So we've got, God, these things just love me right now. Okay, here we go. We've got Falcons. So you've got the teams like Falcons, Gaming Gladiators in our 3rd lobby. So Falcons are sitting at the moment at 58 points with 10K just behind them with 35, and Red Rams 34 and Gaming Gladiators at 33. It's been absolutely crazy stuff. We also have a team, WLG, all the way from Australia. So I want to touch a little bit on how they're performing. In their 2nd game, they actually just came so close to winning, hitting about 3rd place there. So, you know, having someone hail all the way from Australia, just like me, to be able to go against teams like the Falcons is absolutely exceptional. Also, right behind me, currently playing at the moment, we do have Team Orchard with, you know, some familiar faces, Rambo and Hambino. They are currently in lobby 4, and they are 2nd place to 100 Thieves. So we have some absolutely crazy juggernaut teams playing in these alternate lobbies with, you know, some teams that are just sort of the underdog story. So, you know what, we might even see Team Orchards take over the top, win the whole thing of their match lobby 4. But I got to chat to Rambo just before, and the passion that they emuted right after they won a game in their first match was absolutely exceptional stuff. But you know what, we still have more to do in the pit. There's so many teams that will be sort of, you know, a little bit nervous going in against some teams that have been absolutely, you know, playing in every single LAN, but we will update you as it comes. Right back to you guys, casters.
Thank you so much, Lace. The action has been nonstop. I'm excited to join Genome here for the ALGS Open, and we're going to be taking you guys through the rest of this series where we'll be going into Broken Moon.
Yes, all these new maps coming into ALGS this year. Broken Moon is one of the ones we've been most excited, or at least me for certain, to get my hands on, right? We saw E-District come in through Champs, and now we've got, all 4, well, not all 4, 4 maps out of the 6 maps in Apex Legends here at the ALGS Open.
Sorry, Skin Canyon. Sorry, Olympus. Not for you this time around.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day, maybe. We could be hopeful. Maybe we'll see some changes, see what's going to happen here with those maps. But for now, we get to focus on Broken Moon. And something else that we've been able to basically add on to the ALGS has been these legend bans, right? We said goodbye to Newcastle after game number 1, Cat after game number 2, and Ballistic after game number 3, with LG honestly farming out here within our last 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking, you had a hot take on Pro League, right? You were talking about how good you thought Ballistic was, and the Pro League teams have absolutely agreed with you. As we've moved through this Legend ban process from when teams started scrimming with it to Pro League and now into a LAN setting, Ballistic has been moving up in that, you know, he's had a trajectory towards the earlier Legend bans, and that's absolutely because teams have been prioritizing him for a couple of reasons. You know, the Whistler can be a good zoning tool, can put up a lot of pressure on the other teams in the middle of a fight. For me, I think mainly it's the Tempest. It's his ultimate. It just gives you so much move speed. People can't get away from you. You can chase them down. It also makes you a lot harder to hit. Genuinely, just like juking around, if you can add on some of those advanced movement techniques, tap strafing and whatnot, when you've got that extra move speed, it can actually be quite hard to track players.
Couple that with an Ashe dashing in front of your face. Good look out here, especially with the integration of Ashe being put inside a lot of these comps. But I love these Legend bans. Look at the diversity of comps that we get to see from our squads in the lobby. Alter being another one that I was expecting going into Broken Moon, Gino.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Legend bans do change a little bit depending on which maps we're rotating through as well. So if you see E-District, Alter would probably have already been banned out by now, right? Yeah. It's one of the most highly sought after Legends in that map, but for Broken Moon, we'll get to see a bit more of it now.
Got a little bit of an interesting stat right here, by the way. Looking to see that we have 3 Legends with the same pick rate for game number 4. We have Crypto, Ashe, and Fuse. Ooh, and then looking at where this zone is going to be pulling, talk about all the information you could get with Crypto, Fuse as well, and then Ashe also providing you the mobility that you need to try to get into certain situations, into a better position here, and moving all the way down south, closer to solar pods.
Yeah, and interesting to note that we've got 6 Watsons in the lobby right now. Especially when you've still got a Crypto in the lobby, it can be tough to make that pick sometimes because one Crypto EMP can come in and remove all of the utility. You're sitting there, you're setting up your base, you put your pylon down, you take all this time to set up your fences so that nobody can get in, and in the blink of an eye, it's all gone with a Crypto EMP. So we do usually see a bit of an uptick with that Legend once Crypto is banned out.
It'd be quite a shame if all your fences disappear in an instant like that. Something that a lot of teams have to worry about here, at least. See some beacon scans as well as our squads start making their way over to the south side of Broken Moon. But I'm thinking about the congested points, Gino, when it comes to some of these rotations. Obviously, Broken Moon having those accelerated zip lines, but specifically in those close, tight-quartered chokes that you see coming out of the south side of Quarantine Zone and then even exiting out of Terraformer over to Cultivation.
Yep, of course, they're one of the big features of this map. Have been a little bit contentious, I'd say, in pro play. Pros do have opinions on the zip lines and whether they're good for the game or not. They obviously do provide, quite a fast rotational tool in addition to everything else you've got, in addition to a Wraith portal buffs, in addition to Ashe portal buffs, in addition to evac towers. You know, we're not seeing a lot of Valkyrie, I don't think, in this lobby. No. Interesting. Certain regions have been picking up on the Valk a bit more than others, but yeah, I am fascinated to see that there's, my eyes don't deceive me, 0 in this lobby right now.
Nuzlocke's in a great position too. You saw that they scanned the survey beacon, so they saw that they had 14 players around them. Now they get to hug the circle beacon here too, while VP in some trouble. A team that I was expecting to really pop off here on Broken Moon, as they have had way more success on this map versus Stormpoint.
So much more. We were just looking at the stats before. They actually picked up 70% of their points so far in Pro League just on Broken Moon alone. So if you have a look, I mean, they're quite far behind. If we're looking at the standings in terms of them versus LG right now, they've got about a 40-point lead. That's gigantic. But is there a chance for VP to make that comeback here in the last 3 maps? I think it's possible.
is always such a tricky point to hold here, up on the high ground, on top of this building, looking down at, I believe it could be Nosfox or SGB in the compound that's right below them. But once this zone starts pulling to the south, if it does, you're kind of out in the open, right? And then everyone's going to be looking at you through that choke where that compound is, where you see that ring console. Unleashed, though, in some trouble, taking a good amount of damage, but a nice trade here, allowing them to get the KP.
Looks like they're getting the better of DXA here. That's a couple of the Apex South homies going down there. One did get away though. Looks like they had the portal set up, the Void Nexus. So one of them, and that's all you need these days, right? You can do that. We can use some of those rotational tools we're talking about. He's gone back to a house where there is zip lines around him. May be able to use that to find a crafter and get the teammates back up and running.
And you're talking about the Portal Nexus. This is what the Portal Nexus allows you to do. Hey, you want to reposition? Hopefully nobody ended up taking up the high ground right here. You get to get right back to where you were situated before. They saw that they missed time the third party, so they just want to hold that high ground.
Meanwhile, down here at Atmo, Soten get a knock and then immediately use the Ash Portal to try and get away. Teammates going to be finishing off the kill. That was an interesting use there of the Ash Portal. Just really thought they were in a compromised position and didn't want to give a single knock, a single chance, a sniff for the other team to get in there and get an advantage on them. And you can see now Virtue with Zenile back in, struggling against Soten, the APAC North team.
So to now move in, and they eliminate Virtue from this lobby. There was also the solo from DXA that was lingering about, maybe hoping to see if he could get towards a replicator, which will be in Terraformer for them. See if they could get that reset, while all the rest of these teams are starting to congregate now over into that southern next circle zone. After getting the information on where that zone pool is going, LG, though, sticking around here in the middle here, looking at Riddle Order now.
Yeah, so LG playing around in Quarantine Zone. Obviously, this is the middle of the map. Almost everybody, not everybody, okay, a lot of teams do have to rotate through Quarantine Zone. So if you are LG and you're just looking to have a very kill-heavy series, it makes sense to plant yourself in Quarantine Zone.
Oh,
and just throw sick nades. Oh my god, that plus an EMP, though it looks like the EMP does come out to slow down their approach as well.
It's the EMP conga line here. Shubi, though, after the slowdown gets deleted, but nice little hold on the high ground from Stay Naughty, playing around the knockdown, also looking to his left. Get the little trade here too. They're trying to take a different angle, but it's only up to Stay Naughty from LG. The P20s, he lets them ring and he takes out Riddle Order, man. The time to kill on the Akimbo P20s still slays again.
I mean, it would have been crazy for that fight to go any other way with how good the opening was there from LG, and also just how high their confidence must be right now after demolishing the rest of the lobby on Storm Point.
Yeah, let's not ignore the fact that they are absolutely farming right now. You can see it with the way that they're playing with confidence, trying to take these fights. You saw the kill leaders on your top side of the screen, where all three members of LG are just reigning in this lobby.
Exo Clan could be the next one in LG's sights. Exo pulling down from... They started off at Breaker Wharf. So all the way at the top of the map. As LG have only had to come down from Stasis Array. But time's starting to tick down now. You've got a minute till the ring starts to close. That said, there's an unoccupied choke below them. Luckily, if this fight does get a little bit hairy, they will have a chance to pull back there without too much trouble, but it looks like Case when he's popped the EMP, they've managed to get theirs back online as well. The grenades rain in now from LG.
Oh, but while they're trying to come in here, EXO do not like the position. They literally funnel themselves inside of that cannon here. So now forced to run away is Case Swinney as a solo from EXO. LG still continue to dominate Quarantine Zone, literally cutting off any squads that want to rotate here from the north side of that next zone.
Yeah, too easy from them. One EXO member, as you said, does get away, so potential for another reset, maybe even a rematch in the fight between LG and EXO. But right now it's Legion Gaming taking on FWG.
Stacked up on top of so many teams here too. Looking at FWG, most hated are looking to see if they can try to go in for a third party. Legion Gaming clean up one of the members of FWG. And while they are looking to reset, getting the loot that they need, Most Hated now have made an appearance. Legion Gaming also around them, looking at SGB, who's also looking at the fight that's happening over to the south side of this zone.
Yeah, multiple of these teams running Altar. In these types of buildings, it can be incredibly advantageous to have that Legend on your team. So easy to pop through any of the walls, whether you're sitting under the buildings, on top of them, even coming through the walls.
He was dancing, trying to move in there like he's on some skates, but not going to be able to get out of the line of sight of those P20s. It's up to Plexus right now with 2 of his teammates down from Legion Gaming. Trying to see if he can try to pull this off. Almost getting kidnapped with the Altar. Not going to let that slide here. They're trying to see if they can move in this 1v1.
Yeah, you can be so careful, and teammates just picking up all these sort of little tricks with this new Legend, or this Legend that's especially new to comp.
Pulled off the res slightly, but off the little lip of the low ground, off the stairs. Most Hated now up to Lazar, yet pulled off the bat, and with enough hip fire shots with the R9, he is going to be able to clean up Legion Gaming.
Okay, moving over to the eastern side here, we've got Soten going up against DXA. Acquaintance, so they do get the full reset, of course. This is the team that we saw 2 of them go down before, but now they're back. Sheila in hand for Acquaintance. Can use that to chew through some knockdown shields if they need to, but it looks like Soten have gone missing.
Looking at these different Legend comps, the Rampart making their way here. DXA though, while they do take their time to get into that next zone, seeing the team right in front of them, they're gonna have to get into the next corner. Close to Soten and Nosefox. Beginning of Soten though, nobody did actually stop him. Like literally one shot. He's able to slide in, eliminate Soten next.
Blacker wasn't even sweating for that one. Lobby one, he's certainly been in tougher, more high pressure situations than this, and obviously with an IGL of his stature, he will be hoping to make it further in this tournament. He's got to be counting on having a good performance here, and certainly Nosefox have done that, getting in the top 5 as it currently stands.
Really benefits them considering their POI is over at Foundry, and earlier in the game we did see them utilize the survey beacon and the ring console. Now they have moved over to the south side, overlooking the squads that will have to collapse on each other over to the north on their rotate. And the action has not stopped here too, Gino. Most Hated now coming up on the high ground with the ad portal.
Sitting above them, just looking for that opening. Oh, the sky nades. That can be one of the tough things about playing the high ground on these buildings. Teams know how there's no cover up there, essentially, right? So they'll just pop out and immediately start lobbing nades above them. It's not too hard to line up. Oh, good nade nap there!
They beamed him! He has to go all the way back up. Hopefully his teammates get to hold that corner as he tries to reset. Nice little attempt here from Most Hated, but still taking this very patiently.
So from high ground to low, still just looking for that opening. I mean, if that had been a knock, obviously that would have changed everything. You would have seen them shift into top gear immediately, but they can't quite get it. Oh, they're taking this one. They're going to go in with the Eva. Full send here. Koche gets one.
I love the shots here from the Eva 8. Gets that double hit right there too, but they do lose out on one. 2v2 here with the Knuckle Cluster providing that extra cover. But the Watson fence is around the portal too, but he slides in. It's just enough to get another knock. Just one left as they try to leave on the Ash portal. And he did not drop down on top of it, so he couldn't take it with him. And they finally get him at the very end too. Meanwhile, Lou in the feed popping off with the Kraber. Oh, no. Make it 2 in the distance. You can't run away. Most Hated get eliminated.
Yeah, that was such a heads-up play, putting the Watson fences around the portal. They thought that would buy them time to get the res off, but knowing that they were going to stick it, or seeing that they stick it, they could commit to the fight, and there was just such an easy cleanup with the Eva from that point on. Down to 10 squads now as Exo Clan go down.
Looking to get involved here. The EMP coming out. Knows. Looking around the other side of the crates. Get the next knock, they get the other. DXA Esports get eliminated next. You could hear the 30-32 in the distance as Leica tries to take some shots with the G7.
A lot of space to themselves on the eastern side after that cleanup for NoiseFox. So they're now taking pot shots at teams like Virtus Pro, who's sitting there well within zone 6. Just having to see if they can carve out a little bit of space for themselves. FWG have made the rotate around the backside of the mountain.
Do want to highlight where VP is currently situated, over on the south side of the zone. See O2 now make their move with the Wraith portal, but these rotations are going to be important to note with the teams that are still playing outside that next zone, still going to be playing on the edge of the zone. No Surrender also taking a portal nexus right on top of the replicator. So many other squads though, LG, O2, Unleashed, even NoiseFox that are still looking at VP, still playing on the outskirts as VP stopped them from trying to get into that next zone. Lovely shots from Lou. We saw him with a Kraber, and he's got the gold P20s.
Yeah, obviously Virtus Pro have had access to the Mythic bin here. 2 red helmets for them, Kraber in hand, gold weapons. That's going to spell doom for NoiseFox if Virtus Pro want to push this any further. But they don't, because there's a team behind them sitting on their Void Nexus.
While Slayer was taking care of it, making sure they could hold it down, though, they try to go for the reset. Luke comes back, the last one alive for Virtus Pro.
So sitting in God's spot, they get a little too aggressive there, trying to pick up extra KP on NoiseFox, clear their back. But the Anchor cannot hold it down against a full team.
I mean, with the amount of altars, you have to worry about the Ashes too. You have to imagine the rotation opportunities to get on top of that high ground just as easily. Lou's still alive, trying to run outside of the zone, but he's gonna get cut off. Farupa up on the high ground, even with the blue shield. There's nothing you could do when you have low HP like that.
No, so that's gonna be a Kraber and some red helmets donated to these other teams now. And VP, we were saying how this was potentially their chance to kick it up into first gear there and get closer to the top of the leaderboard. It's obviously going to be very hard to catch up to LG, and at this point, honestly, maybe impossible. It's almost a 40-point gap.
Some of that extra KP, though, we have to look at where VP is in our top 3, as Nose has been playing phenomenal so far this game. See them holding on to this BOI for quite some time, but also trying to counter-rotate around a lot of the pressure from the teams that have come in from the north side.
With RTS sitting now on the second floor, they've usurped VP and taken that over between them and NoiseFox. And with just so many altars in play, you just can't feel as safe as you used to, you know? You're never sure whether you're going to get sucked outside through a void passage, whether they're going to come in and just take the fight to you.
I'm going to look like a chameleon looking behind my back to make sure I'm not going to get pulled from the back from the low ground too, or an Ash portal up on high ground. You see all the sky nades on top of it too. Crazy here as RTS still hold on to the high ground inside this building.
Interesting choice going for the double dash on the purple perk for Ash there. Most people are going for the double portals, but in situations like this where you've leveled up to purple and you're kind of inside the zone already, you're unlikely to have to make further rotations. I can see the argument here, right? To give yourself more mobility and more combat effectiveness.
Comes in terms of the composition you're also running together with your team. The EMP comes out. Nade coming right back down after a little slowdown here. Ozzy still trying to provide that extra pressure while Stay Naughty gets another nade knock here in the feed. Zid Squad's left. Lovely follow-up off the PK to get another knock. And RTS finish off what was left for that squad, but O2 now slide in from the low ground with the circle closing in behind their backs.
Yeah, not to be confused with Oxygen None area. O2 are going to go down as well, so no oxygen left in this lobby at all. No room to breathe for the 4 squads left alive. As NoiseFox, they clear out their side of the zone very importantly. Now it's just LG and FWG on the opposite end of the arena. LG actually trying to use a portal for the reset here. That's an Apex 101 move there. You love to see it.
Just waiting out just real quick, knowing that the EMP possibly could be coming, but it's just about the information instead with the altars, them going up and down like they're on a zip line instead, playing off the other side of the knockdown while popping that shield back, and those folks don't even have to get involved.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because
you can see FG, they can hear the res, they want to stop it, but they're also a little bit scared of going down to Noise Fox on the other side. So they actually play it a little bit slowly, and somehow they come out out of that one the losers, and that just gives Noise Fox the chance to full send it.
Free for them, but maybe not so free. Losing it on Leica. Sasuke now moving in with the P20s on the other side. Shubi, last one left, going up on the high ground, it looks like. In this 1v1, Sasuke playing up the low ground here. Shubi trying to pop this shield back. Can't poke that just yet. He can't climb it as easily. He's forced to call in the evac.
Okay, he's going to drop down now after he gets the bat off.
The ring around the Rosie. The patience no matter what. The pain's coming in, he slides in, huge shots with the P20. No amount of pressure from the fuse he could save you here as LG with another win, make it 3 in a row, adding Broken Moon to their list with their dub.
Oh my lordy, 88 points now for LG. I mean, yeah, there's, you know, no big celebrations at this point. I think they're just so used to taking it out in this lobby. They know it's theirs.
Look at their face. Kind of like an eye-opener, like, we still went in and we still farmed. 14 kills in total, 4.5k damage for this team for game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember there's 18 teams in the lobby as well, right? It means there's actually less KP available, so any kind of score that they're putting up that's anything close to 100 points is already an incredible result from LG. So we're definitely seeing, you know, some of the separation between some of these teams now. Some of the teams who we know are, you know, LAN contenders, finals, regulars, and that's going to be your LG, your Noise Fox, your Virtus Pro, who are sitting up there at the top, but certainly LG separating themselves from the pack.
I mean, with a huge gap, right? Like, and then you look at the rest of the lobby, and you mentioned, you know, the familiar faces, the names of a lot of these squads that we've already been seeing in Pro League pop off. But VP with 33 points on a map that I was expecting them to have that breakout moment after a rather lackluster, aside from that first game, rather lackluster Storm Point. You know, still at 33 points above Legion Gaming with 32 points. So still rather tight if you look at Virtus Pro all the way down to even like FWG.
Yeah, and you know, Virtus Pro had their chance, right? Like we saw, they were in that building. It was their greed, essentially, to play split, to go after Noise Fox, and then in the end, Noise Fox are the ones who come out and take a second place and also grab 7 kills. So, really, that could have been VP's game, or at least them challenging LG there at the end. But that misplay has cost them quite a few points here in game 4.
And we do say goodbye to Crypto next as our next banned legend here while we wait out to go into game number 5. But it's interesting because we did see that 3-way tie, right? It was Crypto, Ash, and Fuse. So Crypto being the one to exit here within our legend bans.
Yeah. I mean, the tiebreaker rules are a little bit complicated, so don't worry about them right now. But that does mean that we're quite likely to see Ash or Fuse banned after game 5 then, and leading into the last part of the series.
Yeah, I could definitely see it possibly being Ash, especially with the amount of Ash moves that we saw being done here on Broken Moon. The fast rotates, being able to get onto high ground just as quickly. But it's been a fantastic time thus far. Game number 4 done and dusted. Don't go anywhere, because we got game number 5 on Broken Moon on the other side of this break.
On me. I'm getting looked up, down with these big frowns. They already thrown by the size of me.
Nobody do it better than me, not incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Get to feed the streets, they say my influence umbilical. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest, so for real, nobody try me.
I already feel that it's eyes on me. I'm getting hooked up, down with these
catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check in. We bout to march, so if you not get to stepping. I done told you who I am, bitch, I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm setting the precedent, no mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set because our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a verb amongst adjectives. If the industry full of then my words is a laxative. It's just go time, it's show time. I ain't calming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the faking, fuck me bringing back no town. No staring this go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I had a Moby on me, but don't rush. There's a team below you guys. Like, top 2.
I'm jetting here, jetting.
It's top 2.
On me.
On the head glitch, all of the head glitch.
Nice,
Go behind him.
dead. I'm with you. We killed one.
Zip, ban. Go back, keep ban now.
130. Last guy, 1v1. On me. Fuse, right below. You can heal. I'm watching. You're good. Heal. He's right here. Last guy. End the game. We win the game, kill this guy. Right here. You have my knockdown if you want to drop through the hole. He's in knockdown. Play my knock, baby. 1v1 this fucking piece of shit.
Where's your knock?
Right here. I'm in the bottom, bro.
Come in.
Crawling back. I've knocked down.
He's one. Nice.
You want me to drop?
Nice, man.
Dude, 1-2v3 machine. Shoot me. We're a machine. We're a machine.
This is too free.
Bro, we're a machine, Schubert.
Nice colorful language here from LG after a pop-off moment for them as they dominate our first lobby of the day for the ALGS Open.
Oh man, yeah, you can hear the confidence in them there. They think they're better than everyone else, and well, the scoreboard seems to reflect that right now, doesn't it?
It's true, it does. I mean, they did look very confident. They looked like, you know, it's just another day at work for them. But let me tell you, I mean, their form of dominance, this is the momentum that LG could use as they push through the rest of the tournament. But feeling themselves a little bit, you know, a little colorful, kind of be nice, you know, to the rest of the teams out here, but also very clutch 1v1 moment. I mean, let's not forget, he had no shields before taking on that 1v1 fight. He did have the high ground advantage.
I mean, I got a little scared when he was doing the jump peaks while healing and actually took some damage there, took some flesh, but yeah, did manage to get the bat off and then eventually, got that completely free trade against Satsuki there where yeah, he did like 175 damage for nothing. Anyway, look, another big win there from LG, and it seems like, yeah, even when they've got their backs against the wall, like in that 1v1, they still come out on top.
Love how seeing the competition, how it's shaped up here too, because aside from LG, I'll be honest, it's a pretty tight competition here for the rest of the lobby. We were expecting really heavy hitters for our Pro League squads to come in swinging, but I also feel like it's pretty even across the board, looking all the way down to that top 10. And also, let's not forget, it is the top 10 that move onto winners round 2. It is the bottom 8 teams that go to losers, as we do have an 18 squad lobby, which also means less KP available for the teams that want to be able to secure that top 10 finish if they find themselves in a troublesome situation.
Well, we've got a little bit of time before this next game, so why don't we just have a look back at some of these wins that LG has pulled off so far in our first series at the ALGS Open. Here's some of these final circles. Start off at match 2. So we had the ski lifts down here on Storm Point. This is when Source was going nuts with the Kraber. You can see here they've walled themselves off, found a nice little pocket with cat walls here. And they're playing from the low ground, but, you know, regardless of that, they've got the Tempest. Obviously, at this point, Ballistic is still in the lobby. And, you know, yeah, it just allows them to not have to worry about any of their resources, right? And this is something actually we were talking about in the green room, is that they've got the Kraber at this point. That gives you unlimited ammo on the Kraber. Like, straight up, one of the most broken things, I think, since they made that change to Tempest Ultimate, because that was actually a limitation that they placed on it when Ballistic first got brought into the game.
And now they're just like, nah, man, you can just take as many Kraber shots as you want. Like before, you had to be so careful about them. You only had 12, super limited. And now it's just like, you know, use that thing like a machine gun, hip fire all you want, and yeah, you take the win.
And it lasts for so long too, and then you have to consider that in implementing the knocks, right? And it's also really interesting to look back at these games and see what the potential of these reset legends that are not available right now, how that's influenced the place out for teams going to Broken Moon, right? No Cat, no Newcastle out here. You can't go for those hard resets. Instead, it's a lot of repositioning now moving forward.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing a lot of these top teams who are just so much better at using their presence. They can make themselves felt in those sort of situations. That is actually crazy that like they get sent on in such an aggressive manner there, but still manage to pull it up. I guess that's where the Ashe nerf comes in, right? She moves through the portal slower now, so you actually get a little bit of time to see that that's coming and react if an Ashe is aggressively portaling on you like that.
That's a really good point, especially when you feel pressure from the zone and you already took a bow check headshot to the face. So this is a great 1v1 too that we just saw after game number 4, our first game on Broken Moon for the day. But Shubi was able to get that reset off the bat before dropping down. Obviously trying to see where the positioning of where that player was before dropping down again. But also the pings and the comms from his teammates really helped out in terms of noting where the positioning was.
Oh, okay. I think, was that I think they were trying to throw out a knuckle cluster. Was that what I saw there? So that's why when he swung around, he's locked into the animation from the tactical and he can't fire back. So perfect timing there from Shubi, and that's how he wins the 1v1 in the end.
Should be feeling himself for today too. I mean, even earlier in the first 3-game highlights, you know, finding those highlighted mooning moments. As you can see, 23 kills going in favor of Shubi, and right alongside him, Stay Naughty with 18 KP, Saucer right there with 9 KP, but putting down the peppering, putting down the damage that they need to get the follow-up.
Putting the sauce on top? No, we can.
Some extra sauce, maybe. I don't know. I mean, Saucer, you know, gotta make sure that everything is served nicely on a plate for Shubi and Stay Naughty.
Yep, yep. It's hot sauce today. I mean, at what is it, 88 points or whatever they've got? Give me that. Where's one of those bottles of the Nessie hot sauce we have?
They may be in my bag, so I don't know. You didn't hear it from me, though. But it's pretty fitting considering that we are in NOLA as we take a look at a couple more stats for Shubi here. Not only has he done the 23 KP, but 6.5k damage over the course of 4 games.
Incredible amount of damage and kills that this man has laid down so far. It's been a masterclass from LG so far. And you saw like every one of those fights was almost a completely different situation, right? Like game 2, not in a great spot, low ground. They somehow managed to dig themselves out of it. You know, game 3 was a little bit easier, but then game 4, you know, have to come out in the 1v1 in the clutch and win it. So yeah, it's not like you know, all of them were in the bag. They have had to fight, but that's the thing about these top teams. They seem to be able to find their way consistently to the dub.
As we get set up here for our next game of Broken Moon, our players are ready to go here. It's a little bit more time. Remember, we did see Crypto be the next legend banned before diving into this next game. We saw a 3-way tie originally. Very interesting. I do predict that for this 5th game, we could expect perhaps maybe Ashe, with the utility that we saw into Broken Moon game number 4, the opportunity to get onto high ground instantaneously too. The Altar also providing such great opportunities to try to go in for a 3rd party here.
What is that stat line? 22 kills, 14 kills, 14. Wow. Yeah, look, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how we handle some of the stats going forward. Because obviously, I mean, if you're looking at all games across all lands, like, pretty much every record's just going to get broken this LAN, right? Because, yeah, there obviously there's a greater range of skill in the teams that, you know, we're getting here, which is amazing in some ways. We've got, you know, I've already seen some of the, you know, Apex Out teams that have been casting for years and years, and these guys who've been grinding away in Pro League but never had a chance to strut their stuff on stage, to get here to a LAN, to meet all the other people that they've been playing with for this whole time. So some real cool positives about being here.
at the New Orleans LAN. Here's the POI draft we've got here on Broken Moon. VP, #1 pick, of course, going for Quarantine Zone. It's basically 3 POIs in one. And they were enjoying their fast rotation from their last map. Didn't work out for them so well, but hey.
Same thing can honestly be said about LG with the way that they quickly rotate out of stasis. They also have the survey beacon there available to them before making their way over to where that next zone could potentially be going. As game number 5 starts up here on Broken Moon, LG has just been terrorizing this lobby. As you take a look at the kill leader on your screen, again, Shubi with 23 kills. All 3 members, honestly, of LG being up there. Saynati to follow up right behind him. But it's great to see. You mentioned what the potential skill gap there's been in a tournament like this, right? You also have the opportunity for the left field Dark Horse to really come out and showcase what they got to show us. And again, it is just our first series of the day, so we have a lot more action to go.
Yes, it'll be fascinating to see. I mean, there's so many teams here, surely someone's going to have that breakout performance, right? We've just got to wait and see who that is. Looking where the zone is pulling, it's not too far from where LG is sitting over at Stasis Array. It's actually going towards the divide where No Surrender are sitting. Virtue coming up from Bionomics and DXA over at Terraformer. I've got to say, picking Terraformer maybe not so much because of the loot there, but because of its proximity to where the zone is liable to pull on Broken Moon. I wouldn't mind that as a strategy.
Yeah, I could see that. Taking a little bit of time to get that loot, but then going in for rotate to where these next zones are pulling. Great spot, at least for them to be in. Also, counting about 13 ashes in this lobby. Alter following up with 9 picks. Something to know before we dive into our final game. EXO already involved, though, in an early fight here from a distance.
Yeah, they're up towards Alpha Base there, taking on Most Hated.
Oh, LG Shubi's won! He gets away. He actually gets away with a crumb of health. He manages to pop the med kit. Saynati trying to hold his angle. This team's trying to get aggressive here, trying to take up on the high ground.
God, they've all just been barreled away into one corner here, and that's the perfect time to use some nades, isn't it? As they get right on top of them. They can't dodge it. An enemy with the frag will take down Naughty first, and Shubi will follow him not long after.
I mean, someone's got to stop them with the way that LG's been playing, and O2 now move in. Feel like they have to go right back outside before taking the Ultra Porter right back around, dancing around the crates. There's only so much you could do. 10-10, though, gets the finishing blow onto LG. First team getting exited out of the lobby.
Yeah, so they won't make it 4 in a row. They won't even make it to the placement points here in Game 5. That's let's go 0-2. I mean, imagine coming up against a team that just dropped like 50 kills in the last 3 games and then be like, yeah, we'll challenge them straight up.
I love it with the name too, like hand in hand, because you say 0-2, it is a double elimination bracket, but they're not going 0-2 in this case with their positioning right now and being able to find those picks onto LG. But talking about some knocks here, Soden. It's the trade, having to back away. Saw that they were trying to go in for a fight, but the Portal Nexus allows them to reposition, back away, hopefully try to get that reset, but they won't because the finisher comes out, doesn't let them take that.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a metagame around the Void Nexus now from Ultra, right? You have to, yeah, exactly. You got to worry about putting a finisher down so that they can't actually, you know, use it or be pulled back into it from an Altar. You've also got to, you know, if you're on their team, you can also wonder about, you know, maybe trying to create some space for your teammates so that they've got a couple of seconds just to pop the, you know, pop that Void Nexus.
And then the phase 2 on top of it, getting on top of high ground, the Altar, putting them up here. Up to Lazar, though, the last member alive for Most Hated, while EXO had 2 Chaotic goes on the left side, and Most Hated get eliminated. I like the attempt there, but EXO playing so spread up on that roof can make it so difficult when they all have to just look at one side, which is when the Altar comes up on that portal.
SGB, nice little evac over the mountains here. They've decided to go sort of north of Bionomics. Perhaps predicting that this ring will pull further over there and not be a pullback towards Terraformer, which, from my eyes, still looks to be a distinct possibility.
I got gotta hype up again, like the fact that this is our only lifeline here in the lobby, SGB. Like we have 1 Pathfinder, 1 Mad Maggie, 2 Mirages, 3 Rays, 7 Fuses. It's fantastic. Even looking at Bangalore, 7 picks here. Watson with the 8. Like you mentioned, Genome, in our last game, no crypto, right? So no EMPs to worry about here in this case for the teams that want to bunker down. NF also down a teammate here. They lost out on their Bangalore, but because they have the Mirage here, they could try to make some moves.
Yeah, and interestingly, I think we've only picked up maybe 1 Watson, right? We were saying how, you know, we could see an uptick considering how big of a counter crypto is, but yeah, only +1 as far as I've actually no, maybe it's +2. Anyway, look, a small increase. I think the other thing is we haven't seen any Gibraltars introduced. That's another character that you will see come into the lobbies at some points once crypto is out. Again, because his bubble is just so vulnerable to the crypto EMP. You know, you use it because you're in a dire situation. You feel safe. You have this sense of safety, and it just gets ripped away from you from a crypto EMP. And most of the times, you see that, you know, essentially the team just gets caught with their pants down and gets wiped out immediately. So,
you know, talking about teams that I feel like have been getting caught with their pants down. What is going on here with Riddle Order? Only 3 points throughout the course of the 5 games.
It's been such a rough start to the year for these guys, and yeah, I genuinely don't understand it. You've got Meltstera, incredible player. You know, land finalist. You've got Tider. Sure, it's not a shotgun meta, which I'd always favor him in, but you know, he can play more guns than that. And then you got Saku as well. Like, these guys are some of the powerhouses of APAC North, and it is just incredibly surprising to see them struggle both in their own region and over here at LAN.
And right now they're looking at EXO, who have that slight high ground advantage, although the zone pulling over to the south side that they now know. Seeing if they try to take this fight. In the distance, Riddle Order take the Ash Portal now, trying to engage on EXO. The nades, though, trying to block out the door before taking a different angle.
Yeah, indicators galore over here.
Oh, they swing him immediately. The tether coming in from EXO. That was fantastic. And now that's also split the attention of Meltstera. No KP on the board for Riddle Order as they go down early again.
And you see, I think one of the things we've seen teams get so much better at in the last, even just couple of months, Vicky, is knowing when to quit, right? And that's whether you are an Ashe or an Alter or playing on a team with one of those legends, but people are getting much better at recognizing that, hey, we don't need a support character to craft anymore. We can, at any point, just get out and try and reset. And we saw there at the end of that fight, there was a chance. I believe the Ashe player on Riddle there had their TP up. They could have got out or even just dashed away, but no, they decided to chal instead in a situation that they are gravely outnumbered in, and they lose their life for it.
Having to look back to see what Riddle Order could do to fix themselves in that last game. In the next game, Rosto, incredibly low, 1 HP, RTS on the other side. Full blue Evos, by the way, so slight Evo disadvantage, but having the high ground helps them out here. Just going to be able to back away in time, too. You don't want to get third party in a situation like this. Now that a lot of squads probably already have that ring console, too, seeing that it could be pulling over to the other side of Terraformer.
Yeah, I'm sure a couple do, but even then, it's actually still quite 50-50.
Yeah,
it's actually still sitting like very much on top of the mountain.
My favorite position in a zone like this is actually where SGB is standing, because you could call in an evac tower. You don't need a Valkyrie. Like, we don't have a Valkyrie in this lobby. So you got that evac tower, and you could go over the mountain if necessary. But it's about holding a position that you could prevent third-party opportunities from coming in. So at least your back is closed off rather than having every angle open.
Yeah, whether you survive on the evac is another question.
Yeah.
But it is possible, right? So you do give yourself a chance to make that very, very, very late rotation if that's the case. Speaking of evacs, this is EXO from up in Eternal Gardens. They're going to try and go into Divide. Let's listen to them make this rotation.
I'm gonna phase it with you guys. I go inside that. Nice. I'm moving up on him. Yeah. Okay. I'm pulling on him. Nice. No, I'm ran back. Nice.
Oh my god.
I'm buying. I'm dead. They're jumping in. I'm buying. Wait.
How did you miss it?
Get him. Nice. Last one. Wait, on me. One more, nice. Red team, leave.
Come. Run away, Arctic, run away.
Go to run, Arctic.
One south east,
One chasing, two chasing, jumping on you. Only one chipping.
Still chasing 3-1, just keep running. One still on me.
The passionate comms coming in from EXO. They tell him to keep running. They're chasing him down, but he can't go anywhere. Even with the ARC-Star down at his feet. And after getting that finishing blow and sending EXO back to the lobby, we get a quick pause here. But you got me on the edge of my seat here, basically, after watching and hearing that listening from EXO.
Yeah, look, it was a hype fight from them. Unfortunately, they took my advice from from earlier, right? Did a little better than Riddle Order in terms of trying to get out and make it out with that last character, but unfortunately, can't quite get there. I mean, you know, we're talking about like throwing the ARC-Star at your feet to get away. Like it's something that pro players are really good at. I've got to say that's one of the small things I've noticed just lately about like M&K advantage, right? Being able to someone that's trying to get away, just being able to chain movement, be able to like say 180 in the air, throw a grenade at your feet, 180 again, keep going, jump, sliding, tap strafing, whatever you need to do to try and get away. It's one of those spots where having the access to that extra movement on M&K can actually give you an advantage over the control players.
And that's sensitivity, right? Too.
Yes,
like that's
exactly.
that big advantage. Usually you'll have the players playing on 4-3 linear out here, and so hey, it's great. But in a situation like that, I definitely agree with you, Gino. You gotta get the other hand too, where you get the Skynade instead sending up, where they're chasing you, but that's with a little bit more distance, right, than what we saw right there from EXO. Very difficult. I mean, also we saw that with the zone pulling in and the positioning that Virtue was sitting over by Divide. Get little hellos here from our squads, but kind of feeling yourself being gate kept here into that next zone. We could expect a lot of these squads coming in from the north side, but not just that, as well as the west side of this zone. So we take a look at the stats while we get ready here. SGB with 32 points, but I want to look at that cutoff. Look how many teams are currently tied with 21 points, and we still have one more game to go, Gino.
Yeah, one and a bit, right? And I guess something I really want to lay out here while we've got a little bit of time just waiting for this pause to get resolved here, Vicky, is that dropping down in a series can have dire consequences for the rest of your tournament here in New Orleans, okay? So if you go down to the elimination bracket, that means in every series you play from now on, there are going to be, not every series, but most of the series, there'll be teams dropping down from the winners bracket, right? And you will never have better than 11th draft on the POI versus those teams. You can still make it to match point finals from here, but even in there, the best you can possibly do is 11th tick in the POIs. So a single loss, just a single blip, even if you are the best teams, if you had an LG or a VP here drop down, whether you were Falcons or Shopify or whoever it might be, if they have one bad series, that can have big ramifications for the rest of their tournament.
Never would I think out here, Gino, that we would have a double elim style bracket. Kind of going back to my roots out here, seeing what the possible comeback potential that we could have. But this was closing all the way to the right side. I hear the beams over in the feed right now too.
Now this is fascinating, right? Because we saw teams at different points throughout this game, they were going 50-50. Some were Divide, some were Terraformer. Then we saw the next circle. All of a sudden, all the teams say, oh, okay, I think this is Terraformer circle now. Unfortunately, they're all wrong. As we kept saying, because it was very 50-50 over the middle of that mountain range, could still swing either way, and it's gone towards SGB.
You know that SGB and DXA are having a ball day. While Austin Nunn area, though, get eliminated. It's up to NoseFox right now. Leica being on the Mad Maggie, sliding in, trying to look at them in their position, but hiding behind two of those knockdown shields. They are out of there. Do not want any business with this, taking that portal nexus and allowing NoseFox to try to go in for the reset here of the res.
There is still a sliver on the southern side of the mountains where teams can rotate down by, so that's actually quite important. It means you don't have to take zone damage. It means you don't necessarily have to do, one of those risky evac rotates that we were talking about over the top of the mountain. So still some options for the teams if they can recognize that and try and play for the southern part of the map, and then come up against teams like Virtus Pro, who are currently playing massive. They are extremely spread out, the 3 players. Hopefully that doesn't go awry for them like it did in the previous game.
I was actually going to highlight VP's positioning too, because they also are in a position where it's the less traction that they would face against other teams. South side, nobody's in the middle of their rotate, but also if the zone happened to pull over to the left side of the mountain, then they could still go through that pathway that you were talking about, the choke, since they were playing spread out, trying to see if they could do a pathing, because they also, I believe, have a portal nexus over to the south side, so if other players from VP need to go there, they can, and they're not the only ones. Soda now moving in.
Yeah, it looks like they've got 2 set up, one down where you said on the zip line, and then one in a safer position over to the east. And I think that's, again, one of those things that teams are learning to do with Alta, is to really spread out your Void Nexuses and just have, you know, plan ahead with them, essentially. Is Legion Gaming go in here against No Surrender?
Oh man, but with round 3 closing in right here too, Legion, they clean up No Surrender, but playing on the edge of that zone, you have to imagine third-party opportunity, maybe from Virtue that we know that we're over to the right, but they actually don't like that position. They disengage, they go right back to what looked like their portal here, and Legion Gaming are going to be able to get the reset, but they lost out on 1 in the process.
Okay, so it's just been revealed to most of these teams that the zone will be switching over to the east side of the mountains. Of course, we've known for a little while now, but for these teams, it's just dawned on them. And now you can see the teams on the west side, they're starting to send each other because they know otherwise they're all going to their doom if they try and crush through that tiny south side of the map at the same time.
And Soda's ready to gatekeep too, right? So they're going to be shooting at all the squads that are going to be going into their line of sight, while Unleash looking at O2 trying to go in for a res, sliding into, and they're not the only ones. It's also FWG and RTS that could shoot at them from afar. Oh, but he goes down. Dig Vibes unfortunately can't make it back on time to the rest of his team.
Teams portaling in. Fuse ults going down, nades getting thrown. They don't want any teams to be able to pop there on that res beacon. Thermite starts ticking away, but do RTS really want to push this when there's still 2 other teams looking at them?
And not even just that, but Soden too, as a duo, leaving 1/3 of Soden to be on the south side of that next zone, who's being looked at by DXA. RTS though, sliding in after getting that knock, but the slow down the Watts fences, not helping them out. RTS get eliminated. Unleashed with only Dig Vibes alive, right alongside O2, who were not able to get the res just yet, but still staying alive. Soda now move in. They take the portal nexus to go right back to their third, who was the ultra waiting for them on the other side of the choke.
Yeah, so Soten looking for a couple of kills. I think they could have actually played that a little bit later and just tried to force every single team to slow down, fight, and die on that west side. They actually portal back into the zone to try and look at FWG right now as he tries to kill that last remaining member of Dig Vibes of Unleashed.
And that's Soden actually saying that they know they can't get into the next zone, so they would rather get KP to put themselves up higher. Unleashed get eliminated, and they slide in to look at FWG and O2.
I mean, they know they're dead, so the Alta players are literally just looking along the cliff trying to say, I really hope there's a 30-meter passage here that I can get through. I got bad news for you, buddy. There isn't one.
Yeah, you can't do that. Sorry.
So now every team on the west side, including Soten, who overplayed their hand, has gone down. While all that was happening, the teams on the other side were having cheese boards. They were sitting down at the picnics, you know, just singing Kumbaya there. But now it's time to get back to business, and Virtue will take on Legion Gaming.
And the teams that are tired of holding position now move in to try to see if they can get any KP. VP being one of them, looking to see if they get third-party Legion Gaming after they were able to take out Virtue, but seeing that they're going to try to back out, make sure that no other squad tries to move up into that next zone could be pulling. They know where they have to hold wide, because DXA also were trying to take a fight versus SGB.
Yeah, those guys sitting in the building at the moment. Virtus Pro sort of trying to play on the outside, and then Legion Gaming, well, you can see they're sort of below the building in that choke right now. But they're going to get looked at by DXA, who seem to have taken over the roof.
While being on the roof, though, you have to imagine the teams that were right below you. We still have 2 ultras left in this lobby, and SGB being the team that we saw with the lifeline. To imagine, you don't want a team overlooking your heads if you have that lifeline ult.
I think the big question here is that, do Virtus Pro have enough cover? Because they've got the whole outside to themselves now, essentially. Do they have enough cover to hide from the teams up the top here who are doing damage to them, like Nico? Can they wait it out for long enough for these 2 teams, other 3 teams now that are really clustered around the building? Okay, yeah, probably below this bridge. All right, Virtus Pro here against the rest of the world. Let's listen into them at the end of this game.
I got one.
Nice. I'm gonna make it.
The other two teams are fighting. They might be fighting Lou. You should be looking, Lou. There's a rat over here. Rat,
Can we try to get this down?
Bro. Oh, not a rat. I'm just kidding. I'm taking TV. There should be no rats. It's all full teams. Slayer, you might die in the back.
Pushing you, Zach.
Oh, no, behind, guys, behind.
Pushing you, Zach. I'm playing for this fight, Zach, on you.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, they said, do we want it to the end?
They're seeing me. Stunned him. Nice.
Oh, even with the shield swap, though, they get taken out. They knew it was inevitable. They knew the third party was going to slide in as Virtus Pro get eliminated. DXA now move into the low ground.
So because Legion didn't have as solid a position there around the building, they decided to take their chances and actually take the fight to VP on the outside. Turns out to be a smart decision. They win it, and now they are essentially in the shoes of what we were just explaining about VP's position.
And most importantly, too, when I was looking at the squads that were left in this final zone, the two teams that were waiting patiently in those buildings up on the high ground are full blue Evos, while the squads on the low ground had the full purple Evos, so still slight advantage here for them to work off of.
It's about the smallest ash portal I've ever seen. They're really worried about traversing that 10 meters of ground there. But hey, why take a chance?
DXA hold the other angle looking at Legion. They cannot reveal themselves beyond this rock, though, because SGB will have them in their line of sights before this next zone starts closing in now.
And I love this call from DXA, right? They've said, well, if we stay into the building for too long, we'll just get forced into an ugly fight with SGB. So they play this proactively and go out, find a little bit of cover behind that rock.
You also saw the ping there. The ultimate accelerator being pinged for DXA because they have a seer, so they will have that dome so that with the exhibit will allow them to see where everybody is once everyone's forced to drop down and collapse.
Yeah, exactly. One of the only teams to be bringing that in at this late stage in the series. We've been seeing him just pop up just a little bit. SGB, okay, interesting. It's a very aggressive, well, not aggressive, but proactive lifeline ultimate here, just to give them some cover. Remember, indestructible cover. The only way you can really get in there is with Skynades, but they've also got the Watson.
All right, Plex is getting a little bit too aggressive here, too, with the Ash Portal. They fully dive down, though. They see the opportunity from Legion. They fully commit, and DXA just walk in to take the game. Your game number 5 winners, as the patience indeed pays off.
I mean, DXA, like, straight up, just counting their blessings at the end of that one. I mean, you really couldn't have it handed to you any better than that. You got 3 teams, Mexican standoff essentially, and the other 2 just point their second gun at each other instead of you, and you've got free fire on them. It was a rough spot for the Lifeline team. I mean, I don't know, maybe they could have... This is, like, seconds matter in these end games, right, Vicky? And sometimes the other 2 teams, they weren't really focusing that hard on the Lifeline team. And at that point, it's like, because they popped it, I think, essentially before they'd taken any damage, you know? Maybe you just need to be so on the button with it that you can wait until you've taken a little bit of damage, and that buys you an extra 5 or 10 seconds, and that maybe pushes those other teams into conflict with each other instead of themselves.
It's crazy. We also saw the the altar portal at the very end there that also was repositioning another player that forced them to get beamed right off the rip before going right back. As we take a look at the match results, 4KP going in favor for DXA. Second place, we see SGB, the 2 teams that we saw holding up on the top of that high ground, while third place, Legion Gaming coming in with 8KP.
Yes, good stuff there from DXA. This is their first time at LAN. I saw Lockie on the plane over here, actually, from Australia. He was just a viewer in Sapporo, but now he is here playing and putting his best foot forward to see if he can be one of the newest teams, one of those breakout stars that we were talking about to go forward in the New Orleans ALGS Open.
That's such a good feeling, having the opportunity to put yourself on board after watching Champs 2. This is what the ALGS Open is all about. It's great. It's great to see how a lot of these squads have been able to also be very flexible with the different legend compositions too. We saw a lot of Ashe coming in. We see a lot of different opportunities for Lifeline teams here too. But we have more action coming to you soon for game number 6, our final game here on Broken Moon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Sony InZone's 27-inch M10S gaming monitor is tournament ready. Co-developed with Fnatic, it boasts a 480 Hz refresh rate with up to 0.03 millisecond response time, allowing you to quickly spot and track enemy movements. Combine that with the 4mm small footprint base, and you've got a monitor that is as ready for competition at home as it is on the ALGS big stage. That is what our pros are playing on for today, and it shows here with the way that the action has played out here within our first series.
LG, an incredible mid-series, but then they go down first in our game 5. I mean, I thought they were going to be a guaranteed 100 points after dropping, yeah, I didn't do the math, but it was close to 50 kills in 3 games. Now they've just got 1 game left to do that.
Well, that's kind of the benefit, right? When you already know where you're situated, or like half the way through the series, take a little bit of a lax break. You don't have to stress out too much. We have the final game, but we know that they have such a hard gap between the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, at 88 points still, even though they got 0 in game 5, they are still that far ahead of the rest of this lobby. Almost certainly guaranteed that first seed in the POI draft going into the winners bracket round 2.
I do want to highlight, though, looking at Broken Moon, looking what our last final circle had, that gigantic pool, it also showed the risk and reward that a lot of teams wanted to take, whether they wanted to balance out and weigh out whether the KP was worth it versus the placement, if they knew that they were already going to get eliminated and circle kept by the teams that were there first.
Yeah, and you can see teams are still getting their feet under them as well. You know, I think that was exemplified by Soten in that last game, who were really going back and forth, both literally and metaphorically, you know, through their Void Nexuses, but also in their decision-making of whether they should play for KP and try and gatekeep those teams on the west side, or whether they should just play it safe and try and work their way in from the southern end of the map. And yeah, it didn't work out for them at all in the end. They sort of got caught between those 2 decision-making points, and they kind of ended up with nothing in the end. Soten, of course, is a team that did catch our eye a bit in some of the first weeks of Pro League in APAC North. A bit of a yo-yo, right? And we have seen this across many of the regions where they got a win. They actually took out a Pro League day and got the full 25 points, and then crashed and burned in the next one, right? So it's interesting to see if, you know, these teams can find that consistency that they will need to do well here in the ALGS Open, because as we were just explaining before, Vicky, any lapse in consistency, a single series, could have dire consequences for the rest of the tournament here.
Yeah, you know, one of the teams that we just highlighted right there as the camera flew by was Noah's Fox, who currently, I believe in that last game got 11th place, but currently sitting in top 3, sitting in 3rd place with 45 points. We mentioned that big gap between LG and the rest of the lobby, but it is our top 10 squads that will continue moving on through the winners bracket, whereas our last 8 squads in this lobby will be moving down over to the losers bracket. And with 1 game to go, Genome, we saw, I believe it was Ash that had gotten banned for our final game. It's interesting because we've been seeing a lot of interesting plays as well from the fuses, from the altars now going into the final game of Broken Moon.
Yeah, and you know, obviously there's 4 lobbies being played in this arena right now. And we're also going to have teams going home today, right? That hasn't been a case in Apex LAN before. You can actually get day 1 here. I think it'll be something like 12 teams. So it will be heading home after we play the first elimination bracket matches at the end of today. So yeah, look, potentially some of these teams here, if they drop down in that bottom 10, could be them.
I'm happy that you bring that up, and Graceful worded it perfectly during our show open, where you have a lot of teams now feeling that pressure, whereas in normal ALGS format, you don't really have to stress out about that day 1, but you do here in the ALGS Open.
Yeah, because if we're talking about like, one series is going to, have ramifications for your POI draft, it's not even just that, right? It's, you could, exactly, in group stage, you had 3 series. You could have a bad one and then come back in the last 2 to make up for that. There is no making up for dropping down into the elimination bracket. That's one of your 2 lives gone, and it's not coming back. There is no mushroom to pick up here, baby.
There's nothing to redeem yourself here at that point. That's what this double elimination bracket is all about. Game number 6 for our first series underway here on Broken Moon. And it's been fantastic. A breath of fresh air to see another map here in rotation for our ALGS. And seeing a lot of these teams have had to adjust around these legend bands. Again, no Ash for our final game here. So I'm seeing a good amount of altars instead of lots of fuses. See the Mad Maggies out here as well as Bangalore.
So yep, as you can see, Ash banned out. That's another change in our lineups, and it's actually quite cool to see Alta survive to game 6, and that's probably partly because it's a Storm Point Broken Moon combo here. It does, of course, mean we've finally got a Valk in the lobby. RTS have picked that up. And yeah, I guess the other thing it means is that when we get down to these game 6s and even beyond, let's just think ahead to Sunday for a second, be thinking match point. These games are going to get so aggressive, right? Because essentially you're taking options away. There are only so many characters, so many legends in Apex that give you these big game warping abilities like Newcastle, Crypto, especially Catalyst, these legends that allow you to cut off space, to create space, to warp space, or to take it away from other people in the case of Crypto, right? And once you sort of remove these legends, it kind of comes back to its roots, right? And you get this really sort of just fresh, like naked Apex almost, where it's just about fragging out. It's about taking space with your guns, with your bullets, and your damage against other people. And that's why I think it's just going to be so exciting, not only when we get to the end of a series like this, but once we get into those later games in the match point finals on Sunday, it's going to favor the teams who are the most aggressive and who are just good at Apex at a base level.
I can't wait. I can't wait for Pathfinder, Lifeline, and Octane to just win the ALGS Open up. That match point final is going to be insane. Honestly, I just get excited thinking about it.
A grapple in with the PK to win, please.
Off like a jump pad or whatever, just grapple in right afterwards, like doing some fresh movement. Oh man, I mean the possibilities are endless. I don't expect the Oxygen to be out here, but I do expect the Oxygen to keep it up. For Oxygen though, being on that rampart, the P2020s are not enough when you're the last one alive against a squad that we highlighted before diving into this final game, those Fox.
Oxygen none area do go out. You can see, doesn't have the purple perk on the Wraith. You don't have the reduced wind-up time on the Into the Void, and that means Wraith can't get the tactical off quickly enough and does go down. their counterparts in a way, I guess. O2 Esports still in the game, however. Have you noticed how similar the Void Nexus like console thing that you use is very similar to alt accelerants?
Yeah, yeah, it does. Yeah, I agree.
Like, what's going on there?
That, and when you grab your teammates' banners too off of the respawns, right?
Is there some sort of like lore reason for that?
Okay, I guess we gotta find out, right? Dive into a lot of
Is there a dev here that we can ask?
the stories of Outlands out here. But Legion Gaming also in some trouble, it looks like. Talking about dancing around the altar portals instead. Holding up on top of the zip line for now after losing out on Plexes. Oh, before Luke comes in, though, he's one shot. He still gets the knock, leaving only one from Legion. VP now. Zach losing out on his shield, but it's fine with all three members of VP swinging in. They take out Legion Gaming.
Nice. That's another couple of KP there for Virtus Pro, who are, look, they're sitting fine. They're in 5th place, 42 points, right? I don't think they're at any risk of dropping down here. If you're looking at sort of, you know, teams on the bubble, a team like EXO, who's currently in 8th place with 33 points, they might be a little bit worried about this final game and potentially having that drop-down issue we were mentioning.
That would be crazy, crazy look, because then they would have to play through that loser's bracket the entire rest of the tournament, and this is the day that you don't want to start that because you also play more.
Exactly, right? Like in previous ALGS lands, you would play 5 or maybe 6 if you had to do both elimination brackets. In this tournament, if you lose in first round and then somehow make it all the way to match point finals, I think you're playing something like 8 series. Ooh. So you have to play 2 series a day, every single day. And I can tell you, 12 games of Apex when you are coming your hardest, playing your heart out at the top level, it takes a toll on you. It really does.
Got to keep yourself fresh out here, mentally and physically, as we see SGB now. The portal rotate. They know where that next circle is pulling to. They have the Watson. They're going to be playing on the south side of that next circle zone, and they're not the only ones. We see so many teams already moving their way through Hazmat Tunnel over to the north side of Terraformer. Nemesis had already gotten a knock onto Sotin. They're not trying to overextend here, too. They want to get right back onto the high ground altogether, seeing that Sotin had backed up all the way around. But Nemesis now seeing that they've cleared up this entire side.
Actually, yeah, thinking about this, Nemesis are a team that I like to keep my eye on in this last game. Currently sitting at 20 points. They had a Pro League win, so for them to drop down this quickly would actually be quite a surprise.
Really tight there on the bubble. VP now flying in. Double purple for them to work with, Slayer being on that blue Evo. Seeing that Riddle Order were ahead of them, I also heard an evac tower sound like from a distance, so Riddle Order may have been getting chased by Virtus Pro here. They're playing split up now. Believe 2 members of VP north of Alpha Base, but thankfully with Riddle Order having that portal nexus, they could try to reposition here and try to escape VP just trying to send it down.
Virtus Pro currently trying to end Riddle Order's chances of making a comeback here. Of course, they'd need 20-odd points to even do this, so it would have to be a hell of a game from Riddle, but at this point, with VP on their backs, seeming unlikely. Noise Fox. Looks like they'll have to go through FWG. I'm not sure if either of those teams have scanned the survey beacon yet, in terms of giving them information about the fact that this could be an isolated fight if they really do want to take that over here at Quarantine Zone, or the fact that perhaps LG is waiting in Hazmat Tunnel, one of the best gatekeeping areas in this entire map, in terms of farming up a storm yet again.
Yeah, especially if you hear a team in there, you would rather go through that southern choke that's uphill, exiting out of Quarantine Zone. Still really risky, depending if there's other teams that are holding that uphill choke that you could find yourself rotating into Terraformer. But with FWG being ahead of them, they had the survey beacon and the ring console, so they already noted that Nosefox could be coming in from right behind them. And still, the 2 teams facing off against each other by Cliffside is Riddle Order and VP. Oh, huge here as they get the knock here onto Meltstera.
Slayer considering whether to use the Motherload. Says no, it's probably just going to block off their entry into this fight. Oh! Last second hit onto the Void Nexus there, and Riddle Order will actually get the reset. The question is, do Virtus Pro? No, they don't want to take the Void Passage behind them. Of course, it does leave behind a, you know, a channel for you to follow the team. But hey, there's a zip line going directly to their building, so why not make the safer play?
Yeah, it's way too risky, right? Even if you're feeling yourself, even if you're getting the cracks that you need, the damage output in general, it takes a little bit of time before that portal appears, and it gives the other squad some time to reset, at least get the res, and then watch the portal too, especially since only 2 members were still alive and they just needed to get 1 res.
Yeah. Yeah, one can hold, one can res. Easily done there for Riddle Order. Oh, it's certainly not going to be an easy route for them back into this next zone. Plenty of teams in between them and a chance at redemption here in Game 6.
It is round 2 here, so if they want to take a much more roundabout rotate into the outskirts of that next zone, it'd take a long time, but with the accelerated zip lines could absolutely do it, and maybe hear a third party in the distance, but they want to try to keep going, as FWG also want to keep going, trying to see if they can find some space on the outskirts of this building. They want to try to take this fight through the altar portal. Dark incredibly low. He slides down the bamboozling. He goes off to the other side, but he leaves his teammates behind. Voodoo now gets on top of the high ground. You can see the pings here, leaving him low.
Yep, Mirage once again back into Apex competitive. I say once again because, well, I think last LAN was the only time we've ever seen him. But yeah, now with the new Renaissance Man perk, you know, when you're lacking a lot of other options towards the end of a series, yeah, Mirage can be huge.
Comes in clutch for moments like this. Laka's gonna get rezzed. Also, you got that subtle healing over time too from the support legends. Helps him get the reset even quicker, just in case there was a third party out in the distance. FWG did manage to get away, by the way. They had put down the portal nexus when we saw the altar player see a losing situation. Instead of trying to take that fight, even if they left one of members of NoseFox 1, they didn't want to risk it. So now they're going to be forced to play outside of zone. They have a replicator right there in quarantine zone and can get their teammate back.
Well, it's not Rambo, but it is Rambro going down to Virtus Pro. And Riddle Esports, yep, completely down and out now as Virtus Pro look for other targets in their gatekeeping efforts. Just want to get this last member now of Virtue. There we go, another couple of points, pushing them up from 5th into 3rd place now. But FWG are actually coming in on the long rotate, as was mentioned. And there's even a Mythic bin ahead of them. So Virtus Pro are hoping to probably get back to that. We saw them with the Red Armors, the Krabers in earlier games. They're looking to play for that once again. The question is, do other teams contest them for it? Because there is a single member of O2 Esports actually heading up towards there now.
And this could be so detrimental because O2 is one of your squads that are in 10th place overall with 27 points. So lose out on a member to commit to the Mythic bin could be so incredibly risky now that all members of VP are coming in. They got it.
They got it first.
The Mythic bin, but he still has to get away. Maybe he's got the portal nexus today. He could just rotate to instead.
Oh,
he does. He gets away.
The red helmet basically saves him there. I mean, he was just thereabouts on 25 health, which is, you know, the extra health you're getting from that helmet. I don't know how many of the weapons he managed to grab. He'll probably leave a couple of those for Virtus Pro, but he did at the very least get the Evo upgrades. Of course, you know, we can, in this meta, it's easier than ever to get your team onto full purple, but if they haven't got there yet, if they've been playing safely, of course, you do get that free upgrade from blue to purple.
It's so entertaining to see the moves with the altar, right? Not only having one of your teammates just put themselves out there and they could just take the altar portal nexus instead. It allows you to just cover so many POIs since you have 2 active at the same time. VP now coming in from the north side of the edge of the zone. O2 looking at them, backing away still towards that other portal nexus. It looks like NoseFox now for Rufa. It's going to be able to get that knock with the Evo 8. Seeing the feed, Shubi with the G7 also getting a knock himself. They're going to be able to get that res, and the Mirage really coming in clutch once again for this squad.
Tunnel not in at all anymore, though, so LG, they're going to have to move out, and they're going to move out right now, and you can see there's a crossfire between Soten and NoiseFox here, covering the entrance. Well, currently, they're a little bit occupied with each other, but as soon as LG comes out, surely the crosshairs just snap onto them immediately.
Well, LG was doing the gatekeeping. Now they have to deal being the ham in the middle of the sandwich here because NoseFox are on the north side. You have Soden to worry about on the south side here of Hazmat Tunnel. And we know that LG were here for quite some time. So they just want to risk trying to take some circle damage, rotate around them if they have the opportunity. It'll be very difficult for them to deal with.
You'll see in this kill feed?
Is blowing up. 10 squads left just like that. EXO get eliminated. Laganov slides in with still being aware that there could be a squad that could rotate right behind them here, being LG. Oh, but he needs some help before Rufa gets sent down, but beautiful shots from afar here as they are going to be able to take him out. And Virtus Pro now move in. They heard the fighting. They want to come in for a third party, but good timing on NoseFox to completely eliminate this squad and as they try to go for the reset too.
Yeah, NoseFox, they managed to fully kill both of those other teams, but as they're doing it, Virtus Pro are having a look. They actually ended up taking down 2 of the members of O2 Esports. One is still ratting in the building that Virtus Pro are in. I guess they don't know that they're there. Obviously, you know, no heartbeat sensor, no seer on the team to be able to tell those kind of things. Bloodhound long gone. But they do have the circle. They've been able to grab the red helmets, all of that mythic loot that came out of the mythic bin. And Virtus Pro, it feels very similar to the situation we saw 2 games ago, Vicky, but this time, they don't even need to clear their back. There's no one else that they should have to worry about. Everyone should be coming to them, and I feel like this is a much stronger position from VP to close out this series in.
Yeah, and we have 2 squads that are unfinished, right? 2 rats in this lobby between O2 and LG, who at least still managed to stay alive.
Yeah, I may have said full kill. I guess one of them dipped back out into the tunnel and then came back because there is still the Bangalore alive for LG right now.
Or is there?
But it's
question here from Shubi.
It's pretty unlikely that Shubi's going to get his team to that 100 points that looked so inevitable just a scant few games ago.
Oh, but with Unleash actually making appearance in front of NoseFox, LG still has a solo, may be able to sneak up from right behind them. They're going to try to engage right now. The last member of Unleash taking the portal, the Wraith portal all the way around, while RTS now fly into that next zone. DXA, most hated, are going to eventually have to collapse on each other, while VP, like you said, uncontested on the north side, looking at both of these fights happening without giving up that northern space.
Oh, teams are congregating on NoseFox, though, with RTS and Unleash behind them. They can only sit behind these knockdown shields for so long before they get blasted down.
Oh, man, but NoseFox dropping down with only Rufa being alive. Getting taken out at the very end. RTS, though, getting beamed. Looking at the squad that's on the low ground, the P20s just continue ringing. Bazaar gets taken out as he tries to fly to reposition himself.
Voidnex is getting taken there. That's Virtus Pro actually moving back to safety as RTS go down. Shubi's still alive, by the way, just hiding in smoke this whole time, I guess. But as he tries to run away from Unleash, he does draw the attention of DXA. And now just look at this as the smoke fades, trying to find whatever cover he can to stay alive. But he's managed to make it to top 4.
Top 4, he still has at least 1 KP for his squad out here too. LG sitting in first place with 94 total points. Second place with the gap of 60 points to highlight what LG has been doing. Incredible as DXA try to take a shot with the Kraber. A little bit of a haircut, misses out.
No ballistic available, only the shots in the chamber available to Lockie.
Get all the information with the exhibit, but having to be careful with the nades hurtled in his direction. Oh, he's one shot. The knuckle cluster is enough. That's why we've been seeing so many fuses here in a lobby like this. Nico is the next one to go out. DXA with a hurdle of nades set in their direction get taken on. Shubi is still alive, and now he's got the high ground.
Oh my god, and he almost manages to grief one of the VP players here. He's got the Kraber. He's picked that up off Lockie's body, and with 5 bullets left, is there chaos left for Shubi to go? He goes for it! He hits the 360!
Oh!
Where have we seen that before, Vicky?
Oh my, and every ALGS lad, you know you always gotta tug at my heartstrings a little bit with a 360. No scope here on the Kraber. Shubi did what he had to do, but it is Unleash walking in, being in 5th place now after getting that dub and getting the KP that they need at the end of our series. Your Game 6 winners.
Virtus Pro actually managed to pick up 18 kills in that last game. It's fun to see. I guess we're kind of not used to these sort of lobbies mixing together at LANs just yet, Vicky, right? Because this is probably going to be happening in all of the lobbies. We only got to check some of the initial scores before we came on to cast this series, obviously, but there were some big players in the other lobbies. I think we saw Falcons picking up, 30, 40 points just in their first couple of games. Shopify in a similar situation, and it's no surprise that titans of industry like Virtus Pro and LG are doing the same over here. Noise Fox even, 10 kills for them. That's a solid finish to the series. But then obviously, we're going to be seeing a couple of teams heading down to the elimination bracket after this, and some of them will be the ones who have failed to close out the series in style. Exo Clan, Riddle Order. I think Legion Gaming maybe had enough previously. Even Team Nemesis with only 3 points for them.
And looking at the series results, look at the difference between the bubble team RTS and O2 Esports. They had 30 total points, RTS with 31. It would have taken that 1 KP to prevent the gauntlet of a run you're going to have to now do in that elimination bracket. Again, we highlighted before, it's a lot more games that you have to play. You have to have the tenacity to really push through. But looking at also at the gap that we've had from LG, 97 total points. Are you kidding me? I mean, I'm not really surprised. I knew that they were going to be able to frag out, but it was more so the ability to apply it into going from Storm Point into Broken Moon, staying consistent no matter what map we're playing on, and then VP being behind them. I believe it was 66 points.
I mean, Shuby's like memeing there at the end, and he still almost got them onto 100 points with that incredible last effort. But yeah, look, honestly, good job to them. Exo Clan do squeak through. But yeah, a couple of big names already being casualties like Team Nemesis and Riddle Order.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, you guys look a little too comfy out there on the couch after the action that we just had here within our first series. I want to hear a little thoughts from you guys because it's been crazy out here already. Just kick off the action.
Well, the biggest topic of the day for sure outside of did LG now get 100 points is obviously 100 men versus 1 gorilla. We have to, we had to finish that conversation in the green room. We'll let you talk about it in Twitch chat right now. It's kind of the trending topic, but right now we also see the team that is close enough to proving that they are the winners amongst all challengers has been LG, and it's been a performance that, while I could have said, oh great, they've got charisma and they've got this connection as a team that has proven to be great in year 4, slowed down a little bit at the start of year 5, they feel like they're right back in form.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing is that, they're used to being able to get into top 10, top 5 situations. It's always just been harder in a lobby state where there are a lot of very strong teams around you playing for center zone. This time around, they know that they can play the edge a little bit more. When the zones pull away for them, they actually welcome that one in. They walk these fights. Down on a lot of these teams right now, and they were able to really capitalize off that. I mean, we're used to seeing them with, a 5 KP win, right? 17 points in a game. That's really respectable, right? But now they're dropping bombs on fools.
Graceful, we had this conversation. We were talking about a team earlier, and we said, how do you feel this player is in terms of their level across, the Apex Legends professional talent scene? Some are, you look at that player and get, he's pretty in the ballpark of most players. This player is exceptional. Where does Shuby stand for you? Because some of those Kraber shots, the way he's been performing, it's been a big difference maker for LG.
He even won that game as well, came down to a 1v1 and he clutched it. So Shuby has been a hot topic. He kind of started up as an up and coming, and then he came to now he's nothing special, and now he's just the talk. Everybody talks about him because he is that exceptional. He's been showing that he can prove it on the big stage, and he's been popping off. And when you have this, performance that you keeping to the same level over and over across all lobbies, not only in Pro League but also here in the early stages, if you can keep that momentum, that's when you become essentially into the Hall of Fame at some point.
But what you're saying is Shuby's not there yet. He really hasn't done enough, right, Grace? He's just not at that level.
I would say he is on the way, and with clutch like that game, it could be on his way properly. Wait,
Shuby!
Wait, he's here!
Grace was talking mad trash just now, Shuby. No, just kidding, man. Congratulations on the set. I mean, that was an amazing series. I did think you guys were going to win, but I want to hear your thoughts on why, because my thought was about experience and the fact that you guys, in a tournament where there's so many new faces and new challenges, new things, legend bands, the fact that you guys were together and have been one of the more consistent teams throughout these environments meant you could handle this. What do you think was the difference for you today in terms of your guys' performance?
Well, you know, we didn't do really too good in Japan because it just like our confidence wasn't like the greatest. And so every scrims that we've been playing, we've just kind of just been like wanted to play together more, play grouped up more, and kind of just like we need to just talk to each other more and trust each other. And so that's kind of what we worked on building up to this. And I mean, it really just showed. We won 3 games in a row. Didn't have the greatest first game, but like, I mean, we just wanted to play with confidence, and there it is.
Did that carry through some of the things like Broken Moon being added as well? I noticed you guys won a game on that map. I mean, that's something that shows a lot of versatility coming out of this tournament.
We were kind of scared with Broken Moon getting added because like none of us have ever played it in comp. But I mean, like I trust my teammates, they trust me. So any map, any meta, any guns, anything, and I think we can just be on top always.
I love your comp. Early on, we actually have a little bit of replay for your wins in Match 2 and Match 4. Talk to me about what you guys liked about going in. Walk us through that moment because we saw the ballistic action, and most importantly, we saw the clutch, you know, that you were a big part of. Walk us through this moment here.
All right. So we knew right here we had to like hold this team out, make sure they didn't wrap behind us, and we ended up killing them. And you know, right there we were playing pretty slow, and you know, Naughty kind of just fed. All good, all good. But this, I knew like I whistled him. He only can shoot like maybe 8 or 9 bullets. Like I have to get to him before the whistle goes away. And then you know, I just destroyed him, so it's all good.
How happy did you get when Winnie threw the game by jumping off and win the 1v2? Because you were in a 2v3 initially, and then when he jumped too early and you guys just mopped him, did it feel good?
It felt great. I just like headbang. I was like, let's go.
Let's go. It's my game. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, because it's so early on in the group stages, or you know, in the bracket stages here, like, does it feel much different, especially in terms of like the legend compositions you have to like flex onto? Because I feel like that Newcastle ban coming in so early might have like thrown a wrench into a lot of people's plans.
Yeah, so I mean, with like scrims and everything like that, like Castle usually has him getting banned, or he's banned first. It's been random, but I mean, like I said, like all of us are super confident on any character we play, just as long as they're playing together. I mean, look at this. I don't even play Wraith, maybe 200 kills on her, and I just like gotta just push people and kill them.
Only 200 kills, bro? Man, I'm flaming you if we get into a quick match together, man. 200 only. He's the oldest character in the game. No, it should be. I think that kind of sets the tone, too, for where we are in the open, at least for me. Everyone watching going, this feels a little different. This looks a little different. On the ground floor, you could feel it, too. But in a way, there's a big benefit to a team like you guys who feel confident now and also can flex to all of these different challenges that are going to be thrown at you. It seems like you've just found a way to adapt early on and keep that momentum going.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like in Japan was just like such a mess up on our end. Like we didn't play the right comp or anything like this. And with like legend bands now, I feel like we're not just stuck playing the same comp that we're not that good at. We can kind of just play like if we want to play aggressive, all right, we just hop on ballistic, fuse, crypto. If we want to play more slow and rotate, all right, Watson, ballistic, and all that, you know. I feel really good when I play ballistic. So
how much we talk about this in the green room too, the pressure to stay in top 10, you know, Jamerson. I'm curious what your take is as well. Like, do you feel that pressure immediately? Normally group stages you can kind of warm up. Is it different now that you know 12 teams are going home, and if you hit losers, bottom 10, you're in losers the entire way, elimination the entire way until you get to finals?
See, I just found that out just now. I didn't realize that. But I guess I guess it's a little scary. But I mean, like, it's really just like if you have a good first game, then you really don't have to worry about the top 10. But if you have a bad first game like we did, it's kind of in the back of your mind, like, oh, we might not do good. But then you just got to flush that out your brain. Just go to game 2. Drop a great game, and that's exactly what we did.
Yeah, and we talked about how there are so many more, variables coming in, and a lot more players having an opportunity now to actually play on the big stage. Are there any teams, any players that you're particularly looking out for, that maybe you're rooting on, or just keeping an eye on?
Yeah,
definitely Falcons and Shopify for sure.
Wow,
for sure, 100%.
I like that. What is it about? Because do you feel that in the same way that maybe you guys in Japan didn't have the best meta? I've spent time with Hal. Obviously, we skydove like 2 weeks ago to get here. Oh, no, sorry, today to get here. And he was saying, yeah, I mean, the fact that I just had to play Newcastle this entire time really did not do me a service. Do you feel that there are a few teams like that who are going to kind of come out of the gates now, show their true potential now that they kind of have the flexibility to play all these legends?
Yeah, I really do think it's going to be some of like the underdog teams, like teams from Challenger Circuit. Yeah, because like there's like Koiful came out of nowhere, right?
That's
and
right.
then he is just literally one of the best players in the game. It's just a top player, and there's so many Challenger Circuit players like that that just have never got the opportunity.
Yeah.
But now they do because of this open LAN. And I mean, not really any names, but I mean like Panic Apex from Locked In, like him, really good and just like underrated. And I do think, pretty sure they're like winning the other group right now.
Wow. So, you know, we have a little bit more time. I don't want to leave until you and Grace will have settled your beef with him talking trash about you. You got in it. Is there apology, or are you guys cool now?
But no, I'm sticking to my word, man. My words, you know. I think that like him as a player himself, you know, has grown a lot over the time, and we've gone through, you know, we let's be honest, especially NA has a lot of up and coming players.
Oh yeah.
And you were definitely like one of the up and comings that people probably overlooked for a while until you started showing promise, and now everybody's rooting for you. I don't think there's anybody that dislikes you for any reason at all.
Oh yeah.
So that's a good thing, and you have been popping off now, and I still consider you also a veteran player because you've been playing for a long time compared to a couple of people that just started a year or two ago.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I'm so happy. I also played with Naughty before. You know, he's a great guy. His biggest enemy is himself. But once you get past that, he's a demon. And you know, I think you guys, as us as well, all of you have the best vibes as a team. Like I would say, like without a doubt, top 5 best vibes on a team in terms of like people look to you. That's how a team should be.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy to see you guys succeed with that as well.
Thank you.
It's a great conversation. I'm glad you guys mended. We forced this interaction. Can you speak just before we move on and talk a little bit to somebody else, just on your team, like the dynamic, for those who don't, you know, face it watch and have you guys up on their monitor, who aren't watching scrims, on your perspective, what is it like, you know, in the back of LG? How do you guys communicate? Anything that kind of you know about yourselves that you can let everyone else know to be looking out for?
I mean, we definitely have our moments where we just get so mad at each other because, like, Naughty will just, like, throw a game, or, like, I'll throw a game, and we just get so mad. But then we just tell ourselves we cannot let it go to the next game, or we will have a bad time. And that happens a lot in scrims. But, I mean, like, we're feeling really confident with this LAN, and I don't think we'll have any just arguments at all. But, I mean, arguments healthy to an extent.
That's not easy to do, I imagine, not letting that go.
Right? What's the key to like a mental reset then?
Yeah.
Like it looked like you guys had really good vibes up there. I really want to know, what is the key to a good mental reset once you have like a bad match?
Naughty, 100%.
Yeah.
Naughty. He's like, boys, we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. Stop. We have to you know?
That's a good Naughty impression right there.
That's actually.
Man, it's been a lot of fun, Shoop. Thank you so much, and congrats on the win.
Thank you.
We've got Lace standing by in the pit. So, Lace, I hear you are ready, maybe with another interview, or at least to give us an update on what's been going on the other stages.
Yeah, it's been pure passion here in the pit, you know, listening to all the cheers and fears coming out of the players' mouth and the communication, you know, you can really feel how much this means to them. And I guess I'll bring you up to speed as best I can. We do have lobbies 2, 3, and 4 happening behind us, so there's lots of chaos unfolding. But if we look at lobby 2, Shopify Rebellion, you know, we know exactly who they are, and they've been leading the charge. I believe they won 2 out of the 6 matches and had immense amount of kills. I believe it was over 40 kills. So there was no one really close to catching them at all for their second lobby. Now, lobby 3, you probably know Team Falcons absolutely decimated. I believe they had probably over about 100 points themselves. Again, there's some heavy-hitting juggernaut teams happening in these lobbies, you know, with some new contenders, a lot coming from CC as well, or, you know, qualifying for this. We obviously had 40 teams that qualified. And yeah, there's some teams that are, you know, finding it a little bit difficult just to get up to there. And we hit lobby 4. I spoke about them before. It's Team Orchid. Now, they have teams such as 100 Thieves, NIP to compete against. But Team Orchards with, you know, Rambo and Hambino leading the charge. Hambino being an absolute blessing as an IGL. I was standing behind them before watching them play their games, and just the immense passion and communication coming from that team. Standing up up and cheering, and it's absolute blessing to be involved in this. So they have been doing an incredible job against some of the juggernauts. But what we do have at the moment is Aru Army, and we have Ryan here. You know, we've been running around a little bit, Ryan, trying to find out all the fantastic things happening behind us. Now, we have Aru Army here. Why don't you take us through a couple of their games?
Yeah, no, definitely. Of course, you know, I was standing behind them, seeing how passionate they were at every moment on the server. And I've got Sumiyoshi standing by here, of course, the Aru Army team, formerly part of, you know, the Kinotrope crew and, you know, LFG. And, yeah, they're here. And I just want to talk to them a little bit about, you know, what it's like. This is their first huge LAN experience. And I just want to ask him how he's feeling right now. ですね、初めてのLAN経験は今までいかがでしょうか？
初めてのLAN経験。
はい。LAN大会、ここまでのでかいLAN大会ですね。
そうですね。初めてで、こんないい機会もらって、楽しくみんなでプレーできてっていうのが一番なんで、それをできてよかったです。
Yeah, so I asked him, you know, what it's like performing at this colossal LAN for the first time, a huge experience. And for him, it's about performance. It's about playing his regular game, being able to put up the numbers that they've practiced for. And as long as he can do that, he's really happy for the experience and everything that comes with it. So they've been putting up top numbers against really, really strong, developed teams that they've got in their lobby, and it's really impressive to see. You know, of course, FaZe Clan, Shopify Rebellion, no strangers to the big stage, but these guys have been going toe-to-toe with these big giants. So I just want to ask him a little bit about how he feels his performance has been going. 試合終わった後の感想についてちょっと聞きたいんですけど、FaZe Clan とか Shopify Rebellion の先進してる、なんかすごい上達してるチームの中でそばで戦えていい結果を出せる気持ちはいかがでしょうか？
そうですね、楽しみながらも、自分たちのやるべきことをやって、順位も良くて、強いチームとも渡り合えたので、明日もその経験を生かして頑張りたいです。
So, of course, it is definitely something they have noted in their camp. They have been monitoring the top teams, trying to make sure they stay toe-to-toe and rub elbows with the very top, the pinnacle of their group. And they have been very happy with their performance. They've been doing really well. And they're going to be using that motivation tomorrow ahead of their games in their in their preparation for all the matches to come. I think that's going to be it here for this interview. I'm going to thank him. 明日も頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。見てくれてる方々には一言お願いしていいですか？
はい。応援してくれてるみんなのためにも頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
I asked him for a final comment for all the fans and friends and family watching on live around the world, and he says he wishes that everyone would give them all their cheers, send all their spirit bombs through, and wish them the greatest of successes. I've been Ryan Hart, and we'll see you for the next time.
Thank you, Ryan. You know, he gave us an outro like he's gone for the event. He's going to be here, okay, all day long. That's not the end of Ryan. And thank God, because he's the only one who speaks fluent Japanese. I saw someone say he flipped a switch and became a sensei, just like that. I thought Twitch chat was hilarious. Ben, you're back. Obviously, you were off for the interview, but I want to get your thoughts as we look at some of these series results and kind of the overall take after our first series at the ALGS Open. Your takeaways, obviously dominant from LG, but what is kind of holding space in your mind now as we start to look towards our next two series in the day?
Well, looking at the majority of these results, I will say that you do have your standouts with teams that have made a name for themselves in Pro League, still well and leading the pack, but it's these little hot spots where we do get to see some of these names that, while they have been around the ALGS scene, especially in Challenger Circuit, not just for the last recent bit, but for many years, Infernos, Aru Armies, Empires, these are teams who've been competing in smaller scrims, especially the most recent open scrims coming this land, but also things like EEC and Oversight, and so many that are now getting the opportunity to show that, hey, Team Inferno can come out with a win in a series result and then finish second overall, just behind big names like Shopify Rebellion, which for, I expect, a lot of the teams here that are currently in Pro League is quite a bit of surprise.
Go Next, obviously, are winners of our last LAN, but not the Go Next that won that last LAN. We keep pushing on to some of the other lobbies. Also, take note of which legends were banned and in which order. If you want to find something interesting, you probably see most of the same legends banned, but you may see a different order. Usually Catalyst starting this one out again. Ben, it was Falcons all the way. I mean, this is the most kind of stereotypical Falcons expectation, but 99 points is not reasonable to expect from anybody, but it does seem like they found a rhythm starting this one off. That's
Absolutely.
a good sign.
I mean, a fantastic result for them. If you got the opportunity to check it out, sat over there in our exposition area in front of the pit where you actually got to see the Falcons play. I stopped by for the first match and checked out their 5th place finish there, but they had plenty of wins to go alongside it. But like I've said again, Purple Slushy, that's a name in Challenger Circuit, followed by some bigger entities. Game and Gladiators out of EMEA. Red Rams once again reappearing from APAC North, who have been a dominant figure, especially when we come to these lands, also continuing to at least represent.
Love to see, again, all these similar orgs, different teams. Omit looks a little bit different. Obviously, we've seen Reignite before, but let's take a look at this next lobby. This is lobby 4. I actually thought we were going to show that. We may not. We'll bring it back in a bit, but there is one lobby still going, and they're starting Game 6. So that's one of the things that you have to keep in mind looking at this. This isn't finished, but that Team Orchid, I believe that's Rambo's team that they were talking about. An amazing story. In that intro, you might have noticed that we started this whole event with, right around this time last year was now it's the anniversary of Rambo's father passing away. And he said, what I would love to do is, seeing him looking down and knowing he's here with me, perform and kind of show up in a way that I know I can. Clearly, Team Orchid playing really, really well to start. 100 Thieves also just kind of rounding this out. Still one more game left, but it does feel like this is a great start for a team with a lot of support.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think for so many of these teams out here, this is one of the most intense proving grounds you will find yourself in. And so for those that can find aggression to highlight, especially here on day one, where you need to carry momentum as best or as possible, because for so many of these teams, we are already now in the purpose of discussing, they've lost. They've fallen into that 11th through 18th place across the board in our series. They don't have an opportunity to lose again here for the rest of the tournament, for every single day that passes, for every single match that they play forward here. They have one last chance, and that number will continue to grow here, especially since I'm pretty sure we are going to be sending away some teams here later this evening.
Yeah, we will. I mean, this is where we start to kind of see where the chips fall. We'll have our first elimination round coming up after all of these rounds are finished, with the bottom 10 or bottom 8 teams going into that to compete. If you do not make it out of that, you're going home.
Yeah, it's a difficult gauntlet. I mean, we know how difficult it is when we go to a normal setting like champs, right? Where you do have to play from the lower bracket, but you're not playing this many matches. It's absolutely insane. The things that we're expecting of our players now, we are continuing to add on more and more pressure, more and more variables. The depth of the game here has become so immense. I don't know how we don't have more players and more teams just drowning under the pressure, but they are like withstanding it right now.
It's unbelievable. Again, you're witnessing history. This is a different style, a different start to our year 5, but it is so fun and innovative. If you want to check out that final game as well, maybe Team Orchid is a story you're now interested in following, rooting on Rambo or 100 Thieves. You want to see those guys play? Well, check it out on faceit.com/watch. That's where you can get all your ALGS action your way. Got to give a shout out to Faceit here. Graceful. Now we look at a team. 100 Thieves is a team I want to talk about, since they do have that next match coming up, and we're kind of paused on this. How do you feel about this squad? The big story is you've got two teams that kind of split, TSM and the old Dark Zero. Now you've got Jen Burton and Verholst teaming up together, trying to find it with Phony, who seems to be the IGL everyone wants, but no one can keep at at this point. But trying to see if this is finally the secret sauce that will be a long-standing team that wins a lot here in the ALGS. How do you feel about them?
Yeah, I mean, I think Phony has been one of the players that have been considered a villain in the scene for quite a bit, for whatever reason it may be. But he has also shown results with it, and with result comes also respect. And I think Verholst we can't talk enough about. Gimberden we can talk about enough about as well. They're both probably in the range of top 5 fraggers in the entire world, and have proven once and once again in every duel that they will win the fight, right?
Yeah.
So it's a deadly combination, and I think that they are looking to take down their past teammates for sure. It's definitely a rivalry there.
Yeah.
Regardless of you want to cheer for them, when you're up front, but when you're in game, you're looking for them. And I hope we can find something there. It'll be fun.
You know, you can keep track of it all at Play Apex Esports, whether it's on Twitter or X, as it is known now, or twitch.tv/PlayApex on Twitch, and of course, Play Apex Esports on YouTube. We'll be back with so much more action here at the ALGS Open. We're just getting started. Series 1 is complete. Series 2, after a short break, will be on your screens in a bit.
Hold on! Isn't! Now VP go down, and there is a very weak no spots on the other side.
SUB move in.
Nice!
Good fucking shit! Juby is in the middle of nowhere right now. But there is the cover coming on from the knockdown shield. Whistle goes in here for Juby. It's a 1v1, but this has got very, very awkward. Chaotic jumps behind the knockdown himself now, and this is all sorts of crazy.
Oh, I'm locked. I'm locked. I'm locked.
It's a 2v3 they turn around, but...
They're playing on Chibi.
I think Lux is full safe. Lux is full safe. They're
Yeah,
all
we have
every-
all the space. We have
The
all the space.
entire lobby is on the building ante.
Okay.
Top four. It's top four.
I'll fuse ult in the building. Fuck it. Fuse ult.
Wait, no. Lots of dead, lots of-
Nice. Nice.
Take a different angle, but it's only up to stay naughty from LG. The P20s, he lets them ring, and he takes out Riddle orders. The P's coming in, he slides in. Huge shots with the P20. No amount of pressure from the fuse, he can save you here.
We are a machine, Super.
Flex is getting a little bit too aggressive here too with the Ash Portal. They fully dive down though. They see the opportunity from Legion. They fully commit, and DXA just walking to take the game. You're to do, but it is Unleashed walking in, being in 5th place now after getting that dub and getting the KP that they need at the end of our series.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. Nah, I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success, it don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Found my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Putting in audio on top. Making my way up to the top. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards. Check this out. Que figata. It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting in audio on top. Making my way up to the top. Coming in hot. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny.
Later, champ.
Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Yeah! Been getting so right for this. Hey! Been waiting my whole life. Hey, ragazzi, we did it.
Pay attention.
Apex Legends Year 4 Split 1 playoffs just finished in Los Angeles, California. 4 days full of the highest level of competitive Apex, including hype moments.
Can we get it? Thanks to the lifeline here.
Here's the tap.
It doesn't go through, and now, oh, is this really happening?
Dash with the gold knockdown, shield comes back up. Roller in hand, he can do it. Cloud9 are down.
Spicy contests. Records being shattered.
Through the smoke, Dark Zero comes for all of them. It's Sykes and Zero up against the last member of Legends, and Dark Zero go back to back to back.
And finally, a new champion being crowned.
As all of Reject Winner team find themselves at Red Evos, it's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for Apex North.
To begin the Split 1 playoffs, we start in the group stages as 07 wins the first set, picking up 32 points in Game 3.
I mean, Naski's having a monster game right now, by the way. He's got 8 kills. 8 kills to his name. And he's looking for more as well. 2 more shots with the crane. Oh, 252. It's another one for Naski.
This could be 07's game. Remember how well they were fighting earlier. They still are fighting with that momentum.
Now in this game, we actually do have a pause that happens in the final 2, and 07's IGL Naski stands up, but manages to get back to his PC in time to get the win versus Fnatic.
As we get a brief pause in the moment, just before all the action is going to unfold.
Wait.
They paused it, I think?
No.
Remember, it could just be an observer thing, and we have the ability. We have the ability to pause games. Remember.
Put it back on, Naski. Lock in, boys. Fnatic are locked in. And here we go, everyone. The 3v3. Hey, we like to build it here in the ALGS, right? Straight 3v3. Headsets on. The advantage with the height has to go to Fnatic. But Leica's gone down! It's Naski who gets the kill! Naski will fall as well. Amphi looking to move in now to clean up the damage. It would be a monster win here for 07 if they could do it. With the hip fire, it's gonna be enough! And 07 will close out game 3 of Stormpoint.
A little bit later in the day, we have a near 1v3 from Alliance's Effect.
Here unlucky, though, is incredibly low, leaving him 1. He gets taken down. E8 now moving in from right behind him, and that was going to be the pinch that we were worried about as Elevate leaves.
So this is the problem here, is that Legends Gaming, they weren't the one who downed him, so they weren't sure if it was time to push, but the scan reveals that they're trying to go to the reset, and just in time, do they push it? Effect, can he use these knockdown shields to pull off the clutch of this day?
No way, and even healing a little bit in their own smokes with that bang perk here too. Incredibly low, tries to work around the knockdown, but he can't clutch it. He left him 128 strafing flame survives, gets the evil shield swap, and Legend gets to see another day.
Now, as you can tell, some of the teams we've already talked about, EMEA teams, because instantly, day 1, the theme is that North America does not look as strong as they once did, with Elevate being one of the highest placing teams in that first set at only 7. And speaking of the Europeans, in the second set came another EMEA powerhouse as Aurora begin their dominant warpath through groups, winning the set without actually having to win a single game.
One's already fallen as well. It's going to be O'Rain who's able to get the initial one. Now we're going to see Beast of the Hunt activated as MDYY say, well, we might have to send it, but Aurora say, no, we'll send it for you.
Aurora do not need to be asked twice, but are they going to look back at this as a mistake? The answer, we're going to have to wait and see. Another team is going to try and join. It's Omin who now go up onto the hype, but Lufka will go down. Light goes down as well, and Blast is now on its own, and somehow it looks like Aurora's still alive here.
Somehow still alive, as now it's just fists are swinging, and Omen get eliminated. Now it's Aurora.
And to close out their dominant victory, of course, in the final game of that set, we're going to get a little bit of showmanship from the Grim Reaper.
It's still Hardecki, for as good as he is, with all due respect. You have the feeling that even Hardecki knows, wait a minute, or he's saying, right boys, it's up to me.
Well, ladies and gents, here we go. This could be an I was there moment.
What have you got for us, Hardeki? Not enough.
Although North America as a whole to start the day hadn't looked as strong, there was one team that was not going to be denied, and that was Dark Zero, who, although they may have been overshadowed by Aurora in that second set, in our final series of the day, DZ drops 77 total points.
Breaking out through there as they will maximize their KP. SSG has fallen, and now Dark Zero full sending upon the remnants of Riddle.
It's a nice win from Dark Zero.
And right behind Dark Zero was a familiar face. Sharky and Virtus Pro show up big time, having a 70-point set themselves, showing that despite Sharky and Pricey's time away from the game, they're back in full swing and not to be underestimated.
That's right across from them instead. Tricky situation to be in here as Pricey takes the first shot. Sharky is going to be able to get the knock onto Tyler. Going to be able to follow up with Kaida, not being a lot of trouble. 3 spots left, but Dark Zero pressured with the ring right behind them. They got to get this follow-up.
He's still alive!
Are you kidding me? Furnace, bro! Gonna be gonna clean up the rest of this lobby!
On the day overall, another dominant storyline was Alliance. Although they didn't win either group, the new team was showing out, with their new fragger Unlucky going nuclear with 31 total kills, while both his teammates Effect and Hawkus were also finishing the day inside the top 10. Later in the groups, we see more teams showing up like Furia with an 18-kill game.
Flank from the other side. They're taking the multi-angle approach. Arteki takes a swing. Keon commits to the low ground. Takes down Arteki. Impulse has fallen. Furia from the high ground have one member left to deal with. Magnus is committed down low, however. They swing back up. It's a wild goose chase. The Furia win, taking game 3 in style.
As well as APAC North team Reject, and then 2 NA teams Moist and SSG, all bouncing back after having a mediocre first day to send themselves through to the winner's bracket. While that's all happening, Cloud9 develops a little bit of beef with Lifeline. But as we talked about earlier, Alliance had that massive day 1, which had already locked them into the winner's bracket, and so they decided to take day number 2 and use it to put some pressure onto DSG.
Wait a second, whoa. Alliance, they've abandoned Monument and have went to Thermal. You mentioned the last time on World's Edge. Well, here it goes. Designs already down. Effect with the longbow, making it work. Timmy on the Mozam, answering back. Last standing. We've seen this position before, just on the outskirts of Countdown, and the same result happens. Alliance, what are you boys doing over there?
But they're going to keep that momentum going and take the killing power to a whole new level, dropping a historic game.
Take, so this is not going to be easy. It's enough that Alliance needs to full send yet another squad.
But we just said it, Chip. Hardeki has to stay alive, and the very fact that he's gone down, no matter the reason, means likely the end of Aurora. Alliance have very little resistance to
Anyone east? Yeah. Fight this. Careful building. Building's looking. I'm pushing this. Push this. Back cracked towers. Back cracked. Bottom dead. Back is cracked as well. Back cracked. All dead. Back. I'm one. 1 HP on me inside. Crack. Dead. Outside, guys. I'm going.
Openings, and Effect does have the black hole. We finally bring it down. We talk about all the things from the heavens. No, bro, we are crawling out there. The demons that they wear you up in your dreams, they're here. Alliance.
This is the same effect that we saw in group stages of split shoot playoffs last year. The effect that took everyone by storm. It is a 24 kill game for Alliance. I know we talk about dropping nukes. This is a war that they just waged on the rest of the lobby.
Not only did Alliance drop a 24 kill game, but they killed the former record holders to do it. Legendary game. And similar to that surprise contest that Alliance did against DSG at Thermal Station, Space Station Gaming, they've been dealing with a contest against Red Rams over at Climatizer, and they've already locked their spot into the winner's bracket, while Red Rams, they're on the brink of going down to the Elim bracket. So they decide to drop at Lightning Rod.
Of course, we still need to see what happens elsewhere. Now another fight still going on. It's SSG this time, and it's great shots from the vault. The Hemlock comes out of the back pocket, and it is Red Rams eliminated, and SSG let them know who's boss.
We love a little box shooting, but the two biggest storylines coming into this LAN were obviously the two dynasties, the only team to have won LANs, TSM and Dark Zero. TSM was dealing with a contest at Siphon versus Wonton Dumpling, which proved to be not much of an issue, but on Storm Point over at Lightning Rod, Red Rams, an APAC North team, was proving to be one not to mess with.
We get up on you, Hal. Yep. I got birded. I gotta go bottom four. They're on me. Two of them. I cracked the highest. Crossing to Jordan. They're gonna jump, maybe. Can we cross the stairs? Yeah. I'm going to the roof. Okay. I'm with you. No, like, left side. Both bottom floor. You want to peek it? Left track. I'm peeking this. Peeking it. 31. 101. On your right. What is it? He's up. Horizon 1. John Blood. Horizon 1. Plus one. Oh my god, man.
Let's play aggressive on them. We have triple blues. They're on white.
But on the flip side, while TSM was struggling, Dark Zero was dominating, and with a final set of groups, they took it to a whole new level, destroying multiple records along the way.
All towards 2R1C, giving Sweet the chance to stay alive for a bit longer. Jen Burton drops down, Micey falls, Yarka falls, 2R1C and Dark Zero are really in it, but it gives Sweet the chance to third party, and he comes from the low ground. Can Sweet do it? Havoc in hand, turboed up, he takes the 2v1, drops, but man, was it good. Dark Zero taking fourth.
What a statement it could be from Dark Zero to go back to back here, but they still have work to do, but that work currently being done in the kill feed. EA have just lost one. Boogie Boarders back up to a 4-3. The respawn is successful. The weapons are now being grabbed, and maybe the Boogie Boarders can take on Dark Zero.
As DZ drop down, it's our final two teams. Boogie Boarders must stand their ground now from on high. Zero slides in. Zero with the Havoc takes the win, and DZ do go back to back. Can Legends with Koifel fight back somehow against the monsters of this lobby? Player K is down. Koifel's going to follow, and through the smoke, Dark Zero comes for all of them. It's Sykes and Zero up against the last member of Legends, and Dark Zero go back to back to back.
But look at the difference between 1 and 2. That is a 90-point difference between our first team, Dark Zero, and Aurora.
I mean, we talk about the previous record holder sitting around 205. That was Alliance coming almost initially out of Stockholm here. We haven't seen a performance like this in literally over 2 years.
What is your statement to the rest of the world right now?
Where's the challenge? Where's the challenge?
For our ALGS Split 1 Playoffs Day 3, where we send 10 teams home right now. 10 teams in the afternoon. And of course, 20 teams to match point finals.
So with groups out of the way, teams' tournament lives are on the line, which means we begin with Elimination Bracket Round 1. South Americans Geared Gaming and APAC North's Kenotrope dominate early to secure their spots, moving on to the next round.
But even they had to wait maybe just another few seconds.
Kenotrope versus Oxygen right now. We see the knockball. Rupa does it again! Kenotrope with the back-to-back dubs on Storm Point.
Heading into the final game, about 7 spots were locked in, meaning the final 3 spots were up for grabs, and we had some drama as Luminosity was on the outside looking in. But how did Luminosity fall to the elimination bracket? Well, they were terrible in groups, finishing 35th out of the 40 qualified teams, so clearly a very slow start. And if their tournament run ends here, not only would it be incredibly disappointing, but Sweet, one of the IGLs who has made it to every single LAN finals, would have failed to qualify for the first time. So So in this final game, it's time to clutch up.
To surpass the points that Omit will be gathering in this game.
Well, this is going to make all the difference. With the rings at their back, they take down Boogie Borders. They find themselves into the top 10. Boogie Borders, though, they're going home packing.
Sweet, one more tick of the ring could do it. Sitting on 50 HP, manages to find a little bit of safe space to play, but LG could be the ones next up on the chopping block. There we go, Slayer falls, Sweet goes immediately afterwards, and LG go down in 10th place.
That is not a safe place, knowing that Passion UA, North Eption, so close to being able to jump over them. So you have to keep your eyes on Artico, Sonya, Max Strafe, because they'll be the deciding factors on if they send a Titan home.
Oh man, in a really sticky position right now as well. Have lost some members. WMNDY up against Passion UA on the other end of the screen. Passion UA is falling. Cloud9 are down, but WMNDY stay alive as Passion UA fall.
Passion UA, I swear, first time on land, 33 points, 1 point shy of making the move here.
North Eption and Tom Young-Kung would need to kill almost everyone in the lobby and find the win to just beat out Omit, but LG is a lot less safe, Tiff.
I am not comfortable if I am Sweet, Funk, or Slayer. North Eption has fallen. That means Luminosity may live to see another day.
And clutch up LG did, but not only did they, Chinese team WMNDY jumps up as well, knocking out Oxygen and Riddle, who both surprisingly fall out of the top 10, leading to the end of their tournament runs. But with 10 teams being eliminated and 10 more moving on to the Elim round 2, we've got to find out who will be locking in their spots in the finals and who will be joining those 10 for the last set of the day, and that's going to lead us into the winner's bracket. We begin with a bang as two of our dominant forces from the group stages, Dark Zero and Virtus Pro, begin with big performances in games 1 and 2.
Get a chance to push, they're forcing the narrative.
They're trying to force it here, and they're going to get that first knock. Jet Blood goes in and takes down Sangyu. Now the rest trying to follow up on that damage, but it's all down to Sykes. He's left on his own. It's a 1v1 to win it. The only thing they know how to do at the moment is win.
But the story of this bracket quickly becomes 3 APAC teams, as Serenity, Reject, and Fnatic begin to separate themselves from the pack. Serenity, a rather unknown team from APAC South, finishes with 3 second places in a row. The fact that they even made it through to the winner's bracket was surprising in itself, but then performing like this, they were taking the world by storm quickly. Meanwhile, Reject took second place in that first game, and they won game number 2.
Just going to be able to shoot the fish in a barrel as now they make their move. Reject Winity looking for another win here, and they will get it.
Storm Point continues to be Reject Winity's home ground here.
But the stars of the show was Fnatic. They decimate the lobby, 51 kills and 3 straight 20-plus point games.
So has Suzuki here as Yuka, can he hit the Graver shot? He gets the shield break. The follow-up, he holds the high ground. Crack after crack with the Graver Leica, and Suzuki come in to clean up on aisle 3. Taking their time on this rotate, they lost out on Leica, now they're prioritizing the shield bats. Sliding in, the last one alive, and Fnatic with the patience. The safety protocol to take game number 4.
But it wouldn't be the bracket stage without some final game drama, so 07 currently sitting in 17th place heading into game number 6. Well, they're gonna go nuclear.
Fnatic are in the lead, but can 07?
07 on 25, they are 6 points away, and there's still 6 points left in this lobby. It could come down to a tiebreaker. They've been playing Godspot so well. We'll go to an 07, listen in.
Please, please, no points, please, 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 please.
Oh my God, have faith. We don't know. Nasky is praying right now as we wait for the confirmation. As I look to the leaderboard, in the stadium here at the Galen Center, 07 was in 10th place. As far as I understand it, that means they have won the tiebreaker and will be going in. Nasky, he knows it, he believes it. 07 have done it.
But as mentioned earlier, 3 APAC teams at the top of this leaderboard, and well, that performance from specifically Fnatic, but also Reject, it got some people on high alert.
Yeah, I've just been loving seeing all the APAC representation. It's been really great. But one of my favorite things about at least today was that we saw that gods can bleed, and Dark Zero wasn't just running away with the whole tournament.
And speaking of which, many major teams, including TSM, are falling to the elimination bracket round 2, including Alliance, Furia, Legends, SSG, and E8. In the elim bracket round 2, we were going to send 10 more teams to the finals and 10 more teams home. And as I've already mentioned, one of the main storylines coming to this LAN was obviously our reigning champions, TSM. And in this elimination bracket round 2, they're going to be double contested, having to deal with Wonton Dumpling at World's Edge at Lava Siphon and the aforementioned Red Rams at Lightning Rod on Stormpoint.
And Wonton Dumpling is going to run with their tail between their legs, Greek. Wait a minute.
WTD picks up one.
No way. No shot right now.
PK is putting in work. Another max pump.
Nice. Barrels goes
1v1.
down. 1v1.
Peak.
It's a peak god coming in for the 1v1.
Wait.
Oh my god.
He's
Reps
so
down.
weak.
Armor swap comes out. Reps is stuck down below. Are you kidding me? Reps gonna get the kill here. Peak god jumps out.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. TSM eliminated by WTD. What are we watching? No one in this audience can believe it, Greek.
But luckily for TSM, on World's Edge, they prove not to be trifled with, as Wonton can't handle the champions.
And TSM's off to a start already. That's going to dominate WTD.
Bro,
and there it is, baby.
SSG's late swerving.
Oh my goodness. Wonton Dumpling is eliminated from TSM. And TSM take down WTD.
Bro.
He's trying to stay alive. And there we go.
How should be able to clean it?
And WTD eliminated. We called it, Greek. Another win for TSM. Good job.
Apart from TSM's contest, we do begin the elimination bracket round 2 with a tense trials zone as Legends manages to come out on top over LG due to Player K's nasty Kraber shot.
And Player K has a Kraber, the game changer here, Greek.
I want to
Can he
point
get
out,
a shot?
LG just got
Oh! Oh my God!
He got Bangle down though. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Players gotta go big.
And there we go. Koiful rocks his world. And Koiful
1v1
in a 1v1. Slayer's gonna be 20 HP. Can Slayer clutch up here, Greek? Koiful needs to get aggressive. What is he doing? Koiful's scared. He's got to get in there, Greek. He's allowing for Slayers to full heal. What
he
is he
doesn't have
doing?
a bat. He only has small meds. Oh my God. Controller versus controller. Slayer versus Koi.
Here we go. And Koiful. Oh my goodness. Legends Gaming. Are you kidding me? Player K with an unbelievable shot.
Then in game 2, we get another trials zone.
All right, so another trials ending. LG gets
No
a
way.
very fast rotate.
Bruh,
Kinatrope.
And the next game, wait, 3 trials zones in a row?
And we have another trial zone! What the?
We have a trial zone here over on the north side of the map. Yet again, 3 north zones, man. How much
Not only
easier-
north, but literally trials north. This
Why?
is all the way in the back.
So after these 3 trial zones, the one surprising storyline was that Alliance, the team who lands at SkyWest Trials, was not able to capitalize on them almost at all.
Alliance in shambles here.
Yeah,
And they have zone.
What is Alliance
You cannot
doing?
be dying here again with 2 trial zone. This is a gimme. Zach is the kill. Hawkins goes down. And Alliance, man. I mean, listen, bro, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but they get Sky West Trials. Arguably the best loot in the game on the map, and 2 trial zones, and they don't even get a top 5 on either of them.
After these games, Elevate, Kinatrope, and Legends were all largely locked in to going to the finals. And North America as a whole was starting to wake up as 6 of the top 10 teams were NA. But notably joining Alliance on the struggle bus was Cloud9 and Furia. Cloud9, they ran into their old foe Lifeline.
to be well needed for EA to get that early KP. Red Rams, no strangers to fighting. Full send into the building against Cloud9. That res on the wire. Can we get it? Thanks to the lifeline here.
Here's the tap.
It doesn't go through, and now, is this really happening?
Dash with the gold knockdown shield comes back up. Prowler in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
But Lifeline could not hold them down forever as C9 and Alliance finally wake up when we flip over to Storm Point for game number 4.
Alliance eliminated.
C9.
Oh my goodness.
C9.
And C9 now walks out. It's going to be enemy.
It's a 1v1.
A 1v1. Can they do it? And C9.
Made in Heaven are eliminated. They will be going down, and maybe it's going to be disguised to Typho. Typho can't do it. And C9. Massive win for C9. I think one thing that the man on the left of your screen, Naughty, is probably thinking is, thank God there was another lifeline to ruin it for us.
And so through 5 games, the top 7 spots are locked, but the final game is going to be intense. We still have 3 spots up for grabs. But in the end, the one team that truly is putting on a performance and potentially going to steal a spot ends up being Crazy Raccoon from APAC North. In the end game of this zone, Alliance has done enough to make it inside of that 10th spot, and CR is in the top 5. If they can just stay alive a little bit longer, they might be able to jump Alliance and continue their streak of making it to finals live.
Day 1 of the ALGS Open is alive and well. We've already seen a massive start from LG, showing up and showing out. Nearly 100 points for them, alongside all of the other groups that have been playing here in the biggest Apex Legends tournament to date. My name is Rain Day, and welcome back to our desk, where we will be beginning the action for Series 2 out of 3 today, and talking about the teams that have shown up with one goal only: to win a trophy. Of course, I'm joined now with a little bit of new, a little bit of familiar, definitely some seat swap ups here. Lauren, Glitter, Explosion, Zephyr, and Jamerson back with us, taking on the corner over there. How's the look over there, man?
I mean, eventually we're going to play the true battle royale, which is musical chairs.
That's right.
So.
And the desk will whittle down from 3 to 2 to the last
I'm out first.
person
I want
standing.
you to know that.
And then you'll have to solo cast all of halftime yourself on finals day. Lauren, welcome. Exciting to have you. We're jumping in. A lot of action in our first series. Obviously, LG came out. You know, takeaways for me was that experience is kind of trumping a lot of the excitement, the new format that we've seen so far. But there's definitely been some bright spots of new teams, qualifier teams that have been really successful. What's been your take so far after just one series?
Takeaway might be that you were the only one that saw that coming.
That's true.
Okay, I'm going to give you your credit.
Thank you very much. Thank you. God, this desk is feeling good. This is feeling. I like this.
LG
This is starting to feel good. Yeah.
The glaze is crazy.
It's crazy. Man, oh, wow. Yeah, no, you're right. And I think that's kind of starting to give us a little bit of, there might be something that we can point out. Although this is a new format and we are all learning, as with Group 2 will be a totally different dynamic, we are having ways of kind of seeing, well, maybe this team, as we have some fans. We have to just pause here. There's some very cute fans over there. I don't know if that's 6 years old or something, but there's all kinds of people hanging out in the ALGS Open. Zeph, what's been fun about this so far for you?
I think, you know, there's a lot I could talk about with the teams and that, but just that moment alone, this is probably one of the most comfortable LANs I think we've had. It's not just the couches, but the kind of symbiotic relationship.
Some of it is the couches, though.
Well, it's true.
We're not standing.
But being so close to everyone, not just in terms of these teams, but those that have been desired competitors who are some of the biggest competitive Apex fans in the scene, those that they themselves compete in reach for the glory, reach for that target, as we've been talking about, can be some of the best people to be around. And so that's been really fun, getting to chat, checking out the pit, being over by the exhibition over there as well, and everyone's just so friendly.
I mean, we mentioned the Rambo story a little bit. We know RKN is here, who's joined us on Desk before. Even fans that have been longtime fans who have tweeted out at us. We're watching, our family's watching. Christian Booknotes, he showed up. He's got his kids here. They road tripped all the way down. It is definitely a fun environment, and everyone has been excited. But if you missed the earlier part of today, that's okay. We've got you caught up, and we'll let you know how we're transitioning into the rest of the day. We had our first series, and that, of course, was LG on main stage taking taking the cake. We also saw Falcons dominate their group, Shopify Rebellion in turn show value, and Team Orchid lead the other groups. The teams who are in the top 10 will maintain their positions in the winner's side of the bracket. All of our bottom 10 teams, though, they are going to be in the elimination side, meaning if they bottom 10 one more time, they are out. So there's a lot going on. Our next series on main stage will be going on in just a few moments. But a couple of highlights, Lauren, from earlier on, if you missed some of the action.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the things that we were talking about at the beginning of the disc, you guys mentioned it, is that we started off the day with a little bit of a surprise. And that was literally the entire point of the Open, is to get some of these newer names and faces out there for people to learn about.
That's right. SGB, a team that we didn't think we'd be saying first, but then it kind of gets Jamerson into some of the expected, maybe the unexpected. K-Swinney, not typically the guy to misplay in those moments, but he did, and Shubi took advantage of it.
But the series of events that happens after this, right, it's just LG on a domination train, and we know that they have the potential, they just haven't lived up to it quite yet, so I'm glad that they have here, you know, day number 1 to really loosen up and warm up into a lot of these fights. They're looking a lot better, a lot more cohesive in their team fighting, and it's showing. The results are right there, and we know that they can win. We know that they can get themselves to endgame, but they just haven't been able to convert into these big, high-flying games. They, you know, typically err on 15, 17-point wins, and now they're doing it in high fashion.
And then afterwards, of course, you got what was DXA, you know, coming through in their first big shining moment. Once again, kind of those lower misnomers, then Unleashed to finish us out as well. I mean, we've heard of faces like Dick Vibes and even Psycho, who's behind that roster, currently coaching it. They have been around, they have been competitors, and now they get the chance to be there on the stage.
I think one of the interesting thing is there is a new dynamic here where earlier on, you know your group well ahead of time, and then you are basically accumulating points. You were just trying to get as many points as possible, set up for your winners final, set up for your POI draft position. But now it's really about survival, I think. You're just trying to come out of the gate and get in that top 10. So it's changing the pace, it's changing the threat level early on. I almost said threat level midnight because that's just one of the, when I say threat level,
Michael Scott moment in the back.
When I say threat level, the only word that comes after that in my mind is midnight. So, you know, that's just had to be said. But let's take a look at this series here as we kind of start getting into this action, because we've got a whole new group of teams that equally in the same way, Lauren, kind of lean on some familiar from all regions, like Leave No Witness and South America, Azazel, and then also some of these main heavy hitters who you think they just won the last tournament and not as sincere, they could end up winning again. What's your Eagle's Eye overview of group number 2 here on main stage?
I mean, we're always drawn to a lot of these current ALGS Pro League teams, but I mean, we also need to mention Furia. They had a really consistent performance at Champs, and we won't get an opportunity to highlight them, but they are a team that could easily come through in a lobby like this, get some strong games right out the gate, and easily move forward in the competition.
Not joining Furia, Madness and Keon. Furia made the announcement, the least best kept secret, they were saying. And Ben, as you look at this, anybody that stands out that maybe we're not paying attention to that you might have noticed here, or are we still waiting to be surprised?
I mean, I'm looking at some of these smaller teams, of course, outside of Three Muppets, big name roster that's been around EMEA for a very long time between Kumba Strongest and Plame there. Of course, alongside that, even Reply Totem reappearing here.
I know.
Like Andy Jax, Wilhelm, Nisa, these are rosters that have been CMW, Samsung's Morning Stars. I mean, they've been around the bend here and could always show up.
It's been a phenomenal thing to experience the diversity of who our champions have been over year 4. We started off a year ago in Split 1, and we saw someone raising that trophy in what is now the iteration of Crazy Raccoon back in Los Angeles when we were at the Galen Center at USC. Well, just a couple months ago in February, we saw a team that defied the odds and targeted greatness in Sapporo, the biggest tournament we've ever had, and their journey on how they got there and what it has meant to them leading into this is one you got to see.
Players in those booths probably haven't felt anything like this. These lights are bright. It pretty much is as bright as possible when it comes to competitive esports.
Every single region here has an amazing chance at glory.
Anyone on this main stage could be lifting that trophy, and that will produce something spectacular.
Championships are not given, they are earned.
I've still got a feeling there's going to be quite the surprise coming around the corner. In the world of Apex Legends, it felt like greatness was reserved for giants, those who walk into lanes with confidence and have stat sheets full of wins. But every now and then, there's a rumbling beneath the surface.
It's 1v for the brand! Oh my god!
A name you didn't expect.
Blackhand looks like they're more than happy to take any fight. They are going nuclear in this game.
A team no one saw coming.
Designful still with some shields, sprays, plays, and wins it for DSG.
At the championship in Sapporo, a team in the shadows for years finally broke through.
Me and Duxago played together since 2019. We understand each other very well in game.
Na'Vi was a team that had made several lands, but couldn't produce results when they had arrived.
I felt discouraged, traveling so long.
Our finals were never a great thing.
But the hunger for competing, it's something special, not just something you can let go.
Everything I've done before made me be who I am.
You need to lose to know how to win.
Na'Vi may have never been a team that many talked about, but that didn't stop them from writing their own story.
Go next, or LG can push us to another game. Alliance or Falcons can win it all here.
I saw all those teams who always won, and I was like, if we win, they cannot.
Falcons get eliminated. It's another 1v3, but I don't think Alliance can do it. Go next.
Yeah, it was our first time meeting Matchpoint.
We were like, it's our time. We can win it. We can make it. Like, let's go. We will do it, you know?
I always dream about it. Yeah, I mean, I believe in myself.
See, Apex has always been a place for the unknown to shine. Greatness was never reserved for the giants.
If you put in the time, you put in the effort, and you believe in your teammates,
then anything can happen. This could even be you.
Come on, boys! Game. Come on!
Go next. Can you imagine if they pull off a victory here?
Do it, Zidane. We need your whole forward, please.
What,
No.
and they send the cowboy down as well. They split the zone. They completely own this side.
They have to climb. I'm bubbling. Stay alive, boys.
Now it's the slam!
The slam for VP, but Go next rolled.
Dead. Stay alive, Zidane. They're fighting. You're in that.
Zidane looking to claim their destiny. It's Go next who win it.
Talk about an underdog story.
No longer underdogs, certainly a team that is on the top list for potential winners heading into the ALGS Open. A beautiful showcase there by none other than Jumba GW. He's been making some amazing content. He's here in the building. Big shout out to Jumba. We got Jayhawk as well, who helps us out with a lot of that stuff too in the building, not on broadcast this time, but big shout out to our guys telling those stories, Lauren, because those are the stories that bring emotion to the game, but they also show you a little glimpse of the stuff you don't get to see, the things inside these players' heads, how much it means to them to make it to the top and succeed.
I think that one was a really good illustration, too, of the entire journey for a team like Na'Vi from start to finish. It's not an easy road to get to the top and claim that championship, but there's specifically, I mean, you even heard Iarka saying, you need to learn how to lose before you can win. And in a game like Apex, that couldn't be any more appropriate. They are now a squad coming into this event. They have that additional pressure on their shoulders, knowing that they currently hold the title, and people are going to be looking at them to find that success. We heard Gaskin mentioning it in the first series. They are the epitome of a rags to riches story. That's what this event is, an opportunity for these teams to make a name for themselves and show how that success can really catapult you into the exact position that Na'Vi now find themselves in. And we get to take a look at their performance, and this was the second week of Pro League, and they absolutely dominated. They had 3 wins on the day, 2 of them being on Broken Moon, and we've talked about how this is the first time we get to see that map, whether it's in Pro League, now here at LAN, and they're still finding that success, and we heard it in the package, but Zidane comes in clutch and clutch and clutch time again. But they are a team to absolutely watch the entire event.
And he is such a good, underrated player. These guys have been performing really well, but not necessarily at the right space, in the right time, to get that kind of upper echelon feeling attached to them. Now they are coming in as the latest champion. Everyone knows that they are a threat. Obviously, repped by Na'Vi, one of the great orgs across EMEA and in our esports world. So this is a team to look out for. Zephyr, I want to go to you too, because they're not the only big name in this group.
I was going to say, you're naming big, great esports orgs. Well, there's definitely one that shines above the rest, and one that has been a part of the Apex Legends story for quite some time. time here. NRG, even in their newest iteration, is one that I look to highlight, especially as we go into the series, because we talk about experience. Guild, Timmy, Yanya, this is a team that has as much Pro League experience as anyone else, and while yes, the start of this Pro League season has been slightly rough for them, they have been able to slowly turn them back. Okay, the last time we saw them perform here, they were able to walk out of North America with an overall second place positioning with 62 points here. That's not a team that is feeling shaky, and I want to highlight especially that match 3 there on Storm Point here. 20 KP, we talk about aggression, we talk about setting momentum here. If there's a team that has the experience and now the proven result to do so, well, NRG can take the cake.
I like this team too because it is a little bit of so much potential on the board. You look at the stat sheet and you look at them individually, they're all, if you go to your favorite, let's use FIFA as an example, EA company, I mean, they're rated 95s, right? They're all kind of in that high level all-star type player, but can they mesh together? That's the question. Can Timmy find his way? Obviously, after skydiving, just get his bearings back today, but then to help Yanya and coordinate this squad so that they are effective. Because one of the harder things to do, Jamerson, is actually to take really great pieces that haven't played together and make them work as a team. Taking a lot of individual talent's not always easy to put into a space.
Yeah, I would say another challenge, though, for is teams that find the success, find the greatness, right? And we're going to have to talk about Crazy Raccoon here.
That's true.
They were our Split 1 winners in year number 4. And we were talking about how, hey, the top spots aren't reserved for Giants all the time. You still have to earn it, and they definitely earned it. But then from there, once you reach the peak, the valleys seem that much lower in comparison, and that's kind of where they're at right now.
Yeah.
Didn't have the greatest of performances at Champs. They're still rebounding here throughout Pro League, and they're still trying to find their rhythm in this new meta, and they have been able to do it. And you have to really think about how their story does mimic Go Next, does mimic Na'Vi. These are competitors that have been around since 2019, have been competing in Korea all this time since Apex launched. And so they are in a very similar state. They've tasted greatness, but now they need to strive for more.
I mean, a split playoffs is a big deal. It's not a championship. You obviously want to perform. We have February that these teams are staring right back at, and maybe they didn't come off a good one, but truly the fact that this is a year ago that they were lifting that trophy for essentially this tournament, although it's the ALGS Open now, that's got to bode well for them saying, hey, we did it once in America. We can go ahead, travel, and do it again. We know what it's like to win on foreign soil. So Crazy Raccoon, Obli, Karumpe, and Sangjun trying to get back to winning ways. Of course, our talent always has ideas on who they think is going to win. And, last time I did have a good start with LG. I'm totally biased here in terms of I just think NRG because I got to vote for my boy who I just went skydiving with. That's it. I mean, we opened the show. I got to say Timmy. He was cool, calm, and collected. I got to go for that one. But Lauren, you're going Na'Vi. That makes a lot of sense. You trust the guys to get it done.
I mean, you can't hype them up enough. They're the current ones with the title in hand.
This is true.
Is day one. This should be easy for them.
This is true. Furia for Vicky as well. On the other side, Jamerson sticking with the guns of the team that you focused on. And yet again, Ben, you have focused on a team that you're not picking, and you're picking another team. So I'm just, I'm not getting it.
I'm a man of many thoughts, and they come to me, they say, talk about this, pick this. I can't quite keep putting it together, here at this land. But I will say for Furia, we talked a little bit about that aggression with NRG. They were my second pick if I was going to highlight anyone. I highly remember folks like Nock and Magnus. They can come out of the gates and absolutely shred through a group stage when given the opportunity. So I have my defense, okay? I stand on trial.
You're a deep man, you got a lot of sides to you. That's okay. That's a great thing, and I appreciate it. We'll see which talent member is in the lead after this one, and also which team shows up for it. But if you guys want to watch, you know what the deal is. Make sure to check out faceit.com/watch, because you get multi-view there. You get multiple teams, but the teams that you care about, curate the screen. So maybe you have your map on one side. You're still getting Twitch chat and earning some prizes and things like that red Pathfinder skin that's available today. And then you can do it on mobile too. It's that simple. Plus your comms of your favorite teams and players. So maybe we only hear one story on main broadcast. You get the inside scoop on how that rotation worked. Control it, watch it the way you want. The ALGS your way. Faceit.com/watch. All right, we love it, man. We enjoying these chairs, Lauren? I know.
I'm comfy.
This is nice, right? This is your first chair.
I know.
What about? Does that look like, if I just stood up, would it look like I'm wearing this? Could someone green screen me?
I'm flying away when I stand up.
And we also have I'm blocking it with, this, but we have a trombone here, or sorry.
That
yeah,
we're
the
trying
bass.
to keep away from Ben.
It's a horn? I think a French horn.
They took out the mouthpiece. They got rid of the reed. I'm not allowed to play any of them.
Yeah, because he's so. This is again another side of you. He wanted to play a saxophone mid. So picking NRG, Furia, playing saxophone. I mean, in one death segment, that's a lot to aim for.
Yeah, there's only such highlights to a dodecahedron.
Oh God, bringing in some geometry as well. I failed geometry. One of the only things I actually failed in school. I gotta say.
Impressive.
Yeah. That's true.
That's hard.
That was my one. That was my
PE.
Excuse me?
Still PE.
Wow. All right, I think it's time to check out what our casters have to say about this because we're having too much fun. And boy, is there even much to say? It's just a lot to look at. These two beautiful human beings, Dia and Graceful. I like the glasses, Dia.
I was trying to be cool, Rain Day. I heard you guys talking about school, though, and I feel like I've missed the mark. I don't really look like anyone who excelled in a particular subject, except maybe Apex Legends, Graceful, maybe.
Definitely. I'm all here for the action, and I can't wait to dive into the game because sometimes the couch is cozy, but I don't have time to dive deep. I'm here for all the analysis.
It's true. I was sitting on the couch yesterday, and I was just sinking into it slowly, enjoying the fact that we actually have that now. It does create a nice conversational atmosphere on the desk. Zephyr maybe kept away from the musical instruments for now, but as we shift our attention to what's happening on the stage, I'm really excited for the teams that they hyped up to actually start competing because this is the second half of the winner's bracket. We just went through the first bit, or I guess upper bracket, because nobody's won yet. But what will be the winner's bracket, the whole upper side where you need to stay top 10 all the time in order to be here. And so we are still really in very, very mixed lobbies. And I'll be honest, Graceful, I expected a lot more chaos than we got this morning in our first couple of rounds. I'm wondering if this lobby will be a little bit more chaotic. We do have a lot of high fragging teams, as in, of course, any Apex lobby, but will they be able to take advantage of it in the same way as we saw LG do in the last round? Because LG really felt like one of the only teams that was abusing their mechanical advantage.
Yeah, most definitely. All these strong veteran teams we're talking about, the big name teams, I think they're still going to be at the top. Like in all the lobbies so far, they have been. Teams that haven't been, popping off so far, they're still fighting for, top 10 isn't necessarily crazy hard to make. You need that 6-point average and you will make it through. But when we're talking about just being consistent and understanding the lobby, because like the first game, even LG said it as well. First game, they were like, hey man, we can't make it because we had a slow game. And then they said, we just got to have confidence and go at it. That's an advantage that some teams have. And also, speaking of advantage, Jumba is here looking really cute as well. The advantage on home court almost is, looking really good going into this lobby. I hope that the stronger teams will make it through, which they will. The lower teams might have to wake up because now it's go time. You could be in LM1 today.
Yeah, and those stories are going to be really interesting to cover. Actually, speaking of those stories, because we've got the big Apex content creators here, Jayhawk and Jumba. There'll probably be a couple of YouTube videos made about performances that happened today, specifically with the teams that, like you say, may underperform, maybe undercut by a lack of preparation and how to actually take advantage of these lobbies. Of course, everybody's going to have different game plans prepared as we have the most maps that we've ever had at LAN here in the ALGS for this particular group. For this particular round, we're going to be going through Stormpoint and Broken Moon. Starting off on Stormpoint, Graceful, this reminds me a lot of this morning. I'd say it's a comfortable place given what we've already seen.
I mean, as long as we don't get repetitive zones, like I've said for multiple lands, I am more than happy to see all of this. Stormpoint is one of those maps where any POI is playable and all teams should feel really comfortable on it because we have a lot of experience on it, and here we can see the drop rate as well is super good because now everybody's playstyle is also adaptable to which comp they're playing. Even on bans, some teams end up playing the exact same way just by swapping out one legend or not. It doesn't really affect macro.
Real quickly, I think it's interesting you say that. I want to talk about it a little more. What you're prioritizing, whether you're prioritizing Stormpoint or Broken Moon, because those are the two places that we'll be jumping between on our maps. We had, in the top 10 teams, and counting 10, 13, 14, in the top 14 teams
there was only one team that prioritized Broken Moon over Stormpoint, and that was NRG, who ended up going Zeus Station for this particular round on Stormpoint, but they prioritized Broken Moon first. Is that something that you'd expect more teams to be jumping on later on? Because, like you say, you should be able to succeed with anything on Stormpoint?
Yes, 100%. Anytime a new map gets introduced into the scene, you will always be more comfortable on older maps because you have more experience, you have more reps in on it. And especially on maps that are really well competitively balanced, I would say, where no POIs doesn't really matter too much because they're all solid, right? They opt more for the newer maps like Broken Moon to ensure that, hey, we can stay at a consistent level across all boards, because rather than just throwing one map away or whatnot, you're trying to even it out across all games so you can win, you know, on every map rather than just banking on one map, because there's so many layers and factors going into it. You know, which teams are in your lobby, how is their macro, which zone is it, what, you know, what if they only play one specific comp on one map? Now that could be messed up by a ban. There's so many like layers to it, and I think as long as you try to make it balanced to, hey, this is our weaker, this is our stronger map, let's try to even it out across the board, they will have a better probability to have consistent results rather than very hot or very cold.
And that's one of the other areas where, in terms of map preparation, macro preparation, teams with coaches that have been able to either acquire them or had them before qualifying for the LAN are going to have a big step up as well. You'll notice in these boxes for all of our teams, some teams have somebody standing behind them, sitting in a chair. Some of them do not and have had to do all of their prep on their own. That's the nature of the Open, where anybody can qualify. And some teams have made it here through mechanical skill, through having a lot of research in their own heads, and some do choose to take advantage of having an extra person to help you prepare for the in-game realities of Apex Legends.
And preparing for in-game reality as well. PvP, or aka JMOs is in name swap, you know, has been a huge coach across this, like in the scene for a long time now. Here, sticking out with Furia, even Madness and everybody, you know, coming from an IGL myself from before, you had to do a lot of this work on your own. But when you have that one extra person to lean on, even just ball with every now and then, hey, does this sound good? Does this not sound good? Will, you know, broaden your perspective and maybe let you see stuff that you normally wouldn't, because we tend to tunnel vision when we believe one way is the right way. And having somebody to break that wall with you to see, hey, there are more options, we could try newer things that maybe you didn't think of, can elevate you a lot.
Well, we'll see how high these teams can elevate themselves as we jump into our first match of this group in the tournament, the ALGS Open. This is these teams' first debut on this stage, and it's starting off on Stormpoint right now.
I mean, Stormpoint is where it's at. I love all of these, you know, zones that we've seen so far. A lot of Launchpad we've seen, also a little bit outside southeast of Wall. I'm hoping to see a few more new ones here because, you know, we haven't been able to catch all the matches. There's so many matches going on, but I'm very happy to see that we're jumping straight into here now. We'll see where the zone pulls on later. Everybody right now is just doing the fast macro. You know, hey, we're looting up fast. They already planned it all out, honestly.
Yeah, it's so true. Like you said, there's so many matches going on. It's difficult to keep track of it. It's impossible to keep track of everything. And that's kind of been driving me crazy because I'm used to watching everything, being able to have the Face It watch open at the same time, being able to catch every fight. But even now, we've got fights starting before we were rightly ready to have them.
Catch going down early is gonna hurt a little bit, but as long as one of them makes it out and, you know, they can get the reset, I think they're more than happy. However, this is one of the things when you have, you know, a POI that's kind of nearby here, you know, to launch, but on the hill of the southern part, it's very easy to take fights, even though you are essentially separate POIs, you know, on the devastated coast.
Really aggressive North American squad. Twerkaholics are running up into Reply Totem right now. This early jump that was found actually should convert into a largely team fight win, but are we sticking a res right now in front? Nisa got a lot of experience playing, especially at the Challenger Circuit level. Used to be on Morning Stars and now is getting sent. Unfortunately, this aggressive play by Twerkaholics turns into 3 kills unanswered, and Twerkaholics take our first team down.
Reply Totem falling out early. I did not like that move, but I saw by the Newcastle leaving the shield to that extent. However, you know, sometimes when you're in a 2v3, or even at this point, you're pretty much 1v2 them at the end, you know, you have to stick it clean together, and that's what we heard from before when, you know, we heard Shuba talk as well. Hey, we just decided to 3v3 and hold hands, essentially. And that's a very good strat. Holding hands, death balling is definitely a thing.
And when we're thinking about having players, having teams that maybe don't get as much of the spotlight standing out. What a way for Lunix to start things off. Essentially 1v3ing the team on Ashe at the very beginning of the game. That's a great start for a team coming out of Devastated Coast, who now get Dev Coast and Launchpad, and that'll really benefit them as they move towards this zone that's pulling us almost exclusively into the Cascade Falls area. We're not really going command center at this point. All of Jurassic is excluded, and realistically, I could see us going a little further north of Cascade Falls, but we might be dead center.
Yeah, most definitely. One of the most, common zones, I would say, in ranked. Everybody who plays Stormpoint has seen this at some point. Everybody's already stacking up inside Cascades right now. A lot of teams, however, will opt to play, the no-name buildings west of Cascades and even north of Cascades by the cannon, because at that point, you have an easy rotate in case it does, even if it pulls off, you're not locked in. If you're in Cascades and you're deep in Cascades and there's 5 more teams and everybody's there and you get stuck, it's rough.
Na'Vi looking for the last set of knocks. They already started a fight with 3 Muppets, but have not finished it, so we won't get another full squad elimination right now. Fury actually going to jump in and help out with that, as Cascade is the place to be, and with 3 Muppets running in towards that area, they are unfortunately going to be taken down, or picked up, excuse me, as they now will be back to a duo, I believe, with 1 knocked already.
Yeah, I mean, fast reset without getting, Na'Vi might have gotten a KP, and Fury even tried to help out on that as well, as they, get another down now. It is definitely in a tough scenario because you're at the point where you don't, it's so early that people are able to punish you right now.
Yeah.
Everybody isn't in yet. So before everybody gets in there, people are looking to make plays, and we're already seeing downs and, thirst. But as it prolongs, the match prolongs further on and more teams move into the Cascades, it's going to be less and less of this.
It's curious to me, Whiffed Altar Portal unfortunately didn't go through the wall in the same way that you would have expected. Furia still managed to retain control of this building, but Furia's positioning is on to me. I know that it's a natural, easy rotate for them into Cascade, but when we think back to this morning's games, we had 2 big teams that were highlights during the start of the day. It was LG and it was Virtus Pro, and Virtus Pro had the strategy where they would sit in zone, and ultimately, while they did do well, didn't do as well as LG, who was playing on the edge. Now that we see Furia in zone already, and we have Na'Vi, who we know are close by to zone as well, I'm wondering who's actually going to be playing on the edge to collect all this KP?
And like you said, is why you don't really want to full commit to something. Like, if it pulls off of you, you have a really hard time. But if you're playing positioning to where you can actually maneuver, if it pulls here, we still have an option. If it pulls here, we still have an option. Without locking yourself in, you're bound to get more points, because otherwise you're just praying that the zone is going to pull to you. And a lot of the time now, people know-ish where the zone is, but just that small shift in zone placement where you're out before the team next to you will lead to you getting mopped.
Yeah. Credit to 3 Muppets real quick, as they have managed to stabilize. It's a really good look from a squad that has been playing in Challenger Circuit for ages, is still playing through Challenger Circuit as we speak, sitting 13th, and the fact that they're able to recover in a high-pressure lobby like this, when teams like Na'Vi and teams like Furia were both looking at them, they survived, they've got all 3 members, they've got a spot in zone. This is a really, really nice recovery for a squad that doesn't get that much practice against teams of the caliber that they were facing.
Yeah, most definitely. I think they're very happy here. A lot of the teams that have set up early is now still waiting for it. But as you can see, the people that aren't in zone, that are on edge right now, or even just in the first zone, they're looking to, go in on what I call mid-speed. So you wait for the next zone to show up, and then you hit a beacon or a scan. You don't even need a ring console at that point. You can just hit a scan and almost tell immediately where the zone is pulling. That's when you make your rotate in deeper into the zone, where people are still guessing where it's going. You know where it's going, essentially. So, you have a little bit of play from early zone play, super late edge play, where they're just stacked, hoping to take one fight and get a spot. And then you have the mid-speed that has been a lot more popular as of lately. The last year, mid-speed has been growing all over the place. Dark Zero, namely, as well, or Zero, and mainly as well, has been, pioneering it to that degree, where no, we're waiting for this, we see that, boom, we're going straight into the zone. As we see the zone is about to pop, a lot of movement is going to shift around the map.
Yeah, I'm really curious what'll happen and who's going to react first. Like you say, actually looking at Na'Vi, who are over at Stormcatcher on top of a beacon as we speak, they're going to have first access to this information with the mid-speed play that you're talking about, as the zone pulls a little further north of Cascade into places like where Leave No Witnesses have predicted.
Yeah, outside of wall, essentially, like south of walls now, people are looking to move, rotate, and now they're seeing this, the scans. But the biggest part is everybody that's already in, a little bit too deep, I would say, have to decide now, hey, are we going to try to move past into the unknown where we can't see because they don't have a beacon? Or are we going to let and hold out our backs now, hoping that people run into us and we can hold them out and we're last walking in? It's a mess.
Graceful, you got to be careful. Hitting me with Into the Unknown, it's right up there with Let It Go in terms of triggering immediate frozen sing-alongs. You got to be very, very careful when we're on mic together. Right now, letting it go themselves, Na'Vi have completely released control of Stormcatcher and are moving in through Command Center, taking a similar approach to what we saw happen in Game 2 of the last series, where LG was able to take Wall. This case, that's not so likely, but you can still take control of the north side of the zone by establishing dominance in Command Center and pushing down on teams like LNW and Monster.
Yeah, this timing is the perfect, moment to take a fight, because now everybody's on the movement rather than just waiting to see what, before a zone pop. Like right before a zone pop is the absolute worst, because now people are just hungry. But when a zone is moved, you can already decide, okay, these guys are going to move because they're not in. These guys are not moving, they're staying because they're safe. Now they're looking to, clear Command Center, and we will see, if it goes down or not.
Orb Garden in here with them. You can tell Na'Vi, they know. Just looking for an angle. Maybe a player who's caught a little bit off guard. It doesn't look like Orb. No, not at all. Na'Vi actually may catch them completely off guard with a few G7 shots in the back, but Orb certainly know now. Immediately mobile shield gets thrown down. Zidane does back away. Not as much of a fragger roll on the Catalyst, so does have to back away through the enemy cat wall. And Na'Vi defensively wall themselves. Very curious, Graceful, just to try and take precedent over the door, the exit of Command Center. They're playing defensively, which I didn't expect.
I think they're just mainly looking to reposition to have a proper fight, because you don't want to fight in the middle of the open. They're just saying, hey, it's a lot easier if we fight here. Let's just move wall for safety, and we're seeing, another fight in the choke instead of safety. You got to go head-to-head against some teams.
Throw in danger, but this is certainly a scary place for Unreal Nightmare. They are a team that I'd actually expected to be playing a little bit heavier zone than in these choke points. And right now, doesn't look like the choke points are being too nice to them. All going to back away using the double Void Nexus and find themselves, again, out in the open. Not a fantastic spot, but far from being the worst.
Honestly, I think that was a good highlight on how you play Alter as well, with that you have your ultimate in a spot that essentially is going to be the next zone that you were going to play for. The risk is somebody takes it and you TP and you end up dying. But I'm saying best case scenario is right there. Okay, we're going to try to hold them out if we can take a fight. If not, we just relocate to this position and we're still in a good spot. And that's what you always want to make sure you are, because worst case scenario, if they all in without that TP and they try to retreat and a team comes in late, they could be pinched, which is worst case.
And double Void Nexus takes you a really far distance as well. As long as nobody's camping the Void Nexus, you're okay. And that's actually part of the skill level of playing Alter, is knowing who's going to be rotating where, knowing the macro of teams, much like the mid speed that you talked about with rotations earlier, where you do have to have a lot of knowledge of other teams' macro. The same thing can be said of any good Alter player and any good Void Nexus specifically.
Yeah, definitely. I think it really complements people that are ahead of macro and thinking ahead and pre-planning, which I always say is one of the most important parts in IGL. You have to pre-plan to make sure that everything doesn't come down to the wire, where it's like, oh my god, something is happening, we got to decide now. It's always good to know when this zone moves, we're doing this.
Right now, with VK Gaming looking down on Leave No Witnesses and Monster. Arguably a pretty good spot. I am a little worried for how these rocks will age, because VK Gaming don't have a lot of space in zone. They may actually have to take a fight up against Unreal Nightmare. I'm seeing it in the future. I'm looking into my Oracle, because running straight forward at LNW's building, not going to go well for anyone. That includes SJP2, who are up on the hill right now outside of Command Center. This Orb Garden Na'Vi fight is brewing. 3 Muppets are right on the outside. SJP2 is right there as well. The fact that we have so many teams alive is causing a very chaotic situation. And I'm looking at Twerkaholics. They're thinking of going through Command Center. We could have 5 teams fighting on this height in the next few minutes.
People are fighting to the east, people are fighting to the south. When you have the next zone showing in about 40 seconds, people are going to have to make major movement and macro on the map right now, because now you have to frog leap across several teams, not knowing, like I said before, you don't know where the teams are placed right now because you're so late. So everybody that ended up playing, late might be punished unless you have evacs, etc. But if you're on mid-speed, you're on it. They were looking really good because every team that played mid-speed made it in.
Looks like right in the middle of the zone. Also working out for teams, especially if they're named Furia. Going gonna take out our second squad of of these games. Boo gonna go down in Twerkaholic. So we mentioned we're considering a rotate through command center, have instead chosen to pick a fight that is not going their way, no pun intended.
Yeah, playing Southeast for that fight. They ended up taking it. The 3v3 is always solid. They're, however, about to get thirded, maybe by Crazy Raccoon. Huge EMP and Alter Q's comes up, and they're looking to clean up this fight.
Crypto Alter, haven't seen that in a little while, but the Twerkaholics actually still strike first. Crazy Raccoon having to jump out, are not even going to go 1-for-1 on the drop down. Sang Jun has to play huge hero and instead is going to go for the kill. Maybe a res if we're lucky. There's no KP on Crazy Raccoon despite 2 knocks so far, and Sang Jun does fortunately correct that, getting them at least 1 point before Floating comes in, and Floating wins the 1v1, sending out Crazy Raccoon, keeping Twerkaholics in the conversation. Well, Orb Garden go down, and it leaves me wondering, where are Na'Vi? Right here, jumping on top of SJP2. This door was always going to be theirs. SJP2 go down, and Na'Vi retain height.
Na'Vi retains the positioning from doing that smooth movement earlier in command center. Crazy Raccoon cannot lose that fight. SJP2 also lost to Na'Vi. Na'Vi in a great spot right now because they made that early macro. I mean, they were also unseen, which could be a bad awareness, but they made that play. Being proactive always helps out.
Yeah, playing small really helpful for Na'Vi. Now, 3 Lobbyt is still pressuring this, but Grow Gaming, they're encountering some trouble of their own. Taking out CTE makes things a lot more comfortable, but they still have a team rotating in behind them. It's going to be the last member of Outside who throws a few shots into their back before ultimately going down. Na'Vi having lost 1, having lost to Chaco. Now in a lot of danger when it comes to how they reset. This isn't an Alter game. They're not running Alter, only Wraith, which means not a lot of escapability, ability to relocate for Na'Vi. And they'll have to stick reses themselves. Zidane actually pulling that off on the high ground as we speak. This 3 Muppets fight, extremely dangerous for Na'Vi, and it's really interesting to me, Graceful, that 3 Muppets are the very team that Na'Vi were pressuring earlier that now may be their downfall.
Yeah, definitely. I think they haven't really noticed the split just yet because they decided, they wanted to Newcastle in and they got shot. They didn't know if it maybe was a 3P or not because they probably got shot from the, leave no witness in the middle of the compounds as well.
Yeah.
However, we'll see because the zone closes and none of them are safe currently. They have to look to fight eventually. Now it just depends on, are we fighting for the same side or are we going to split and see which side, goes where. Normally you want to end up fighting because going, once again, we said before, into the unknown. Okay, I'm just going to rotate the opposite. You don't know what's on that side, but there's a 3v3 on this side. And would you rather go into the unknown not knowing what you're walking into, or just take a fair 3v3? And if you're confident, you're definitely looking to take that 3v3.
Yeah, at this point, with Na'Vi maybe on the ropes, we got to think about the rotation into next zone as well for a lot of our teams. We noted earlier that this is pulling pretty far north, and so what we have an idea of what's going to happen. Command center is going to sort itself out. Somebody's going to have to send it towards the buildings that are a little closer to wall. What on earth is going to happen in Cascade, where we've got Activist, where we've got NRG, Furia? I think D-Sports is around there as well. This whole Cascade area, well, it was a great place to play in the early and mid game. In the late game, you want to have gotten out of there.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. If you all in and say, this is Cascades, and it pulls off, you're now stuck with 6-7 teams on the same side that is about to collapse. And, that's worst case scenario. You want to make sure that you don't get stuck with 7 teams.
Game restarts, Unreal Nightmare again, Alter portaling. They do that same play that we talked about earlier, Graceful. They see if they can pick a fight. They decide, you know what, actually, this isn't working in our favor, and they back away. And it's just in time because Grow Gaming actually got that fight third-partied, and now are likely going to go down. It's still kind of working out for them, though. D-Sports runs straight into the P2020s. Not something you want to be doing in year 5 of the ALGS.
Yeah, definitely a solid fight there. Only lost 1, even though 1 got low. Newcastle helps reset the fights really smoothly. They didn't get thirded. I almost thought that Unreal Nightmare would 3P, but they ended up not doing it. Playing disciplined is a good way to start a series, so happy to see that.
Big questions here, though. Furia getting out of Cascade. Furia and NRG are actually the last 2 teams left in here, and it even looks like they're going to fight right now. In fact, I would hesitate to say they have a lot of choice in the matter. The round's starting to close right now, and the only way for Furia to survive is through NRG.
Yeah, not only are you going through them, you have teams lurking, waiting for them. Let's see if they actually end up taking this fight or if they're just going to rotate. Looks like Energy is going to rotate out and Furia is going to chase tails, hoping that Energy runs into a team that they can then 3P. But all of this, you know, is really a toss-up.
NRG expend the wall as well, so they're down cooldowns in a seriously disadvantaged spot. VK Gaming take the roof on top of Leave No Witnesses, who have been dead center zone for as long as human history has happened. Right now, Furia use their own wall, haven't fought NRG yet, so very content to just play passive, but it's Grow that are in trouble up against Unreal Nightmare, and it is Grow that ultimately surpassed that trouble to survive. Furia have found an angle out of this fight though, and it is going to be another team wiped out. 9 squads left, Furia making perfect timing off of that third party.
That's exactly what I'm saying. They went past NRG, heard a fight, 3P the fight, now have a super good positioning and can just play up against the walls later on when this zone closes. Right there where you can see Nock looking at. You can just play up against her later on, and they can see everything. Nobody can coexist on this side.
I'm pretty sure Timmy killed 3 people with a nade. That is wild. Looking at whatever is happening with NRG has got to be our next focus, because this is a team that, again, like Furia, should have been in a lot riskier of a position than they ended up being. This walk-in almost seemed like it had completely no trouble for them. Maybe Furia applying a little bit of pressure to NRG now. Maybe we'll get that delayed fight. But even now, Furia's focus has to be on how they're getting into the next zone. I know that they've got a Void Nexus set up. However, it's still going to be a really big question of how they control all this space, because Furia, well, they have this rock for now. Take a look at the upper left corner of your screen. Keon's not going to be in for very long.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really good because they're showing their teeth. They're saying, hey, don't come our side. We want you to push you into the opposite side so that you have to fight other teams to where we can just clean this side. If we can control this side, we will win the game. Everybody else has to play on top of each other, and they're scared of making plays. They're just pushing everybody. Right now, somebody's trying to contest their side. They're not allowing that to happen. Furia taking off angles, side angles, Navi on top, waiting to see if a down happens. They will drop. They didn't even have to.
3 Muppets going to go down. Na'Vi, trapped in this corner, have basically no cover. Furia are looking straight at them, and it's a matter of how long you can survive this war of attrition. Let's take a look at those who are waging the war of Furia as we jump into Elicit It.
Yeah, I'm climbing. They're wall. Cut in. I'm peeking this wall, There you guys. Last guy, rising.
Reloading.
I got a wall down on our right.
He took TP.
He didn't res. There's one guy.
One.
Dead.
Nice, player side.
Got recall down. I'm on the right. Keep cannon. On cannon. You guys hear me right?
One on Cat.
Yeah, I can kill him.
Yeah. I'm coming with you, Knocked.
No, I got phone. Coming back.
You okay? I'm here.
No, they're on the wall. It's not letting me recall. I have to come back. I have to bet here.
Leave no witnesses down. We're down to the top 4 right now. Furia navigating the outside of this wall expertly, but as they've already identified, NRG are a huge threat. They come back into the corner, and this means graceful. They're giving up a lot of space to NRG, but we've still got Activist, Yota, and Monster on the high ground above Furia. They're in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing up against the wall. They're probably right now wagering whether or not we're going to hold the left wall, which is for them, you know, on the right side of the map, or they're going to hold the right side, holding out energy. They have this slope, however, that is very safe. As long as they can make sure they don't get triple swung or walled at to divide them, then they should be fine. However, it comes down to the fact that whichever NRG decides to join, whether they join the fray for more KP, or if they say, hey, while they're fighting at the building, we're going to fight Furia, comes down to NRG's play. But Furia looking really good right now. It comes down to NRG's decision-making.
We'll see how much pressure gets applied and by whom. Activist, Yota actually have an exit that takes them directly into a fight with Furia that's pretty isolated, but they can't do that until Monster make a decision. So what are Monster going to do? We only have a few seconds left to really decide what's going to happen, and the fact that NRG have chosen to drop down, close the gap with Furia, has exposed them to huge risk. We've got Newcastle wall, answered by the mobile shield. Keon very low, cannot go down right now. Keon backbone of the team when it comes to rezzing, resets. NRG able to at least control this plant, this corner of the wall, but immediately we've got Activist Yota who swing on them. NRG now pinched, and we've got the answering wall for Monster. We've got 2 separate 3v3s happening on both sides of the map. Furia have to hold out Monster, and NRG have to hold out Activist Yota. Both NRG and Furia at an extreme height disadvantage.
Monster could coexist with Furia on top of layers here, but NRG is going to get pinched. It all comes down to who pushes who. Activist looking really comfortable right now, but in about 20 seconds, not so much, because a lot of LOS is going to be out of cover. People are already getting punished here. It comes down to who jumps on who, and it looks like NRG is trying to hold her back.
And this first knock is huge because it makes it more attractive for Monster to come in and third party the fight. NRG actually finish off Activist Yota, and looking just behind them, we can see Monster closing the gap on Furia instead. NRG may be able to take height for free here, but Monster realize what's happening, perhaps too late, as they turn around on NRG, immediately Newcastle wall, and now are stuck in no man's land. They're gonna have this wall come down, this catalyst wall, in just a few seconds. NRG and Furia are going to be looking at them. Furia, no, and they swing on NRG immediately, prepared for it. Gildison turns around, is able to play behind the mobile shield, and Furia come back. We are baiting and switching. We are skill checking everyone. Are you aware for every possibility? Monster staying really on top of it right now. Furia still thinking about the climb, but it's really difficult into this Newcastle wall. I'm not seeing any nades. I'm not seeing any utility. Furia, what will they do? Monster stuck in a land of indecision. I think they're going to go down here, Graceful.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're seeing everybody poking. No more util is at, you know, at everybody's cost. They already used all of it. It all comes down to who gets in the crossfire, and NRG is on the edge right now, looking to close this game out.
You can't even approach NRG. Monster and Furia, they stare each other to death, and nobody even looks at NRG. What a tragic ending for those two squads, but what a fantastic one for NRG, who just managed their threats and then watched them fight each other.
NRG has been playing phenomenally because you always saw them try to push their limit. We're going to test and see if we can push you guys away. They tried that against Furia several times. Even Monster up top, they even swung that to say, hey, are you guys reacting to us? They stalled out their utility almost perfectly, because normally if you run out of util there, you're pretty much getting insta-killed. But they managed to space that out as well as playing the LOS cover of that wall of the slope. And they managed to push the other teams into each other, because now NRG had this spot where the zone closed the slowest side. Yep. So now the other teams were forced to run into each other, and they just cleaned up. They didn't even lose a person, they just cleaned up the last five.
But like, think about the wrenches that were thrown at them, right? Because Monster thought about committing onto Furia for a second. And real shout out to Monster, by the way. That's a challenger circuit team, who's playing at this incredibly high level, and in an end game against very high level Apex Pro League squads. They manage that end game really well. They keep themselves up until the top 2, top 3 conversation. They don't give an inch. And while it's NRG that ultimately come out on top, this was a really fantastic performance from Monster. And I really want to highlight them because of how tense, how professional that end game was.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they are aware, and the decision making to try stuff, and also recognizing when it didn't work to pull back. That's what makes it a great team, not just a good team. A good team could just be mechanics and a little bit of, you know, experience, but a great team adapts. They adapt. They say something is happening here. We need to look at it. Nope, it's not. We can't close that out. Let's go back and take our spot. And then they tried their best, and it came down to a little bit of a slugfest at the end. But the fact that they made it that way, and it looked really promising for this team.
Yeah, and NRG, of course, to be celebrated. The game plan, like we talked about, a huge advantage when you have coaching staff as well. You saw Winnie talking to the rest of the team after that match, and it's a match that, of course, went very well for NRG, and I think in large part due to the way that they played their macro, especially the exit from Cascade, where they had a lot of risk.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy with the first. This is only the first game of the series. You know, I'm really happy with it, and seeing them all levels of teams explode to a degree makes me very happy, because that really shows that teams that we haven't had our eyes on, that haven't had opportunity, are here right now, because there's so many teams here, and they're all showing up to a degree.
Yeah, Three Muppets. Yeah. Such an exciting team to watch. So many small moments for all of our squads, and it is just the first game. We will be back with the continuation of Group 5 in just a few minutes. As we're going to take a break, Graceful, let's grab some water.
Already feel that it's eyes on me. I'm getting looked up, down with these big frowns. They already thrown by the size of me.
Nobody do it better than me, not incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Here to feed the streets, they say my influence umbilical. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest, so for real, nobody try me.
Down in the new town, I already feel that it's guys on me. I'm getting looked up, down with these big frowns. They already thrown by the size of me. Two frowns, but my do stuff. I will not live in apology.
Go on and catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check in. We bout to march, so if you not, get to stepping. I done told you who I am, bitch. I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm setting the precedent. No mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set because our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a verb amongst adjectives. If the industry full of shit, then my words is a laxative. This is go time. It's show time. I ain't calming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the fake and we bringing back no town. No staring this go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
On us.
One second left, one second left.
Draw more light. He's on the left side.
No more light,
I don't
no
have
more
light
light.
ammo. I don't have light ammo.
Miller. I'm at it,
I'm 9 bullets on light ammo. I have my Newcastle wall. Hit me.
Yeah,
I can place it on top. I can place it on top.
I jump like it. I need more light.
I can place the Newcastle wall. You have to place it. You have to place it. Okay, I'm placing it. I'm placing it. I place it. The Newcastle wall.
I queued.
You can play it. He's full healing.
I'm shooting on left.
To right side.
I'm shooting left
right
now. I'm placing out
To left. Okay, I'm shooting left. Low.
Get one.
Nice. I'm running everyone.
Alter me. Dead.
Got that one. Dead.
Nice.
Let's
Baby.
go.
Let's go. Good fucking shit, man.
Alright. A fantastic endgame, and I'm glad we got to hear it from their perspective as NRG take a 22-point win in our first game of the series. Furia follow them up with a nice second place, and Monster, despite not having nearly as many kills as the previous two rosters, still do place fantastically, play that endgame really well, and keep themselves in the top 3.
Listening to those comms makes me so happy as well. The fact that they even had Newcastle Wall that late into the game to close the game out is all that matters. Playing out your utility properly is so important in a meta where you have, you know, so many playable areas due to Newcastle or even Cat. But Fury on the opposite side, and they're, you know, making why they only play second overall, they're pretty much safe, is because Catwall got wasted earlier when they took too much damage, and playing your util properly can be punishing.
You know what they'll never have ever again in the series? Is a Newcastle wall. Newcastle, gone. Too much Newcastle in the first game. Happened in our first series as well, and I'd expected, coming before this whole day started, coming out of a lot of collegiate, a lot of CC watching these last couple of weeks, thinking that we would actually have a lot of Ashe bans in our first round because Ashe is just so favored in every single map. Newcastle, now that we've started on Storm Point twice, seems to be the consensus for who we're taking out of the pool first, which is completely understandable. I just thought it would take us a lot longer to get to the point where it was so map specific, and I wonder when we start on other maps that aren't Storm Point, whether it'll be just as true.
It depends on, like you said on maps, it mainly depends on how much cover you have. If you have a lot of natural cover, you don't really need Newcastle. But when you're in a spot where the zone pulls and there's almost no cover, you need to create cover on your own, whether that be a cat wall to extend it so the other teams fight while your wall is up, or if you have a Newcastle wall plus Q to survive long enough to once again force them to walk into each other the same way they closed out that game. The Newcastle wall, the other teams were, zone was on their asses, they had to fight each other, and they just cleaned up, and that's just great.
Yeah, a really good play in the end game. We also highlighted during the mid game, Unreal Nightmare was really interesting. I liked the way they were playing, even though the game didn't ultimately work out in their favor. I think Unreal Nightmare had a lot cooking for them. Ultimately got third-partied by Furia, though, taken out of their spot.
Third party is that's what happens when you play either edge or mid speed, is that people are also lurking around you. But the fact that makes me very I'm very hopeful of them now is because they were proactively looking to join fights on Edge. They were going, altering back, going, altering back. Even though it didn't end up being killed and steam-wise and loot now, at some point, if they keep doing this, stars are going to align and they're going to have a huge game, I believe.
Well, I know, Graceful, we've got a lot of teams here that are taking risks, that are making plays. We saw Monster try and make some of them in the last game. Of course, NRG controlling a lot of variables as well. But sometimes you've just got to take a leap of faith. And we actually had a few leaps of faith happening on the stream earlier today in a bit of content that actually features some of the players on stage right now. Let's take a look at it.
Timmy, what's up?
Not much, Hal. Time for New Orleans. Ready for this tournament?
I was born ready.
You want Jump Master, or should I take it?
Hey, how about I take it?
Sounds good to me.
Hey guys! Guys! Hey, where up? I missed my flight! I just got my carry-ons though. It was a whole thing. I just brought my carry-ons. Can I come with you? What's going on?
Well, at least you packed light.
All right, let's go. Next up, New Orleans.
Not even sure where New Orleans is.
Guys? Guys? We're gonna get there on time. Woo! Okay.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down.
God, they jumped. I guess New Orleans is straight down? Is it west? God, never the jump master. I don't know. Wait, where are we? What about my luggage?
Oh my God! I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish it.
See the ice in Timmy's veins right there? Ice cold as he drops out that plane. And it's exactly the kind of nerves of steel that you need in endgames like what we just saw. Be you dropping out into a map, perhaps the Jump Master, or be you in an endgame of Apex Legends. It's fun to watch them dive. I will say from a content perspective, Rain Day's screaming was very entertaining.
Most definitely. I think that, that leap of faith right there, but when you have amazing people that we're with, that jumped with them as well, I think you have a little bit more of a backbone to help that. But even taking that jump regardless is a huge thing, and many people don't even dare. I don't think I would do it. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. Haven't had the chance yet. Apparently, by the way, not Timmy's first time. Timmy's actually done this several times. It's like, I don't want to say it's his thing, because he's a well-rounded person. He plays a lot of Apex Legends. He's got a lot going on, but it's a thing that is included in what Timmy likes. Now, as we prepare for the second match, maybe we'll get the chance to see a little bit of a different angle on what NRG looked like, what every team in the lobby looks like, because it really was almost every team that was running Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, Newcastle getting banned is not something new. Probably looking to see Cat next. We'll have to see a lot of characters that ends up, enabling you to play a lot more safely. Even like create your own space is the best word I would say. Is very popular due to that fact that you can extend the time, even if you're in a bad spot, you can extend it by so many seconds that might end up buying you enough time to be the 3P or join a fight.
And in our first series of the day, when we started on Storm Point as well, we saw Newcastle banned after the first game, we saw Catalyst banned after the second game, then we had a Ballistic ban in Game 3. I don't know about the Ballistic, but I certainly can imagine looking at this game, how we could see Catalyst being taken out of the pool. Being able to have, as you said, those few extra seconds are critical, especially when your time on Storm Point is so limited. This is the second match for all of these teams, their second of 3 matches that they'll play on Storm Point, and as it begins, we're with NRG, who start off in Zeus Station.
Yeah, I mean, I like this comp as well. A little bit of crypto, fuse, and altered. Very, you know, aggressive, because you can just make plays immediately off that. You can EMP into the alter Q, as we've seen. You can even do that with Wraith, but alter specifically gives you a lot of leeway. Not only like Wraith is kind of linear, this is also vertical, and you can go through walls. You can do everything. It opens up so many opportunities to make plays, and when we saw that last game, they are very proactive, and alter enables that even further.
It's interesting you mentioned the vertical mobility. I'm noticing a lot of vertical mobility. We saw the Sparrow teaser earlier as well, and I'm noticing some vertical movement there. And you know, when we think about other legends that we've gotten, like Valkyrie as well, it seems that verticality is becoming an increasingly premium thing to access in Apex Legends that is incentivized. People want to be having somebody that can get you a little high up. So maybe we'll see that become more interesting in future metas as more legends get added that have access to that kind of stuff. But one of the things that I want to keep my eyes on.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the zone as well, you know, zone looks like it's going to be pulling east of Beast, most likely could be pulling elsewhere as well. But in that region, I would definitely say very common zone, very fun zone to play, because there's a lot of playable areas. I'm a really big fan of zones that end where a lot of teams have a fighting chance. You know, not back to the old Relay days or Thunderdome days, you know. We're here now where everybody has a chance to fight, because that really goes to show that it's more than just timing of where you're coming in from. It's also decision-making of which fight to take, how to take that fight. And when it just comes up to, I think everybody just loves the raw 3v3. We see a Fragger make plays, we see a roller 1-meg somebody, we see a little bit of tap strafe super glide. You know, gives me the tingles.
Yeah, it's nice, it's fun. At least when you're able to pull it off. You know, I've never been a fantastic tap stray for myself, but you know, we all have our crosses to bear. Now, one of the fights that's going on right now is going to be really telling, because Unreal Nightmare are in a pretty good spot when we consider the zone. The fact they're taking this fight up against Boo, though, is tragic for Boo, who start off in checkpoint. And when a zone pulls this close to you, you're expected to do well, not lose 2 people before the first round finishes closing.
Like I said earlier, earlier in the game, the earlier they're going to be proactive, and they were already proactive the last game very, very extensively. Now they're just bringing a fight to everybody, saying, hey, this is so early, nobody's around us, we're going to take a fight. Get those kills as well. And it's a great start for them, because if they can keep this up, I'm telling you, one good game is enough to pull you through, as long as they keep that average, which they have, you know, positioning-wise have been solid so far.
Unreal Nightmare, this is a fantastic start for them, and I really do not want to discount how good it is that they were able to pick up those kills. Starting off on Trident, not a particularly powerful POI, especially when the zone pulls right on top of you. So to take a fight, get a lot of loot out of the team that just got everything in checkpoint is going to make your mid game a lot easier, and it's a great start for a team that, again, is playing out of the Challenger Circuit area, and they've got Wave on the squad. I really want to shout out Wave for being at the head of a lot of innovation that happened in Challenger Circuit last year. There's more to talk about there. I'm hoping that we get some more highlights on Unreal Nightmare, because they're a team with a lot of different stories that have coalesced into one. As of right now, Na'Vi rotating out of Jurassic, definitely one of our squads that we want to keep our eyes on. And Twerkaholics, who got quite aggressive last game, may have the chance to get aggressive once again.
Went for the scan to see where teams are headed, you know, making sure they grab more loot, seeing that, hey, are we going to run into anybody, staying a little bit, because they actually took a lot of ring zone damage last game. Are they going to stay on edge again before they come in mid-speed? We'll have to see.
Real quick compositionally as well, note that while they did get the survey beacon, they're not going to have any chance of knowing where the ring is going. This is just a team that is meant to jump on people.
They're going to jump on people, but beacon scan alone can help you, you know, understand where the zone is going as well. But jumping on people, Furia, already staying proactive, shooting people in the tunnel, portal. Even looking to go inside the tunnel to clean up the fight.
That portal is nasty. Leave No Witness is actually going to take it as a sort of exit right now. Activist Yota going to go down while all this is happening. That's to CTE, while Furia jumping in to finish off Leave No Witnesses, and I really do mean finish off, because they had them cornered behind this pillar. LNW falling, another big problem for them, but Furia gathering momentum. That is a nice follow-up to what was a great game one for them.
Staying proactive and understanding that, hey, we are at a level. Everybody assumes that some of these teams will be in finals, and I think people would definitely say Furia is a top contender for should be in the lobby.
Yep.
And now they're showing why they're there. They're saying, hey, we are not afraid to take fights. We know we can take a fight. Nobody's going to 3P us. And we're also in a great spot now to not only close out the game, but to stay proactive because they have an area where they can deny people playing around them and coexist.
And this is a much slower paced lobby than what we saw in our first set of the day when we had Group 1 of the winner's bracket playing. This Group 5, we haven't been dropping teams nearly as quickly. And I know it's funny that I'm saying that given that we've got all of this going on. We've already wiped out 3 squads, but in large part, the fact that our teams were a lot more patient in Game 1 is what's letting teams now be more comfortable with taking early engagements.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think people, you know, Game 1, Game 2, people are still feeling themselves out. People that are more experienced get accustomed a lot faster. These teams coming up from CC or not as well are also getting used, and we see some teams are already vibing.
Crazy Raccoon, one of those squads that is taking things a little bit calmer, taking a chill pill moving into our second game. Twerkaholics, though, I don't think a big fan of that particular medicinal remedy. Twerkaholics like to get antsy in the first couple of minutes, and even Lunix, who gave us the big start, the big eliminations over at Launchpad last game, is trying to get aggressive once again. Now has the backup of floating, the amped up Sentinel. Not going to land a whole lot of shots right now, but it's a height advantage for Twerkaholics. I don't think Crazy Raccoon want to dip back into zone, but I do wonder if Twerkaholics actually want to invest the time to hold them out since Crazy Raccoon seem like they're happy sitting in the buildings.
I mean, Twerkaholic also got shot in the back by VK Gaming, and they decided to, hey, let's move back a little bit, relocate a little bit and see what happens. We're hitting the scan out to see, are they still there or not? Because this zone does not hurt. Next zone doesn't really hurt. You can still rotate in zone, so they're just making sure to clear out their backs and make sure, hey, they left. We can take this 3v3 now. Are they going to opt to take them out, or are they going to see, you know, we'll see what happens.
I think they do. Just knowing Twerkaholics, I think they hit that survey beacon and went, oh, VK Gaming are leaving? Crazy Raccoon are dying. I think that's the next logical step for them, but we'll see, because Crazy Raccoon are not a squad that I would want to mess with.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we can't talk about them without having their raw results of winning stuff as well. They are looking to fight, but an uphill fight, however, it doesn't matter how many trophies you've carried, it's a tough fight.
Well, we've got that happening in the south end of the map. North end of the map, interesting to me. Na'Vi, late rotate through wall. This is very similar to the LG strat from last game, where they were playing along the edge of zone. In net LG, a fantastic first set. It may very well do the same for Na'Vi, who did get eliminated a little earlier than I think they would have anticipated in game number 1. Crazy Raccoon, spending a lot of resources. But Twerkaholics, they know how to apply the pressure, and you're going to run out of grenades eventually.
They're definitely not letting them breathe at all. Hey, we know you guys are there, but on the opposite side of things, more closer towards the Beast, another fight going on between SJP2, looking to push them inside the compound or the building right here.
Seems like it's going well for now. Revved up Rampage does chew through health bars, but swinging into a 1v2 is not going to work for you. D-Sports do go down, but it's SJP2 that get third-partied immediately afterwards.
This is what I'm saying, you can fight at certain timings of the game, but as the longer it progresses, the more people are going to join the fray.
Yeah. And it is really risky to fight in the center of zone. It's why we were praising teams for being able to do it so early on when you're doing it this late. Third parties, they're almost guaranteed, even right now with NRG. The fact is that while they are extending, while they are taking this fight, they're doing it from a place where they can mitigate their risk really well. Yanya manages to come in, finish off 3 Muppets, but the health bars don't drop that low. I say that, but then Yanya falls, takes the Void Nexus immediately, so we'll get out of here, and I suspect that we're going to see that from the whole team. A big reset. Since now 3 Muppets have been eliminated, you got your KP.
Yeah, definitely. They're very happy with that, and they're staying proactive regardless of it. And I like how they, you know, implement the altar properly as well. Hey, we went 1 down, let's make it safe so we all go back and reset properly before we re-engage again. It's really very disciplined, and I really appreciate that.
It's a team game, you know? Look out for your buddies. Something that NRG are doing very well right now. It is keeping them in the conversation as this zone, as this game continues to tighten. And a lot of squads are going to start making their way into this downed beast north pad area, and in this open ground it is going to be very punishing for teams that do arrive late. We'll have a few that make their way in through checkpoint, but for squads like VK Gaming, who are just around the edge of the next zone, who have to play in open space, I think it's going to be a matter of, do you commit to a bunker or do you just die in the open?
Yeah, it's going to be rough as well because the zone is about to move as well. Where they're going to see the zone in about 20 seconds, and that's going to definitely influence which way they're rotating. Because, you know, going to the bunker, but if you're still out the next zone, you're going to have to move again. So I believe most teams right now are looking at the clock and saying, hey, wait 20 seconds before we decide what to do, because that's how you pre-plan before, you know, running into something and bad things happen. We don't want that, especially with the timing that there's so many edge teams right now on the map as well.
To credit this as well, Crazy Raccoon, one of the teams that we were looking at earlier, who were faced off against Twerkaholics, have managed to survive. They made their way up to north, Twerkaholics down to the south.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the teams on edge right now, seeing where the zone is pulling, which I said before, east of Beast, now they're gonna fight. Reply Totem and Twerkaholics right now going at it, I believe. Can't really see, and Monster looking to join the fray as well. They're lurking.
I mean, I'm keeping my eyes up north on Na'Vi as we've got a bunch of fights breaking out, a bunch of teams jockeying for position, but it's always Twerkaholics who are opting into the fights on the edge of zone, who are getting very aggressive. Remember, this team doesn't know where the ring is. They don't care where the ring is. They're looking for where the teams are, where the kills are. And Reply Totem, they get found out. Twerkaholics take them down.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying very proactive. They got that one kill, went for the thirds, fully reset. They're now 3v2 if they end up taking that fight. I don't know if they noticed or not, since Monster ended up running to just take a little sneak peek right there, but went back really quick. They are, however, in a safe spot, so if they can hold them out properly. But when you have several teams, VK, Crazy Raccoon, Twerkaholics, around the same side of the map, coming in from different angles, it could be very messy.
And you got to feel a little bad for Reply Totem, who got taken out by Twerkaholics right there, because it's the second game that they get taken out by Twerkaholics in a totally different area of the map. They got to play a little more Apex Legends this time, but still it's got to be frustrating knowing that you've got this thorn in your side, Twerkaholics, who are always mirroring you. I will say, for at least one more game, because, you know, only three games of Storm Point. Oh. We do still have a little while on this next zone close, but one of our teams that will need to rotate in out from checkpoint is going to be Crazy Raccoon. They've just got the Mythic Crate, so let's take a listen in with them and see how they approach the next zones.
No, just stop. 옥상고 또 컷. 이거 뒤에 언어도 있다. 무조건이야. EM70 나 EM 얼티스. 여기 먹으면 돼. 여기 먹어. 나 얼티. 얘들아 나 얼티. 먹어. 뒤에도 봐. 뒤에 오는 거 조심해야 된다 진짜. 얘들아 옥상 너네 겉복 조심해야 된다. 레이버. 얘도 레이버 하긴. 이러다 하긴. 야 상수 아까 밑에 한 팀 있었어 여기. 알아. 괜히 기다리고 있어 나. 우리 얘네 계속 그러면 시비 걸어야 돼. 어차피 궁 있잖아 우리. 궁이 좀 없어. 궁이 없어. 오케이. 나 궁 87. 이거 타 이거다. 여기 궁 깔려있다. 얘네 얼터 궁 깼다. 확인. 나 이제 드로닝 한다. 이거 안 온 거 같은데? 우리 쪽으로? 야, 아래 있어. 계단에. 둔대갑 죽여. 세 팀이야. 우리 싸우는 거 같은데 여기? 맞는 거 같은데 싸우는 거 같은데? 계단에 있었어. 나 궁 72. 드론. 여기 드론 빨핑 찍었다. 깨지 못할. 없는 것 같은데? 야, 2명 여기 갔어. 집 가봐 얘들아.
A lot of tension building in this area of the map. Crazy Raccoon scoped in on Monster, but Twerkaholics in here as well. Haven't seen much from them. They haven't gotten involved in the fight just yet, but those are the three teams that were in checkpoint, and I say were sort of tentatively because I'm starting to see Twerkaholics maybe hit a rotation on the way out. I'll direct us all to the upper left-hand corner of the screen where you can see what's going on in future zones. Furia and Na'Vi fighting for what could be a god spot. Na'Vi all porting in on this, and Furia immediately Void Nexusing out of there. These are two Titans clashing in zone, so a lot to look forward to when we cut over to that section of the map, and it looks like we're doing so right now as we've got an EMP on Twerkaholics.
Twerkaholics actually made it comfortably through the zone because this is the last zone that you can rotate. They're all teleporting back to make sure that they try. However, Crazy Raccoon and Monster don't know where they are. Yeah. Was that enough time for them to buy themselves time to now join their fray, because they were like, hey, we're at a stalemate, and they tried to go an opposite way, came back and see maybe it works now. In the center of the zone, however, huge fight happening.
Nice job by Never on Time. Looks like CTE will be falling here, but it's not just CTE. Furia suffering some losses as well. Keon gonna go down, and now we've got Never on Time having lost one, who need to make a big recovery. We're gonna stick the res for right now. I'm not seeing a lot of pressure applied to them. It's more passive from a distance. that Never on Time are looking to engage. CTE, though, with Mav hiding out in the open, may be going down soon, and they do. VK Gaming gonna discover the death box and not much else.
Yeah, I mean, aggression is at the highest right now. People are denying everybody space to play. People are rotating in. Monsters, I believe, are evacing right now. Crazy Raccoon managed to get through. Twerkaholics behind them, holding their hands right now. They're trying to hold them out with the crate, but it picked up earlier with the red arm. We will have to see now.
Orb Garden gonna go down. I mean, I got to imagine Twerkaholics are falling here soon. Crazy Raccoon do jump down into the bunker. There's actually a nice bit of cover here, but they immediately get found out. Monster jump on them, and immediately that gets answered back as well. Crazy Raccoon miraculously have all 3 members alive as Monster do expire, and now Crazy Raccoon turn around, hit a Sky Nade. Will this find purchase? If it does, this could be huge, but Crazy Raccoon, they are still getting naded. They are being besieged on all sides, and Crazy Raccoon will go down. It feels bad to watch, but good to collect the KP.
Never on Time was on time to wipe out Crazy Raccoon. Now, Furia is in the main spot as well, with Na'Vi kind of coexisting around each area. They're kind of denying other teams to play around them, whilst maintaining good spots for both of them. Now we're going to have to see if teams are looking to contest for each side, because everybody else is pretty much not in zone.
I mean, it is super favorable for Na'Vi. I think the only concern, I'm taking a look at the ammunition here, Zidane doesn't have much, so you can't afford to expend a whole lot in maybes and wish I dids of kills, but if Na'Vi are able to hold on to this spot positioning wise, they've got a big advantage because they're so much further from everyone else. We're going to drop another team. VK Gaming going to go down. 4 squads left. So we have Unreal Nightmare, Furia, and Never on Time still left in this game. Reminder with Na'Vi in the pride position.
Na'Vi is pretty much controlling more than 50% of the zone right now. They could hold more if they wanted to, but they're just making sure that nobody's taking our sides right now. We're looking at Unreal Nightmare from the east. We're looking at Never on Time from the south. Furia is kind of comfortable right now because they know this zone is going to pull towards us when it closes. We just need to make sure they don't try to contest us. But when you have characters like, you know, EMP and you also have Catalyst and stuff, it's a lot easier to take space than you would think.
We talked about Leap of Faith earlier. Looking at Unreal Nightmare, is this a leap of faith? Is this a throw? It's really difficult to tell because applying pressure to Na'Vi right now has gone literally both ways. It's a trade on both sides. Zidane gets pushed back, and I'm starting to believe that this leap of faith was a bit of divine inspiration. Na'Vi do get aggressive though, and they're starting to turn things around. It is just now, however, that all of this comes crashing down. Unreal Nightmare go down, but it's not to Na'Vi, it's to Furia, who are perfectly on time for this third party. That is 1 squad taken down. Na'Vi still alive with Hyarka batting on the other side, and Furia back off. They've put Never on Time in between them and the last remaining members of Na'Vi.
Never on Time was not on time this time. They should have cleared out where Furia played because everybody or a lot of people are playing, you know, Alter as well now.
And they're not doing anything. Never on Time rotated for the third party. They start pushing, but as soon as Furia back off, they play these rocks, and Graceful, these rocks are nothing.
You have to remember as well, the other teams are playing Catalyst. They can create space to survive even longer. Never on Time had their moment to make a play. They didn't take it. It's going to be really hard to see what happens now for them because I don't have hope anymore. They had their moment.
Yeah, right now, it is extremely, extremely difficult. And I'm sort of in the same boat. This is a low percentage game for Never on Time, but they're trying to make it work. Look at the way that they're rotating out, trying to create more space between Furia and Na'Vi, bait this fight to happen again, but Furia know what's up. The jig is up. Furia Catalyst Wall, just like you had said, applying pressure to push Na'Vi and Never on Time together. It's Keon that gets the first knock. Na'Vi are waiting on the other side, and they haven't even dropped their health that low. Never on Time go down, and it's Furia on the other side that do not have shields. Na'Vi could take this game. They've got height. Uchako has been abusing them with the P2020s, and Na'Vi jump down. They know they've got this game now. The health advantage was theirs. Ooh. The distance was theirs, and Na'Vi convert Godspot into a win.
Na'Vi played that supremely well. And the reason why I'm saying that is somebody tried to contest them, Nightmare specifically, tried to contest them for that spot. Furia wanted to 3P, opted not to clean this because they did not want to get thirded by Never on Time, but they allow them to reset, and when you let the god spot reset essentially, you know, and they just had the most opportunity to make plays. Furia still stayed proactive, pushing them from, you know, southeast side, but they just allowed Na'Vi to 3P the fight and clean out the game. That was very clean. They managed to go through fight after fight, getting contested for their spot, fighting back, going down, almost resetting, and closing out the game. You can't ask for any more actions, or for all the fans of that team, very happy, I believe.
Yeah, you've got to be really appreciative of what Na'Vi were able to do. There's a time to coexist, and there is a time to enforce your will. Na'Vi do just that to the tune of 22 points, but Furia definitely enforcing theirs as well. This was a really cleanly played game from them, and though they don't get that first place spot at the end of it, Furia made this end game happen. They knew exactly what they were doing by eliminating Never on Time, by catwalling at them. They opted into a second place, and they tie for points. So I can't even be mad, Graceful. This is just great play from Furia.
I'm definitely not mad at them, and I'm sure they're not themselves either. They just said, hey, we're looking for opportunities, keeping making these plays, and with these plays as well, with a lot of playmaking, Alter ends up getting banned, which has been huge for people. Even Furia right there played Alter. Is that gonna, affect their proactiveness? Because a lot of people have been proactive with Alter. Remains to be seen, but so far from the games we have seen, they are looking on point.
I mean, Furia really leaning quite heavily on the Alter just last game. That big reset that put Never on Time in no man's land was entirely due to playing the Alter and being able to come back to a core spot. NRG also making really good use of the Alter in the mid game to take fights and regroup after their elimination of 3 Muppets. As it stands right now, Furia are in first place overall with 2 top 3s in a row and have made it to the 42-point mark, a 12-point lead on Na'Vi.
Even with the 12-point lead, if we're just looking at top 10 cutoff right now with that 7 point, it is very top heavy because these teams that are so strong have been dominating. And they really goes to show that when you have that experience and all the reps, behind them, they are more than comfortable to take fights, stay proactive, regardless of the lobby. All these teams that we have seen time and time again perform are performing for that very reason, regardless of roster swaps or not, because we have seen quite a few, especially for this season as well.
Yeah, there's a lot changing from game to game. Even that first game, we saw this really, really tight end game. In this second game, we changed things up a little bit, Graceful, and I think it's time that we keep changing things up, because with our third map on Storm Point coming up in just a few minutes, this is going to be our most exciting map yet. The teams have everything downloaded on each other, so I cannot wait to come back because Graceful, it is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I definitely am looking so much forward to it.
It was a stop talking count.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know.
You nailed it though. I love you. I love you. Yeah.
I saw you. I was like,
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Don't end Sir, we just play the high. Shoot these fools, please, guys.
Okay, where is he?
Suck, you're gonna get fucked, bro. Look where the guy is.
I know, I'm watching
Okay, be careful. I don't have full deck cell. I don't have P20s.
They wall each other.
They wall each other. Chill.
I'm taking that talk, okay?
Chill.
They're fighting each other.
In front of me, guys.
You're fighting, just
get tangles, get tangles.
I
play the fight, Zidane.
Two guys on my side. I
play the fight, it's 3v3.
Okay, I can pick the one.
So close. Correct.
1 HP.
Dead.
Nice.
Chill.
Run me.
Sing.
On you. Then.
On the wall, last.
Okay.
Good job.
It's a wonderful day here in New Orleans as we have got one set behind us, but still in the middle of yet another as we've got Group 5 of the upper bracket playing right now. We've got 2 games down on Storm Point with 1 left to go. Graceful, there's been a lot going on today. It's a start talking moment. What's going on here?
Oh, I can talk now?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my bad. No, definitely. I've seen a lot of things happening over over the span of this, but my favorite moment throughout that moment we just saw right there was, do they have P20? Yeah, because it reminds me of old Mastiff that one-shot you, and people are scared because they know, can we take this fight or not? And they ended up playing that very slowly and calmly, won that engage, and they even said, play slow, never mind, swing, we win. And that's so comforting to hear, that confidence.
Yeah, there is just, when it comes to Na'Vi, a lot of experience that paid off in such a huge way at Champs. And I think that win alone has elevated the success of the team when it comes to a getting signed perspective. I mean, of course, they were playing under Go Next then, and now have been picked up by Na'Vi, who's an org that I'm very excited to have back in the scene. But it isn't just the fact that they got picked up by an org. It's also, hey, we have all these years of practice. We've been in EMEA for a while. Our playstyle has always been a little different to the teams around us. And I think that you experience a lot of doubt as a player when you are going through moments like that, because you can be so confident in your game plan and not see it working out time after time, to finally have that payoff at Champs, to see Na'Vi riding that wave into this split with the confidence that their play style is not just one that makes them a little quirky, it's one that makes them world champions.
And that's the thing, you know, sometimes you have to go against the, you know, the fray. When everybody thinks this is the one way to play, we wouldn't have edge play today.
Yeah.
If there was the one way to play only zone, we wouldn't have mid-speed gameplay today. We wouldn't have as aggressive gameplay today. Back in the days, we never saw people be as proactive as they are today. And now, a lot of the times, we can't even predict who wins at the end, because these guys, like we said before, they should win this. They ended up getting pushed by another team, which they normally wouldn't. And now every team is making that play, and them specifically have cleared the way of saying, our playstyle, we are believing in our playstyle. It turned up really great for them. They even took home a championship that nobody else pretty much, you know, expected out of them from that moment. But now they've shown, and they believe in themselves, we are here for a reason, and they are dominating. And that's great.
And I'm going to throw this out there as well. You called this from the last game that Na'Vi decided not to coexist. They got pushed by Unreal Nightmare, and they could have just played opposite sides of the rock. And they chose not to, because it was the winning play. It wasn't the safest play in the moment, but it's the play that puts you in a chance to win the game. And that is such an important recognition of going, well, we could survive a few more minutes, or we could take out this team that shouldn't have pushed us in the first, that should have no right to be here, take them out of the game, and put ourselves back in a winning position. And it almost cost them too, because Fury were right on top of that. But it turns into this multiplayer chess match where, yes, you got Unreal Nightmare, yes, you got Na'Vi taking them out, but with Furia pushing, and if we hadn't seen Never on Time pushing, Furia probably finished that fight, maybe win the game. There are so many variables moving in Apex Legends. That's what makes this so fun.
That didn't happen before, and now the multi-layers are definitely there. You know, Furia saw 2 downs, we're just resetting because we're going to get thirded. They got a full reset, everything reset again.
Yeah.
And like you said, they're not allowing people to coexist just for that fact alone. A lot of the time, people are, like I said before, even if I die on 8th, if I die on 13th, it can feel bad to die early. But when you know that the fight that you died at was the game-winning fight, like that fight was, they wouldn't have been mad because, oh no, we lost the game. So we shouldn't have lost this one specific fight because that one would have won us the game. As long as you can navigate and see and decide which one was the winning moment of the game and keep trying to reproduce that, you're in a great spot. And as we've seen as well, the match reset and closed out the game very smooth.
Yeah, actually, speaking of that, we saw a fight, and it was on the mini-map because we were checking out Crazy Raccoon in Checkpoint. We saw this fight happening up towards the north, where Na'Vi actually pushed Furia, who had previously held the very same spot up in the north end of zone. And that is one of those moments like you're talking about where you recognize this is a game-winning position.
Yeah.
Can we take this spot and convert it? Furia give that spot up. They would have been just as right to fight for it, but they give the spot up and open things up for Na'Vi to take the win. Again, fantastic play from Na'Vi. We're going to be talking about it a lot, but we've also got teams that were able to adapt really well. I love the way Twerkaholics is playing. It's so fun to have a spicy team in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they're not scared of anything. Taking a billion zone damage, essentially playing a lot of edge. But there's so many. The thing is that a lot of the times we have so many groups, right? And depending on your playstyle, they could be dominating other groups when you have less teams on the same macro. But the more teams you have that play kind of the same playstyle, they took out Reply Totem, they ran into Crazy Raccoon. If you had none of them there, they would come in super stack, take one fight against the blue armor team, and could eventually throw, like, you know, toss the whole game in their direction. But now, when you have several teams and you kind of have to opt, hey, are we on the same level or we want to fight or not, it slows everything down, and when you don't have as much loot, when you don't have as much time, they got killed on the rotate in, which is worst case scenario for an edge team, is you need to find that timing.
Yeah, looking at this next match, timing was something that a lot of teams really improved from game 1 into game 2. We saw a lot more fights in zone simply because of that. Teams are downloading already what the other squads like to do when they like to rotate. And when we move into game 2, now we're going to take that shift again because Alter is off the table. No Newcastle changes the end game. No Alter really changes the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, I think teams... This is the whole premises of when you make team compositions as well. Do you just want to swap that, okay, this one got banned, we want to stick to the same playstyle? But when you have a character that changes the game so much that, you know, now we can push in buildings like Alter, now we can reset with her ult, or Newcastle allows us to play any form of open space, essentially. When you remove that, at some point, you know, people decide subjectively when it is, at some point, the composition crumbles, and you now have to decide, we just want to fully swap our playstyle or not? Yeah. And now, I would say match 3 is when you can still do that. When you go into match 5, it's a little bit too late because now you need really to win a game to bring it back, essentially.
Yeah, maybe you reinvent yourself. Now that these two tools are taken off the table, we're certainly seeing some teams start to do that. In game 3 of our first set, we had Ballistic eliminated in our third game, but that was back when Catalyst was already off the table. And I'm expecting that Catalyst is going to be the prized pick of this particular match. She's been extremely popular so far, and she is another one of those legends that really warps the end game with the walls.
Yeah, I mean, the walls alone can extend fights. It can literally extend fights, it can stall fights, in a sense that you are maybe able, like, you don't want to take the fight, yeah. And at some point it opens up to an opportunity where you can. So that's really great, and I'm happy to see that Catalyst will be a very versatile character that also fits into pretty much any comp.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look at the end game from match number 2, the wall that comes out of Furia that forces Never on time into Na'Vi, without that wall, we've got a couple more ways that the end game can go. I'm not going to say it goes totally differently, but it could go pretty significantly differently. This, however, we're just always coming back to it. It's, again, Lunix that is solo pushing Reply Totem, and it seems like things have gone pretty well so far, but the Workaholics, as always, want to get aggressive early on, and they haven't actually gotten a full knock on Reply Totem just yet. Still, though, it's Lunix that gets aggressive, and on this Ashe, we know he can make it happen. We know he can make a nearly 1v3 happen. Workaholics are there for the backup, though, just in case he needs it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I think that they're getting a little bit too much respect right now. You just have to double, triple swing, and, you know, it doesn't matter if it's a one person. But they are playing around doors right now. They are stacking up. Workaholics as a team is rendezvousing together on the same door, looking to swing something, and staying proactive like this is what will enable maybe a catch off guard. We'll have to see, though. Catch caught somebody off guard.
Yeah, Lunix got sent in and actually did a good job of opening things up as a fragger, but there was no follow-up for the rest of Twerkaholics. A bit of a disjointed play, and it's kept Reply Totem with their team play in the lead. Nisa does go down. Reply Totem still, though, with a small health advantage, may lose it as Andy Jax takes a few too many P20 shots to the chest. It's he and Ketch that are still alive. And Nisa's going to be full thirsted, so that is a point going to Reply Totem, one of their first of the game. EMP gonna come out. Twerkaholics still looking to finish this off. Now back as 3, but Kate's gonna be taken down again, and we're seeing Reply Totem really fire back right now. Reset almost happens. Nice job. Floating, defends his territory, defends his teammate. Twerkaholics still alive, still in this thing, continuing to res, and Reply Totem are bleeding out. This war of attrition going in favor of Twerkaholics, and that Ashe portal was not what you were hoping for, but it'll give Reply Totem another chance at life.
We saw also, you know, a little bit of signs of life from Reply Totem. They're getting that down early on, which we were like, oh, something is happening. Letting them reset and then eventually getting caught off guard, needing to drop and running away. A little bit unfortunate, but they're still in the game. Things can happen. Maybe they just need to go on the opposite side of where Twerkaholics is.
Yeah, you know, they've gotten a lot of time now. I think after that Ashe portal, you go, you know what? 2 out of 3 is good enough. 2 out of we'll catch the rest of Reply Totem later. It seems like on Storm Point, Twerkaholics running into Reply Totem is just a fact of life. It's happened twice in a row. They made it happen this third game. I don't think we're escaping that anytime soon. And it doesn't look like we're going to have a lot of teams escaping the center of the map either, as we're pulling around Cascade Falls a little further south this time. So we've got a little bit of Jurassic included here as well. And when we're looking at places to play, power positions in this game, Furia have got to be holding one of the key places where we'll see Zone 6s. It seems to always be around these buildings, and Furia are already shown up here.
Yeah, this is one of the most prevalent zones in this area to where, you know, you're just looking to hold the buildings, denying people to play and coexist with you, because initially people tend to coexist, but as, you know, the game has progressed, people don't let that happen nearly as much unless you have a Newcastle or maybe even Caustic or, you know, Catalyst. Now, however, we're seeing as well, Boo getting shoved a little bit into the pits up on the northeast side of Wall. Not a comfortable area at all. Did they completely misread the zone? I will tell you, this is a very interesting fact. When you misread the zone, a lot of the times it could be you just misread it because you don't have ring console. Sometimes that can get even further, you know, you can be even more in your head because you see 3 other teams right near you. And all of you are thinking the same thing. They're here, so the zone has to be here. However, all 6 of them are wrong, so we'll have to see what ends up happening because they are definitely vouching a little bit for that.
I mean, you've made the right call. There is no ring console out over at Wall, so there's no way they would have known. D-Swartz, unfortunately, knowledge or not going to save you up against Na'Vi. The confidence from Shams, from Game 1, from Game 2 especially, really bleeding through here with an early 3v3. Na'Vi now take control of the tunnel. Another great spot today.
Very good start for them indeed. They are playing in a spot to where they're not locked in, and I always try to say it, try to play in a spot where you are not fully relying on the zone pulling to you. You need to have options because things can always happen. If you have characters like Catalyst and stuff, to help ease that is a good thing, but always leaving not leaving it up to one choice is always the best thing to do.
Crazy Raccoon got a few shots into the backs of Never on Time. Perhaps envious. They could have made last game's end zone. If only that fight in checkpoint had gone a little bit differently. Grow up against CTE as well. Another fight that is really on the far edge of zone. I hesitate to even call this a misread. This is just 2 teams that want to play edge running into each other. And unfortunately, Grow are the ones coming out on the worst end of it for the moment. P2020 is still working though. And a 1v2, I believe. Got likely CTE coming out on top of this. One last shot would do it, and one last shot not going to be enough. CTE take that fight up against Grow Gaming in what looked like a chaotic fashion, but they never dropped a member until that last 1v1. And that ultimately left them with a huge health advantage. Nice play by CTE.
The hardest part is that when you're fighting around those balls and eggs or balls, whichever you prefer, is that there's so many angles to walk, but they're so far away from each other, either up top or the side door or the bottom door, and he literally just got triple swung by bottom door. There's nothing he can do because everybody's looking to... Sometimes you don't want everyone to look for a play. You kind of need to hold hands sometimes. And when everybody's looking to make a play and one guy gets swung, it's just insta-kill. Exactly what happened, and they closed out the fight.
I mean, we all watch Apex streamers, right? Like, how often do you see a streamer, not naming any names, get taken down by a team and go, they're all holding hands, what can I do? It's a good strategy, it's effective for a reason, even at the top level.
Deathballing is indeed a strat, and I think everybody needs to learn that because there are times where you need to triple swing or double swing. I remember having as well, you know, we used to have it. We're swinging. If you're not on time and we VOD review, we're going to eat your ass. That's how it goes.
When somebody's going to have words. Now, Twerkaholics definitely having words. We knew this was going to happen. You'll never guess who they're fighting, Graceful. You'll never guess. Of course, it's Reply Totem on the other side. Twerkaholics just will not leave this team alone, and they are going to get the first knock on Nisa. Follow up with the Full Thirst as well. Reply Totem in a bad way right now, but they have answered back. Lunix is down on Twerkaholics, so maybe giving him an angle floating. Never got the chance to live, and now it's down to a 1v1. Andy Jax actually could do this. Flatline in hand, 10 bullets. Wants to hit the reload, but what was that? Coming in, swinging on him. Cates clutches the fight for Twerkaholics, and it's again. Twerkaholics taking down Reply Totem. They've done their job. If NRG take him out now, that's just how it is.
You know, I think they're magnetic to each other because they always seem to find each other on the edge. Do they know each other's macros or not? I don't know, but they end up finding each other. Energy, however, smelling the fight happening on this location, immediately landing on him to see if they can, you know, clean up the rest of the fight. They probably don't even know if they're all up or not. So trying to take this fight is very important because they are definitely not in the zone.
Twerkaholics could not be less interested in fighting NRG. Like I said, they've done their job. Now, SJP2 on the other hand, taking fights, maybe coming a little more naturally to them. Taking down Chu, that's some nice shots from Kearney, and it's Denze who's got to clutch things up. Denze, oh my lord, taken down from the outside. Well, almost literally, his outside do go down. Feels bad for Denze. Has been around for a very long time, has clutched up so many scenarios, especially in the EMEA Challenger circuit. But to be taken down here means that Storm Point no longer working for him. Twerkaholics got chased, Twerkaholics get taken down, and RG not giving up and continuing to look for the kills, especially now that they're playing the edge of zone. It's exactly how you want to do it.
This lobby is edge, 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 because there's only 14 teams Circle 2 closing. A lot of teams are dying on edge. Teams aren't even aware that some teams are lurking, like Crazy Raccoon managed to get into that 3P, cleaning up that SGP2 fight as well. All the other teams, however, playing kind of comfortably. Fury in the dead zone, Na'Vi also dead zone. All of these guys are just waiting as all the edge teams are having all the fun and all the action.
What's weird to me is that, say, a team like Boo is now also playing edge, and it feels very different to when NRG are, because you know that Boo, at least from game number 2, wanted to play in zone. The fact that they're not now, I mean, there are a lot of variables when we look at Storm Point. It may be that they feel there's less spaces to play, but it may just be that zone didn't work out for them. And I hesitate to say that if zone's not working, that you should switch to edge, especially if you're a team like Boo that needs to catch up to the lobby in a lot of other ways.
Yeah, I mean, this is the hardest part of practicing something for so long, and when you show up to a big tournament and it doesn't work, swapping from that playstyle initially is a very tough step for people to take. That's why you try to have this specific, you know, when you have certain comps, when we have this, we play that certain way, and we have that, but now Na'Vi playing one way, and it's proactive and staying aggressive.
On to Crazy Raccoon as well, another team that has achieved a lot. Only land winners from APAC North, but Crazy Raccoon having lost one right now, with Na'Vi having not dropped anyone. Make it 2, make it 3. Crazy Raccoon are gone in an isolated fight up against the world champions.
The world champions for a reason. They are not shying away from a fight, and they are destroying pretty much everybody right now. They are going to be having a side free for the moment, but like I said before, they still have to hold out their backside, because if not, people could late rotate, and if they end up getting even landed on by evac or something, that could open up for the teams that are lurking on the side right now, deciding which side to take. And sometimes an opportunity could be given to you.
Does make me wonder what a team like Na'Vi will do, what a team like NRG, who have been playing edge so well, will do, as now they're set up in a spot where they must fight. NRG, well, must fight or evac. In fact, to see what they're thinking, let's jump into a listen-in with NRG.
Yeah, totally.
One to the right, one to the right, one to the right.
Like where? Where
Wait, rapping by himself.
I'm aping him.
Okay, I told you, I'm moving turns.
I think this might be team here, team here. I'm aping.
Okay, I'm gonna fuse hold them.
Come in, bang.
Fuse on up in.
Cracked, down low, one. Bang down.
I'm pushing up.
On you. All dead.
Nice.
Get to the building, Yeah, I'm gonna hold the cells. Come to me. We're gonna go left side, we're gonna come down left side. We're gonna go down by the tree. I'm gonna play for players in here.
Yeah.
Someone watch my right, there's a drone to my right.
Inside the building.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm droning.
Useful hitting.
We might have to run at the building here.
They're on blue shields on the building.
Yeah, we might have to run at the building here.
Can we walk down left?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think we can.
We can.
I think.
I'm gonna ride them.
Yep.
We can cross.
Going down left.
We should go building, I think. We should honestly just try to go to the building.
Okay.
I have EMP.
Cross it.
I'm breaking down.
Group on me, guys.
No, come to me. Come to me.
Alright, I'm coming to you.
Play right here.
Safe on us.
My drone got broken. We need to hit the space.
They're picking us on the roof.
Hit the space.
NRG's rotate after taking out their only competition. Pretty darn smooth, Graceful. Pretty darn smooth, and they're still looking to pick a fight. Monster up on high ground, and RG, you heard him say it, they want to play the building, but never on time or shooting them in the back. Gilderson's now in trouble, so NRG have got to turn around. It's a war on two fronts. Hasn't gone well for a whole lot of people, but we'll see if NRG can make it work. Gilderson's not going to make it to the team, and NRG, unfortunately, have to disengage. That means their hopes of taking this building pretty chalked, Graceful.
Yeah, it's definitely hard because now when you come into this, unknown, they didn't know if there was a team on tree or not, and they ended up opting for next to the building. Very tough spot to play early on. Very tough when you have not as many teams alive as we normally see in LAN tournaments. When you only have 11 team circle 4, people have way more space to bully you out of positionings, and they ended up losing one. I couldn't really see if he got thirsted or not, but as we can see on the screen right now, Timmy Yanya holding hands on the rock.
Yeah, they're going to be just fine. Holding hands, it's an effective strategy. It'll keep them alive for now. NRG, actually all right. When I'm thinking about Na'Vi, though, doesn't look exactly the same. They were going up against Never on time, and while they ultimately pulled it off, Na'Vi still in trouble, still in danger of a third party.
3v3s, they are not losing. They're wiping teams left and right. Hey, we're not scared of pushing you. We are winning this. I think they want to make themselves, push themselves up the leaderboard even further. Then they're already through. They're happy with that, but they just want to show, hey, we are champions for a reason. You guys are trying to dethrone us.
And there aren't a lot of teams very close to Na'Vi that are able to dethrone them, but Unreal Nightmare are arguably the closest, being the ones on the south end of zone right next to Na'Vi. This is the squad that, if anybody, is going to have the chance to contribute to dethroning these champions. Na'Vi going to continue rotating. You can actually see them moving even closer to these buildings as the buildings explode into chaos. We've got a multi-team fight with Furia ultimately actually helping take out Boo. An activist Yota going to go down as well. Again, big contribution by Furia, who predicted the zone early, who are continuing to stay active in these fights, and I'm sure collecting a lot of loot from it. NRG getting Nancy on the top, have got Guild back in the game and have taken Monster out of it. Very well played by NRG as well. 3 powerhouses still in this lobby, and I think we're cooking up a few more, but NRG's high ground, very, very valuable right now.
They're actually holding the entire northern side of the zone right now. Just gonna climb, see if we can get any more KP on the board, because they have been slaying non-stop. I think they're very happy with their positioning right now, but it comes down to whether or not they're going to get contested on their side, like we saw the likes of Na'Vi earlier. We're going to have to see, though. VK Gaming, however, in a spot that's not comfortable, but not too bad.
It's not too bad. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I wouldn't want to hold it myself, but I understand there aren't a whole lot of options right now, and that's anywhere. Even this building, not safe. VK Gaming having to fight for their very right to exist in the same building as Orb Garden. Across from them, we've got Furia coexisting, maybe to be a little generous with Leave No Witnesses, and it turns out it was a very generous assumption, as Leave No Witnesses do ultimately completely go down. So Furia have this building all to themselves for now. VK Gaming and Orb Garden across from them. Remember, NRG still on height overlooking all of this. 6 squads left, and I suspect we're about to drop to 5 as Unreal Nightmare are the next focus of Furia.
Furia is not letting anybody coexist even around, like outside of their house. No, you cannot stay outside of our house. They're taking out like apart teams that are trying to, normally you could play outside the house when you have too many teams so they can't peek outside the doors. But at this point, Furia is just controlling that entire western side. Stay away from us. We're gonna not let you play around us.
NRG still with a whole lot of cover to work for. It's interesting that they've chosen to take the far rotate instead of playing for the high ground closest to Na'Vi. They're playing these rocks instead, and you can tell they're focused on third-partying fights that are happening in these buildings. So any engagement that happens, especially one that involves Furia, is going to be at risk of a third party by NRG, where Na'Vi, we caught a glimpse of them right there. They're waiting for the game to come to them. It's not about KP anymore. Furia do kick off a fight, and with Unreal Nightmare striking back, remember, there's a lot of danger here. NRG should start, have already started wrapping on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty even fight, as you know, both sides are trading right now. NRG as well coming in late to see, hey, can we join their fray maybe, get a couple of kills, maybe a little bit more loot, is in a superb timing right now, because the other teams are looking to reset, but if they get NRG coming up behind them, they're probably not going to be able to.
I think this is safe. This is safe. NRG actually have a spot in the zone. It may not be the best spot in the world, but the fact that it's out of sight of a lot of teams is worth quite a bit more than you'd get elsewhere. Timmy unfortunately swings a little too wide into sight of other teams. Maybe the knockdown shield is particularly valuable here, as having a purple knockdown shield when the frags are coming in on you like that is going to feel very good. Wraith Portal available to get out of here. It's going to be Yanya that does go down, but this is a Wraith Portal that unfortunately, while available, is ultimately a trap. So NRG have to stay in this corner. Maybe a little bit of visual obscuring of them, but Guild cannot be having a good time.
He's definitely not having a good time. Luckily, he does have, you know, double knockdown shield, making them able to survive for the moment. I think he just absorbed like 4 frags and an arc. So seeing Na'Vi, though, on the screen, once again controlling about 70% of the zone pretty much. Just making sure that, hey, don't come to our side of the map and we will close out this game again is what they're hoping for. Will people see that and make a play, or will they just get collapsed together on the western side of the map in the building?
Na'Vi watching all this happen as well are going to take out, or rather help take out NRG. It's ultimately VK Gaming to strike the last blow, leaving us with just 5 teams left. And remember, Na'Vi just sitting on the outside of all of this. How many games have we seen just like this one? Even in our first series, with LG waiting on the outside for everyone else to come to them. Catalyst Wall in the indoors doesn't really stop much. Unreal Nightmare still are going to have to walk straight through the Catalyst Wall, but it does give you a few more options as VK Gaming to swing on them, to take some health chunks out of Rails before ultimately you have to send yourself through the cat wall. VK Gaming do actually lose one. Their defense not flawless by any means, so they will be down to just 2, while Na'Vi on the outside again still playing the patient game. They're not overcommitting. They are waiting for these teams to make huge missteps. Out come VK Gaming. Not a finish, not an ape either. We're just waiting. Uchako plays the patient game, watches VK ultimately go down, rejoining the team by jumping into the breach. And Yarka up on the high ground, the one that's calling all the shots. The IGL for Na'Vi is going to have to eventually call his team to him. Up goes the evac tower. Na'Vi take high ground, and again, they are watching all of this. Orb Garden, Unreal Nightmare, Na'Vi still in this game, and Na'Vi got spot.
Huge EMP coming out as well as both teams are looking at each other. They're forced to walk into each other as the zone closes. Na'Vi, perfect wall to extend the fight to not be in their LOS, hoping that they are forced to fight before they join the fray. Mud, Zidane looking to get a couple extra KP.
Uchako's happy boogieing with this as well. Unreal Nightmare goes down. Na'Vi don't even do them the honor of making it look difficult. Na'Vi wiped that fight and never had a risk doing it. Playing from the south side of zone was a great wrap, great position, and you know what is really going to stand out in VOD review? What really stood out to me during that game was NRG, who were so close to them, ended up playing the opposite side of zone, where I'm looking at this game, and hindsight being 2020, I'm going, NRG is probably the only team that could have challenged Na'Vi's position.
Yeah, most definitely. When you come from the northern side and you have a little bit of a high ground on that rock specifically, you can push them out.
Yeah.
But if you're not even looking that way and you end up on the same side with 6 other remaining teams essentially and you get collapsed on, it's really hard. They couldn't even coexist at that point because they were just getting naded and shot through the window from up top. You know, it's impossible at that point. Na'Vi, however, showing real way of holding space, denying people space, showing presence and nading, and then at some point even, most people would probably not even wall in that scenario. They did it because they're disciplined. No, we are walling to make sure that they are scared of even walking towards us. Yeah. And then when it happened, they even still got in and got more KP.
And, you know, and we're seeing that from a lot of teams. I'm looking at even Virtus Pro from the first series, who were proactively walling quite a bit. While VP didn't have the games that Na'Vi had, well, they don't have the title that Na'Vi has, and they certainly don't have the 27-point finish after this third game. This was our last game on Storm Point before we swap over to Broken Moon, so Na'Vi walk away from Storm Point quite happy, but unfortunately not able to run Crypto, something that I do know they enjoy when we move on over to Broken Moon.
Yeah, I mean, seeing them walk their way up after not being at the cusp, I think they were not at the cusp of being at the height now, but they actually crossed over and made it all the way up top.
Yeah.
They are performing to the extent that I think everybody was, how should I say it in a nice way? People don't believe that they had that caliber, but they are showing that caliber because a lot of people talking about the trophy was it fair, was it not fair?
Yeah.
They are showcasing again and again and again. It was not a fluke.
Yeah. It's one thing to just, win a world championship.
Yeah, just once, accidentally,
But then to come in and do that over and over and over, to keep collecting first places in Pro League against the best teams, not only in your region, but now that we're here at the ALGS Open, the best teams in the world, is fantastic. 57 points. I will say Furia doing very well at the same time. They have not managed to find a win, and yet they're very far ahead of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams that we're seeing at the top of the leaderboard as well have been proactive, outstandingly throughout all of the games that we've seen and casted together, and I'm very happy.
Yeah, I mean, I've really enjoyed watching the games already. Storm Point has been very exciting, but my curiosity lies, we saw a lot. We saw a lot of different angles, caught a lot of different team fights. My question is, what were our analysts catching during these games that we perhaps missed?
That's fantastic, but don't you dare start asking questions to our analysts. That's my job, Dia. Back off. Back off.
My bad, my bad.
You already look so dang good. And the glasses, too. Come on, man. Jeez. All right. Guys, back on the desk. I got some questions for you. Don't listen to him.
Yes, sir.
All jokes aside, great job, Dia and Graceful, to take us through 3. Give me an exciting turn into Broken Moon, but of course that means now we get a chance to look back at what happened. Storm Point gave us 3 teams clearly in contention for the top 3 teams. If you looked at this group, you would expect to be at the top, Lauren. So performances maybe a little different at Furia without the win, but still being there, but not as Vincere, certainly the team you talked about, showing up the way they should.
I mean, I'm loving that that's a consistency we're getting out of them. We even heard Dia and Graceful just talking about it. There were questions when they won where people like, oh, was this, you know, just the luck of the draw, as can happen? Or are they a team that can be this consistent given any situation at LAN? And I know it's just day 1 and we're just beginning. It's, you know, just the very beginning of winners. But they look so solid as a trio, and it's not about their ability, it's about the decision making that they're doing as a team. They are showing their experience with their patience and just being able to close out things in the fashion it needs to be done.
This is exactly the conversation that happened when Reignite and Dark Zero started winning. I mean, it was like, that's a fluke. There's no way TSM's going to be winning this. But it turned to be the Dynasty, and now Zero may be one of the most out of 3 recognizable players in all of the ALGS. So this could really be the showcase of what Na'Vi are going to keep on doing. We'll see if they slow down, but certainly as we get taking a look at our first 3 matches, Lauren, let's walk through how it all started here on Storm Point in series number 2, match 1.
I mean, you mentioned it. We talked about our heavy hitters heading into the matches, and then straight out the gate here in the very first game, we see just why we were talking about them. And you mentioned Furia not able to get the win, but they came out the gate with 11 kills in this first match, able to make their way to the very top 3 here. So still a strong performance, but at the end of the day, it was NRG who were able to close out the very first match. They did a really good job holding this side of the zone, stepped in and did damage when they needed to. There was this moment right there I was worried that maybe that fight that they took across the way was going to end up punishing them, but Furia didn't step in. Monster didn't step in, who had height for a really long time. It allowed NRG to reset, and then Monster ends up sending on Furia, giving NRG the perfect opportunity to move their way up, save their wall there for the end for that additional cover, and perfectly be able to clean this one up.
Completely different setup. They were on Crypto in game 3. Timmy, though, going down first in that fight, and then in this game 3 that they did not end up winning. Maybe a conversation NRG need to have, but clearly Timmy wanting to set the pace and stay aggressive. Looking into game 2, though, Jamerson, what'd you see?
Yeah, I mean, this was another game where Furia ended up, of course, as the bridesmaids once again, but they started it off with so much aggression throughout most of this game. They were just controlling that northern side. Of course, they did have the prio here. You see Na'Vi having to fight for their life as well. And right after this fight, the third party attempt comes out from Furia, and it starts off a chain of events, really, that helps Na'Vi ultimately stabilize. This was very scary, but Hierarcha somehow survives. You see Furia actually taking the ports back, and then from there, that forced out, I believe, the Tempest from Knot. And now, you put yourself on even footing across the board. But it's Furia now committing to the second place, playing and going aggressive onto not allowing Na'Vi to start creeping their way on up and then picking apart Furia. So Na'Vi showing that it's not, you know, it's not a fluke whatsoever. They've got the tenacity, they've got the discipline to know when to pull the trigger, and they did it there in extreme style.
Operating off the Catalyst, 2 walls that really secured them first place. They'll have it again. Crypto's the one ban, but game 3, this is what we just saw on screen. Ben, walk us through the minor details of this.
I mean, pretty perfection is what we get to see out of this game for Na'Vi, and so I won't even discuss them too much because the reality is they clean things up for so many of these other teams. VKG, Unreal here, NVK, all on the interior of this building. It was an onslaught of survival, just trying to eke out what we assume is just your last bit of KP here. Of course, in the end, though, we get to see Orb and, of course, Unreal make their way to the exterior here, and I like the bring up regarding the wall, talking about delivering on success, even though you know you're in a dominant position here. Na'Vi don't take any chances. They cut off all space to the north, divide this up, allow Yoxo to come over the height here, and at that point, no one has a chance to even make for rotation. So delivering on what was a soft reset in game 2 into a much, much more confident delivery coming out of our third.
I liked it too because they get the entire lobby thinking now it's just fighting for second place. They don't even know that Dushako's going to clean up some extra KP. That is the kind of decision-making that's showcasing why they were champions beforehand. It was a similar 3-team fight that at that time Go Next, now Na'Vi, were able to get on top of and just secure. So you do not want to be in a situation like that with them, but that's 2 games in a row they've been in that situation. This lobby needs to wake up if they're going to do it. And a little bit of head-to-head stats here, Lauren. Nox, obviously the new signing to Furia, popping off very, very well. They are playing phenomenally.
Yeah, and I think this is just the classic conversation when it comes to ALGS and consistency. Like you said, we haven't seen a win out of Furia, but their slaying power has been so good. I mean, even in the second game, I think they had 13 kills, so they've gotten double-digit kills almost every single time. They just are doing what they need to do to still stay at the top while Navi's closing out those wins. So Furia clearly have the firepower, but at the end of the day, when we get to Sunday, they also need to be able to close out that win.
That's right. They have certainly been a team that has put themselves in positions to top 5s. Madness, he's finished 8th at Year 4 champs. We saw Keon finish 8th as well at that tournament. Noct himself, he's got 4 top 10s, and his best finish was at Year 3 champs in 2nd place. So all these guys know how to be in the mix. You're right, though. Can they turn it into the lethality that's required to win match point, to win a game here? I'm sure they're asking themselves that same question. We may have an answer in Broken Moon. Legend bands on the screen for you, Ben.
Yeah, Crypto coming out here in the end. It's been a highlight. 13 rosters on that last Game 3 playing out with the Crypto. We're going to have to see that one shift around. What is super notable is the fact that we do have certain teams that aren't working with the Crypto who have somewhat of that kind of band safety, as I like to describe it. One that I highlight most is, in fact, Furia. They are on this aggressive tempo. We saw them pull out the Mirage coming out of that last game, one of the few teams to rely on it and its stability, and now likely to potentially at least either continue there or expand in the future. Teams like Na'Vi, though, no Crypto to work with. That's a Hierarcha favorite.
Quickly on that point, Jamerson, you agreeing with that? Is there some value in playing against the bans, knowing that you're going to have at least 3 games with this character, especially as we get to the back half of a lobby?
We're seeing definitely some mixed results from it, but I can definitely understand when you go into a setting like this where there are so many variables about trying to control it from the beginning. And so I think there is definitely value in that.
All right, we've got more action happening across the ALGS Open, the biggest tournament in many ways, also the most teams playing at the same time in the ALGS that we have seen ever. And of course, that pit where all the other action is has some amazing reporting done for us by none other than Ryan Hart. And this time, Lace. Lace, what's going on?
Yeah, I feel like you guys have it super easy just watching one lobby. I've got I've got 3 lobbies that I need to cover. So there's been some exciting stuff happening here, and of course some Juggernaut teams as well. If we take you through lobby number 6, we have Twisted Minds, and you know they got 2nd and another 2nd in their first 2 matches. So they're kind of having a very steady couple of games, which is sitting them at the moment tied with VG. So this could easily change, but by the looks of things, they are going to stay in that top bracket. And of course, you've got some big names like Liquid Alienware in there as well. So it's not going to be without a super simple feat. And if we have a look at lobby number 7, now we've got the newly signed TSM team right at the tippy top. You can see exactly why TSM have picked these guys up. I was literally at the other side of the pit, and I heard screaming from Dupe, who I think they got a collective of 11 kills in their 2nd match. So I had to run over there because I just heard absolute passion. And another team I'd like to chat about is Kakoi, sitting at 14th place at this current time. They're an Apex South team, and they are sort of fluctuating between the top 10 down to the bottom. They did start at 10th place, moved up to 8th, and now unfortunately that game hit them down to 14th. But you know what? They do have the skill to be able to hit that top 10. And in lobby number 8, shout out to all the Apex South teams, okay? I see so many names in here from Apex South. We've got Ruckus, who was a team that actually got in because of CC, so they're one of the 40 teams that qualified, which is awesome stuff to see. Bear Claw Gaming is in there as well, but let's touch on Rival Esports. They're going toe-to-toe with Complexity. So that's A-Flow, Fafa fifth, and Gopgaz. They got a second and third. So they're really dominating against the likes of Complexity well. And not only that, you've got Alliance sitting there at 4th place and Aurora. So it's crazy stuff happening here for all these lobbies. But you know what? We'll send it back. You guys watch just your one game. Back to you, Onset and Gaskin.
Doing a great job of keeping us up to date with everything that's going on. Like she's saying, you know, it's not just the main stage. We have loads of side stations with so many lobbies going at the same time. The biggest ever ALGS event. I mean, there has to be somewhere for them to play.
I'd watch all the games if I could. I think you're lucky, Lace. We sadly only get to commentate one, as she mentioned, but it has been a very exciting one so far. A few teams starting to run away with it a little bit here, though. NRG and Na'Vi have been able to pick up the victories, but it's 3 clear leaders, those two plus Furia. They've been gobbling up all those points, but now we move over to Broken Moon. Maybe this is a chance for some of those teams who are in the lower half of the table to try and pick up some points.
Just looking at the legend bans as well. You have Newcastle, Alta, and Crypto, who are going to be banned for the next 3 games as we take our attention to the POI draft now, where the teams are going to be dropping, and Na'Vi are going to be very happy with where they are over at Break Wolf, one of the POIs that seems to be very, very popular here on Broken Moon.
But it was NRG who prioritized Broken Moon for their pick in Quarantine Zone, dead center of this map, and they can pretty much transition wherever they would like very quickly indeed. Expect them to be moving fast, playing very zone heavy here, and we'll see how this one plays out.
Well, into match 4 then as the lobby continues here, and we turn our attention from who's playing pretty well, who's got out of the gates hot, to who's going to hold on to those top 10 positions. A reminder to everyone who might be watching at home, if you're just tuning in or you sat here in New Orleans joining us in the venue, top 10 will continue in the winner's side of the bracket. The bottom 10 will be going down to the elimination bracket, where they essentially have to fight for their lives, because if you're in the bottom 10 the next time around, unfortunately, you join us in the audience.
And of course, with the bans that came out previously, we saw Crypto eliminated in match 3. So that has now opened things up to some more legends to be coming through. And it's going to be Ballistic as our most picked legend here in match 4. Not really surprised, because the 1v1 potential alone from Ballistic, not just with the Whistler, but also having the slinged weapon behind that can be amped up, especially if it's going to be one of those weapons. Yeah, he's a terrifying legend to go up against.
Certainly is indeed. Na'Vi looking very, very good. And I think one team coming into this event who felt like maybe a little bit disrespected. The champs win, a lot of people and teams and notable names in the scene saying maybe they wouldn't win in a different kind of meta. Well, this is a very, very different kind of meta, and they have come out the gates and established themselves as a team to certainly watch as this tournament does go on. But looking at Zone, well, NRG, we mentioned how they prioritize Quarantine Zone. Well, that's a pretty good pick, because it's going right their way.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to be moving to here, because they're going to have a good idea of that Zone's going to be transitioning towards them, but what area do you really want to play? Because if you play too far east, you do fall victim to the Zone pulling far west, and then you're going to really struggle to get back through Quarantine Zone. So I'd imagine they'll probably try and hold the western side here.
Just trying to see if they've got a ring console, actually. It doesn't look like they do, so they might be a little bit misinformed about where this zone is going to be going, or maybe they'll get a very good read of it as teams start to arrive. But up towards the north here, maybe a couple of fights going in. Twerkaholics moving their way from Alpha base, but nobody really making too many paths of ingress towards where that zone is going as yet, as still continuing on their loot paths. They do have the man scan NRG, so maybe when they hit that, they'll see a couple of teams rotating in, and they'll be able to get that info as to where that zone is going to be pulling.
Yeah, this is a fight that I saw was potentially happening here. SJP2 kind of chasing after Monster, but they have been able to trade 1-for-1.
Monster, they're going to turn this 2v2 into a 2v1. He's going to slide out, doesn't quite connect with the Eva in the way that he wanted to, and everyone's talking about P2020s. Well, the dual Mozams can still get the job done here, and it's going to be 7 who gets that knock.
Yeah, and it should be okay now for SJP2. Maybe the last remaining player is just going to retreat down to experimental labs, and looks like that is the case. No one else in the area to pick up those pieces, so SJP2 will be fine, and Dandy won't have to worry about it. Now, elsewhere, all the other teams trying to transition towards Quarantine Zone are starting to meet in all of those choke points. You can see OS have just lost 1 in the kill feed, make it 2 as the Twerkaholics are starting to do some work.
Doing very well to say that name with a straight face, something I will continue to try and do as the games do go on. CT up on the high ground as we do go across to the Twerkaholics. A terrible, terrible thing to have to overcome, but Twerkaholics have lost cakes here as they try and slide in to even up the numbers a little bit, and they will be able to eventually finish this fight off. It's going to be Outside who are eliminated. The Twerkaholics Well, they keep shaking.
Yeah, make sure there's no twerker. Make sure you're actually looking around, making sure you're not third-partied, because Na'Vi and Leave No Witness are both kind of closing in on the Twerkaholics right now. They heard the gunfire. They looked to see if they could maybe third, but it looks like they've reset. And I imagine both teams will just take a step back now and look to rotate instead, especially if they notice there's going to be 2 other teams in the area.
Yeah, a couple of things to note on Broken Moon from scrims and a lot of VOD that's been watched. Feels like a more kill. You're relying more on your kills here on Broken Moon. Sometimes when you're trying to approach zones that, you know, traditionally on a World's Edge, for example, you can play edge, you might have to work your way in and you can kind of take a few fights. It feels very difficult sometimes, even with the changes to the map, with some of the chokes that you have to go through, some of the narrow kind of choke points that really force you into difficult uphill fights. That it can be a lobby where sometimes you've got to accept that it's going to be difficult to get to zone. It can be a map that can force you to accept that you're going to have to look for some KP and kind of look to the next game and different zone as one that you're going to pick up some placements on.
It's just the speed of which you can transition from POI to POI as well, not just with the rails, but also with some of the legends available. I mean, of course, Ash still available for a lot of these teams. They are able to use that portal to go from one POI to another. So if you do hear that gunfire happening, you can kind of push and look for those kills, and you can be aggressive and sometimes be rewarded for it as well. Now, a few teams in those chokes you were talking about outside kind of cliffside area, and they're starting to meet here.
Orb Garden going to be one of those teams, and it's Twerkaholics who are not only winning our hearts with their name, but also with the gameplay we're seeing so far from them. Trying to hold them out at the moment. So Orb Garden might be looking to move towards the Evo available to them to try and get a little bit closer to full purples across the board. A warning shot coming in from the triple take, but as they do collect the Evo points, they're going to be able to retreat here and maybe think about a different rotate.
I think Orb Garden sounds like a POI name. You could probably, you could put Orb Garden on any POI and it would...
Also sounds like a really good like late 2000s rock band.
Well, they're going to be comfortable and happy now. They won't really be too worried, but they do still have to transition a little bit further southwest. Na'Vi are going to avoid them. Twerkaholics will back off as well. We check in with Furia, second at the moment, but as the desk was alluding to, they have yet to find a victory, haven't closed one out. But you don't really need to find wins on days 1, 2, and 3. It's only when we get to match point finals where those victories are really going to be needed.
Yeah, it certainly does change the purse that you take home if you do manage to get that big win on match point. But for Furia, we saw them hitting the survey beacon, which is going to allow them to get information on all the teams that are surrounding them. But for now, as you can see, it's more about the rotate for them, as they do actually seem like they might be running into someone here. And this choke is a beautiful little ult coming in. Actually, the Motherlode's going to cause quite a lot of damage here to Na'Vi, and this is 2 of our biggest point-scoring teams so far in the lobby, who are trying to out-rotate each other. It looks like Furia have managed to just scarper through that tunnel without taking enough damage for one of them to go down.
Yeah, that was a heavyweight battle with the rest of the lobby, hoping that maybe one of them would take out the other so that they could actually pick up some points, because they have really been absorbing and sponging them for the first 3 games. A few mirages starting to crop up as well in these compositions, so expect those end games to be a little bit tricky and bamboozly.
You saying that to me directly? Deep breath.
I trust in you to follow, because I know I certainly can, but Zone 2 about to be on our screens, and that means that we're going to get Zone 3 information shortly, and I'm thinking we might be transitioning just that little bit further towards Quarantine Zone.
Yeah, quite a slow game so far. 19 squads still remaining in the lobby, with around 2 minutes until that zone does close. But like I mentioned, there's a few teams who are going to struggle to get into this zone with how busy Quarantine Zone is at the moment. There's your map overhead to give you that kind of aerial shot of what we are seeing on the map at the moment, and you can see how busy Quarantine Zone already is, and some of the chokes you've got to go through if you're not there already. It's going to be a tough rotate to get in late.
Yeah, especially with like Alter being taken out as well, but now Na'Vi are under a lot of pressure here. The grenades will go down just to try and defend themselves.
Good grenades as well, good defensive grenades coming in from Hyaka. The question is there anyone in position to get Xhaka back on his feet? I'm not sure there is here for Na'Vi. Furia will be able to pop some cells, and indeed, actually, Zidane now, with the damage that was done, might have a timing window to get him back on his feet, but now that the res audio is coming in, Furia are going to swing on this one. Furia turning into a 2v2 though, and Na'Vi are trying their best to hold in this position, but Hyaka now finds himself as the last alive. Keon's going to fly in, and that will be Na'Vi eliminated. Furia pick up the KP, and Furia will also get the res.
Yeah, that does wonders for Furia as well to try and take first. But now here's another heavy hitter. It really is a bout of the heavyweights as now NRG look to try and clean things up, but Timmy's gone down.
2v2 at the moment though. Oh, and it won't be turned into a 2v1 scenario. Guild is now left on his own. He's trying to finish off Knock, but he can't do it either. NRG 4 Soul and Furia are throwing fists and hitting bullets.
Furia stand tall. They may not have found a victory thus far, but they've just taken down the only two teams who have found wins, and they really put themselves in a great position to try and take first place after match 4 here, and they do have a chance to breathe. I'm sure that was certainly a tough time for them, and I'm sure the communication was very, very crazy. But we get to look back at the map once again. Still, a lot of teams haven't moved towards this zone yet. One team I do want to highlight, Crazy Raccoon, currently sitting in 11th place, a team full of LAN champions, Split 1 playoffs last year. Of course, they found themselves victors, but they have not been able to find points so far in this series.
Interesting to talk about the teams actually on that cutoff as well, because think about how the points have been distributed so far in this lobby in the first 3 games. It's been the point sponges, the Na'Vi, the Furias, NRGs, for example. Well, most of those, 2 of those, excuse me, are out of the lobby already, which opens up an opportunity for those teams who are on the bubble at the moment to really have a game that counts here.
Yeah, 1 game could be enough to send you through to winners bracket round 2, realistically. I mean, the cutoff at the moment is 10 points, and we're expecting that to be up to close to 30 once we get through match 6. So definitely a chance to make a name for yourself here in match 4, especially with those teams going out. But there's a little bit of a lull throughout Broken Moon at the moment as everyone is transitioning from point A to point B, but with the zone closing, we might see a couple of fights forced in.
Leave No Witness making a little bit of a rotate. Team from the Americas, the southern part of it. Wrapping through the zone at the moment, outside of Dry Gulch. Reply Totem might be in a position to try and hold them out though, so they've got to be careful here that they approach and don't overstep their welcome, and certainly overstay it. If they do take a couple of bullets, it's going to be very difficult for them to rotate into. SJP2 also there as well. Twerkaholics, the zone at their back, 40 seconds until it does close, and you're starting to see that timing is an issue here, because if you're trying to force your way into zone at this point with the zone at your back, zone 2, I mean, it burns and it tickles at that health, but zone 3 is a problem.
This is going to be horrible for Twerkaholics. VK Gaming are literally waiting in the tunnel that Twerkaholics are starting to head towards, and they are getting chunked by this zone. Not going to be comfortable for them at all. And if VK Gaming play this right, it could be an easy 3 kills, but VK Gaming also moving away from the zone, and then past that is Furia. So maybe Furia will be the ultimate winners here.
Yeah, Twerkaholics might actually have like the god timing in this situation as well, as this fight is potentially going to break out between VK Gaming and Furia, but you can see in the kill feed here that it is going to be Twerkaholics who start to go down to that zone, so just leaving that rotate 5-10 seconds too long, it could cost you in these situations.
Yeah, Furia are just going to sit there and wait. They've done their job. They defend their wall, but now SJP2 is going to push up. Reply Totem will get eliminated. A team who was trying to stay alive on that southwest side, unable to do so, and now the kill feed really is starting to pop off. Leave No Witness have just lost one as well.
Mythic being going to be popping for them as well. Very, very close and accessible. The difficulty, though, is there's so many teams in the vicinity already, as Leave No Witness will be eliminated. We mentioned how they're going to have a tough rotate to get to zone. CTE will get back to their feet as well. Well, that Mythic Beam's going to be very difficult because there's so many teams inside a quarantine zone. We are going to see the actual zone move to the north, like you were saying, Dan. So Activish Yotta are going to be a team who are in a great position for this endgame.
There's still 4 teams having a battle with the zone, by the way, and haven't been able to get in, and they really are desperately trying to. And Boo is just going to sit on the edge again and just wait to see if someone else will start to join them. Crazy Raccoon are going to be arriving from the north. Twerkaholics and D-Sports are still fighting on the northeast. And then VK Gaming are finally arriving into quarantine zone through the skies. Here's Twerkaholics that I was mentioning. Very low, very weak, and they're going to be very upset when they run into D-Sports here.
Do have the Ash Port available as well. Float, don't know if he just mistimed or what, but that is a snare, and that is going to force the team away that was holding them. So somehow or other, Twerkaholics at least have managed to get somewhat near the zone. And now they're going to have to fly back and get the res.
Yeah, fly back, maybe get the res, and then portal if you need, but Twerkaholics somehow, someway are still surviving here. The main battle has just been the zone. D-Sports, do get eliminated as well. They ran straight into Grow Gaming. Actually, Twerkaholics have done very well to force their oppositions into other teams.
Did look pretty low on the old health meds, though, as I was trying to check through the backpack of one of the players there. It doesn't look like there's even syringes to play for. Speaking of Crazy Raccoon, the team who are on the bubble, 12th place at the moment, outside of the top 10 coming into this game. Well, 1KP is certainly going to help them move forward, and they will be safe inside of this next zone as well. And if you look at the map overhead as well, they now completely and utterly own the northern side of this zone. We mentioned how there's a lot of teams inside a quarantine zone, the POI itself, but not a lot of teams inside where this next zone is going to be pulling. CR are now one of those teams.
And that's why when we were talking about NRG dropping at quarantine zone, and I was saying they should probably play on the northern side, of course they were eliminated all the way down in 18th position, so they didn't even get the chance to, as now Crazy Raccoon will push in. It will be the Twerkaholics, and Crazy Raccoon get the first, make it the second.
Bangyun is going to be down though. There's one player still to deal with. You can see the Bangor went in to try and back up the team in front of them, but a lot of fire coming in right now. Aquarius is going to pop the shield battery here and might be able to get a cheeky res as well with the Mirage abilities to not only get him up a little bit quicker, but also having that camo as well to make sure that he isn't going to be spotted out. As Fury are up on the high ground of this building. And Noct is flying in here, and why wouldn't you with a Peacekeeper?
I still don't know how Twerkaholics are still alive, by the way. They've gone through so many battles, and they just keep shaking it off. Crazy Raccoon will still hold that northern side you were speaking of. Now it is getting interesting in this building, though. Furia, Unreal, and Grow all in the same area, and all are looking to fight.
All of them are going to have to move towards the zone as well in a few moments' time. So they're going to be forced fights here. Beautiful shots coming in from Keon with those P20s from high, though. A little bit of help alongside him from the teammates. Another player going to fall into the line of sight of Furia, and it looks like they are completely wiping this eastern side of the zone.
Yeah, Grow Gaming get eliminated, and it looks like Furia are going to try and clean up the last remaining from Unreal Nightmare as well, but that will open things up to guess who? Twerkaholics. I think it's just might be two of them are going to take on top of that building that Furia just left.
So as the lobby starts to cut down, as everybody tries to make their way to the northern side of the zone, Fury are probably just thinking about KP at this point. They know that the heavy lifting has been done in this lobby for them with their previous 3 games. If you want to keep that confidence high, you want to keep that momentum rolling as you go through this winner side of the bracket, and for them, winning fight after fight, making progress towards the zone in an aggressive way is a perfect way to do that, but Noct will fall here. It was the Motherload that was causing him all sorts of problems.
And points are going to be important moving into winners round 2 for the POI draft as well, so bear that in mind. Orb Garden down to 2, but are still holding back to back to ensure they can't be taken from either angle, and it looks like they temporarily get a chance to reset as now the zone begins to close yet again, and 5, if not 6 of the teams are all outside of this zone, so they're all going to have a scrap.
I mean, everyone's struggling to get towards zone at the moment. As it stands, by the way, no one is in the end zone. No one is at all in the end zone. Crazy Raccoon are trying to overextend to deal with Twerkaholics, but on our screen right now, it's going to be never on time. They will be late to the party. They won't get towards that zone. They'll be held out as well as CTE continue to hold on edge.
CTE continue to dance and try and move around and take down the remainder of Boo. 2 have already fallen. 1 last remaining is just going to be a rat. And CTE should be able to clean up points. But look, well, you won't see it at the moment, but on the southern side of this map, all of the teams, bar Crazy Raccoon, are all congested next to each other.
Unfortunately, we say goodbye to the Twerkaholic. CTE moving forward, though, inside the top 8 teams now. Last remaining member of Boo is going to be taken down, and that's going to be 7 squads now remaining, but everybody is on this southern side. It's a fascinating look at our map overhead at the moment. It's only CR who are in the zone, and there's about 30 to 40 meters between them and the next closest team to zone.
Yeah, Orb Garden have just gone down. VK Gaming currently struggling as well, but you see QQ trying to do his best to stay alive. It does drop down a few shots, but it looks like this could be a dire end for VK.
Fury are looking for more KP themselves. Has to try and pop a battery behind the knockdown, but QQ tries to take some space just to delay Fury being able to push forward. No Skynades to play with here for QQ as well, but they somehow or other seem to be getting healthy enough to maybe make a play on a team here.
Well, it's the 3 Muppets above them, but they're kind of being held off by Furia, who are taking a few pop shots. So 3 Muppets reluctant to drop down and throw away potential points for getting into the top 5. But now VK Gaming looking to do some extra damage. Great from QQ, and the 3 Muppets are just sitting ducks. They are 3 Muppets right now.
QQ says peekaboo. Big damage coming in from him, and it will be VK Gaming who take that spot away from them. What a push that was. The damage output from QQ is enough not just to get the KP, but to force them into the top 5 as well.
And a great demonstration. If you don't make a play, sometimes you can be sitting ducks, as VKG will go up into the air with Valkyrie just to try and get some extra placement points perhaps, but Activist will be alive. Now Furia, again, on this southern side, should be able to pick up even more KP.
This is a monster game looking like it's building here for Furia. A lot of KP already for the squad. Madness has got 7 assists. Trying to hold off the push coming in from the building. Madness will go down as Keon tries to heal, and it's up to Noct to hold, and that Peacekeeper is a difference maker, especially in this man's hands.
May not be able to get the res. They're going to actually go for it. They are going to stick it and will be able to get it. Does Madness go down again, though? Yes, he does. And Furia are so close to being eliminated, but they might just be able to scarper away.
So the bank smoke went down. They might be able to just about use that for cover. Keon is pretty weak himself as well. He'll be cut down, so it's only, unfortunately, for Furia going to be 1 player remaining now as Crazy Raccoon This is a good indication of what we were talking about. They have controlled all of the height on this northern side, and now for them, surely it's about closing out. CTE, the closest team to them. Furia has the solo.
Yeah, Furia's a solo. CTE are trying to sniff him out as well and maybe take him down. But Crazy Raccoon, a team who came into this in the bottom 10, but a team who should not be in the bottom 10. Previous LAN winners, of course, from last year, and now they're looking to try and put a victory on the board to try and get closer to winners bracket round 2.
CTE look like they know where that solo is. I think they were the team that did a lot of the damage to Furia as they tried to jump over that fence, but it's going to be a very slow, deliberate next few moments because nobody really wants to fight. Nobody really needs to do too much because the zone isn't forcing it. As we have 15 seconds until that zone changes its mind, moves in and forces his teams to fight.
Worth noting, CTE have Ash to work with, whereas Crazy Raccoon have Bangalore. That's the only difference. Otherwise, it's Mirage and Ballistic for both. So Whistlers galore, and make sure you try and use it to your best. But now CTE have lost 2, and Crazy Raccoon surely close this one out.
Furia eliminated as well. The solo couldn't make it happen. It's only Mav left on his own. He dances, he wiggles, but it's not enough, and it will be celebrations for Crazy Raccoon, who we mentioned needed a good game here in game number 4. Well, Broken Moon looks like a very comfortable ground for them.
Crazy Raccoon send themselves from 12th place all the way up to 5th place, and most importantly, to that 30 points total I was talking about. The kind of points total that should be able to send you there or thereabouts through to the winners bracket round 2. Maybe they need a few more points to make it comfortable, but they certainly are on their way now, and they really needed that for their confidence.
Yeah, just nice to not leave it to the penultimate and final game. We've seen what happens in those situations. You make decisions you may previously have not made, having that pressure on your shoulders, but as you can see, some of our teams having post-game discussions about what went right, what went wrong. It was a very interesting game to watch from the map overhead. A lot of teams inside a quarantine zone, but I think a very similar pattern to what we saw in the first series today is everyone can get to where Zone 3 looks to be going, but it's the rotates after that. Teams just seem to be struggling a little bit towards where that final zone is going to be.
Yeah. I wonder if NRG will be kicking themselves a little bit, of course, dropping over towards quarantine zone. It might have been the worst zone they could have had. They would have probably preferred it to be a little bit further away so that they could have looted comfortably and then transition to Z Circle. Instead, everyone joined them and they weren't really able to get going.
Yeah, no ring console for them as well, which probably hurt them a little bit on knowing where that zone is going to be going. But we mentioned Crazy Raccoon, it's 20 points on the board in the bag for them. CTE with 19 behind them as well, so good KP for them. 10 in total in Furia. We saw mopping most of that eastern side of zone towards the end game. 14 KP alongside the 7. That gives them 21.
And Furia, they do it again. Yet to find a win, but they will now be top of the overalls with those 21 points because they were able to take out the other 2 heavy hitters, NRG, Na'Vi, 18th and 19th, both eliminated by Furia.
You can also see that Ballistic will be the next legend to be banned. So that's now Newcastle, Alta, Crypto, and Ballistic out of the options for legends for these teams as we head towards match number 5. And just looking at the cutoff again, I mean, it's getting very, very close. It's not, again, it's these point sponges. Even Crazy Raccoon with that big, big game there still leaves opportunity for those teams in the bottom 10 with one good game to push themselves into that top 10.
Yeah, still not safe, I'd say, for Crazy Raccoon. Even though they're on 30, earlier on, we saw a team eliminated on 30 points. So still a few to go, but at least they've got one step closer. And certainly what we learned from Broken Moon in that first game is those choke points can be deadly if you do not arrive. And that zone is certainly going to tickle you.
Well, we're going to go into match 5 in just a few moments' time. As we look at the series results one more time, this is how it stands. Furia on top, 71 points on the board for them. Na'Vi just in behind with 57. But keep your eyes on that top 10. You can see on either side of these stats, advancing to the winners round is what you want to do. So if you're in the top 10, that's where you want to be. Otherwise, you're going down to that elimination bracket.
Yeah, elimination bracket, and then it is a long road ahead if you want to get to the match point finals on Sunday. It's an insane amount of Apex you actually are going to have to play. So really, if you want to try and keep yourself well rested and focused, the winners bracket is certainly the easiest way to do that. But Orb Garden will be the team at the moment holding that cutoff point alongside Monster, so it's 20 and 19 points. But I do think we're probably going to be heading towards around a 30 as the cutoff.
Well, Crazy Raccoon did manage to cross that 30-point mark like we saw in that previous game with the win in match number 4. Match number 5 is just around the corner. More Broken Moon coming your way in just a few moments' time.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. Nah, I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success, it don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Find my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Putting in audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards. Oh, check this out. Che figata. It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting in audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Coming in hot. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny.
Later, champ.
Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Yeah! Been getting so right for this. Hey! Been waiting my whole life. Hey, ragazzi, we did it.
Pay attention.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Open here in New Orleans. And just a quick thank you to our sponsors. Alienware's legendary Area 51 desktop is back as Intel's highest performing desktop yet, equipped with an Intel Core Ultra processor. The Area 51 was designed for ultimate gaming and scalable with the next-gen components. If portable power is what you want, a new age is born. The Alienware Area 51 16 and 18 gaming laptops are made with silicon components and can deliver up to 280 watts total performance power. Try out the Area 51 desktop here in the venue or scan the QR code for more info at the Alienware Arena.
Yes, indeed. Check them out. Well, we've got match 5 coming up on Broken Moon, and it really is getting down to crunch time for some of these teams within that bottom 10. We've seen 3 different winners, NRG, Na'Vi, and Crazy Raccoon, and boy, did Crazy Raccoon need it, because they were starting to fall down into the depths of that bottom 10. But now, perhaps, they can continue their triumph and find more points in match 5. Ballistic will get banned, so again, teams now have to start to look at their compositions a little bit, saying, how do we try and swap and change? Ash still is alive, as is Bangalore, so we're going to start to see more of those start to surface.
Yeah, quite a few controller legends still available as well for the console ability. Fuse, of course, still available as well, so you can hit ring console, and you can see, unfortunately, Ballistic was beheaded by our graphics there, and that's a good indication that he will not be available.
I did say they're still alive. I am acting like they've died. They're still available. They'll be back in the next round, I'm sure, but the teams are now starting to pick their legends and get us into this game. And, you know, I'm excited because there is a chance for a few more Valkyries to come into it. We saw a lot of Mirage in the previous game, a lot of Watson actually, and then there was one Rampart, one Gibraltar. There just seems to be those odd legends that people are like, you know what, yeah, screw it, let's throw in a Gibraltar and see how it goes.
We'll have to see if it's one of those legends that just has a little bit more power when certain legends are being played in the lobby, kind of the counter pick, so to speak. But I think you're going to be seeing quite a bit of Fuse. I would expect to see one Fuse for sure. Bangalore Mirage, we've got Wraith, we've got Watson. It's so fun, dude. You know what I mean? Like, we're not watching the same composition across the stage. Legend bans might be the best thing to happen to Apex in a long time.
It certainly has made
long time.
every game different, which for me, as a viewer, as a commentator, makes it extremely exciting. I'm sure you agree at home, or if you're here in the arena. Thank you so much for those who have attended here on Thursday. We've already had some banger games, and we have plenty more action coming your way. Bangalore has been picked 12 times, so Bangalore will be banned going into match 6, but that means Fuse lives, so does Valkyrie, Ashe, Mirage, Catalyst, Wraith. They're all starting to come out here.
You have some very aggressive legends left over for match number 6 is one thing that I'm taking away from the bans, which is certainly going to make for good watching for everybody, and certainly gives an opportunity when match 6 comes around for the teams who are lagging behind a little bit and need points to certainly have the composition to chase those down.
So Crazy Raccoon are previous winners. Have they got the opportunity now to maybe put more points on the board and just try and solidify themselves into winners bracket round 2? Of course, if you just barely scrape through, your POI draft position is not going to be as good in winners bracket round 2, but at least you're there. And certainly what we've learned so far in the matches we've watched in winners round 1, we've seen some teams, even with a bad POI draft, have still been able to put points on the board because some of these lobbies, maybe they've been able to just kind of slap through them a little bit.
Well, the zone is going up towards Alpha Base, the northern side of the map, and Twerkaholics, they're going to have a ring console, which is going to make them smile to give them that zone information. Elsewhere, just looking across, you've got Outsider have a ring console over at Core as well, so they're going to have a very quick rotate towards where that zone is going. Trying to see if Na'Vi have one. Not sure they do, unless one of them is hiding it, which I don't believe they are. Oh, are they? Oh, maybe? No. No, they don't have one.
Don't think so.
I'm committing to it. They don't have one.
Very sneaky if they did, but certainly they'll be on the upper right-hand side, so they will be able to transition pretty quickly once they get any sort of indication. They do, of course, have the scan, so maybe that can help them, but Alpha Base is probably going to be their first aim and target anyway, so they should be all right. Oh, they did have a ring console. They were hiding it. Sorry, bud.
That's why you never commit to something on commentary, because you're never quite sure. Na'Vi do indeed have that ring console, like you can say, and I stand corrected as I am many times in one game, especially across the series.
So Crazy Raccoon, you can see VK Gaming, the solo player, was just trying to have a little look to see if they'd left already on the map overhead, but he'll, I'm sure, transition back to the rest of the team, and Crazy Raccoon not going to chase that one and take the bait. But a lot of early movers. Orb Garden start to make their way. Activists have already moved outside. Twerkaholics and 3 Muppets are already residing center of that zone, and then Leave No Witness are probably going to be moving quickly from the west side as well.
Yeah, Grow Gaming and NRG might be meeting up on the southern side of that second zone, as you can see, and could potentially run into each other. Speaking of teams running into each other, we do have Twerkaholics, who did have a very, very good priority option towards this zone with the ring console and where they wanted to play. Well, there's going to be activists who are moving up pretty close to them at the moment, but you can see how quick they've rotated because the man on your screen, unfortunately, has only got 1 P2020, which isn't quite as good as 2.
They were kind of shadowing 3 Muppets for a short while, but I think they'll be happy just to hold down one of these buildings, and they are playing Watson as well, so they have the ability just to hunker down, get some of those fences out, and then they can just wait until what they hope is going to be the end game if the zone does pull their way. It does seem like Twerkaholics, considering they had first priority position, they moved away from Alpha Base, and other teams are starting to move there instead. So maybe they will rue the day that they moved.
We'll have to see if it's going to be a great zone read from Twerkaholics, or, like you say, something they'll look back on and go, why did we go here? Na'Vi, they didn't need asking twice. You can see that they are on the northern side of the map at the moment. They have taken one of these priority buildings, and just looking at the composition, the only difficulty for them is actually holding it down. They don't really have a legend that they can play any kind of cover or provide any kind of cover for them, so it's going to be all about gun skill and smokes.
Speaking of gun skill, Guild trying to do the job with the P2020s. Sadly, NRG just have to back off as they're trying to force their way in as well. Difficult to do so. I mean, when you're in these kind of areas and you're in these choke points, you really have to play it carefully, otherwise you could be surprised by another team very quickly. And NRG just taking their time, trying to get as much information as they can.
You just got to make sure you don't go down in these kind of situations. I think in these lobbies as well, you want to make sure that you're not making a fight elongated where it's a long 2v2, because there could be a team that you're not expecting to be there, as Timmy will get the first knock here onto a member of Grow. So it's a 2v3 for now, but are they able to close this gap quick enough to stop that res coming in and make this a clean wipe for them?
No, I think they've realized there's another team on the horizon. Reply Totem are in the area, and they were looking to try and maybe third. Now that they've seen Reply Totem just back off slightly, they will try and take advantage of the early damage they have done, but it looks like Grow Gaming is trying to retreat at the same time. They've dropped down to the low ground, so it is a bit of a back and forth, a bit of a tug of war between these two squads at the moment, and Reply Totem do step up, but they get spotted out.
Yeah, Timmy does get the finish So that means that will be 1 KP secured at least. The last two remaining members of GRO did manage to escape, like you say. SJP2 having a little fight here themselves. It's going to be Quinny who's not only going to get one, but he's going to get the finish himself. So everybody kind of scattering around the map at the moment. A couple of knocks coming in that are being converted, but no clean wipe so far. Still 20 squads remaining here.
Yeah, it's getting pretty messy up towards Alpha. You can see all these teams getting one of their players knocked, but no finishes, no full wipes in the moment, unless Orb Garden can look to try and take advantage. But again, they've been restricted just to one area of this building. They get back up to a full 3. But there are certainly some 2s hanging around these areas, and I guess you could take advantage of that, but you could run into a 2 and then another 2 could third you, so you have to be careful.
Looks like Energy are going to go back maybe to play for third zone, as there is a console over at Cliffside for them. There's the remaining, I should say, or it's all 3 now of GRO Gaming, who are back up to a full complement of players. And it looks like the team that's just above them has a very good indication that they are there as quite as they are trying to be in this situation. It's Reply Totem who are up on that height, who are looking just to pin them back.
And they've got to be careful here, because Never on Time might just be on time, might have actually set their watches correctly, because they're also going to be approaching from the southern side. So you really can't take any of these fights, and this is why Broken Moon can be very kill heavy, but also at the same time, if you are avoiding fights constantly, there could be a lot of KP that comes a little bit later when everyone kind of has their back to the zone and is just trying to move in.
Speaking of KP, one team who's had a lot of them so far in this lobby is the team on your screen. That's going to be Furia. Madness is using all sorts of gadgets and abilities to see if he can flush that player out who's playing behind that tall rock in front of him. It's going to be SJP2 who are now having to retreat, and this is all the way towards the western side of Broken Moon here. There's it's kind of an isolated fight, to be honest with you. I mean, Furia and SJP2, if they want to take this, there's no one really in the vicinity to get involved. The same can be said here as we see the 2 teams in front of us, one of them being Crazy Raccoon. That's going to be Sang-Yoon who goes down.
Does go down. Reply Totem were heading towards this respawn beacon, but Crazy Raccoon were also there. D Sports also were looking to try and respawn back here as well. So a few teams had the same idea, and now Crazy Raccoon are going to have to work out as a 2, but Reply Totem also struggling a little bit. GRO Gaming are also taking a look, so it's getting very hot up here in the northeast.
Certainly is. This is deep inside of zone as well at Breaker Wharf. Everyone looking, like you say, for a potential res or a late rotate, but instead they're just running into each other. Reply Totem will get the knock, onto Karampu. That's going to be him down and finished as well. So CR, luckily for them, had a very good previous game, but this one is looking a little bit of a shambles here.
Yeah, it looks like the last remaining player from Crazy Raccoon will escape down to Eternal Gardens. But the real question is, are you going to be able to get those banners crafted anywhere before someone spots you? GRO Gaming will be able to hold out Reply Totem here as the zone does continue to pull up towards the north. So Twerkaholics, who moved first, are still in that zone. But if it does continue in its transition north side, they might be a little bit annoyed.
One player from D Sports, yep. Excuse me. We'll get that wrong all day.
Could be DE Sports, but I think it's meant to be D Sports.
No small in esports. We all know that. We've seen that for years now. There's one player still alive for them as they move in from the northern side. I'm very interested to see how many meds he has left, because I swear he's been here for about 45, 50, 60 seconds at this point. I think now he's realized that I got to get to zone. There he is. He's in. Let's go.
Just about gets in. Maybe Na'Vi will be able to spot them out. Crazy Raccoon looks like that single player will also be able to survive and get into zone as well. So even though there's been a lot of fighting and a lot of eliminations, still 20 teams alive in this lobby.
Teams down the southern side. You can see Fury a long way away from zone, but nobody, I think, within 3 POIs worth of where they find themselves at the moment. Unfortunately, D Sports will be going down. Let's jump into a listen-in with Unreal Nightmare here as they try and make their way towards zone.
Another medi as well. On me. West, sliding up west, in the open. I'm on there. One deep right. Outside. Ash up purple. I'm batting. Double on the rock, I fizzled to them. They're double here. I'm burning. No. I'm backing up a layer to the building. Oh, fuck. I got a bat. They could Ashel. I think one's close west. Close west? Okay. Yes. I bang ulted. You're alone up top. Get inside. Can we play outside? Yeah, I'm playing outside. I'm on the roof. Two are playing deep right. Ace fizzle. I think they're on purple. They are. They're gonna try to get us. They're right here. Cross right here? Yeah, just cross. Oh, we need to back up, bro. Tip it. Come to me. Let's go through quarantine, okay? We need to hit the spin. Yep, we evac. Yeah, we're chilling. We go through quarantine and we're fine, okay? Ready. We have plenty of time, okay? We just need to get to the... They did it. Yep. I'm going through bottom bridge.
Yeah. I don't know who the hell that was.
So Unreal Nightmare not wanting to take that fight. They just decide to rotate away. You can see the call out was to come to hit the assault beam, get a little bit more evo. Some meds for them to play with as well. So smart decision to disengage here, and they can live to fight another day, so to speak.
It's going to be a long old journey, though, through quarantine zone, so we'll check back in with them later. Hopefully it's a successful one. Now, Leave No Witness are able to get a couple, make it 3 outside, get eliminated, and Leave No Witness will leave no witnesses in that fight. SJP2 and VK Gaming were maybe taking a look, though, and suddenly a third party arrives.
Going to be SJP2 who were indeed taking a peek, taking a prod, and getting the knock as well.
Turns out there was a witness.
There certainly was a witness. Now the nades are going to come in. Zeratrek is trying to hold the staircase. Knockdown shield's going to be a problem. That's why Denzé isn't committing to this fight. Doesn't want to give away an easy knock. As now we turn to the attention of SJP2 are trying to assault this building. Furia, though, they're in a little bit of a sticky spot right now, and it's NRG versus Furia, not for the first time in 2 games who go up against each other.
Yeah, round 2, ding ding. Noct has already gone down, but a healthy Keon and Madness still could take this fight, but the high ground surely is too much for them here.
Keon down as well. It's all up to Madness now to try and survive. NRG are going to move in just to make sure that these kills do get cleaned up. One thing you don't have to worry about in this situation, the fact that Alter has been banned, is that someone's going to hit a portal away and be able to get a cheeky res. It's all about just getting those knocks. They're not able to escape. And just making sure you convert them into KP. Madness does stay alive, but NRG with some more KP.
Yeah, now NRG can try and start catching Furia, but as you mentioned, Furia's still alive, so there's still a chance to get back up and maybe still put points on the board. Still 17 squads remaining here, only a few eliminated, as round 3 is going to be closing in 40 seconds. Never on Time going to be holding this south side. Now, south side's going to get interesting, because not only are NRG Never on Time here, but also Unreal Nightmare. Remember, we were waiting for them to transition through quarantine zone. They'll be arriving here at Cliffside very soon.
One player flying through the skies into the 30-30, and the sights of Yanya can't quite connect in the way that you would have wanted to, but it's good enough just to force that player away, that one bullet that does land. NRG, Never on Time, they've left now, furious, trying to get a res themselves. I might have actually been able to get one player back in the game. Never on Time are trying to push this at the moment. NRG might see this as an opportunity to rotate, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. It's a nice position for the evac tower, and this is going to take them all the way towards zone as we jump in with SJP2, who are fighting in zone, and it's Na'Vi who are trying to hold them out.
Yeah, Na'Vi just trying to hold back here as Crazy Raccoon get eliminated in the kill feed, but now SJP2 have been able to see that happen in front of them, but I think they're just going to try and hold position for now. They don't really want to overextend here against a Na'Vi squad that can back off into this building.
Bow check in the hands of Denzé as well. Even though it was a hip fire shot that only hit for about 20 or so, it's enough to back Zidane down. I think an armor check from Zidane was enough. Never on Time had been eliminated in the meantime, a 16th position, and now we are going to see teams start to get cut down. Everyone will have to move from where they find themselves in this zone for the next zone, down to the southern side of Alpha Base. Monster eliminated in the meantime as well. SJP2 trying to force their way into this building, and it looks like they're just about able to coexist.
Yeah, they are being very aggressive here, and I think they can be so with the armor that they have and the armor advantage against Na'Vi, plus the utility with the grenades they have available to them. Now, elsewhere, you can see VKG taking this fight and are able to get Huntsman down, so it was Unreal Nightmare, that long old rotate down through quarantine zone. Now they're just down to one single player. They did lose one to the zone, as Furia do finally get eliminated in 14.
Yeah, Furia not being able to get back up, and it's going to be Madness who is the final player for them who goes down. VK Gaming still have to fight their way towards zone. 60 seconds is all they have to work with, which in Apex Legends terms is a fair amount of time. But with 13 squads still alive and about 7 or 8 of those inside of where that zone is going to be going, they're going to have to force their way in here.
Yeah, a few teams might have to force their way in. It is not going to be easy. Nothing's going to be given at this point. You're going to have to try and take it from another team. VK Gaming versus Leave No Witness is probably the most likely fight to happen on our screens at the moment. A little bit of kind of a head glitch to work with from VKG, though, so they could maybe get some good shots onto LNW.
Just got to be careful you don't expose your back to some of those teams that are in the zone at the moment, but there's one team who is now pushing onto the fight we were watching a few moments ago, and the opening comes from the Craver of Timmy. Almost manages to connect. It's going to be Leave No Witness, I think, who took to the... Excuse me, it's VK Gaming who took to the skies there with the Valcolt. That could have been a crash landing for sure.
I wonder how NRG are feeling. CTE are above them. Let's jump into a listening with NRG.
I heard that. She was trying to snare me.
He's
sliding down,
Go on him's here.
He's on there on the right side,
Yeah, I see that.
I killed one over here, I'm batting.
Nice.
I got tracked. Batting.
Fire.
Doctor here.
We need to come to the right side, we're gonna walk in, we're gonna have to walk in here.
Okay. I'm killing them with my knuckles.
One, Tony.
Yeah, I kill him.
Come down.
I'm coming. I'm ulting his him.
Yep, good old. We're gonna play our friends right here. Play our friends. I'm gonna smoke down. There's a gold hem up there. Oh, you missed it. That's fine.
One of them actually.
On me.
Okay, coming.
Behind me. Bang one.
Bang you.
I'm killing Bang.
1 second.
Kill Bang.
Nice.
I'm batting.
Yeah, we gotta play the wall. We have to play the wall.
Nice. Yeah.
Wait, play that. Oh, actually no.
We have some here.
Come to us. I'm going right. Yeah, I'm going right.
We have someone right here.
I'm going right.
On the right.
Yep, I'm coming to you.
Shoot them.
70 on one of them.
I'm killing them.
I'm healing.
There's a guy picking the window.
I'm healing.
We need to watch this. We need it.
Well, NRG do manage to force their way in towards zone, but they do it the brute force way, taking teams down alongside them as they slide down to this fence line. Twerkaholics, the next team to go. We're into our top 10.
Of course, Timmy IGLing, but Yanyo, a very experienced IGL, kind of co-IGLing a little bit, just letting him know where space is had. And it seems to be working for NRG at the moment, and they can kind of hold that position, but they are going to eventually have to move a little bit further in because they are the furthest team west. Na'Vi, however, are going to be up on the northern side. They are going to be up to a full 3, but they're going to be down low. They're going to try and skirt their way through here, be maybe some sneaky little boys, and try and get underneath these buildings.
Davis Wave's the last alive for his team. He was trying to rat out. He was like, don't worry about me, boys. And it's going to be Na'Vi now who are trying to chase him down. Unreal Nightmare will be eliminated, as it will be Davis Wave, who goes down next as we find ourselves now with 9 squads remaining. We're into single digits here as things just start to heat up a little bit, and you can start to feel the pressure in this lobby, as we know there's only 1 game remaining after this one.
Na'Vi have done well, actually, to get into zone and stay away from too much gunfire. Do have Bangalore, just to get those smokes down if too much gunfire comes their way. NRG can also start to move soon as well. VK Gaming were holding them out, but it looks like with them backing off, Leave No Witness will be their target.
Leave No Witness, one will fall. It'll be Timmy who just gets the finishing damage onto Renatricky, and now they're probably going to think about pushing in to clean this up. Won't be safe from this zone. A couple of grenades are going to be a problem for Timmy. Can't get an easy shot. The banger will go down just to force teams away. But NRG a little bit stuck at the moment between waiting for kills to come to them and making a play themselves.
There's quite a few Bangalores left as Timmy will connect with one, maybe with another. And that's going to be an easy wipe. Leave No Witness do get eliminated, and now they can hold this side of the building.
No scope, no problem. Timmy knows how to use that gun better than most. And it'll be NRG now who can force their way inside of this building, but there's another team that's inside as well. That's going to be Activist. VK Gaming also inside of this building. I think that NRG have recognized this, and they're trying to play underneath both of these teams. All Garden are eliminated. We find ourselves now with just 7.
Motherlow goes out, and actually it's a good protection, a ring of fire just to keep them inside here, as Na'Vi will be eliminated in 6th. Boo also went down. 5 squads now remain. Reply Totem are actually all the way on the eastern side and are staying away from a lot of this commotion. Maybe possible favorites to win this one because they can kind of watch everything unfold. Their main problem could be SJP2 on the wall on the northern side. They might just transition and potentially have a little scrap.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Timmy had a couple of bullets left in that Krabel, which might create an opportunity for them to take a little bit of space and be aggressive towards this endgame. You also saw him pop in the ultimate accelerant as well to make sure that that bang-ult is going to be available for this next rotate. And hey, speaking of ult excels, it's going to be QQ popping it here on the Catalyst to make sure that Dark Veil is as close to being available as he can get.
Reply Totem have actually spotted SJP2, and they're kind of forcing them towards these 3 teams all in the same building. So again, Reply Totem in the most advantageous position. SJP2 will be eliminated. Yeah, VK Gaming noticed it was just a duo and they took advantage of it, but that has now allowed Reply Totem to move even more towards the center of the zone.
Pretty smart play that from VK Gaming in that situation, just to clear out the duo. They saw maybe a little bit of damage coming in, players being forced thanks to the damage from Reply Totem into their line of sight.
Oh, they've got Rampart as well.
And we might be seeing Sheila just warm up the vocal cords a little bit here for this endgame.
On the other side, there is a Wraith on the side of Avi, so they'll be able to just have that chance to maybe portal and change things. So Activist could be a squad that can maybe disrupt Reply Totem's comfortable position here with a Wraith portal. VKG also playing Valkyrie, so they can maybe go up into the skies as well. There's definitely options with the Legend selection for all of the other squads, and even NRG with that Mirage could definitely do some damage.
Sky Nades. Is it going to be big money, or is it going to be coming out with no change? It's big money. 2 shields get broken. Kassa tries to send it as he uses the jets to get on high, but he's going to be shut down. You have to say, the team fire and the prioritization onto the Valk there, so good from the team on high.
Well, zone is closing, so this is now decision-making process. Are you going to take that portal? Are you going to take a Valkyrie ultimate up into the sky? That Skyward Dive could certainly gain you a position and maybe gain you points to get into the winner's bracket, remember. NRG are just going to use smokes and they're going to pop that Mirage ultimate as well, just to try and maybe confuse their enemies.
Yeah, NRG, the problem for them is the team on height. They've got to wait for them to move. VK Gaming now move towards center zone a little bit closer. The catwall will go down as well as the gen. Yanya finds one himself as the team on height now has to leave. It's going to be Activists who take that evac tower, and two of them manage to actually stick it, which is going to give them the opportunity to move. But that's good news as well for NRG, and Timmy's been waiting, holding on to this Bangalore. Oh, the Rolling Thunder is going to come down, and that should do so much damage as Reply Totem will go down. And now we're seeing the damage. Now we see the swing from Timmy as NRG look for money. It's 150 to close it out here with the Kraber. Timmy putting on somewhat of a show here in game number 5.
Timmy, always putting on a show. And I mean, what went wrong for Reply Totem? Well, what happened was all three teams in that building all tried to escape. They didn't watch each other. They just ignored each other. They all had different means of escaping. And it just meant Reply Totem, they couldn't look in every direction. And in the end, NRG were the ones able to avoid all that commotion, just use that smoke initially, and of course the Mirage ultimate coming out as well, just to try and put even more charades on display. But NRG put up 13 kills and a win to sort them up that leaderboard once more.
It's a good indication, and I think a good lesson for a lot of players who are watching as well at home is like holding on to your ultimate in end games can be so vital. Timmy had 2 or 3 opportunities probably that a lot of players will think, oh, I can throw the bang ult here, we'll try and force the team off a fight. But knowing that they've got Watson, just holding on for that damage to start coming and then using it to your advantage creates the opportunity for him to just do some cool stuff at the end as well, where he just goes in and goes, hey, this is a 1v3, I'm just going to no-scope him. 2 no-scopes for Timmy in that game.
Big game for VK Gaming though. Of course, the 25 for NRG, we spoke about that, 13 kills in the end, 12 points from placement. But VK Gaming, they were kind of on that area of around the 10th position, and we didn't really know how they were going to be going, but that 20 points should solidify them in winner's bracket 2 realistically. Activist able to sneak in a 3rd place, only the 1 kill, but how important could those 7 placement points be later down the line? And then Reply Totem, maybe they thought that game was in their hands, but sadly there was just too many teams to deal with.
Reply Totem as well, not had the great 4 games before that, but giving themselves a chance. Yep. At least there's points on the board, and if they have another very good game in our final game of this series, there's a chance they can continue their run in the winner's side of our bracket. And that's what it's all going to be about when we get to this game number 6, Dan, because some teams, unfortunately 10 of them, half the lobby is going to be dropping down to that limb side.
I think it puts Reply Totem about 7 points off of the top 10. So again, very manageable, and yeah, here is the proof in the pudding, and you are going to see the Reply Totem are on 14 points in 15th position. So that could be so important for their chances, but very close otherwise. Remember I was saying around that 30 point might be the cutoff. Well, 6, 7, 8 all on 30, but 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 all on 22, 23, 24. It is going to be so tight, so nervy going here into match 6.
And we mentioned Reply Totem giving themselves a chance. It's a tough one, but they've given themselves a chance with the points that they just put on the board in that game number 5. But Broken Moon's been fun, hasn't it? I've got to say, it's been really fun to watch some of these teams go to work. A big win for NRG, which is, I think, getting those wins early. We always talk about it. It's a good thing, right? It just makes you feel comfortable.
Oh, it's a very good thing. Otherwise, you're going to go into match 6 and you're going to start panicking. Speaking of match 6, that, of course, is going to be arriving on our screen very shortly. So don't you go anywhere, because when we come back, we will conclude this series. It's Broken Moon once more. I can't wait. We'll see you soon.
Trophy. The crowd makes the noise because this is the ALGS. Players have come from everywhere to compete for the opportunity of a lifetime, but only one will be crowned our ALGS champion. Left side. One second. Oh my, one more. He's playing out, diving out to you, purple knot.
Then we turn around. Yeah. We'll go slow. We'll go slow. I'll tell you when. I'll tell you when. You have Mirage ult?
Yeah, I do.
You should slide down into my smoke. Slide into my smoke, and then Mirage ult right now.
You want me to fuel the team on the roof?
No. Save it.
Okay.
Wait, just wait. There's a Ving ult. We can wait. Yeah. All right. Ready? Get ready to slide. I'm sliding now. Looking at roof.
Sliding.
Looking at roof. On roof still. On roof still.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Yep. I'm smoking them.
He's one. I killed him.
I'm playing here. Play on me.
Look
right. We look sure like. Look right.
It's safe for me.
I'm big ult now. I'm big ulting. We have time.
I'm fuse ulting this. Really good fuse ult. Everyone on the front side.
Yeah, I'm seeing them.
I'm shooting on them. One.
Oh, hello. Hold on.
What's on? Nice.
Oh my god!
Good fucking shit, bro. What the fuck just happened?
Oh my god!
Bro, me and a Wraith just started healing next to each other, and I fucking canceled my heal and killed him.
Welcome back, everybody. Timmy's hyped. I love that listening in the final circles. Big oh my gods. Some questionable language, but that's why we love it, right? That's why we love these listenings. That's why we want to give you these opportunities to listen to the team comms, because there's so many magical moments that we want to bring you.
And that's what it means to them even on day one. It is very important to come out of the blocks hot here at the ALGS Open. You do not want to be in that bottom 10. You do not want to find yourself in the elimination bracket. You want to be cruising through winners bracket. You want to be as high up in that POI draft as possible to give you the best possible chance when you get into winners round 2. And NRG are doing just that with some excellent gameplay alongside it.
Well, we have a few seconds before the lobby gets underway in our final game of this series. You want to have a look back in slow-mo?
Yes.
Some of those shots?
The answer is always yes to slow-mo. Absolutely.
Slow-mo. Let's see it in slow-mo. I'm excited for this. Here we go. Timmy POV. Not in slow-mo. I lied to you. It's in slow-mo. I didn't lie to you.
Easy as that.
Oh.
Easy as that. It's actually better in slow-mo. I mean, I feel bad for
really
VKG.
Enjoy this.
I feel bad for VKG because they have to watch their death back in slow motion as well. It's all well and good looking at it from one side, but think about the other side, production.
Timmy raises his fist in
celebration.
Not just jubilation, but a sign of domination. Hi, we're back on camera. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to New Orleans. That was a bit of a surprise. Excited for match number 6, though. New Orleans has certainly delivered so far, and I like the way this lobby's set up at the moment. We mentioned there's 3 or 4 teams who, understandably, the most experienced, most talented teams that we have in the world and have proven themselves, more than once. They're at the top. They've got all their points. But outside of that, looking at that top 10, it is so close as to who is going to make it through in that winner side and who is going to fall down to that elimination bracket. This is what's happened so far, Dan. NRG with a win in map number 1, then Na'Vi go back-to-back, then CR, NRG with another win, so 2 apiece for Na'Vi and NRG, and we have 1 left on Broken Moon.
I think we know full well this is going to be agonizingly close for some of these teams to get cut off and sent into that elimination bracket, but you have to put your best foot forward. If you are struggling with points, if you are that far behind, you probably need some form of aggressive composition. What can you actually do to try and get kill after kill? Because just playing for placement can sometimes be a very risky strategy, because yes, you might get 3rd, you might get 7 points on the board, but if you haven't got any kills to go alongside it, it may not be enough.
Well, everyone who's in this lobby will want to continue on the winner's side, will want to have a, so we say, a slightly easier route towards the latter rounds of this tournament. The last thing you want to be doing is going down early and having to fight your way and scrape your way and play game after game, series after series of that elimination bracket to try and survive through to the latter days of this tournament. So this is a good opportunity just to make sure that you get some rest, essentially, get into that top 10, make sure your winners run will continue.
Well, speaking of aggression, 16 Ashes are going to be in compositions out of the 20 and 80% pick rate. If this was match point, she would be banned for the next one, but of course, only 6 matches in a series. We're also seeing our first Pathfinder, Rampart, Gibraltar, a couple of lifelines, Mad Maggie coming into the equation, and the most popular composition is Ash, Fuse, and Mirage. Which, lo and behold, NRG are currently running.
Yeah, no surprise to see NRG running that one. Timmy on the Ash. Guild look very comfortable on the Mirage as well. I think he's got some game time on Mirage. Everyone's got game time and everything. It's one thing I loved about when Legend bans came in, everyone just started playing everything. They were like, oh god, I have to learn so much.
All the
matchmaking. Stuck on one Legend for a year.
All the ranked kids were actually jubilous when all of this happened with the Legend bans, because they realized that all of that game time was going to pay off. As already in our kill feed, outside in the Twerkaholics are having a little scuffle, and it looks like Twerkaholics have lost 1, and the rest of the team are probably going to have to get him back up.
Looks like a little bit of an overextension maybe from Twerkaholics, trying to take as much loot as they could. But a little bit too close to outside. Now, SJP2 over at Production Yard, it's Boo below them. Well, they might be doing something very similar in a few seconds' time. Although SJP2 do get up to Blues. It looks like they know something's up.
Yeah, the way they're scoping in. Oh, well, okay. The kick's up now.
Okay. Oh, hey, you're dead. Tensei switches to the R9 to finish off that one. LSU going to be taken down. It looked like Boo were setting up to try and surprise and scare SJP2 out of their boots, but they've seen a few horror films in their time, SJP2.
I think it's now just trying to escape here for Boo. I don't think they really want to take this fight a 2 versus 3 just with whites, but they might just have to. Or did they send one player in just to maybe be the sacrifice? Maybe. Yes, they did. That's always tough. If you're the player, you have to say, all right, you go on, I'll stay, I'll take the fight. Bring me back later. But yeah, one remaining player.
I want to die a hero.
Leave no witness. Maybe we'll find that one remaining player, but NRG are also having a little scout around here as they approach from quarantine zone down towards tunnel. And it looks like they've heard something because they're certainly approaching this one very cautiously.
Looking forward to our next ranked games where I just say, Dan, die for me, and you'll know exactly what to do.
Usually I do die for you, so that's okay.
Not in that way, though.
Not, yeah, very different way. Usually it's
when it's a 3v3.
Me just missing my shots.
Well, NRG playing Dorman. All 3 of them, though, stacked up, trying to rat out. Elsewhere, 3 Muppets. The charged up Sentinel in the hands here of Plom.
And the Pathfinder.
And the Pathfinder. I want them to win every game forever.
I mean, I like this composition because, you know, 3 Muppets coming in could be, that probably is the first time on main stage. Go for something that's comfortable for you. If it is a lifeline, if it is a Pathfinder, you may find points that way. 9 points at the moment for 3 Muppets, and it is certainly not out of the realms of possibility to be on 30 after this game, as Boo do get eliminated. That last remaining player was sniffed out. The 3 Muppets are certainly trying and engage in this one, but at the moment, no bueno.
Strongest is holding this angle. Does have the P20s to go to as well. Got to support his teammate for now, though, as Kumbra's taking a little bit of damage himself. This is one of those fights that's like the longer it goes on, you get the feeling that somebody's going to come and have another look at this. Somebody's going to be hearing this fight go down. As we look at our map overhead and where this zone is going to be going, we're kind of split between a couple of POIs here. A lot of ring consoles in the area and also survey beacons to hit, so teams can move in a little bit later to this zone in comparison to some of the ones that we've seen previously. Get that info on where teams are going to be setting up and where they're going to be trying to rotate through and maybe play for those KPs. But you can feel the nerves of this lobby, right? Look, not a lot of teams in zone already. Everyone's thinking we need points.
Could be a big fight at Stasis as well for 3 Muppets because there is a ring console for them to work with. Guild's just taken down a member as well. The squad they are trying to approach on, and NRG, they just want to put more points on the board. Again, it is a situation where you want to be as high up in that POI draft, and especially when you've seen what other teams have been doing in the winners bracket, Luminosity for example, you want to try and match that so you're even further in the POI draft.
Also, Yanya, by the way, has one of the best postures of controller players. Look at how lean back he is. I'm like in my monitor, hunched over like an absolute gremlin.
Difficult to do as well. Good posture with the controller, has to be said.
That's what I'm saying. Should be commended, should be highlighted.
Esports are going to be respawning Dan and Orbit, not me. But they'll be back up, 19 squads still remaining. Very important that actually, if in these final games, you have to make sure you give yourself your best chance each time. If there is an opportunity to escape and get back up to a full 3 rather than taking a stupid 2 versus 3, you definitely do it, especially in match 6.
We'll be well positioned there.
Orbguard now making their rotate. They're quite away from zone at the moment. Just on the southern side of it. We'll be safe, but still towards that end game, a lot of teams are going to be trying to move a little bit closer. NRG with another kill in the feed as well onto VKG. Cassa's going to be falling to Guild, who's got his second kill of, or certainly the knock of the match. Fury moving through quarantine zone elsewhere. Song Yu trying to escape here alongside his teammate to keep Never on time in this game.
And keep them in this series. 22 points in the moment, 11th position. If they were to be eliminated now, they would be out and they would be into that elimination bracket. So still in the tournament, but would have a long old road to try and get to those latter stages on Sunday. And that's going to be the same for a lot of teams that are eliminated early. For example, Boo were eliminated and they found themselves now in the elimination bracket because of it. Leave no witness could be another squad sent into the elimination bracket if they do not find points here as well. But look at this comp. Fuse, Ash, and Wraith. I love it.
Couple of portal goals. Love to see that. Renatrekki is going to get a knock on a member of Twerkaholics as well. Should be able to get the finish here as we'll see it through his POV. So that's 1 point on the board, at least for them, and it's a good start as they continue to try and chase down the 2 remaining members. But they've split. One's gone north, one's got over to the east, and Leave No Witness might find one. But again, that sacrificial lamb is going to be there, and Twerkaholics might be able to get a reset out of this.
And they really need to survive to Twerkaholics because they're on 30 points at the moment. The danger zone, I think. There is a world where maybe you scrape through on 30, but you don't want to leave it down to chance. You don't want to hope that those point sponges absorb the points once more. As speaking of the point sponges, NRG on our screens are just having a little look towards Grow Gaming, but also VK Gaming and Unreal Nightmare. Everyone is down here in the southeast to Terraform.
Fury just picked up a knock themselves, but this is, like you say, it's a very busy POI at the moment. NRG just playing on the backside of it for now. Safer side to play. As VK Gaming will actually escape. Grow Gaming are moving away from them, and Unreal Nightmare have actually run away and Leave No Witness. Not looking too good at this fight, and Panic is living up to his name at the moment. He's trying to get the portal down to try and get his 2 teammates out of this situation, or maybe just try and survive. But 3 Muppets with 2 pretty convincing kills from that position.
Yeah, I mean, 3 Muppets, the Norwegian boys are certainly looking a little bit more comfortable on this composition. Could this be the game that just keeps their run going?
Strongest
in the winners bracket, but with Strongest going down, suddenly Twerkaholics are getting involved in this one.
They're back up to a 3 as well, Twerkaholics. 3 Muppets will be able to get the res, thanks to the lifeline that they're playing in their composition. Now they're trying to move in to clean up some of this damage. They will be able to take down Strongest, so 3 Muppets who have struggled a little bit. They'll have to play this one out as a 2. CT eliminated in the meantime. VK Gaming also gone down. It's Yanya who's also in the feed as well onto SJP2. As we jump over to the POV of Furia, they're getting busy inside the building as well.
Yeah, Furia just pushing onto outside here. By the way, CTE went down in 7th position on 30 points. Again, they could be in the danger zone. VKG were eliminated on 45. They should be fine and will be fine on 45. They'll still be in the winner's bracket for sure. But Furia looking to try and make this points total even larger as SJP2 will respawn back up to a full 3.
Outside was the team that the Furia were trying to clean up on that in that situation. It looks like they will be able to get a couple of angles by the looks of things. They've actually got a lot of angles. They've actually got a lot of damage as well, and it's Noct, who has been a standout in this lobby, who finds another KP for his team to clean up. 1 player still left alive. They will get the fin onto 1. Outside now fully eliminated as Furia will continue to pick up kill after kill, and with that placement after placement as well.
Confirmation outside will be in the elimination bracket as well, so sadly their winner's bracket run will not continue. And they will play later in elimination bracket round 1. There's a few teams who may be seeing a similar fate here unless they can have a big game. There's a, 20th position DS at the moment. They're on 2 points. They would really need something special. The 3 Muppets, though, are back up. And they've been able to find some kills, so they're on 12 points. Trying to close that gap even more. And they do notice someone is respawning here. It's Furia over there.
Couldn't quite connect. Maybe shot number 2? No, okay, we'll never find out. We'll never find out.
Great trigger discipline. Didn't want to give his position away too much.
Well, Noct will be rejoining the lobby here. Looking to land safely. Should be able to do so pretty comfortably. Elsewhere, we're going to see Twerkaholics. Floating is going to get one onto Querney. To jump over to that fight. And Twerkaholics making a little bit of a run here.
They really are. They had to. Remember, it was looking very dire to begin with, but Floating's now taking a lot of damage. It's just going to be a 1 versus 2 here to keep Twerkaholics in it.
The Wrecking Ball wasn't enough to really disorientate the player and knock them away to allow them to get reset in this fight. SJP2 keep moving in. They will get the finish. Twerkaholics still alive in this lobby, but down to 1, as we've seen quite a few times so far in this lobby. I think the fact that you've got a lot of Ashes, you've got a lot of Wraiths in the lobby, allows you to just escape a little bit quicker with those portals than maybe some of the other compositions we will see. So getting that full squad right can be a little bit frustrating if you don't take that player down.
Twerkaholics really don't want to give even more kills to SJP2, who are now respawning back to 3, because they're in 9th position, 28 points, and they can very quickly overtake Twerkaholics and send them into that danger zone of 9th and 10th place. Currently, 24 points is the cutoff with Orb Garden, but behind them, 22 points, 19 points. It is not done and dusted yet.
One thing I do love, and just got to give it a little bit of credit to, is SJP2 do move in on this fight after getting the first knock. They should be able to clean this one up. Down is the last player inside of that building, and Orbit is just trying to escape once again on Ash and should just about be able to do so. But it's actually Na'Vi. I think that something just to highlight is their zone reads have been fantastic so far in this game. They are on the very northern side of Breaker Wharf where this zone is going to be pulling towards. So just keep that in mind as we head through some of the tougher rounds. Na'Vi reading these zones extremely well here on Broken Moon.
Workaholics back up 2-3 again. The respawns are coming fast and furious at the moment as Furia now approaching the 3 Muppets. And can they take this fight, and will they send the 3 Muppets into the elimination bracket?
Well, it's looking like it could indeed be the case. 3 Muppets finally are eliminated, not just from this game, but by the looks of things, sent to the elimination bracket as well. So even though they got reset after reset in this game, not enough teams were falling around them to create the space for them to land comfortably, and it's Furia who put them to the sword here.
It's a sad way to go, but a lot of lessons can be learned in Winners Bracket Round 1 that you can certainly carry through to Elimination Bracket and maybe make that long and treacherous journey all the way through to Sunday from Elimination. As Furia are just pure aggression at the moment. It's interesting, you talk about Na'Vi and their positioning as D Sports get eliminated as well. The United Kingdom squad, you'll be happy to hear that, Mark, but sadly they will be finishing in 20th position. There's the cutoff that I was speaking about. Orb Garden currently hold it, but still 5 teams below them, all alive and not far behind.
We mentioned how Reply Tome gave themselves a chance in that last game. Well, the chance is still there. Even though there's only 2 alive, the opportunity for a reset is always there. Yanya taken down to about 10 HP. Guild's going to fly in here as Timmy and him combine to annihilate Unreal Nightmare. That is what it feels like to run into one of the best teams in the world.
Unreal Nightmare, we're on 37 points, though they should be good and should be safe into the winners bracket. Leave No Witness do get eliminated in 15th position, though, so they will be into the elimination. Sadly, will not carry on their journey. Now, NRG, speaking of journeys, they have to do it as a 2 here, and it's going to be not on time. The last remaining player does get... It's not last remaining, there's still one more. Excuse me. Has been able to escape the clutches of NRG.
Great damage there from Guild, by the way. Managed to keep his head on the swivel and use those P20s effectively. Guild will stay alive and be able to pop a battery. Grow Gaming have been eliminated in the meantime. Dan, will they be down in the elimination bracket? It's looking like they will be.
Yes, they'll be in the elimination bracket. They weren't able to get into that top 10, but that does mean that the top 10 is starting to get a little bit more solidified for those teams who are in the likes of 7th and 8th position right now. SJP2 put more kills on the board. Speaking of 8th position, they're up to 32 points as the Twerkaholics get eliminated. They'll be in 7th position right now on 33 points. Orb Garden go down, though. They were the cut-off team, remember. They're in 10th position on 27 points, and their chances of winners bracket may have just gone out the window.
That means SJP2, who are on your screen by just winning a couple of fights to get to points on the board, will be going into the winner side of the bracket and keeping themselves alive. Never on time. They're the cut-off team right now. 10th place overall. Only 2 of them left. Only 1 of them left. And a white knockdown to try and deal with, and Timmy is coming for blood again. Never on time eliminated. They are out, and they drop down to 11th, so they will go down to the elimination bracket as well.
That means Orb Garden still are holding on to that 10th position, I assume by tiebreaker, but it may not matter. But I guess it still could, because Activist, Monster, and Reply Totem, yes, they're still alive, but if all 3 of them were to fall, it could still be a miraculous top 10 for Orb Garden. This is the lay of the land, though. You spoke about Na'Vi. They've just been playing Apex Legends how they see you should be playing it. They play it safe, they know their rotations, they know how to move, they know how to play for endgame, and they're going to put themselves in a great position to win this one. And then on the other side, you have Furia, who have played a little bit more aggressive, but they find themselves in a very similar spot here.
It's interesting. Na'Vi probably thinking, where is everyone? Like, this is barely anyone they've seen the whole game. All of these fights have taken place on the southern side of the zone, quite some way away from it. I mean, you can still see the position of NRG. They're furthest away on that southern side as we jump on board with them. A little bit of a fight going down. It's only Timmy and Guild who are alive at the moment. Timmy trying to get ahead of the team with that Ash portal. Guild might be the sacrificial lamb here, but he gets around the corner himself. And this is an important moment here. Reply Tome have been eliminated too. And Activists, who are in 12th position at the moment, really need these KP.
On the Gibraltar as well. The bubble's already been used, though, or at least the first one. I don't know if they went for 2 mini bubbles or one big one, but they are trying to move on in as NRG get eliminated in 7th place. But of course, they've done their job, but that snipe could be the end of Activist here, and maybe unless you see something miraculous.
SJP2 trying to hold them out. The tether is causing all sorts of problems, all sorts of damage, and it is indeed, at the end of it, going to be Activists who fall down to the elimination bracket. They will not be making it into that top 10.
Monster, however, now can maybe make a difference as Crazy Raccoon get eliminated. 4 squads remain. Monster are still alive, and they are going to jump into the top 10, I believe, and take that position off of Orb Garden. And suddenly, that top 10 looks like it has finally been secured, and Monster will be delighted looking at that kill feed. They have just done enough.
Just about done enough. The other teams left in the lobby, Furia, Na'Vi, and SJP2, who did some heavy lifting in this game to get themselves in that top 10 themselves. And now it's just about who's going to win the final game. It's about who's going to get those points on the board and how that POI draft is going to look with the positions that these teams end up in for that next round. Furia on our screens right now. Madness with some good ammo left in this Kraber and maybe an opportunity to hit some nice shots, and there's one of them.
Yeah, Furia for them now is a chance to just put on a show, a little bit of showboating perhaps, and get those extra points for POI draft, and Madness is just not missing at the moment.
Madness is giving out free haircuts for everybody who challenges at the moment, but he gets absolutely ripped down by the scout. It's going to be knocked in the feed, who will take down a member of Na'Vi as well. So every team kind of exchanging knocks. It might be an opportunity for everybody to reset here.
Yeah, suddenly all these teams that were around seeing Furia with the Kraber and maybe being a little bit scared, but seeing one player go down, it suddenly opens up this map a little bit. Na'Vi certainly on that eastern side look a little bit more comfortable than the rest of these teams.
Really good port there from Noct as well, being able to get down to Madness's position behind that box and get him back towards the safety of the rest of his team. And now Noct is going to use that dash, and look at this. You see the ticks coming in from the Knuckle Cluster. Now you're going to see the Motherload go down. Fuse is doing a lot of work here. Letting Madness live might be something that Na'Vi regret.
That's not yet. Na'Vi are just going to be sitting ducks now. You'd imagine Furia more than happy to be aggressive, just as they have been all game. But that could open the door for either Monster or SJP2 here.
Madness trying to line something up here, but he's taking damage from multiple angles. Has to back up for a second. As we have 3 squads remaining here, SJP2, Monster, and Furia, but it's SJP2 are doing most of the work onto Monster here. Monster will be eliminated, but their job was done, and surely now Furia can move in with this little bit of high ground that they have to close out this final game.
Should be a comfortable one, should be an easy one. I mean, maybe we'll see something special and a little bit of extra being put on display, but Furia close out the game. Remember how many games they were putting down points, weren't getting wins, but it is a solid victory in match 6. Not only to solidify their spot in winners bracket round 2, but they will come out first place from this series.
And the biggest story coming out of that final game is Monster make the run. They keep themselves in the winner's side of the bracket, taking that 10th place away. We'll get the confirmed standings in just a few moments' time. But let's talk a little bit about Furia. It's the first win of that series, but boy, did they look like they were having some fun in it.
Yeah, they had a lot of fun. I think they finished on 98 points in the end, so they almost close in on that 100. The 100 number has been talked about a lot by some of the bigger teams in these lobbies, saying, you know, we expect to be getting close to 100 points, and that is the dominant force that Fury have just put on display for us.
Keon hitting some poses. He's going deep into the playbook there. That looks like it's been practiced at home in the mirror, Keon. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. You look good, my man.
I don't blame him. If you're going to be on the main stage putting 98 points on the board, you can strike whatever pose you can come up with. But you mentioned it, the top 10 was the key for all of these teams. Sadly, the bottom 10 means we will see some teams dropping down into that elimination bracket. It would have been a nail-biting finish for Orb Garden. They were the team who held 10th place for so long, but in those final moments, it was ripped away from them by Monster.
And how many times do we see it? It goes down to that final game when we have these so-called elimination games. Of course, they're not elimination games right now in winners round 1. This will just be sending teams down to the elimination bracket, not to confuse everybody, but when we get to those final moments of these, essentially dividing the lobby and sending them either side of the bracket, it really can come down to the final moments, and we saw that for Monster. You know, 7 placement points, only 1 KP in that game, but it was enough. It was enough to keep them where they needed to be.
SJP2, by the way, 31 points, 22 kills. I mean, that is another confidence builder and puts them up, I think, to top 4 in this series of this group. So they have done fantastically. Na'Vi, they played it safe. They put points on the board and they will solidify top 3 as well. But for Orb Garden, it is going to be so close, but so far. They finished in 11th position. Never on Time also were close. Activists were close as well on 27, but the cut-off, funny enough, 30 points
look at you.
for the 2. Oh, I got it right.
The smile on your face.
Sometimes when I get things right, most of the time I get things wrong.
No, you're pretty good. You get things right a lot more than I do, for sure. But those teams on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see, will be continuing in our winner side of the bracket. It's a lot of fun, I've got to say, watching these teams go at it at the moment. But Fury are looking very, very good in that game number 6 in particular. But we're going to throw it back to what I was going to say is the desk. But have you named it yet? Like, what are we calling this
What's
thing?
the name?
The couch, the lounge?
Oh, man.
Have I just asked a difficult question?
You've asked a difficult question. I think there was like, I'm looking for alliteration, I can't find it, though. You'll have to you've given me some good food for thought, guys, and great casts over these last
corner.
3.
Hey,
Cozy Corner. I was trying to do something more personal, more Apex, more... I don't know. We'll find out in a second. More important things to discuss, or maybe not. I don't know. This is pretty important. Chat, how about this? You let us know in the comments, whether you're on YouTube or on Twitch, what you think this should be named. I'm looking for alliteration, though. Okay, something Apex related. Lauren, Zeph, I mean, big games that just happened. Lauren, for you, looking at kind of the question that we all ask, can Furia get the job done with a win? Certainly got it done with points. We know they can frag out. We know how consistent they are. Finally do it in Game 6. That means more than just that win. That's symbolic of their ability to move on in this tournament with a lot of confidence.
Absolutely, and they looked good doing it as well. We saw some nice shots out of Madness there at the end with that Kraber, but just a consistent slaying performance across the board, almost double digits in every single match, and that alone is enough to get them all the way through the competition. Like you said, we were waiting for that finish to solidify their standing. They get it in match number 6, and right now, they're looking cozy. I know you were feeling good about that too.
One thing you said to me is that I like being one of the tallest, members of the talent team, but I hate that there are players that are taller than me. That Keon guy just rubs me the wrong way. And, Ben, I thought that was really bold to say. I was like, why is he Keon? Oh, what's up, man? Oh, my God. Ben, I didn't mean to throw you under the bus.
I'm pretty sure I'm still taller than him.
Oh, wow.
I guarantee it.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys are both, definitely getting our average up on this area a lot higher. I didn't mean to start a fight. This is what happens, when you put them together. Graceful and Shubi should have started fighting, but I like this, guys. Keon, what's up, man?
What's up? How are we doing?
We doing good. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. Was a little nervous. We had a lot of trials going into this LAN with our squad and our new roster changes. But felt good in that first set, so pretty excited.
Talk to us about that coming into this. What was the process for you guys? New tournament, new situation. What was going on with the team?
Yeah, I mean, we ended up getting rid of Vax, just butting heads too much, and then replacing him with Noct. And then we ended up just fully swapping roles. So from Noct being the original Newcastle support player to me taking over that role and putting him on a character that he can really showcase like what he does, because he plays very, very, very well with his positioning.
Yeah. So. I mean, we could see even those little Ash Portal moments kind of getting Madness back up. You guys finally won that 3v3. We were talking about some of the things that have kind of, I wouldn't say cursed you, but been indicative of the way you show up. Just like Jumbo, I'm going to make fun of him. He said Alliance was from chokers to champions. They were always kind of group stage, couldn't get it done. You guys are like, even in finals, you're getting it done, but winning is the thing that you haven't gotten done. Do you think this is different? And if so, why?
I mean, I kind of agree. Like, I feel like we're always in the top 2. The Fury, second place curse. It's still holding strong even with a different roster.
Thank his Watson for that, right?
Yeah, he's cursed me. He's rubbed off on me too much game time with him. But we're figuring it out. We got finally a dub at the end there, so maybe that's breaking it. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you guys, anything for Keon here, Lauren?
I mean, we talk about this all day, and we'll probably talk about it all weekend. This is obviously the largest ALGS event that we've ever had, the most teams here. And a lot of firsts. First time seeing Broken Moon on LAN. First time doing the Legend Band system on LAN. It's a lot to adapt to all at once from a player perspective. So what has today just kind of been like experience-wise for you in that sense?
It's super refreshing for sure. It's definitely like way different, like you said.
Is it fun?
It's super fun, yeah. The Legend Bands, the new map. I'm not a fan of Broken Moon personally, but it is refreshing. So I'm glad that they've kind of pushed it onto us and it made us be adaptive. So
listen to that at home. All you other players out there, take the chance. Enjoy a different map every once in a while. Go outside occasionally. These are things you can accomplish. But I am curious.
Come on, bro. Gaming out here.
Pale enough as is. I will say, you guys are one of the few rosters that kind of spices it up, especially when we talk about adapting to these Legends bans. And I kind of want to get your synopsis, because between you and I believe it was NRG, working with things like the Mirage, how does that play into you guys achieving a successful win or a play style that you can work around?
Yeah, Mirage just gives you like the consistency aspect, because after certain characters in the recon class get banned, you don't have like great characters to hit that dude scan, as we call it, to give you all the info of who's in the ring or who's in the ring and who's ahead of you on rotation. So the Mirage is like a pick that we didn't play much in scrims, because it's like it's hard to it's hard to like win with Mirage and scrims, but when it's game time and there's a ton of teams live and everyone's scared to make plays, then like you can just go invis and go and do stuff. And when your teammates troll, like there's a few times, I don't know if you guys were watching our POVs, but I got a few reses off that should never get off just because I can go invisible. So it's pretty good. It's good for resetting, good for info.
Yeah, sometimes those early days really do inspire a lot of the other teams when they're VOD reviewing and say, this kind of works. Like, let's just have this. Maybe we didn't come in the back pocket, but let's have this for the next few days, in case the recon situation gets banned again or the supports, start drying up. I think this is a good idea. Maybe you're onto something. Who knows? We'll see how the lobby adapts. I want you to talk a little bit, though, about some of the moments. We kind of had the top three. It was NRG and it was Na'Vi going back and forth throughout this entire lobby. You guys got the job done, but walk me through this moment where you guys are taking on Na'Vi and then NRG comes through and you make it out on top.
Yeah, so we ended up ratting Na'Vi and catching them, just unexpectedly. Wouldn't have said it that way, but we caught them and they were not ready for us. And we just capitalized on getting an opening knock, and then Noct made a good call. He's like, I'm pretty sure I heard another team coming, so I just ended up resetting. I believe it was Madness that got knocked or something, and then I popped my Mirage ult again. Noct got an opening knock. I capitalized on the second, and Noct was screaming at me right here, actually, to like help him, and he didn't need my help. Look at him.
I mean, look at you.
I mean, I was just popping a bat. I was getting healthy. I was getting healthy.
He's like, don't worry, I got it. I got you. I know, it must be interesting. You talked about Noct and the replacement of Vaxilon. What has Noct brought to your team? And in terms of comms, personality, I'm interested too. What's the impact he has had for you guys and coming into this lane?
Well, the biggest impact is, the average height of the team went up. We're bringing it up.
Way up.
We're compensating a little bit.
Way up.
But no, he's a little bit more aggressive than Vax was. The amount he comms is probably about the same as Vax, but Noct is like a veteran of this game. He's been around the entire time of like the pro scene, from what my knowledge, and he does a really good job of just like understanding the game. So he's definitely helped us like turn that switch, like hit the go button when we need to go and be aggressive, and he's brought that a lot that me and Vax did not necessarily bring.
I like that. That's obviously he's been in those positions too. Found ways to be almost where you guys are, very, very close to winning these tournaments. Not quite there. It'd be nice if all three of you can get the job done here as well. I mean, I got a question too about the pitch. You asked how it's been. It's been fun, but did you guys play in that first round in the pit? Were you waiting, and this was your first time up?
In like the first,
yes.
No, this is our first.
So you haven't
here.
done it yet.
No.
Okay, so I'm curious. I was going to ask you how that experience was. What are you anticipating the difference is from there to here?
I'm hoping my headset that I brought is decent. I don't ever use a headset at home, so
you got the personal gear over there.
Yeah, wish me luck over there, guys. Hopefully all the fans are quiet and let me hear.
Not a chance.
He's setting up the excuses just in case.
Yeah, when you stop talking to me, I'm gonna.
He really is, man.
I'm gonna have to start throwing my hat and like pull up my shoes, throw up my fans. So stop talking to me.
How about also? I gotta say, first time in New Orleans. Have you guys been out here before?
No, I haven't. I don't know about my teammates, but me and my wife have been going and getting a bunch of grub.
Get some food.
So yeah,
that's kind of what what ends up happening. Basically, people are just eating up in here. It's that good.
We're getting big right here.
We're getting big. I mean, hey man, we'll keep you here for as long as possible. You got a name for our little setup here? We got a new desk. It's kind of chill. What'd you call it?
I mean, this is the casting couch. Come on, but like, The Apex Legends version. Come on, I don't know what we're supposed to call it. I mean, we got. I mean, are we in the tropics? Like, what's the theme here behind us?
New Orleans.
You know, New Orleans.
The New Orleans. Yeah.
Mixed with, you know, some.
Yeah,
I'm not very cultured in the New Orleans
you
culture.
You got a
so.
nook. You know, this is it's something. It's
we
something.
need a plate of beignets ready for people.
Oh yeah, dude. Heck yeah.
Hope someone on production heard that. I know that we are waiting to get some more information. And we are ready now. Lace, she is there in the pit. Keon hasn't experienced it, but a lot of teams just did for the second time here. Lace, what's been going on?
Yeah, look, it's been a really long day for all the players already, but we managed to capture some ultimate moments, something to keep the vibes high. And you know what? That's been 9 lives. We actually have them cheering for their match 4 win here. It's getting a little bit loud and crazy up in the pit. We also have Spectre Esports with a match 5 win. They were sort of feeling really passionate as well. It's just crazy how loud this area can be. And of course, we've got Rock, match 5 win, with a little bit of a familiar face as well. You know, I think we kicked him off the desk and now he's playing. So there he is giving us great thumbs up. But what I do want to take you through is obviously all the standings and what has been happening so far. So Lobby 6 has been absolutely crazy. This thing has been changing so often. Eternal there obviously taking out that lead. VC Vortex have had an incredible set of games. They were winning their match number 1, match number 4, which kind of allowed them to take that lead over a fair few teams. And then we just had Eternal sneaking up in there as well. And you know what? I do want to touch on a few teams like Young Black Ricky sitting there in 10th spot. They actually were in 18th position. So out of somewhere, they moved up into that spot. Lobby number 7. So this has been absolutely crazy watching Lobby 7. Fnatic, all right, we saw them in Japan. We absolutely love them. They've been doing excellent stuff, not without Rock coming in 2nd place and TSM with 27 points. But I want to talk about Zesty Besties. They were eliminated really early in match number 1. And I think they might have had like IV dripped caffeinated intake because something happened in match number 2 where they actually had 15 kills and placed first, which helped them move into that position they currently are in 4th. And look, we want to touch on Source Gaming as well, sitting in about 14th. Now, this is a returning favourite, Pana, who came out of retirement from Boogie Borders, along with their sub-design full. So, you know, they're struggling a little bit to find that momentum. But you know what? That happens when you don't play Apex for quite a little time. Lobby 8, we have the heavy hitters. Alliance taking out that victory. Now, let me fill you in a little bit about their strat. It has been collecting kills like candy. Match 1 and 2, they weren't even in the top 10 placement points for their position. They're purely in that spot from kill farming. They have had crazy amounts of kills to get them to the number 1 spot, and that's battling people like Aurora and Complexity as well, which they've been moving up and down the leaderboard constantly and snapping around so much. It's actually so crazy and hard to keep up. It's been absolute nail-biting action here in the pit. Now, we're going to move over to Ryan, who's going to take us through a wonderful interview. We have Bambino here, so we're going to head over to Ryan. Ryan, why don't you take it away?
Hi, yes, thanks for joining us after your match there. Brilliant stuff. Kept the results as consistent as you could to try and get as high as possible, of course. Now, this is your 4th LAN experience, of course, the most recent one being the ALGS Finals in Sapporo, Japan. Tell me, how has your previous LAN experience been helping you here today?
I'm not gonna lie, it's helped a lot. The first 2 LANs, I was kind of nervous because I never made the LAN, and right now, it's just like Pro League day. It's like online.
It's another day at the office. Now, you know, speaking about your previous LAN experience, of course, at the ALGS Finals in Sapporo, you had Shex sub in for you guys, and today you have another sub in, Nate, coming in. How's it been? How's the team synergy been so far?
I like it a lot. Nate has been a great addition. I've been looking at him in ranked. He was grinding ranked, and he's a shooter, so it's really good.
Nice. Now, looking at the team's performance, you know, you've been playing, obviously you've got the mixture, you've got everything in your mind being the IGL, you know exactly what you're going for. Is there anything in your team's performance today that you think, right, for tomorrow we need to work on this? Is there anything flowing around upstairs there?
Right now, it's probably just fundamentals, just small things. We're having a lot of KPs, usually die around top 10. We just need to close the games out.
All right, well, wish you the very, very best of luck moving on here at the ALGS Open. And that's it from me here in the pit for now. We'll be back with more later. But for now, it's back over to the desk. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And Bambino, it's good to hear from him, a player who's been gracing our Pro League for a very long time, but rarely gets a in-person interview.
But also kind of illustrates the point that we've mentioned quite a few times that we talked about at the beginning of the series. He even said himself, the first 2 lands, he was nervous, and now has kind of gotten into a rhythm where he feels settled and feels much more confident, looks and sounds more confident. And that's what we're talking about when experience comes into play for our established ALGS teams versus some of those new squads.
I mean, he's also a player that has gone through the ringer when we talk about roster changes galore, especially within the EMEA region. So even having to step in with a substitute today, for the last 2 years, the guys had to play with a new player or a sub to make it happen.
And sometimes just mixing the emotions of a moment like this, you don't want to have everything be brand new at the same time. So getting those reps underneath your belt means that now, okay, I could focus on problem solving in the moment versus letting some of these like just new elements kind of take control and make my in-game problem solving the second thing that I'm most worried about, Jamerson.
Yeah, and I think it definitely helps, right? Compounding upon the experience he's had, finally being able to work out the land jitters, but also just that a lot of people are on almost equal footing here, right? With so many different variables being added in now, you do kind of even the playing field just a little bit there and it helps out. But I'm glad that he has found that confidence. He does, like Glitter said, look extremely confident. And, you know, usually you hear a cracked voice in an interview. I didn't hear any of that there. So he sounds great. He sounds great.
Yeah, he made it through without the cracked voice, man. That is like a rite of passage in esports interviews. As we do look towards the next steps of today, before we go, Jamerson, you were not sitting with us for that conversation with Keon, but you overheard a little bit of it. And obviously, Furia, Na'Vi, NRG, the 3 teams we anticipated, the 3 teams that performed. Going into Series 3, what's your thoughts on Series 2 and just any chat that you caught with Keon that mattered to you?
Yeah, I mean, the big guns really got brought out for Furia here, and, you know, that's what we've been wanting to see for Madness. We've known that Madness has been an amazing IGL. He gets his team into top 5 positions all the time. He just needed a little bit more firepower every single time. Every time we saw Furia just getting so close to being at the top echelon, it's just they needed a little bit more firepower. They've got it with Keon, with Noct. They looked stellar today, and that's with Timmy popping off. That's with Na'Vi popping off.
That's right.
To be able to reach almost triple digits, I believe, right? By the end of this, by the end of the set, while you're still competing with also kill farmers in NRG and Na'Vi. So I think they did a fantastic job. The vibes are high. Every time, everyone we've brought up here so far, you know, you can tell that after that game, like there was no stress to them whatsoever. They were just enjoying playing Apex.
And you know what's great? We're kind of priming them to be in a good mood because we're only selecting the winners to come up here. If we selected the last place team, it might be a different vibe on the couches over here. But you know, we've had so much fun. The fun continues. It's about 50 minutes until we kick off series number 3 and finish off day number 1 here at the ALGS Open. It is a groundbreaking tournament. We have broken ground on new winners in both of our first series, and we'll continue to highlight more new faces and old veterans and stars of our ALGS in just a bit. We're going to take a quick break and make sure that when you guys are wanting to know whenever these things come up timing-wise, you can always check out Play Apex Esports on X or Play Apex Esports on YouTube or twitch.tv/PlayApex for the schedule upcoming. About 50 minutes, we'll be right back to finish off the day here at the ALGS Open in day 1. If I just stood up, would it look like I'm wearing this? Can someone green screen me?
Getting the crossfire, and NRG is on the edge right now, looking to close this game out. You can't even approach NRG. Monster and Furia.
In front of me, guys.
If I think just what?
Just get Tundles. Just get Tundles. Get Tundles.
A Fury on the other side that do not have shields. Na'Vi could take this game. They've got height. Uchako has been abusing them with the P2020, and Na'Vi jumped down. They know they've got this game now. The health advantage was there. Zidane looking to get a couple extra KP. Uchako's happy bogeying with this as well. Unreal Nightmare goes down. Na'Vi don't even do them the honor of making it look difficult.
It's gone down. 2v2 at the moment though. Ooh, it won't be turned into a 2v1 scenario. Guild is now left on his own. He's trying to finish off Nog, but he can't do it either.
The whistlers galore, and make sure you try and use it to your best. But now CT have lost 2.
아, 진짜 깔끔하겠다. 3판은 먹긴 했네.
Will be celebrations for Crazy Raccoon. Should be a comfortable one, should be an easy one. I mean, maybe we'll see something special and a little bit extra being put on display.
Oh, Rolling Thunder's going to come down, and that should do so much damage as reply total will go down. And now we're seeing the damage. Now we see the swing from Timmy. And NRG look for money. It's 150 to close it out here with the Kraber.
Oh my God!
On me. I'm getting looked up, down with these big frowns. They already thrown by the size of me.
Nobody do it better than me, not incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Here to feed the streets, they say my influence unbillable. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest, so for real, nobody try me.
I already feel that it's size on me. I'm getting hooked up down with these big frowns. They already thrown by the size of me. Two frowns, but my new stuff, I will not live in the poverty.
Go on and catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check him. We bout to march, so if you not, get to stepping. I done told you who I am, bitch, I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm setting the precedent, no mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set cause our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a verb amongst adjectives. If the industry full of then my words is a laxative. It's go time, it's show time. I ain't calming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the fact that we bringing that no sound. No staring is go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Live?
So who are you and what do you do?
My name is Tanner, Tanner Treb. I go by Rogue online. I'm a streamer for Team Liquid. I play Apex. I mainly play ranked and stuff like that. I don't play competitive anymore. I think my old age has got to me now that I'm 29. Or am I 30? I don't remember. I think I'm 29.
So what's the origin story behind the name Rogue?
The name Rogue came from World of Warcraft. I think my Xbox gamertag at the time was like Witching Coyote. I've stuck with it ever since. It's a great name. I love like what kind of goes with Rogue.
So why are we in a garage?
Car stuff has become a big passion of mine and my fiance's now, so I have a fascination to go fast and things like that. And I have this leased shop. It's now my little gaming hub. It's more of a space where I can share my hobby with my stream, and also something that someone's never done before.
How did you originally get into Apex Legends?
We played it the minute it came out. Like, we knew of it like a few days beforehand, I think, maybe. Because it came out like as a big secret. Like, it was just like a big shock to people. Like, it came out of nowhere. So we played it. We loved it. I mean, everybody loved it. Everybody in gaming loved Apex, playing it ever since. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like, I remember like being so infatuated with when that TV broadcaster died in Apex, like the one that was like a character that was supposed to come into the game or something, and then Revenant came in. Or there's two worlds when it comes to like games like that, and it's like you're a casual who loves like the story behind it, and then you're a competitive player who absolutely pays no mind to it. But somehow I paid mind to like some of the story that Apex had, and I loved it.
What has been your most like epic play in Apex Legends?
I mean, the most epic thing, the 1v9ing, but I had a 1v9 that was insane, and I had to kill a cheater, and I clutched like a 1v2, a 1v3, 1v1, another 1v2.
Play my shield. Kill them. One. Kill them two. One, kill them all. Nice. Kill them. Nice, done. Another armor swap. Play shield. You're good. Climbing. Nice. Another armor swap. Grab one. Right here. Behind you on the hallway. I have my shield up. Keep playing it. Let's go, Rogue! What? Res give me. Yes, go for that. He does!
I'm literally 303 Fury! That's a highlight moment, and that gets brought up a lot.
Can you tell me your favorite legend skin and your favorite gun skin in Apex?
Sure. One of my most favorite skins is probably Centurion from Bloodhound. It looks like kind of like the Spartan gladiator, kind of just Roman Empire vibe kind of thing, you know, just a mix of everything. Gun skins wise, that'll have to be a 301 skin, and I think my favorite was probably Exposed Wiring. It's just a sick skin. I mean, if it's not that, then my second favorite would just be Ghostly Graveyard. It's the purple and green neon, like glow-in-the-dark Halloween skin from a long time ago.
Were you a pro at one point?
We were playing Apex, and we had two teams in Apex, and this was during like the Face It Pro League era, where like you have kill race tournaments. Eventually, we had to boil down to one team. It was at that point that I had left like competitive gaming, and I had joined NRG. And then that's when I think I had gotten the garage. I think like some Team Liquid people was joking about like having like a Team Liquid logo in here or something like that. And I was like, you know, winky face. I ended up back on Team Liquid as a streamer, and I've been here ever since.
What's the most fun you've ever had while playing Apex?
Launching a car across Olympus with Lou and Drop. Things like that have always stuck with me. And they're some of the funniest moments I think I've ever had.
Is it hard being a full-time streamer?
Well, it's hard being a full-time streamer because I think in order to grow on stream right now, you have to be like a shock value streamer in the times that we're living, and I'm really against that kind of thing. Like, I don't like doing things for content that are very obviously skits or fake. Your only chance of really grinding and growing is putting in a lot of hours. So that's rough sometimes, especially during rank 1 grinds, which are rare. But like, I have recently done one, and it was insane. Like, it was like 800 hours in a month and a half. You are people's entertainment when you come home, so, or when they're working or whenever. So you got to be there for them.
What was the last real job you had before you started streaming?
The last job I had before any gaming, before any streaming, I think I worked at Staples in high school. But before, like in the summertime, I was working on my grandpa's construction company. Like, I was like a little teenage foreman.
What are your tips for someone who wants to start streaming?
You don't necessarily have to put a lot of hours in on stream to necessarily be popular. If your content is unique and it's something that people want to see, I think that's the most important. Doesn't have to be long.
Hey, can you actually show us the inside of your car back there?
Yeah, we can go to the car. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like I remember like...
What's something special about Team Liquid?
Something Team Liquid fans, people don't really know about Team Liquid is how much fan supporter engagement they really do. Compared to other orgs, Team Liquid goes like in depth My Blue stuff or anything that has to do with pop-up meat. But Team Liquid has like a genuine love for Team Liquid.
What is it like being part of Team Liquid? Like, what is the vibe like there?
I think Team Liquid's vibe in general, like with the org and all the people in it, it's homey. I mean, like, it's a tier 1 org. You got like, there's a lot of things going on. You have CEOs in the same building as players who are in the same. They live in an apartment complex owned by the whole team, and then like it's a lot more serious than just like some average Joe org or whatever. But at the end of the day, it still feels like really homey. I mean, you still know everybody in the office, and you know all the way up to the creative directors, to the guy who designs the merch, to Steve himself. I mean, you know everybody in between, and everybody's a friend, and it's like a family for sure.
Okay, let's head back over to your streaming setup.
All right, let's do it.
How do you control the R301 recoil?
The best way to control the R301 is to have aim smoothing. So like aim smoothing is this technique that it's whenever you strafe left and right, as long as you have continuous movement, your aim it'll take away some of the recoil.
What's your R301 warm-up routine look like?
I could tell you, but I'd rather just show you. So I use the R301 like exclusively almost. I mean, especially in the current meta when you have P20s and R3, like having one sort of ammo for the entire thing is just really easy. Essentially, I just take like a 2x or 3x. I don't take the stock or the barrel. So I just kind of practice. And I'll do this for however long, sometimes 10,000 damage. And I'll try to one clip as many as possible, or switch sights and do the 3x after. And I try to do like 10,000 damage per sight. That's the firing range R301 warm up.
Okay, I want you to guess your career kills, damage, and wins, and we're gonna see how close you can get.
I probably have around like 63,000 kills, 11 to 12,000 wins, maybe 40 million damage. You want me to go look? Okay, so I have 10,300 wins, 43.7 million damage. I'm way off on the kills. I have 114,000.
How do you win games when you're in a top 3 situation?
If you end up in the top 3 and you just always have a problem trying to close out games, my advice would be to maybe like record them. Maybe you fought the second place team too early, or maybe you actually had the god spot and you didn't need to fight the other team if the zone was going to touch them first and they had to move first. So I mean, recording your own gameplay definitely helps a lot when it comes to trying to discover and reason with yourself.
Who's your favorite Apex legend, just based purely on vibes?
Vibes? My favorite legend vibe is just probably like Watson. Honestly, Watson has hilarious French lines. Not even the abilities, but just like the little meme things they do, the little mini claps, like just when they're like switching guns or whatever.
Do you get to play Apex with pro players often?
I like to play with a lot of different pros actually. Imperial Half and Falcons, Sykes from MV. I play with Prodigy Aces a lot, and Dropped. Those are my main men. Those are my main men right there.
What's your favorite map in Apex right now?
My current favorite map, I think it's Stormpoint right now, but I've always been like someone who appreciates Apex maps whenever they are like outdoorsy. So like Stormpoint, Kings Canyon, Olympus is great, but this doesn't feel natural. It's weird. Like it feels like I'm on like a paintball field.
What's your favorite POI?
My favorite POI? It might be Mills probably. It's just like we've just dropped there so much. I mean, Mills is just a very consistent fight, like off spawn fight. Got nice loot around you with Cedo and Beast, so yeah, I'd say Mills for sure. Top 3 teams to watch. So obviously we got Liquid and the boys right on top. Got to represent Liquid Alienware. I'm gonna be cheering for them above and beyond everybody else, of course. Liquid's for sure my favorite team. I think they're incredibly humble, and I think they represent a region that's like very under broadcasted. Liquid's my pick for sure. Second, Envy. They've been doing really great in scrims. They've had really like better play as lands have gone on. Their placements have only gotten better. Third, team to watch, Falcons. I consider Falcons to be having like a midlife crisis right now, but I wonder if they can turn it back during this event. And I'm a big, I'm a big Hal guy. I've been friends with him forever, so I always support Hal's team.
What do you like about the Team Liquid roster?
I think they're incredibly loyal to each other, which I think a lot of other Apex teams aren't necessarily. People change rosters looking for the perfect puzzle pieces to fit together. Really, I don't think Liquid has changed their roster much beyond Yanya leaving a few events ago. And they've stuck together, they're friends. I think these are the type of guys that hang out together after the matches, It's not just like a come, join the Discord, play their scrim, skip out kind of thing. So I think that's just a huge strength above a lot of teams right off the rip, is that they're able to hang out with each other. Krav's a mouse and keyboard player, so he's the one to watch out for sure. But I did just see Jaguar as 1v3 100 Thieves like a day ago.
Newcastle Wall is good enough. 100 Thieves still alive at the moment. Somehow Vermos is left. Jaguar, what the heck did you just do?
What are you looking forward to the most this ALGS Open?
I'm excited to, try some seafood boils, have some Cajun food. But more importantly, I'm excited to watch New Orleans ALGS Open and just see how this event goes, cheer on some of my friends, and enjoy some good Apex.
Throughout the early history of competitive Apex Legends, the scene was dominated by two dynasties for years. TSM and Dark Zero had been battling it out, repeatedly trying to top the other, as no one else could truly threaten the Titans. But in Year 4, everything changed, as new challengers from around the world finally managed to break through and win. We saw the rise of squads such as Alliance and Shopify Rebellion becoming true powerhouses, and in response, the dynasties merged to create the super team, Team Falcons. Heading into the end of year championship, we were going to Sapporo, Japan for the biggest Apex event ever, over 30,000 tickets sold. And for the first time in Apex history, it truly felt like it was anyone's game to win. But although the list of contenders was as big as it had ever been, nobody saw this coming.
It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for. But it's match point finals here in Sapporo, and it's time to get the action underway.
Here they come up with the zipline with the Newcastle Wall, the hit fire shot from Hal, but he gets traded off, and Falcons take game number 4 in such a dominating fashion.
See, Walty doing it, can Walty did it! Walty did enough! It's Alliance with the win! Falcons hit match point, and so do Alliance! Falcons getting peppered. Falcons getting smashed. They're bubbling onto Aurora. They got the stun damage. Alliance and roaring towards a victory. He gets the res, but now he's getting swamped. Unlucky, somehow still alive. The knockdown is keeping him alive. What is happening? Unlucky. Oh, it's Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion will join them on match point.
There's never been a better time for Alliance, for Falcons, or for Shopify Rebellion to lift that trophy. Go Next or LG can push us to another game. Alliance or Falcons could win it all here.
Falcons are in shambles. How is one shot impossible? Falcons get eliminated.
It's another 1v3, but I don't think Alliance can do it. Go Next!
See the bubbles go down, and they send the Cow War down as well. They split the zone. They completely own this zone.
Will Go Next get the chance here to win this whole damn thing? Now in the slam!
The slam for VP, but Go Next will hold. Looking to claim their destiny. Go Next, win it.
Talk about an underdog story.
This Go Next roster was centered around their IGL Hiarka and his longtime duo Uchako. They both have a storied history in the game, having started competing around the beginning of 2020 and first ended up teaming together for the ALGS Online number 4 in EU. But then everything in the Apex competitive scene changed as the ALGS Pro League was introduced, and in the preseason qualifier number 2 for EMEA, Uchako Hiarka under their new team Kick managed to take the win qualifying for Pro League.
actually going to go down, trying to push up into that, and now it's Oracle with only one member left. It's going to be Kick. Uako is the one with the 301, and that's actually going to hit. And Kick is game #1 champions. What a clutch play there by Uako. And it is Kick, our second qualifier into the ALGS.
Over the coming years, they made a handful of lands. There was just one big problem. They were incredibly hit or miss when it came to making a finals lobby, and even if they did, the results were not great, to say the least.
There's a lot of experience at lands with this roster, not necessarily a ton of high placement. Maybe there's some potential there, but again, I think it's going to be a team that might struggle just based on kind of how they play and how they go about things.
Because of this, they always had a constant rotating door of teammates, and with Apex's roster mania, you'd expect for, at some point, them to have broken up, which they did for a short period of time, but when those opportunities fell through, they came right back together and continued to stick it out.
I think with time, we created like the bond of not only teammates, but also friends. So I think that's what made us stick together during this whole time.
Based on their careers up to this point, there was no reason to believe that Go Next was ever going to become a true contender. But heading into every LAN is a new opportunity, and with it comes a lot of change. And in that change, Go Next might have just found their answers. Hyarka and Uchako were looking for a spark, something that could elevate them to the heights of the elites. And in their search, they came across two individuals that completely changed the outlook this team had. The first was Zidane, a rising French player in the EMEA scene who had just started competing in the higher levels of pro play around 2023 and had just gained his first bit of LAN experience in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of the best rollers on EU, right?
The next was adding a new coach in Esteves, who worked with Hyarka behind the scenes to get this team in the right positions.
We got a new coach, right? He helped me a lot on the situation of the way I won IGL, and he did it perfectly. We pretty much knew every zone, right? Because Esteves had a map full of all the zones, so I kinda had an easy job on that.
And perhaps his biggest impact of all was in regards to the meta shift that the game was undergoing. In Germany, we saw the rise of Newcastle, large in part thanks to a team like Gaming Gladiators who absolutely dominated with him. And in Japan, he was still a mainstay of the meta, but this time he was joined by Gibraltar, Catalyst, and Rampart. Gibby received some pretty huge buffs in the fact that his bubble could no longer be destroyed by a Maggie Ball or a Crypto Drone. This meant that paired with Newcastle, we were entering the ultimate reset meta, with both supports being able to constantly buy space and time to revive their teammates. To join them as a third in scrims was either going to be Catalyst or Rampart, but once champs begun, Cat had been all but dropped as Rampart's pick rate skyrocketed. Rampart was a huge counter to Newcastle, being able to use her ultimate Sheila to spray down enemy walls as fast as possible and punish the attempts at revives. But in this meta shift, they decided to stick to Catalyst. While Cat can't counter Newcastle like Rampart can, she does have immense value in two key areas: bubble fights and endgame.
But Esteves, once again, Coach Diff. During the whole time we run Catalyst was because of him.
There's only Alliance playing Cat, so it was like, okay, every bubble fight, we win. If a team tries to bubble fight, we just kill the bubble, and we win the fight already. This meta was a lot of pullbacks, right? If you don't guess the zone as a Rampart, it's really hard to move. If you have a Cat, you can just wall, and then you have the Nemesis, you shoot, you have a wall again, accelerants, you have so much things to have ults, right? So the Cats, even with this meta of pullbacks, you just wall. If you don't guess the ring, you just go to the next one.
And in the group stages, Catalyst actually made a huge impact for them as they managed to win their second set of groups, sending them through to the winner's bracket.
Even though the castle wall will go down, it's just a duo for them to deal with, and Go Next again will win here in Sapporo.
And in that winner's bracket, they took a late Game 7 win to push themselves through to the finals.
Another Catalyst won't separate the fight. Go Next, take the high ground instead. Alley-ooping everything as they finally drop down. It will be Go Next. It will be Go Next that avoid the fight and take the win.
But they had done this before. Back in LA, they had actually placed 5th in winners, and still it didn't translate once match point began. And so although they were celebrating, what lied ahead was their biggest test. Could they finally make a mark on a finals lobby, or would they forever sit in the land of mediocrity?
Over 13,000 people in attendance, by far the biggest event in ALGS history. Year 4, Match Point Finals, Championship Sunday is about to begin!
Gibby! Last guy hit him!
Gibby,
Fucking
Gibby.
Gibby,
He's
kill
low,
him,
he's
kill
low.
him!
He's low.
I cannot! No! How? I don't know. Come on, bro! I cannot.
Bro, you
guys talking, Yuksako, bro. Shut the f and listen to him, bro. They're getting in the back. They're getting in. Bro, hello! Press!
I'm resting, Zidane.
Stay alive, put me in the corner. Behind.
Ban us.
Ah, bro.
I'm resting.
Bro, why are you walking? I said Q, bro. Don't wall.
So that GG's. I got the sky naded once into frag.
After like third game was already, I mean, our experience from previous finals, top 18, top 20, 14, was never like great, right? So I kind of felt very, very tilted in sense of we can do more than this, right?
Through 4 games, they were sat in 14th place with 17 total points. And in the ALGS Match Point Finals, you have to hit 50 points and then win a game in order to take the tournament, and Go Next was nowhere close. And although in Game 5 they had a nice jump, picking up 12 points to get themselves inside the top 10, all of the tournament favorites were living up to their reputations. Shopify Rebellion, Team Falcons, and Alliance had all picked up huge wins already, the latter two having hit match point, with Shopify and Complexity hitting it after Game 6. Heading into Game 7, Go Next could not afford to allow any of these elites breathing room.
Championship is the biggest event in the Apex esports calendar, and it could be decided right here, right now.
We just kept saying like to each other, guys, if we win, nobody else can do it. If we win the game, nobody else can close, right?
It's a pullback. It's pulling here. I'm almost 100% sure it's there. Normally when it's like Electrodome touches it, you know? I mean, it's only touching there. I don't think it's there.
I think it's a pullback as well.
I think it's here, bro. I think it's there. Yeah. Can you move into these houses?
They're taken,
I think one of them's free. In front of me, guys.
Behind us.
Okay, all good. Go in. Come in, debubble. You good to talk or no?
Yes,
okay.
I'm good.
But these pullbacks can be unpredictable, so they take a risky move. They decide to sacrifice their spot in order to grab third ring information.
Do you think they go?
I think so. Maybe they're ratching it.
Yeah, call that up, son.
Alliance and Shopify, though, are on the outside of Lotus, battling it out.
You sip up? There's a bit. Yeah, let's do side. Triple stepping on me. Yeah, sharing this. I'm gonna give you all inside, okay?
Give you all the. You go third.
Can we dodge below? They wanna play up with that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. They're down hitting.
The 2 guys are still like that. On this one.
Don't pull away. We drop down and play for Mythic bin?
Yeah.
That's drop down. We can go. We can maybe take the Mythic bin. Take the Mythic bin and then we can go back tunnel, okay?
They're dropping for Mythic bin. Can we get above them?
Yep. Probably. Attack.
They don't have bomb.
Bro, come on, get in there!
Nice!
Drop. There, please, get in there!
Yeah, okay.
Careful, guys.
I'm dead.
Can we go inside?
Yeah.
I got a bubble there. Rebuilding on us. Yep, standing, I think. Come inside. Yeah, go inside.
I'm biting.
Nice. I'm still going, crack one.
Okay.
I'm peeking a bit. Can you come back? Yeah. I'm biting. I'm getting...
Take the window.
Give me 1 HP. Okay. Nice. Play up. I'm low. I'm dead.
Can we run back?
I'm coming. Watch out.
Can we run back and storm?
Yeah. Pull me. Nice. One on the back 14. Nice. Next bubble, we take the Mythic bin. We gotta get...
Down goes one of our match point teams, but back to Go Next, they finally got their ring information and have decided to make a move.
You see, it's a pullback. I knew it. Is there anything free? Is this one free?
Yes, will be.
Okay, we should get it. Go.
One is moving to loot it. They have blue CRK.
Okay, it's fine. Come.
Yeah,
we fight them if needed. Okay?
Okay.
And then
they're aiming at us. They know. The right one is aiming.
I'm mailing. Q.
I get.
I'm gonna bubble. We need to go back. Come. We have to go back. Go. Oh, we are dead. Go away. Survive, you can.
When I saw Erkat dying, I was like, we probably die here because we're in the middle of the rotation point. But we managed to get a knock.
They're coming now. Back on you. Almost cracked her. Got some almost cracked one. Give us cracked someone.
I have to get
Back
something.
it there, back dead.
Nice.
All
All you done. I'm gonna
almost
stop on him.
almost start. You need to go for the second. He's gonna raise.
Okay, this is it.
I think you just play edge, and don't press me.
Yeah,
That's
come
it.
to me, Xako, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We're getting made by the dick team that we played.
We need to move forward. Scout something.
I'm
Is the
trying.
thing in front of you?
Left, it is for now.
Oh, okay.
For now
Go
it
there.
is.
Go there then. Go there.
On me, so safe, yeah.
Okay, on
Xako.
you safe. Okay, dude.
Safe?
You need to go forward. You need to go forward. Just go forward.
I mean-
Come to me. Forward, guys.
Man.
There's nothing we can do.
I can grab him.
Ah, man. What are we?
I think the worst timing was when I grabbed Zidane and they broke the knockdown. If they actually break it earlier, they will have killed us 100%. It was a scuffed. I wasn't kind of nervous there, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they might push.
No, they
You
are.
can take
They're
the
going
banner
back.
again.
They're going back. They're going back. Yeah,
No,
you
but-
can get banner.
I can him
They are
on.
not gonna
Do.
push.
1 HP. 1
Nice,
HP.
they're not gonna push. Just get my banner.
You do.
I will do.
You need to do it ASAP if you can.
Yeah, I have no Q, okay. On Q, no? 7 seconds?
Just behind a little corner, and then there comes the composition. Uksako put to the castle wall, he resed me 2 times, and then I think we just waited on people's mistake.
They move. They're getting shot.
We need to play that hut. We need to play that hut later.
Getting shot from the right.
Is it good? I don't think
I don't
it
know,
is.
but I can wall to it.
Wait,
That's the
these
only thing
guys
I
are gonna
can
fight! Chill to chill, don't do shit, these guys are gonna fight, chill to chill!
Yeah, I have wall.
Back to their north, after Alliance won that fight against Shopify, they're now being held out by complexity.
I'm just knocking these guys to zone over and over on the north. That's 2 dead. Wait, under me!
Heard.
Under me on the north!
I got you.
Wanna make it, then we go in, okay?
Where? I don't see them right now.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Get it on.
Yeah, right
Ready?
here! Right here!
I'm looking.
They don't.
Get the fin! You're gonna drop. I'm dropping.
They drop! Come! Come with me! Climb here!
Okay.
They see Rocky. They know.
Wait,
Come
why
on.
did we double drop? I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Alliance then seizes that opportunity to rotate around them and below to the bridge that Go Next wants to play.
We need to play bridge!
Above us, no? Above us, people above us!
Yeah, chill, I need my next pop, we need to go there. Just stay alive, I have 3 cells.
They just took it.
Come to me! On me safe! Just crouch!
And this is bad news. Go Next are taking damage and have literally no heals left at all.
I'm going
Guys, I
there.
don't have cells.
I have no self, neither.
I need cells, I have nothing.
With nothing.
nothing.
No one have anything.
Timing here is everything. They can't show presence. They can't take a straight up 3v3. They have to get a perfect third party.
People got give ult on the left side, Yarka.
We will need to trip this, that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Okay, can you go?
Yeah, we're going. I'm going.
One death!
Give it on left. Behind the wall. We're getting mirror.
Behind us, stay alive!
They're going back. They're pushing.
Tell it.
They're getting mirror. They got mirror.
I heard you.
And after we had like 10 boxes to loot, so we were like back in the game.
With their loot replenished, we reach the final 5 squads, Alliance and Team Falcons with a chance to win it, Aurora, LG, and Go Next attempting to play spoiler. And this is where we get to see the endgame prowess of Catalyst. Go Next has almost no cover on their rotate in, and Alliance is looking to pounce.
Wall of right, then we can look left maybe?
Yeah. 10 now.
Move to me.
We need to play on the right,
Move to
yeah?
me.
I will have it. Just bubble. I will have it in 10.
You need to wall.
I won't have.
You need to wall off the right side team.
But a Gibby Bubble stalls to buy time, which allows Zidane to build ult charge, and then he cuts off the entire zone.
I got stunned so
Plan
bad.
me!
I'm trying to get to you. Like 133
Don't let them take our right.
Look, not triple,
Do
not triple.
it to our right.
Do it.
Do it to our right. I hear them.
I'm not
Wall
killed.
here! Wall here!
Okay.
Tool.
I ulted.
2.
Mini Q in 8.
Yeah, okay.
Mini wall in 8.
Stabilize.
5.
Don't do shit. Play the card. Shoot left.
Fuck you.
We're good.
No, let's go.
Can we get
drop
hot?
left kill. We'll drop left kill.
No, we got hot.
Falcons do win it, but Hal is the only one able to escape alive, leaving Alliance and Go Next in a final 3v3 to decide the endgame. But right before Alliance can drop down, Zidane is able to put some Catalyst Qs on the roof.
I have no Q on 10.
Shoot them! 3v3!
Below. Cracked him.
Cat fucking below. Cat dead.
100!
It is low.
Newcastle 1, all you see that. You win this.
1v1! You win that! It's 1 HP! Push him, Zidane! Nice, Zidane!
High ground! Falcons are in shambles! How is one shot impossible? Falcons get eliminated!
It's another 1v3, but I don't think Alliance can do it. Go Next!
My reaction said everything. I got so hyped to keep playing. I don't know, it was so good. Especially when you take off those headsets, it's incredible. Like you can just hear so loud.
Go Next take a massive win in a game where nearly everything went wrong. And to make this win even sweeter, Go Next just hit match point for the first time in any of these players' careers. But now that they've hit that 50-point threshold, they have to win one more game to close it out.
Climb us on or overlook.
Looks right. I pull like card. Yeah, we look.
Overlook.
Yeah.
Only good, but Go Next.
It's a pullback. It's a pullback. 100% a pullback. I think I know this one, boys.
With no team over at Geyser, the rotation path is far more clear. Guild on the other side of the map, though, coming from Landslide, have the zone pinpointed as well.
Back. But not all the way over here. Overlook side. Keep going. Take a win.
Just pull back overlook.
Yep.
Up here.
I agree.
And because of this, LG, despite not having ring console at Monument, are able to gather where it's ending based on Guild's movements.
They're going right. That's landslide. That's landslide.
They're going right.
It's like an overlook. It's like a deep overlook climb zone.
Tons of teams are on their way in, and the importance of getting into Overlook is at an all-time high. Overlook is situated at the top of an elevated hill, and with few spots to play inside of the POI itself, all the teams relegated to the edge will have to fight their way in on a literal uphill battle, and Shopify Rebellion learned this the hard way.
This team might be racing us for the spot, guys.
Correct him. He's one dead. Sin. Got it. Get moves down. We need slide. We're just gonna have to slide back down. Can we slide back down? Okay.
They're moving down, guys. They're going down here.
I'm looking. Push to the castle.
One floor.
Kill. Castle's cracked. It's a bad one. He's in the corner. He's resing right now.
81 flush.
I'm just aping in.
Dead. All dead.
Luckily for Go Next, because of their proximity to this end zone, they don't have this struggle, as they can walk alongside the back into Overlook itself. Once posted up, they have a decision: either commit to a building in front of them, or hang back and play for third ring information.
Can you scout that house that I said?
Scout then. It's taken.
Who's knocked down?
Yeah, they just took that thing. Yeah, they just.
And this one. Let's move
Big
forward.
one
into this house at least.
Yeah.
Come. It's not, it is what it is.
You should try to check this building somehow. I think
Yeah, it's what I want. It's what I want.
They are going for it. The chin that shot me.
They just took it. We do the third we can play. Let's go back there.
Meanwhile, for another one of our powerhouses, Team Falcons is struggling.
Should be good. I might be dead.
Wall.
Run raised.
Zero does manage to get away and reset, but it's short-lived.
There's someone next to you.
Oh no.
Wait, 3.
But before this comes the crucial rotate. Go Next have ring 4 information, and they know where it's ending, but they have to make it closer to the end game.
But these guys have Valkyrie. If they have Valk, they cannot hold bottom floor. And you can wall all the right side, and we can... And we get bottom. Yeah, I
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, do.
Ban,
Healing out the back.
Did you chill? Heal up.
I need Castle Q in the back.
You good.
Chill, guys. They're gonna pick a chill.
I'm picking down.
Double. Chill.
Oh my god.
Chill, boys. Chill.
Crack valve.
Chill, go top.
I need to buy.
We need to go top tower. They're gonna kill us. Please go top.
I killed our back.
Guys. Nice.
I'm healing.
Say alive, Chaco.
So basically, if they are playing Valk, they have no reinforced doors, they have no spikes, and if they are playing Valk, they also have no rampart, right? So as soon as we get control of the doors, they are done.
From there, they realize that the lobby has made an error. The truck in the dead center of zone is completely free.
Can we get the fun? It's way better than that. Than these, I think, no?
Later on, no? You want
I think we should do it, no? What do you think? I think it's better. Even to leave later.
It's your call.
Because we're gonna get shot.
It's
Can
your
you guys
call.
come?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, come.
I got this one. I need to stop.
You good. The one is way better.
But on the other side of zone, Alliance has finally decided to make their move.
Yeah, go to Hex. Coming.
Slay it out here.
Hold it.
Just take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take it high.
Follow me.
Yeah, I might die.
We're good. Just follow me, land here.
Yeah.
Land here.
No wall,
Okay, to stabilize here. Maybe wall.
I'm
bubbling instantly. DB ulting on us, stabilize.
Yes. We have to fight something, bro.
Yeah, just get to the corner, we can maybe kill this thing.
Go. Okay.
You ready?
You guys are low!
Yeah, now. Look at the one! Give me on top! Go on top! Give me guidance, give me on strength! Give me cracked! Give me one! Last one! Shield! You see one left!
Guild comes in with the third party on Alliance, but Aurora and VKG sandwich them.
Be careful. Doing that. Crack Newcastle. Crack me.
You got the one?
Dead. I'm on a 1-1. I'm refreshing. Reset. Watch her above.
Underneath us, we can pick this.
Yeah, ahead.
Back there. One HP, stay on there.
Going down.
Dead.
On us. Oh, on me. On us.
Now everyone's here. Aurora want to get involved in this one. And do VKG as Guild get eliminated. 7 squads now remain. VKG pick up the pieces, but Hackers will survive. But Aurora now say, actually, maybe we want a bite of this one.
Still alive, still kicking. Hackis might not be saying that in a few seconds' time as well, but he hits the no-scope! VK Gaming, they want to be aggressive. They want to try and take this win. But have they overcommitted here? QQ, he's down. Trying to stick the reds, VK will not win it!
And just like that Game 7, where GoNext stole away the high ground for Falcons and were able to win the game off of that strong positioning, once again, Hyarka knows where the winning position is.
Yeah, they're gonna fight. We might need to trippy that. Chill. Yeah, we're gonna need to trippy that.
Should I wall?
Not yet. No, go, wall!
Left.
Go! Into here!
Bubble.
Dead. Stay alive, top
Behind
3!
us.
Chill, they're gonna fight!
Top 3.
Chill, they're gonna fight! One team there, one team here, chill.
And with that, we have 3 squads remaining. GoNext and LG, who managed to rotate early, both have strong positions and have a chance to end the lobby here with a win, since they're on match point. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro somehow managed to clear the entire west side of zone, and are the only hope of pushing this lobby to one more game. But GoNext has the ace up their sleeve, Catalyst.
I'm gonna have my Orton.
Break the glass on the right, Zidane! We need your wall!
I will have. I need to do some damage.
Do damage, please, Zidane!
Zidane had just used his wall in the fight earlier to go in third-party Aurora and VKG, but in the recent Apex update they had added a new hop-up called the Accelerator. When using a Nemesis, Scout, or Car, any damage done enables you to gain extra ult charge. And so although Zidane has already used his ult, he just has to do some more damage and he can get it back that much quicker.
I do have. 2%. How you want it?
Not yet! Forward towards there!
What's that?
Okay. No!
See the bubbles go down and they send the cat wall down as well. They split the zone.
Both teams on the low ground are separated by a fence line, and as the zone closes, they will want to focus the team on height, being GoNext. But with Catalyst, they can once again split the zone in endgame to buy time. In this final fight, all 3 teams are playing to delay as long as possible, which is going to allow the zone to shrink to such a small size that the actual fighting that's going to take place is incredibly chaotic. And this is where one of Newcastle's most important abilities comes in. Newcastle, when slamming down his ultimate, creates a wall, but it will also destroy things such as another team's wall in front of it, and it'll launch the enemies that it hits into zone. On Virtus Pro's side, Lou is going to throw his Gibraltar ult.
I'm giving you ulting.
But Zach reads that GoNext will bubble, so he's going to try to launch them out of the bubble utilizing his Newcastle ultimate to push them into zone so that they take damage.
You're gonna dome on height.
When he does this, he sends Hyarka straight into LG's waiting arms, and he pushes Uchako out into the zone. But as he's midair, he turns to try and simultaneously give himself cover facing towards LG. If he pulls this off, VP probably wins the game here, but the turn in the air ever so slightly angles so that the slam misses the push onto Zidane, and he's able to get the kill onto Zach before he can even respond. While this is happening, Hyarka goes down, but the zone has moved entirely up to the height, meaning that VP and LG are now fighting each other on the low ground while taking storm damage. On that height, Uchako has an amazing late Q placement to give them space to breathe. This buys them so much time that Uchako only actually has to get one single shot of damage as Virtus Pro dies in zone and GoNext takes the win.
I couldn't believe it. My reaction says everything. I couldn't believe it. I lost even my blood pressure. I went on the floor. I was lost. I couldn't believe we won.
It was crazy. I don't know. The moment was, I had so much adrenaline inside me. It was crazy.
It just felt unreal after such a long grind. I don't know, I just wanted to cry of emotion.
And I mean it with all due respect, there was a hell of a lot of teams who were named before yours as being the ones to lift that trophy. But you have proved, if you put in the time, you put in the effort, and you believe in your teammates, then you could become the ALGS champions. The ultimate underdog story.